TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo!
Whoa, hold your horses there, Mr. Nerd, is it?
That's it.
Oh yeah, you could be king of these nuts, you know.
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, the show where we go through TNA history 1 month at a time. We are talking about May 2003 in the NWA-TNA. May in TNA, it rhymes. Hey, listen, yo. My name is Garrett. I'm joined as always by Liam Jones, my wonderful co-host. Liam, how you doing?
Yo.
Yo?
Listen.
I'm listening.
Yo.
Oh god, another yo.
Yo.
You having a nice day there, Liam?
No.
We are in very different weather extremes at the moment.
Everything is pain.
Whereas for me, it is extremely cold, and just the very thought of me getting out of bed having to record this was deeply suffering. As you are in the other side of the world, naturally, where it is, for some reason, the summer and very warm.
It's so muggy, my skin hurts.
Oh god, that's a horrible state. It's probably warmer there than it gets all year round here.
It's not even that hot. It's only 21.
That's exceptionally hot for us, though.
I just punched my mic in defiance of that weather.
For 21, that would be like, no, that's the warmest of warm summer days for us.
I don't mind the dry heat. I can take like a 35 day if it's dry heat. But this mugginess is the worst.
It's a 4 degrees for me, which is a step up from the 2 degrees it was this morning, but not by much.
Yeah, so for the next 4 days, it's going to be like mid-20s and raining.
Oh, the perfect weather. Who doesn't love that?
It's anyone who isn't a psychopath.
Poor Liam also has to turn his fan off, obviously because it would be caught in the middle of recording, so it makes him suffer even more for his art. That's how much you know he loves this podcast.
I'm opening my window. I don't care if fireworks go off mid-show again.
Why would fireworks go off at like 10 o'clock at night on a... What day is today? Tuesday?
Look, they did last time we recorded during the watch-along.
I don't think I heard them.
I told you. I went, wow, fireworks are going off.
I thought you probably just meant TNA.
No.
As in, like, the scenario that is happening here is really popping off like fireworks.
No, I mean that there's someone on my street who incessantly lights fireworks.
Steve's very inconsiderate of them.
And I'm going to punch them.
You should go out there and be like, yo, listen.
Listen. I do a problematic rap at them.
Where you'll get cancelled, but they'll also probably stop the fireworks while they cancel you.
And then they'll be like, okay, it's been like 3 months. You can come back now, Leo.
And we're going to start shooting fireworks into the sky.
And I'll be like, yo, listen.
So is there anything else going on in the wonderful world of Liam?
I'm playing Pokemon.
Oh yeah, I'm also playing Pokemon. I'm not that far in though.
Where are you up to?
I'm not even to the second gym. I'm in Eterna.
At the start of my session today, I had just finished the second gym.
See, I haven't played it a ton. I was wondering, because they gave me cut, and obviously they don't have HMs anymore, so I went to cut some trees in the forest. I was like, why can't I use it? It's like, oh yeah, I don't have the gym badge. That's still a thing.
I like that system. I like not having to rely on any Pokemon anymore. You can just make the team that you want based on the team that you want. You don't have to worry about HMs or I need a flying type because I need to use fly.
I, of course, still have a Bidoof in my team because I love Bidoof.
I am catching every Pokemon.
But do you have a Bidoof in your current team?
No. I evolved him and then I put him into the box.
I'm also refusing to let my Bidoof evolve.
I mean, I admire the dedication. I'm considering, like, eventually when I get the Diamond version, just doing like a no evolution run. Just base form Pokemon only.
Yeah, just Bidoof. Just the team of Bidoofs. Oh, that would be great.
I have such a tryhard team. It's the most Gen 4 tryhard shit you'll ever imagine.
Go on.
Ugh, I don't want to. I'm embarrassed by it. Ugh, it's so lame. It's so lame. Infernape, bleh. Staraptor, bleh. Luxray, bleh. I got a little Skorupi. He's just hanging out.
He's just being a pal.
He'll be a Drapion eventually. I got a Rose raid. It's Roselia right now, but it'll eventually be a Rose raid. But that is the one I'm considering. That's an open spot to me. If I find something more interesting, I'll swap that out. And finally, I have Gastrodon, because Gastrodon's So much fun.
Gross Pokemon. I'm increasingly remembering that I don't like most Gen 4 Pokemon. So, like, most of the ones that just pop up the walls, like, no, you're hideous.
I like Gen 4. I like Gen 4 because it was one I put the most time... Like, Platinum was the game I've definitely played the most.
It's your wee babby Pokemon nostalgia game.
No, that would be Emerald. And Gold.
You didn't play Gold. Gold came out when you were, like, 1.
Gold was my first Pokemon game. I played it on my Game Boy Advance.
But you were, like, 1.
I was, like, 5.
Alright.
Cognitive enough to play the... I didn't play Red or Blue at all. My first game was Gold, and then, yeah, played Gold real heavy. And then I have the actual memory of the day I went to my local Target to buy Emerald with the GBA case on, like, a giant standee, which had a big Rayquaza on it.
Was it the best day of your life?
Yes. It was a great day. My parents were fighting the whole time, and then I was like, I want this game, and to shut me up, they're like, yes, we'll give you the game.
Nice.
Yeah, it ruled.
Pokemon. It's a whole new world we live in.
It's the best. I was thinking today, like, eventually we're going to get, like, a game where they just say, alright, you fucks, we put every region in the game. It's a long-ass game, you can do it in this order, here.
That's always been the thing I want. Even if it's not every region, at least, like, 2 or 3. Not just 1.
I think we're getting it eventually.
Yeah.
I'd even be fine if it was every region and it was, like, the Brilliant Pearl? Brilliant Diamond, which one is it?
Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl.
Yeah, if it was that art style and just, like, 6 different regions, I'd be happy.
I prefer a slightly more spruced up art style.
I like this one.
Because it looks the exact same.
It doesn't look the exact same.
It does look the exact same.
No, it looks like, what's that, that Kirby game?
Many of them.
But they made it look like the claymation kind of style.
Canvas Curse? Is that the name of
Sure.
that game? And the one on Wii U as well.
Yeah, it looks like that kind of style. It looks like an Animal Crossing kind of style, as opposed to a...
No, it looks just like the original game. That's the point.
It's nothing. What? Oh, I'm gonna fucking die.
They literally came out. It's like, we are being entirely faithful to the original art style.
Yeah, sure, but it's like a brand new lighting engine and it's all spruced up and different. I like it. It's fun. I enjoy it. Alright, let me like the thing.
I think it's a visual step down from the Let's Go games, which I think are secretly pretty.
I don't know, I like this one. I like the way the Pokemon look following you better in this one.
But they don't follow you in this one.
You obviously haven't gone to the next city yet, idiot.
I haven't. I said I haven't. Why are you mocking me?
Well, yeah, they can follow you.
So nothing else going on other than Pokemon?
Nothing that I want to talk about.
Pokemon and weather. It must be stated, there is something you want to talk about. We won't have an episode in 2 weeks because Liam is a thespian.
Oh, you can't say cancelled.
Liam will be performing on stage over the period in which we would usually watch these shows and record in 2 weeks. So we will have no regular show in 2 weeks. At the very least, we will put the first episode of Monday War Games in the free podcast feed. And I will try and do a second little bonus special thing, which I really should have actually started trying to do at this stage, but haven't. But will try and do to have a nice little thing in the podcast feed as well, on top of... As I said, the Monday War Games episode 1, we'll put that in the main podcast feed for you all secretly as a treat, but also to try and sell you on the Patreon at tnachat.com.
Yeah.
A dual purpose right there. So yeah, Liam is performing. Are you excited to perform, Liam?
Excited for it to be over.
Oh, if any of our listeners in Australia, can they go see you?
No, they can't.
Tell them where to go see you.
I will not.
Go visit Liam and see his acting performance and then put him over and be like, this is the next coming of Chris Hemsworth.
If you can find me in person, I'll tell you.
You're really the next Hugh Jackman right here.
I wish. That dude's rich as hell.
He's also very talented.
I suppose. That also matters, I guess.
So 2 weeks, no episode. We'll be back 2 weeks after that, middle of December, for our June 2003 episode. June, a very big month in TNA history for many reasons. One, it's the 1 year anniversary, and there's a bunch of other stuff that goes on in June that should be more interesting to talk about than this year month of May.
I don't know. I thought this was a pretty good month.
I thought this is maybe the worst month that we've watched so far.
I liked this month.
Because we came off like last month being like, this is a good month. They built up a bunch of stuff. They told a bunch of good stories. Or like the entirety, all of it, of the month of May 2003 is devoted to getting over the Disco Inferno Glen Gilberti. And I simply cannot tolerate such a thing.
That is a fair enough point.
Like, I'm not joking when I say every single one of these shows in the month of May, the sole goal of all of them is to get over Disco Inferno as a main event heel that you should take seriously. And it is a very upsetting thing that happened.
Listen, to play Russo advocate, he is getting a title challenge. So, like, if there was ever a time to try and make him look decent, it's probably before he competes for a title. Is what I would say before I remembered that they also completely buried that idea on the last show before he goes for the title.
Also, Glen Gilberti is kind of helping with the booking, so he's given himself a title challenge.
Yeah, but, like, you know, if there's ever a time to build him up, it's doing it when there's a title challenge at least makes sense. If they were just doing this on a random month.
No! No!
I was like, is that a train in the background?
I'm building up to this. No. You just never give Disco Inferno a world title. Like, or if you do, it's just the challenger of the week.
Well, Jeff had to go to Australia and hang out, okay? They couldn't do it next week.
Oh, they could have recorded it. They could have just been like, we are going to do Disco Inferno versus Jeff Jarrett as a nice little middle of the month title match while we build to a real challenger down the line. But no, they're like, we're going to build a full month. A full, whole, entire month of TNA history around the Disco Inferno.
Yeah, I am. It's fine. It's good television.
It's not even good they didn't even do a good job. It's just really bad television. It sucks.
Nah, it's good television. Exciting stuff, ready to talk about it.
It's just Disco acting like a badass, trying to be the coolest guy on earth.
Yeah, he's
beating
so
people
cool,
left,
though.
right, and center.
No,
wearing a
he's
tie.
So cool, and he manipulates everyone now because he's so much smarter than everyone else in the promotion. It's great.
All of his dumb sex pals hate him until he gives them a speech, and then they kind of like him, but also
But
disappear
that happens
again.
literally every month.
Every month, it's nearly every week. Every week, it's like, oh, everyone hates Siaki, but Glenn is talking to people the way they like it.
Yeah, because he's so cool and smart and stronger than everyone else.
What a horrible month. What a horrible month of TNA. The worst part, actually, the most galling bit is there was a moment on commentary during the month where Mike Tenay's like, but no, this is the new Glen Gilberti. And it's like, not you too, Mike. Not you too. You are not getting on board with trying to give this man credibility as well. It's, no.
Again,
No.
he's probably just like, I'm trying to give Glen Gilberti credibility heading into his NWA title match.
No, he should be like, he's a goon. Like, the whole thing should be he's a goon, though. The whole thing should be like, him and his pals are going to steal the NWA title. It should not be like Glen Gilberti is an honest threat to even Jeff Jarrett, never mind everyone else. It should be that Glen Gilberti has used all of his pals to get himself a title shot, and he might use all of his pals to get himself the title.
But he's so tough and smart and strong, Garrett.
No.
It's really funny that, as the last episode was airing, and I realized that he was actually having a match with Raven and not just fighting him, I was like, oh no. Are they going to have Glen Gilberti beat Raven?
And they did. Fair enough, it wasn't clean, but they still haven't beat Raven, which...
Let's get into the notes and stuff so we can jump back into breaking down this story at least, because we've already like halfway broke it down.
Curse that is Disco. Alright, first story of the month. Former TNN president Brian Hughes has been hired as a consultant to pursue a television deal. Hughes was introduced to the locker room by Jeff Jarrett prior to the April 30th show. Oddly enough, a note from PW Torch that he was apparently one of the bigger enemies within Paul Heyman's ECW. Stumbling block for Heyman while ECW was on TNN, but nonetheless, he has been hired. I think it's his production company, which I looked up the name of because I looked him up on LinkedIn. I was like, oh, there's no mention of TNA, but there's a company he worked for based in Nashville from 2002 to 2009 that was probably the company that was hired to consult on finding a television deal.
I wish it just said Nashville-based company because he didn't want to put TNA down.
He is ashamed of TNA wrestling and does not want to put it on his curriculum vitae. So they're trying to get a heavy hitter TV executive to
Looking for their Nick Khan.
Yeah, I guess that is it. This is their attempt at Nick Khan.
Again, every company just ripping off TNA by employing a smart network man. Something no other company has ever done before, I'm sure. This is a TNA original idea.
We're going to get somebody from the television industry to try and get us a television deal.
Disgusting. Who would have thought of it? Only the wild minds at NWA-TNA.
Clearly he doesn't do a very good job because they don't get a television deal for 2 years from now.
Nah, you gotta get on the Fox site.
Well, actually, it's only about a year from now. We're in May.
We're almost there.
We get a TV deal next June.
We're almost out of the monthly pay-per-view era. Well, not the monthly, the weekly. The monthly pay-per-view era ends in like 2015.
It's like 2013 they go to quarterly, so...
One day. Oh god, I just remembered that eventually we'll have to like do shows that are just reviews of 4 weeks of TV.
Oh, well, it's going to be fine for the first few years because Impact is only an hour, but there's going to be 8 hours of Impact and then a 3-hour pay-per-view every single podcast episode, so you should be excited for that.
No, I refuse. I fundamentally refuse.
And that's when we're back to full Russo when it goes 2 hours. So it's full Russo for 8 hours and then a full Russo TNA pay-per-view.
No, we're splitting it up. It's 2 weeks. It will be the 4 weeks of the build, and then the next 2 weeks will be the pay-per-view. I can't do that all in one show.
Nope, it's going to be build and pay. Because I was thinking about that because we do it month by month now. Obviously, we're doing all of May. Whereas I figure by the time we get to the monthly pay-per-view, we will do the 4 weeks of TV or however many it is and the pay-per-view. So we'll do like pay-per-view build and pay-per-view so that it makes a lot more cohesive sense.
I don't care about cohesive sense. I care about my mental health.
Listen, TNA doesn't care about your mental health, so why should we? They're out here giving you a whole month of disco. They don't give a shit.
Now, that was good quality television, though.
Well, you'll love it when it gets to 2007, then.
Oh, no.
You defended your full month of disco.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty good.
Wrestlers are becoming fearful of saying anything critical of the company during public appearances, as they believe their pushes will be scaled back if they do. Wrestlers point to AJ Styles doing a clean job to Glen Gilberti and D'Lo Brown having his push considerably scaled back when he said he would like to return to WWE someday. There was also an interview this month where Amazing Red says in the Torch Talk interview that he is not going to sign a deal with TNA because he doesn't want the WWE deal to potentially be off the table. So there's a lot of TNA being like the wrestlers are super dumb here. It's like, wait, we can't bury the company publicly?
Yeah, it's like, but that was all I wanted to do. Yeah, that's it's one of those wrestler things where it's like, it's kind of stupid. Like, yeah, obviously these people should probably keep the WWE door open at this point, but also don't go on a podcast and be like, hey guys, let me tell you why the place I work for sucks.
And then when they're like, hey, there's going to be some retribution for you publicly burying our company, they're like, what?
And then they're like offended, like, how dare they?
Yeah, there's a bunch of stories over the month. It's like the wrestlers don't feel like the company is returning their commitment to them while they are out here burying the company in every public media interview they can get.
But also, the company stinks, so yeah.
Yeah, but it is the problem. It's like, they're right. Every one of their criticisms is correct. But nonetheless, here we are. Like, it is stupid that Ron Killings has been downcycled. There's even a fun story this month where it's like, Ron Killings apologized for saying bad things in an interview and then went on another interview and gave out about how he was being booked.
The circle of life.
And to be fair, nobody has been like more badly booked over probably the course of 2003 so far than Ron Killings, so he deserves it.
I'm trying to think of anyone else, but it's very clearly just him.
You push Glenn, but Ron, nah, he can't barely get on television for the month.
Yeah, but Glenn's good, so...
I do not like your rebrand as a Disco Inferno defender.
I'm really angling. I'm angling for that time that Russo and Disco finally find out about this podcast, and they'll listen and be like, that Garrett guy doesn't know what he's talking about, but Liam, that guy, I get.
The very first time Disco Inferno appeared on this podcast, when he was doing the first episode of Drive Talking, you stipulated to me that you hate him so much that you would like the right to skip any disco segment. And here maybe that's what you've done. Maybe you've been like, oh, it's great because I haven't watched it.
No, that was an old character. That was Disco. This is Glen Gilberti. Glen Gilberti, much better.
He was Glenn then too. He could never use disco. WWE owned it.
Yeah, but he was doing the disco shtick. He's a different guy here. He's little Ric Flair now, and I appreciate it.
It's disgusting, and I'm very upset that actual little Ric Flair, David Flair, is gone, and so he can do this shtick. The lawsuit filed against TNA by Phase 3 out of Atlanta, who designed their original logo, has been settled out of court. They were seeking $56,000 in unpaid compensation, but they settled, but the financial terms were not disclosed.
I hope it was like $50 and free tickets.
They apparently scared TNA by naming DirecTV and Demand Cablevision and all the pay-per-view providers as defendants because they used the logo on their air. So they're like, hey, where's our money?
And they're like, here, have some money. Please stop yelling at us.
Yeah, so they're settled, so I assume that's the reason, like, to this day, occasionally Impact will use the original TNA logo in some kind of marketing. The wrestlers shared their concern over the direction of the company while sitting backstage during the May 14th show. This is the first time, this is a quote from a wrestler to the PW Torch, I heard people complaining about the storylines and direction of the company. Nobody complains to management because everyone needs work. The main complaint of the wrestlers was that Jeff Jarrett and Vince Russo have developed favorites. Again a quote. They play favorites by taking care of their friends, the second wrestler added. While those in Vince Russo's clique, Raven, Glen Gilberti, Mike Sanders, and Eric Watts.
My 4 favorites.
Wrestlers say Jeff Jarrett favorites include Sonny Siaki, AJ Styles, David Young, America's Most Wanted, Jerry Lynn, Trinity, and The Amazing Red.
I like that they're like, and Jeff Jarrett's favorites are all the good people on the show. Ugh.
Yeah, and all the Vince Russo favorites are all the terrible bad wrestlers who just get tons of television time because they're pals with Vince Russo.
What? I feel like you're mixing some names up because Mike Sanders, Eric Watts, and Raven were there, but sure.
It's actually fun. It's like Mike Sanders is like public enemy number 1 still. They hate Mike Sanders' guts in this locker room.
He's so lucky that he is like Vince's pal.
So the Vince Russo's pals have been dubbed the Atlanta Clique, with a Q of course.
Hell yes.
Wrestlers feel like Gilberti is being pushed too hard and the majority feel Sanders' talent doesn't justify even a spot in the roster, never mind the television time he gets.
Alright, whoa. Did they not see his great 4-star never openweight title match with AJ Styles?
Yeah, if we were going to give someone the mega push, it should have been Sanders. It shouldn't have been Gilberti.
But like, seriously, put him back in his old gimmick. What are you doing with this look? It's so bad.
Yeah, I think this might be the last we see of Mike Sanders. Does he go? No, he won his Hard 10 match, so I think he has one more match in June, but I think June is the last that we see of Mike Sanders.
What?
Yeah, so there's not much of Mike Sanders. Clearly the political heat caught up to him.
I read down to the more of these quotes.
Oh, yeah, they hate him. They're very mean to Mike Sanders. They like couldn't draw shit, doesn't belong on television, can't even go on television without wearing a shirt. He's terrible.
Jesus.
I miss the day when, like, this is the dirt sheets. It's just people burying other people.
I want, like, someone to talk to Dave, and it's like, people within the company say that Joey Janela is a real piece of shit.
And it's like, it's not even like, you know, oh, we don't like it. It's a full-on, unattributed quote. Like, this could be Shark Boy for all we know. Who's just out here, oh, this Mike Sanders guy, what a load of shit.
Yeah, I like the idea. It's the Crimson Dragon. He's just talking mad shit. He's like, yo, look at this guy.
He's just hanging out backstage and burying everything he sees.
I don't know. But, like, and also some of them, like, oh, they're using them to get, like, their friends, like, Julio Gennaro, Perry Saturn, and Eric Watts jobs. And I'm like, well, good, because they're all great.
I wouldn't say all of them, but some of them are.
Alright, Julio's a bit of a stretch, I get it.
How dare you?
Did you not see the Eric Watts story this month? It's fantastic.
That's a word for it. Glen Gilberti came out of the recent power struggle between Jarrett and Russo with more power. Gilberti has been telling friends that he is helping write the shows, although he's telling others in the locker room that he's not even sure why he was pushed so hard.
Well, yeah, it's a fucking lie. He's lying. He's like, oh man, I don't know what they're doing. They're just pushing me so hard. I've got no idea.
There's another story that I didn't include in the notes that says like, Glen Gilberti is trying too hard to get people to like him. And it's like, well, this is it. I think this is an illustration of that trying too hard to get people to like him.
I like you, Glenn.
You shouldn't.
Yeah, well, I don't like the things that you've said in recent years.
You are fully signing off on everything Glen Gilberti has ever done.
Well, fine. Just like you fully signed off on everything the Harris brothers have ever done.
There's no proof of such behavior. But yeah, Glen Gilberti be like, I'm as shocked as you guys that I'm getting this big main event push where I'm beating all the guys that are actual stars on this show.
And then he goes back to the whiteboard where it announces the winnings of the matches, and he goes, Gilberti defeat Raven 10.
Observers say Jerry Jarrett's main role in the company appears to be offering his opinions on the shows while sitting at the gorilla position with Jeff. About every 10 to 15 minutes, another quote, Jerry will shoot Jeff, and I told you so look if he doesn't like something.
Jeff, take it on board, man. I don't know how Jeff just likes this. I never got the impression that this is the kind of, like, wrestling Jeff likes, you know?
And especially given, we'll talk about this when we get into the shows, this is, again, another month where Jeff Jarrett is fending off political efforts to oust him from Vince Russo and pals, while his dad is just sitting there being like, what on earth are you doing?
Jeff, like, I don't get how he hasn't, like, kicked them all to the curb at this point.
No, he's giving him more power on the biggest push of their careers.
Is Jeff, like, just dumb? Like, is 03 Jeff just a stupid dude? Like, why are you letting this happen?
I guess it's probably because there is a legitimate power struggle here, and while Jarrett is in control at the moment and has like his hands on the wheel, like these people are constantly in the ear of Dixie Carter being like, this Jeff guy, he doesn't know what he's doing. So maybe he's trying to like satiate them by being like, all right, you'll give you like power, you write the shows, you can book your Glen Gilberti superpower angle for the entire month. And hopefully that will make them stop trying to get them to oust me. And it's not.
So he's just being like a real coward then instead.
Yeah, but every month there's the stories about how there's political infighting and they're trying to sabotage each other and they're all fighting. And then meanwhile he's just like, fine, you book your month built around Glen Gilberti.
Sorry, I kept reading and I learned that there was plans for a heel kangaroo mascot.
Jamie Dundee was arrested on criminal impersonation charges recently. Although Dundee was never on the TNA payroll, he worked syndicated matches and had been penciled in to play the part of a heel kangaroo mascot for the promotion, which is not the last we will hear of the kangaroo mascot.
No.
The kangaroo mascot does in fact become a thing. Very, very briefly.
What?
TNA has a kangaroo mascot. We're not going to talk about it until like May 2007, so this is a very long tease. But the mascot does happen. The mascot does come true, and it is a kangaroo.
What?
It also has a horrifically, stereotypically racist Australian theme song. With like didgeridoos and...
What is happening?
But we will not cover that until I think like May 2007.
This must be too hot in here. I think I'm hallucinating what you're saying to me.
To be fair, I don't think the kangaroo is a heel, and if it was going to be a heel, it didn't last long enough to turn heel. But the kangaroo does show up, and we can be very excited for that when we get to it in a couple of years.
Weirdly Australian themed everything is still. Like, every show will start, Mike and I will be like, and thanks to our friends in Australia. And I'm like, oh, thanks, Mike.
Yeah, because based on this next news note, actually, no, it's the one after, we'll straight skip to it. Jeff Jarrett beats Sting to win the NWA-WWA title unification match in the main event of WWA, the Reckoning pay-per-view that was in New Zealand on May 25th. You and your horrible tribal hatred of New Zealand.
Sorry, someone ran in and booed New Zealand. Sorry, they were booing Auckland specifically.
Toxic Australia fans out here.
Yeah, get out of here.
But yes, Jeff Jarrett went down under. There was a whole video package about him visiting Australia with Jerry Borash and meeting the media in Australia on one of these shows. So
no, meeting a media.
That's true. One singular person.
Not even a crew. One person.
She probably just had a blog. It's just like, yeah, this is the best we can do.
If Jerry Noah comes back again, I'll interview him and it'll be the exact same thing.
It's just be on this show.
Yeah.
That WWA NWA title match, so that this is the world title is even stronger now, Liam. It has been unified.
Wow. The history, the prestige, the glory.
That did mean that a bunch of people missed some of the shows this month because obviously they were in Australia and New Zealand.
I was wondering why Chris Sabin won a belt and then disappeared.
Yeah, because he was on the show. He wrestled Jerry Lynn on that same show.
In a match that tore the house down, apparently.
Which is the reason that a bunch of people came back. Because you had Paul London, you had the SAT, you had CM Punk return this month.
CM Punk.
So a bunch of those people came basically because, you know, a bunch of their regulars went down to Australia, so they needed to fill in those gaps with some people that people knew.
And it was good.
It's better than nothing, I suppose. There was some talk of adding a hardcore title belt, but that quickly died.
Boo. It should have been... Her won the hard 10 should have had to defend the hard 10.
Like the Dub Cup.
It's basically the Dub Cup, but
It
with
is.
less dub.
It's a scaled back version of the Dub Cup. We'll talk about the hard 10 in a minute. And The Office threw a going away party for Mortimer Plumtree on May 28th. Despite not appearing on air as a character very often, Plumtree had spent most of the past 12 months working in the TNA office. He decided to move back home to Minnesota rather than relocate his family to Nashville, in part because his wife had a good job, and he probably didn't believe TNA would be there for the long haul.
Well, what I have to say is what a coward.
There was a nice, if you notice at the very end of the last show of the month, they flash on screen a nice little thanks Morty message. So that's nice.
Where's their thanks Rick message?
For who?
For Rick and Morty. Do the impression!
Oh, jeez, Rick. Why are
Yeah.
you making bad Rick and Morty jokes?
This is why we're here. This is why the people come for the show.
I don't know, Morty, because I don't have any new ideas.
Quick, now do a Raven promo as Rick.
The road. I don't know where the road
It's always
goes,
the road.
Rick. The road goes places where we don't understand, Rick. I am Rick. Why am I saying my own name?
You're Rick talking to Rick.
It's the convention. Rick's talking to Ricks is within the Rick and Morty lore. So far as I'm aware, there have been many Rick clones.
They're not clones, they're parallel Ricks.
There's probably Rick clones too. It's Rick and Morty.
Yeah, there is. You're right.
That's a good thing about Rick and Morty. You can basically never be wrong because they do every trope under the sun.
And then point at the trope and go, look, we're doing the trope while they're doing it.
Is the entire basis of the show. It's like Family Guy, but for sci-fi nerds. But yeah, good. Farewell, Mortimer Plumtree. We
Thanks,
barely knew
Morty.
the manager of AJ Styles and the Johnsons.
And Ace Steel.
And Ace Steel, indeed, his original X Division client that he quickly abandoned when he got AJ.
Can't blame him.
Spanish broadcasts of TNA are scheduled to start on June 18th for the anniversary show. Play-by-play announcer Armando Quintero is trying to use his connections to get TNA Explosion aired on the Telemundo network.
Cool.
I believe they also plan for Conan to be doing the Spanish announcing while he's not wrestling.
Makes sense. You should do it while wrestling matches.
Yeah, the Booker T style.
Yeah.
It's also quite upsetting that they didn't have Joel and Jose Maximo do the Spanish announcing.
They make them the Spanish announce team.
They are the Spanish announce team. Why have they not been the Spanish announce team?
Well, they were the Spanish announce teams this month. As they were billed as the SATs.
Yeah, because there's two of them.
Oh, so each of them is a Spanish announce team, and together they are the Spanish announce teams?
Yeah, they're very flexible.
Wow. They are.
Observers say that the live crowd attendance has dropped week by week ever since Jarrett Raven, so to build this Glen Gilberti match, they can't even literally give away tickets.
These fans, they can't see wonderful pro wrestling when it's right in front of their eyes.
Remind you that they paper tickets like all over the state of Tennessee to try and get people in the door, and there's shows this month that only have 800 and 850 fans despite how much they just give away tickets.
That's so rough.
Like they're pushing Glen Gilberti this hard and they cannot even get people to go see it for free.
I love that they can see this stuff and just not divert course.
It's very good. It makes perfect sense. It's good stuff. Good company.
I never get that, how you can't see something go so poorly and be like, alright, we should probably change stuff.
Nope, they're going to commit to a full month's build to Glen Gilberti.
I think you're putting too much blame on the Glen Gilberti push.
He is literally all over all of these shows.
Listen, you don't know.
Yo.
It might be the Kid Cash storyline doing this.
No. Oh yeah, the Trinity fans are all like, we're disgusted, we're not coming back.
Yeah. You know what else this could be, Garrett? You know what else happened? Chris Sabin won the X Division title, and attendance started plummeting, so...
Actually, the week after, attendance went way up, but then Chris Sabin wasn't on the show, so attendance went way down. So I think attendance proves that people were like, whoa, Chris Sabin's X Division champion, let's go to the show next week. Then they went to the show, and Chris Sabin wasn't there, and they were furious. So they're like, we're never coming back to this company. You teased us with Chris Sabin, the greatest wrestler in the history of existence. So the following attendance is way down again, even though Chris Sabin is back, because you bait and switch them on the Chris Sabin.
Ah,
The numbers don't lie, Liam.
that's fun.
And they spell disaster for Glen Gilberti.
Well, that's fair. That is fair and true.
There is a lot of interest in bringing Shane Douglas in as an NWA title contender and a mouthpiece for the Extreme group. They wanted to start in the last show of the month, but he is currently injured, so not available.
If only he could talk with an arm injury or something.
Yeah, they could have just brought him in as the mouthpiece. If you remember, there was that fun story at the start of TNA where they're like, Shane Douglas won't come in because they're working with Francine.
Ah, yes.
But Francine is no longer there, so I assume Shane Douglas no longer has those objections.
He's like, please pay me.
They're going to have a new segment on the show called TNA Talk, which Mike Tenay did tease at one stage, I think the last show of the month, which, according to PW Torch, will supposedly feature real pro wrestling news.
Wow. They're like, alright, so Wrestle Kingdom just happened. We're going to talk about Tanahashi.
Well, Tanahashi would have been but a wee lad here in 2003.
I know, I was doing a vague reference. Sorry, we're talking about Hiroshi Hase.
There you go. I was going to say, I'm upset that you didn't know what main evented the 2003 January 4th Dome show. Fake New Japan fan right here.
2004, obviously, headlined by Nakamura Takayama.
Ah, yes. Dream match.
The next year, headlined by Tanahashi, so fuck you.
Yeah, that's 2 years away. That's 2 years away.
But of course, 2003 headlined by Nagata and Josh Barnett.
Ah, yes, the New Japan on Access dream match.
That was after the match.
Yeah. Everyone watching New Japan on Access was like, oh, this Josh Barnett guy calling these Yuji Nagata matches. What if they faced off? And you're like, do I have the match for you, boys?
And they're like, wow, it's not great.
Oh, wow. Way to bury Inokiism.
Oh, no. I'm the first person in the world to ever say a bad word about it, I'm sure. How many Inokiism fans are listening to the TNA retrospective podcast?
I think once they heard Takawa Mori appeared on one of the early days of TNA, they were like, yo, what if some random Inokiism people show up here in the NWA-TNA? I've got to listen to every episode to find out.
I thought you were just insinuating because it was a Japanese guy that they were like, oh, Inokiism.
No, they're like, we have this random obscure Japanese wrestler show up, so what if the other random obscure Japanese wrestlers that
What do you mean,
up?
obscure?
The average human being does not know who Takawa Mori is.
How dare you disrespect Get Wild? The new Wild Order.
The fact is I don't even know what that is probably proves the point.
Wrestle One stable.
They're just making things up.
Possibly.
Lying to us. So that's the news notes for the week. There's some more stuff as we get through these shows, of course, including some more Jeff Jarrett, Vince Russo infighting. Fun stuff. We'll talk about that when we get to the shows in question. So that brings us to broad topics, which we've already discussed. The first one a little. They were like, all right, Jarrett and Raven, big match. Did so well. Sold out the Asylum. Turned away 1,100 people. Did our best pay-per-view number in ages. What's the next match we build to? So like, we got D'Lo Brown. Nah.
No.
We got AJ Styles.
No chance.
Couldn't possibly do it. Ron Killings. Let's not even put him on the shows.
He's been whining. Why would we even think about it?
Sabu, or maybe Perry Saturn, or one of the other Extreme guys.
Dorks.
Big Mike Awesome push?
No way.
No.
They're like, we got two options here, alright? It's either Eric Watts
Oh.
or it's Glen Gilberti.
Would you like to hear me say something I wouldn't have thought I would have said, Liam?
Oh, please. Rain it down.
I would have preferred them to commit the month to Watts.
Yes.
Because at the very least, that's where they were going. That's a story they were telling, and it would have made more sense than them just pivoting to Disco being the biggest badass in the history of wrestling.
And that's because Eric Watts is great.
Sure. He's
Wow.
so good.
I can't believe you've turned around so... I mean, I'm just glad you're on the right side of history now.
I am simply stating the fact that Eric Watts is less bad than Glen Gilberti.
Hey, we're moving in an upwards trajectory, and I'll take that.
I assume you're very upset about the degree to which Watts has been sidelined this month.
Nah, he's fucking, he's alright.
Okay, we'll get to Watts in a minute. So Disco starts the month being like, I'm the cool guy, sex is all about me now.
He had a cool suit on. He's a cool guy now.
No, he doesn't have the suit on for the next show. This is
I'm just saying in
first show of the
general.
month.
He's a cool suit-wearing, cigar-smoking guy now.
It's not even a suit either. He's wearing a shirt and tie and pants. He doesn't have a jacket.
I thought he had the jacket, didn't he? When he came out of the limo at the start of the second episode.
But he took it off pretty quick. When he was in the locker room, he only had the shirt and tie.
But he still had it. He owned it. It cost him $2,500.
$3,500, I'll have you know, and he was saying that's not the $3,500 suit.
Yeah, I was saying, that's why he was wearing the $2,500 suit, because the $3,500 suit isn't worth going to Nashville for.
But $2,500 is still an expensive suit.
That's the point. Yes, Garrett. That is the point.
But you don't...
Is that he's saying, I still buy expensive suits because I'm cool, but I'm not going to give him the real expensive one.
Why not wear the cheap suits?
Because then... I can't believe I have to explain this to you.
But it's not an expensive suit.
It's pretty expensive. Let's convert from 03 to 2021.
But no, you look at that suit, that's not a 25... If he paid $2,500
Are you
for
saying
that
the
suit...
heel is lying?
It wouldn't be the first time he's been tricked into overpaying for things that are probably fake. We'll talk about that when he gets this interview later.
Oh no.
So, first show of the month, Gilberti, he's in the locker room with Sex. They have the Asylum, Anarchy in the Asylum. God, there's so many Asylum named things. There's Armed Asylum, Anarchy in the Asylum, Asylum Alliance. One more I've forgotten. There's so many freaking Asylum named things now that it's hard to keep track of.
It's been the last 2 months. They've fallen in love with it. And I just want to clarify that with conversion, that actually is a $3,500 suit.
So Disco is lying to us based on inflation.
Yeah.
So the first show of the month is headlined by Anarchy in the Asylum, which is a gauntlet for number one contendership where, was it 15 or 16 people entered. And the winner, the number one contender for the NWA World Championship, Gifted Glen Gilberti.
Awesome.
He beat a lot of people. The big surprises were Rick Steiner and Buff Bagwell were the big surprises in that match.
Big surprises. I mean, Rick Steiner was great, so I can't be angry at that.
Oh, there's a fun note about Rick Steiner.
Yes.
There was a lot of locker room and office heat directed at Rick Steiner following his appearance in the Gauntlet for the gold on May 7th. Wrestlers felt that Steiner was out for himself and that he didn't bump for anybody other than Perry Saturn, and didn't take care of his opponents while suplexing them.
Yeah, he was fantastic.
Brian Lawler was also upset that Steiner potatoed him during the match.
Maybe you should have kicked him in the dick in the match then.
That would have worked, because this match did in fact involve Brian Lawler hitting D'Lo Brown in the penis at least 10 times.
And he spread the love a little bit. He hit a couple other people as well.
It was mostly D'Lo.
Yes.
There's actually a moment where he hit D'Lo in the dick so many times that he hits D'Lo in the dick and D'Lo just starts corpsing. He starts laughing that he's done it again.
It's very funny.
Watch him in the corner. It's like halfway through the match. He hits D'Lo in the balls and D'Lo just starts laughing. D'Lo's like, again?
To be fair, we were watching it and laughing and going, again?
It is all Lawler did. This is Lawler's last match in TNA, by the way. He went out in a high.
A final hurrah for Brian Lawler.
He's just hitting everybody in the balls. This is the end of Brian Lawler's meme run.
This is how you want to go out, though, isn't it?
It is. This is the way. But yeah, everyone's upset that Rick Steiner is Rick Steiner.
Yeah, how about you guys stop being such loser nerds, okay?
How about you go try to give him a cool suplex?
Yeah, how about you throw him?
Again, the random things being reported on TNA's website. Jeremy Borash said in his blog, word has it Steiner has lots of care for the throw, but little care for the landing, if you know what I mean.
Ooh, JB.
He's telling us all the inside backstage dealings. But the people in this match were Brian Lawler, D'Lo Brown, Sonny Siaki, James Storm, David Young, Kid Cash, Rick Steiner, Mike Awesome, Just Incredible, Lollipop, who attacked Tracy, Tracy was in the match, Perry Saturn.
Lollipop wasn't in the Gauntlet, I just want to clarify.
No, but Tracy was.
Yes. She didn't beat her up and take her place in the Gauntlet.
She should have, and then Lollipop should have won the match, and they should have built the month around Lollipop.
They probably would have drawn better.
Conan, Disco, Buff, AJ, Sanders, Sabu, and that was it. The most interesting part of this match was over the top rope and you're eliminated, or you could brawl out to the floor and be pinned down if falls count anywhere. But multiple times, Sabu did big dives to the floor where he jumped over the top rope and eliminated himself, except he didn't.
Yeah.
They're like, no, it doesn't count. He's not eliminated. He gets back in the ring. And like JB at one stage says like Sabu has been eliminated. And Sabu gives him like a death stare. And they're like, well, oh no, he's not.
Yeah, I believe the justification was that it needs to be done with a maneuver over the top rope.
But even then, even after Sabu, he did a big dive to the floor to take a bunch of people out. He then does a second big dive to the floor to take people out.
He just kept doing it. He didn't care. Sabu's the best.
He kept eliminating himself from this gauntlet match.
Just the best.
Yeah, it came down to Disco and Sabu. Disco eliminates Sabu. Disco becomes number one contender.
Yes. And we were all very ecstatic about it.
Well, yeah, this is the show we did the watch along for at pay-per-view number 434, May 7th, tnhchat.com, where you can hear that watch along right now. And here are sheer delight at Disco becoming number one contender.
And the dread in my voice as I realized that's what happened.
And then you were like, oh no, and then I broke the news to you then that they do in fact build the entire month, Liam. They don't just do it the next week. An entire month of Disco.
Little did I know, it was a fantastic month of great storyline, so...
Like, we don't even get to pay this off, Liam, because the Jarrett Disco match doesn't happen until June.
Yeah, we have to talk about it more.
We have to talk about this Disco mega push again in the next episode.
This gets 2 episodes.
There was actually rumblings during this month that they were going to hold off the Jarrett Disco match for the 1 year anniversary show.
Oh.
All the way to June 18th.
I assumed that was going to be Raven.
And actually, the Disco and Raven match at the end of the month, it was meant to be Jarrett and Raven in the rematch, but there's a whole cascading series of things that led that not to happen, which we'll talk about in a minute.
I'm looking forward to hearing about it. Raven's backstage dealings have become some of my favorite so far.
The entirety of TNA now is just Jarrett and Raven butting heads backstage as Russo is like the puppet master.
Russo just like pushing them against each other.
Indeed. So that brings us to the next show where Glen Gilberti has taken over. They open with a full like Raw segment where all of Sex comes out and they're like, whoa, we're cool guys, I'm in a suit. A cameraman, you follow me because I'm going to do cool stuff tonight.
He's so cool.
No, he's not.
He's such a cool, strong, smart guy.
This is literally a Raw opening segment.
It's a Raw opening segment in the shittiest backdrop ever.
Yeah.
If they were just in the worst arena of all time.
Just there in a shitty small arena doing their promo that nobody cares about, talking about their feud that nobody cares about.
This show has the same energy as like a backyard show.
Mm.
In that it's like, it's the Booker's mates, so they all get to do whatever they want. And they all get to put themselves over, even though none of them are really great.
In the defense of most backyard shows, they usually feature wrestlers better than Glen Gilberti.
Oh boy.
So yeah, the big issue here is that Sex are feuding, they're beefing with the Extreme Revolution, which is the same group of people that were in Team Extreme, but they've renamed them Extreme Revolution, probably because WWE are like, hey, wait a minute, we own Team Extreme.
Yeah, we remember the Hardys? We gave them that name.
We fired Jeff, but still, it's ours.
We still own the trademark.
So there's a lot of tension between Team Extreme and Gilberti. We'll talk about that. There's a lot of gang warfare this month.
There's a lot.
So Gilberti is recruiting new people. Well, God, there's so much stuff.
It's not so much recruiting. It's more of like an open invitation.
Well, there's the moment where Kid Cash goes into the Sex locker room as a peace offering and offers the services of Trinity.
Yeah, he's like, here, go ahead.
You can have this woman who I own.
And all of them are like, just like cartoonishly evil.
But then later in the show, Liam, Glenn sits down with Trinity and is like, you know what, we value you here. We really want you here for you, not to Kid Cash giving you to us in a way that's very uncomfortable.
Is it wrong that I legitimately like that segment?
Yes.
Because he's just a giant manipulative piece of shit. This was the only week where I was like, oh man, is this actually going to be good? Because like, he was manipulating Trinity here, and he did the same exact thing to The Gathering as well. And it worked. He just convinced them.
It's just like, Raven's been real bad to you. Where is he? Where's Raven? He's not here, but we're here. We're your friends.
And they're like, damn, maybe Glenn's right. And I was like, holy shit. He's like as much of a brainwasher as Raven.
Clearly, he's as good a politician as the evil cult leader who has a long track record of convincing people to do his bidding.
It's awesome. I liked it. I liked it. Like the way he talked to Trinity about it too. He's like, oh, I mean, of course, like she would like briefly consider it. Look what she's dealing with. The worst person ever to exist on a wrestling show.
We'll talk about Kid Cash and Trinity in a little bit when we get to the X Division, I guess.
Sure. This one's going to be all over the place because this may have been the most disjointed month so far.
When I was doing like broad topics, there's Gilberti, and then there's the tournaments, and then everything else just splinters in like 700 different directions.
But it's all like related.
It's all like tied into the gang warfare.
That's the one thing. The one big note I had from all of these shows was how disjointed everything felt this month.
So on that show, on the second show of the month, May 14th, there's an interview with Jeff Jarrett where he's sitting in his house and he's talking about the disco and all the stuff.
We had 2 shoot interviews this month.
Yeah, and there's a line where he's like, you know what? Once Steve Austin was Stunning Steve. Once The Undertaker was Mean Mark Callis. Who's to say that the Disco Inferno can't have a similar rebrand?
Everyone.
Literally everyone.
Oh, Jeff. Maybe Jeff just is bad.
No one in the world has ever looked at the Disco Inferno and been like, oh, you know, if they gave him a real character, that guy could be something. Whereas literally everybody in the world looked at Steve Austin and was like, oh, you know, if they gave that guy a different character, he could really be someone.
Oh, boy.
And everyone was like, oh, this Undertaker guy is real tall. Why don't we do something with him?
Like, he buys into it. Like, because you could just imagine that's like Jeff's actual feelings, you know? That's the problem.
And again, this is the show where Tenay is like, you know what? This could be a changed Glen Gilberti. He's a whole new wrestler. He's a real, like we've seen him be a badass. It's like, Mike, you're supposed to be the voice of reason here.
Yeah, but like, he would look like an idiot if on the show he was like saying how this is all stupid because the show was taking it seriously. Like, I get what you mean, but him being like, oh, you know, this guy's a joke. He doesn't have a chance, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't make any sense when on the show he's beating everyone's ass and winning matches and being the smartest, coolest, toughest guy in the company.
But, like, even he won the Gauntlet only after the Harris Bros did a bunch of interference for him.
Yeah, but then he spent the next month beating everyone up.
But no, yeah, but on a 10-on-1 disadvantage. Like, this show ends with Triple X defeats Styles and D'Lo to retain the tag titles, and then all the sex people flood out and they beat up Styles and D'Lo, they beat up all the people backstage, and they take over. It's a big sex takeover. And it's like, again, they're just beating people up 10-on-1. Like, Gilberti does beat Raven, but only after Vince Russo takes him out with a baseball bat.
I also love that in that match, there was a point where it's like, they're like, oh, Glen Gilberti needs to get back to the brawling, the thing that's really brought him up this month.
Yes, compared to Raven. Famously bad at brawling.
I was like, what are you talking about?
So, like, they're doing this thing where they're telling us this guy is this badass, but, like, he's still a worm, which is the reason that would be such a better story if they're like, he has these 10 goofs behind him that he is convinced to do his bidding, and he could steal the title.
Oh, so you're advocating for a Glen Gilberti title run?
No, he should be a goof who Jared overcomes.
Wow, you've heard it here first, guys. Garrett wants Gilberti to win the title next month.
Yeah, so NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 46, May 21. Gilberti's not there, but we do have a sit-down interview with Glenn.
You're so desperate to talk about this.
So Glenn spends this sit-down interview wearing a Manchester United jersey, Liam. Which,
Man U.
my very favourite part of is it's a fake Man United jersey.
Yes.
It's not a real United jersey. The man has been swindled by some huckster into probably paying full price for this very fake Manchester United jersey.
How can you tell?
That has never been a design of a Manchester United jersey.
Maybe he just had a custom one made.
Oh yeah, of course. He's such a big fan that he needed his custom Man United jersey.
Don't gatekeep Glen Gilberti.
I will gatekeep Glen Gilberti because he's been conned. He's been deceived by somebody.
Do you want to talk about the content of the interview, or you just want to really nail in on the...
No, we're going to talk entirely about Manchester United fan Glen Gilberti and his fake shirt. He probably got it in the Canaries because famously, if you go to Spain, you'll see a bunch of fake jerseys just lining the streets for much less than the regular retail price. And people would come home for the holidays being like, I got a Barcelona jersey, and you'd see it's the fake Barcelona jersey. It's like, oh, good for you. Well done. So Glenn is one of those people. He clearly went on holiday to Spain and is like, oh geez, look at this Manchester United, and it's a third of the actual price of a Manchester United jersey. I've got this as a deal. This is a steal. It's a bargain.
I went, not me, literally, this fictional person. It's like, oh man, I went to insert place here and came back with this Rolex. Could you believe I got it for a quarter of the price?
It's definitely real. It's a real Rolex. Actually, United are short of a manager these days. They sacked Ole Gunnar Solskjaer this week. So, one thing I will give Disco Inferno, his managerial skills for sex, very good.
He's increased membership. He's brought titles.
He has improved morale compared to Sonny Siaki. Sonny Siaki, they treat like a nerd.
Yeah, so if there's one thing you can talk about, his leadership abilities. I just want to mention that I didn't notice how terrible his facial hair was in this interview until I'm looking at a photo of it.
Yeah, because it weirdly amplifies his butt chin, but also looks horrific.
It also doesn't connect.
Because, he shaved his neck, and he shaved, his cheeks.
His cheek?
You just have, a line of stubble going across his jawline.
He has, the hair sideburn bit, but not the beard sideburn bit that, matches it. It's so odd. It's
a very strange combination here, and his weird butt chin is thoroughly amplified by it.
It's, shiny.
Look at his shiny butt chin.
I want to, spank it.
If you go to tnachad.com, you will see that there is the photo of the Glen Gilberti and the Manchester United jersey in our show notes, which you can get for $1 a month. It's also on my Twitter.
We have a flooding in of $1 Patreons.
All the $1 Patreons to see the Glen Gilberti butt chin Manchester United jersey photo. But yeah, the content of the interview, now that we're done with him and his him being swindled by some dude in Spain. He basically said that like Jeff Jarrett's out of touch. It was mostly about how Jeff Jarrett was old and should not be world champion. Jeff Jarrett doesn't know what the kids want.
I like that. Like, he's like, oh, the kids, what they want is this sports entertainment.
And Jarrett is a 42-year-old father of 3 or whatever he said. He won't understand
I thought
these
he was
things.
talking about Jerry the whole time.
I guess it would make sense. I don't know.
I was like, he can't be talking about Jeff.
I don't even think Jeff was that old at this stage.
No.
There's a clear burial of poor Jeff Jarrett.
It's his grandmother hair that he's been wearing for the last 3 months.
Oh yeah, he's straight out of Coronation Street. The man like walked out of EastEnders to Coronation Street, then took a trip to Emmerdale, then went down to Holby City, travelled to Australia, went through Neighbours, went through Home and Away, hit up Shortland Street, and then travelled here to the NWA-TNA with his soap opera hair.
Yeah. And what a fantastic look he's brought to the table there.
Has he?
No.
Okay. Just like this Glen Gilberti Manchester United jersey.
A right proper scouser.
Which brings us to the last show of the month, in which Glen Gilberti gets Jeff Jarrett suspended for attacking Raven the week before.
Yeah, which is funny because there must have been some sort of miscommunication here, because immediately after that segment they cut to the back and he's like, haha, I got Raven suspended, guys.
Yeah, he fucked up his line and then Mike Tenay had to cover for him.
I was like, what's happening? I was so confused.
Yeah, because the May 21st show opens with Raven cutting a promo on Jeff Jarrett, featuring your favourite line in TNA history, I believe.
Oh, I don't have it in front of me.
Yes, Raven, while cutting a promo on Jeff Jarrett, said the words, "No one jerks off at Nashville without Jeff Jarrett owning a part of his fist."
It's so good though, isn't it?
And then Jeff Jarrett sneaks up behind him, because Raven is cutting this promo sitting on top of a television production truck.
Yeah, outside, which is a point of contention that we'll see later.
And then Jarrett sneaks up on him.
Like Solid Snake. And performs a stealth takedown.
This is a Hitman level, where it's like Raven is just doing his thing, going on his routine, on his NPC path, and Jarrett pops up unseen. You never see Jarrett.
He got the S rank for his stealth mission.
Yeah, very good. So he chokes out Raven, leaves him laying, and that's what he gets suspended for the following week. Glen Gilberti, for some reason, politics to get Jarrett suspended by who even knows who, because we don't have an authority figure on these shows.
This is a big month for stealth attacks.
What are the other ones?
Well, we had Amazing Red appearing from out of nowhere with a Hurricane Runner on Raven as he was trying to leave the arena. We had the setup ambush with Ron Killings and the Harris brothers and Conan.
Oh yeah, they beat up the Nazis.
Yeah, allegedly.
No, they beat them up.
Yes, that was the bit I was alleging. Big month for stealth attacks, and I appreciate it. That should be one thing they do carry over from this month.
It's a very sneaky company. Why would you attack someone head to head when you can simply wait until they're cutting their masturbatory promo on top of a television production truck, and then you choke them out from behind?
Gilberti would have... Gilberti is what I'm going to call him now. Gilberti would have been screwed if Raven had have cut this promo inside of the asylum, because he couldn't have got him banned.
Yeah.
Although it's not like Jeff listened to the banning anyway.
That's like, he doesn't even go the entire show. He's handed this letter on the show, and he opens it and he's like smiling and he's reading it. He's like, Mike Tenay, you see this? And he shows the letter to Mike Tenay, and Mike Tenay relays to the audience that Jeff Jarrett has been suspended for one night only. A single night Jeff Jarrett has been suspended. So Jeff Jarrett's like, oh, I know, great. And then leaves. That's his exact quote.
He doesn't even get to do that. Like, they just cut to the backstage segment where Glen Gilberti's like, ha, I got Raven suspended.
Yeah, and then Mike Tenay has to say afterwards, he meant Jeff Jarrett. He was talking about Jeff Jarrett. And then later in the show, Jeff just comes back.
Yeah, they're like, hey, Jeff, can you leave? And he's like, how about I take a shit on this instead, mate? And they're like, oh, okay.
And then that brings us to our main event, in which Glen Gilberti defeated Raven following interference from the returning Vince Russo.
A freshly shaven Vince Russo.
He looks very weird without the beard, doesn't he?
Looks very young, though.
He does. He does look in his 30s as opposed to in his 40s.
Handsome guy, this Vince Russo.
Ah, you think he's dashing?
Yeah, luscious hair.
There was a whole saga around this Gilberti and Raven match.
I was going to say, there has to be. The whole time I was thinking about this, I was like, if Gilberti wins, how the fuck did they get that to go through?
So, the backstage tension between Jeff Jarrett and Raven continued at the May 28th show. When Raven arrived at the building, he tried to pull out of his scheduled match with Glen Gilberti,
Based.
which was the advertised main event of the show. Raven told TNA officials that he suffered a head injury, thought to be a mild concussion, while working D'Lo Brown at an independent event in Canada the night before, when D'Lo Brown accidentally struck him with a stick.
Based.
And like the left side of Raven's head was noticeably swollen, according to several backstage sources, so he was not making this up just to get out of job.
I like to imagine the whole time in the car on the way to the thing, he was just like punched himself in the head. He's like, come on, I don't want to lose the Glen. I don't want to lose the fucking Glen.
And my favorite part is they drive to the shows together, apparently, so Glenn is just sitting in the car while Raven's punching himself in the head. He's like, I'm not doing the job to you. I'm not doing the job to you.
You're alright. He's like, don't fucking lose the Glen. He's like, oh yeah, D'Lo, you know.
Despite Raven's request to get out of the match, Jarrett was insistent that the advertised match take place. There was some suspicion on Jarrett's part that Raven was trying to get out of the match to avoid doing the job, but a number of TNA sources said that Raven was clearly injured and questioned why he would want to get out of doing a job for a friend and political ally Gilbert.
Maybe because it makes him look like fucking shit.
Yep, sure does. So Jarrett insisted that Raven do the match. He offered the opportunity to do a short and safe match, but Raven eventually worked that up to doing, like, this match goes 15 minutes. So, like, Jarrett's like, you can do a short, quick match, but Raven is like, I don't want to be beaten by Glen Gilberti in 5 minutes, so we will do a proper 15-minute main event.
And what a proper main event it was.
One spot where Raven was meant to kick out of the Seacalypse, but they pulled it from the match because Raven couldn't physically take the move.
My man's fucked up.
Yeah, so, like, this is 2003, an era in which head injuries were not taken nearly as seriously as they are now. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that in 2021 wrestling where someone is like, oh, I think I got a concussion there last night, and the booker of the company is like, no, you've got to do the match.
Yeah, do it short and safe, idiot.
Just do a 5-minute match, it's fine, but you have to do it.
Yeah, that doesn't go down anymore, which is, you know, great. I mean, probably does still go down, to be honest.
Well, I think wrestlers, I don't think, I'd like to think bookers don't force wrestlers to do it as much.
But you gotta remember, like, especially in this kind of business, like, they may not force anyone to do anything, but, like, the implication, the unspoken implication is always there.
Yeah, and I think wrestlers are stubborn and stupid, and, like, there's always the thing of make your dates, don't miss the shows. Like, if you can work, you work.
And also, like, you know, if I don't do this, someone takes this spot, they might change the push, blah, 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 blah.
And if I don't do this, I don't get paid if you're working indies.
Yeah, so
there are horrible disincentives for people to do this.
It's a rough one.
It's a bad business that regularly doesn't look after its wrestlers. But the match itself, Gilberti beat him. Russo returned to the show. He hit Raven with a baseball bat. Gilberti pinned him.
Son of a bitch.
It was absolutely fascinating to see Gilberti, like, doing ankle locks and working like a body part.
Yeah, and Raven's selling.
Like, Disco worked the leg. This was a leg match between Glen Gilberti and Raven.
Yeah, it wasn't a good one.
It wasn't bad either. It was fine.
Yeah, you know, like, but it wasn't awful either.
It was just that standard, like, 2.5-star heavyweight match, which is perfectly acceptable, but something you will never remember.
Besides for the fact that you can say Glen Gilberti beat Raven.
For reasons beyond comprehension. And, like, this was the original spot where they were thinking about doing the Raven and Jarrett rematch, but they switched it to Gilberti because they wanted to do the Gilberti match sooner, and I guess needed Gilberti to have a credible win over a main event star, and chose Raven, even though he beat AJ last month.
It's a lot. There's a lot going on.
It's a lot of Glen, a lot of Disco. So Disco is our biggest star in the history of the NWA-TNA here in May 2003. As attendances collapse around him, as I'm sure buy rates went through the floor, Disco, your main event star.
Please consider him for Wrestler of the Year.
Of course. Who else could you consider?
I can't think of a single person.
According to PW Torch, while no one is sure what made Russo agree to return as an on-air character, it's well known that Jarrett has been asking him to do it all along, so they really didn't want Russo.
Jarrett, I'm trying to like you, man.
He is doing himself no favors.
It's like, I desperately, like, am trying to like you, but you're making it very difficult.
I did quite enjoy Mike Tenay, of course, famous for his "oh shit, it's Vince Russo" line. Did quite well go back to the well when Vince Russo showed up on this show, where he shouted, "Russo's back! The son of a bitch is back!"
Yeah, it's a good line.
Which it doesn't have quite the authentic, visceral hatred of "oh shit, it's Vince Russo," but it's pretty solid.
Because he's also spent the last 3 months just hanging out with him backstage anyway, so...
He's just always around and hanging out in the back of New Church pre-tapes, so...
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, I saw him in the background of that James Mitchell promo there the other week, so this is no surprise.
Where was James Mitchell this month?
Is he on the show? His guys are on the show, but now that
Yeah, his guys are on the show, but he's never with them.
Yeah, I don't think there's any James Mitchell. Maybe he was ringside for the Gauntlet, but yeah, I don't think he's on the later shows in the month at all, where Slash, Awesome, and Brian Lee are.
Yeah.
But that's disco. That is the month of disco.
Disco Fever.
The NWA-TNA did in fact have disco fever here in May 2003.
Well, I'm glad we can move on from it.
Even though you spent literally the entirety of the last hour putting it over.
Yeah, because it's a fun meme and it makes you angry, but I don't actually want to watch it.
Now, we're not done. Disco and Jarrett is next week.
Oh, trust me, next week I'll be like, wow, fantastic match, just tremendous effort from Disco, really dragging this Jeff Jarrett performance up.
And we won't be covering that for a month, because we'll be off for in 2 weeks.
Yeah, thank God. Excuse to put off watching it. Do you want to talk about the Raven Jarrett stuff as well here?
Well, we covered I think a bunch of it already. There was the sneak attack.
There's the post-match stuff as well.
Oh yeah, we'll go back to earlier in NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 47, May 28, in which Jarrett comes out and starts cutting a promo where for the 5th time in 2 months he turns heel again.
Well, it's because the crowd's thoroughly turned on him here.
But the bizarre thing is, Disco's a heel, even though they're treating him as a badass. He's a heel.
The crowd doesn't consider the Disco feud as a real feud. And neither does Jarrett.
But surely you would wait at least until you do the Jarrett Disco match before you turn Jarrett again.
I think they knew that he was getting that heel reaction regardless, because and you gotta remember, by this, on the exact same boat, Raven is now getting cheered, and a week before he threatened to pour bleach down a woman's throat.
It's true, that's the thing he did, but that was a pre-tape, they might not have seen it.
But that was still the week before.
Clearly the people in the asylum don't go home and buy the pay-per-view, Liam.
They're not going to TNA.com to read the pre-tapes?
Yeah, it's what didn't they show us here? They maybe didn't put everything on the big screen.
He's going to pour bleach down her throat.
His direct quote was that he is going to clean the betrayal out of your soul with bleach down Mickey James' throat.
And I feel like we say this every month, but, the worst month to be a woman in TNA, maybe?
Well, it depends, unless you're Tracy Brooks or that nurse who need a bunch of people in the balls.
Well, yeah, then you're getting, beaten viciously for 3 weeks, or getting dragged around and getting bleached, getting threatened with bleach.
So, yeah, Jarrett and Raven are doing that promo in the ring. Jarrett's like, you don't know what it's like to walk in my shoes, you don't know what it's like to be me. And he's like, life sucks, then you die, to somebody in the crowd who's booing him.
That's a good line, though. That was a good line whenever you hear it.
Raven comes out, interrupts him. Jarrett calls Raven a drug-addled screw-up, which gets a big pop.
Raven does the same thing that, any dude who does drugs does, where it's as soon as you mention drugs, they just go, oh, yeah, I've done drugs in my time.
Yeah, I did quite enjoy it. It's like, you're nothing but a screw-up. You've been an addict all your life. You're ever since birth. And the crowd yeah, hell yeah. Yeah,
which kind of always, it just shows you that, that's, the wrestling crowds are all, misfits, degenerates. They're always going to be on the side of that guy, aren't they? They never want to see, the clean babyface who's like, oh, I've never done a thing wrong. I mean, just look at AEW. The guy who's the biggest babyface in the world was a drunk for a year and a half. Who betrayed all of his friends.
That's obviously why you're the baby face of this podcast, and I'm the heel.
Yes, because you're the drunk.
No, I'm the straight edge guy, and obviously you're the.
You're Jeff Jarrett, and I'm Raven.
Yeah, that's the dynamic of this podcast.
That's another Halloween costume idea.
Oh yeah. Oh God, no.
You go as Jeff, I go as Raven.
I don't want to have to wear a Jeff Jarrett wig.
But imagine the fit. Get the glasses, you get the button up.
Yeah, white pants.
Yeah.
Still wouldn't like that.
You get the NWA title?
Sure. Yeah, that's the thing I have.
Yeah.
And politically trying to keep out of doing a rematch against Raven.
I get to wear a skirt.
Hell yeah. It's called a kilt, Liam.
Win-win all around. Sorry. I also there's just to go back to the Gilberti match, there's a very clear difference between babyface Raven working and heel Raven working, because babyface Raven likes to do wacky things put his kilt over the face while doing the 10 punches.
I noticed that. I was like, wait, is he doing that? Oh, he is doing that on purpose. Very good.
Yeah, because he's a babyface now and he's mugging to the crowd.
Yeah, so basically, like, neither guy did, like, a face or a heel turn, but they figured the rejection of the Jarrett retaining against Raven, where the crowd chanted bullshit and they were very displeased. They basically considered that at least the pretense to do a double turn with the two of them, that they figured that the crowd are finally, like, onto the fact that Jarrett is booking himself to retain the title against the guys people liked. So that's the reason the crowd have firmly turned on Jarrett this month. It was like 50-50 in the Jarrett-Raven match, you know?
When he came back, it was like, I was surprised. It took me aback.
But they're firmly, finally rejected Double J in his hometown of Nashville. So all of him acting like an asshole the entire time and doing like 2 heel turns in the last 2 months, it's finally caught on.
Yeah. It's like, oh man, this guy kind of sucks.
He's a bit of a jerk, so we're going to boo him. So yeah, the Jarrett officially, I think, turns heel in this month.
Yeah.
Until he's a babyface in the disco match next week.
Yeah, but then, like, I don't know, Raven will beat him up after and get cheered.
Yeah, I do enjoy Raven as a worker a lot more as a babyface, I think, actually.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that a lot more as well.
Because the best thing about that disco match is Raven as a babyface, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
So I think that's most of the important Jarrett Raven stuff.
The only other Raven stuff was a part of other people's stuff, but so was everything else.
Yeah, let's go to gang warfare before we do tournaments.
Alright, yeah. Because the gang warfare is the tournament.
Yeah, it's the reason both of the tournaments are happening, for some reason.
Alright, let's do the biggest setup. The larger story.
So there is 4 stables feuding here in TNA. There is the Sports Entertainment Extreme, led by Glen Gilberti. There is the Extreme Revolution.
Yay.
Which is the Sandman, New Jack, Perry Starter, and Just Incredible stable. There is the Disciples of the New Church, which is Mike Awesome, Brian Lee, and Slash.
Shrug?
And then there is the National Wrestling Alliance, which is everybody else.
Literally everyone.
Which really, when you think about it, they should outnumber all the other stables like 4-1 and just beat the shit out of them, but nonetheless.
Well, like, at the very least, like, the Disciples of the New Church have the lowest advantage here. There's 3 of them.
But one of them is Mike Awesome.
Yeah, well, he doesn't seem too hard to beat.
Well, yeah, Mike Sanders beats him in a tables match, so that's true. So there's a bunch of infighting and matches between all of these stables. Pretty much all of them interacted and mingled in the Anarchy in the Asylum Gauntlet match to become number 1 contender. Start of the month, Sabu defeated New Jack and Sandman to qualify for that match, so there's fighting within the Extreme guys. But we'll talk about Sabu again in a minute, because Sabu no-showed a bunch of shows this month.
I was going to say, that was the last time I saw him.
He was meant to be on 2 more, but missed his flights both times, I think.
Cool.
And he's not the only person to no-show shows this month. We'll talk about that as well in a moment. So that first show, categorized by a bunch of people coming together. So then we go to the May 14th show, in which the gang warfare truly breaks out between Sex and the Extreme Revolution in particular.
Yes.
That show opens with, we mentioned the Gilberti Raw opening promo, but then Extreme Revolution confronts them. They have a big brawl, but Sandman's, he's a little conflicted about brawling with Sex here.
Which bit, sir?
Sandman, brawling, start of the show, conflicted, sets up,
yes.
peace offering,
Yeah,
Siaki, story of the month.
Sorry, I think I got confused. There's so much stuff going on.
There's a lot of intermingling. So yeah, the Sandman doesn't attack any of Sex, as the rest of his Extreme Revolution cohort run them off. So he is a peace offering backstage with Sonny Siaki. They have a sit down to try and hammer out their differences civilly, Liam.
I also took this as, like, Siaki fucking it up for Gilberti. Because, like, Gilberti was like, yeah, I'll have a one-on-one with Sandman. Then Siaki's like, alright, I'll handle this. And it immediately goes poorly.
And, like, Gilberti had the snake tongue this month. He's talking everybody into joining Sex and helping him out.
It's not going well.
It's not going well for Siaki, though. So they sit down. He invites them. They're sitting in front of a truck for some reason. They just have a table out there.
I had an epiphany this month as well. The only place more dangerous than a NXT parking lot is an NWA-TNA parking lot.
Which, like, I understand why wrestling companies actually do this. It's just, like, it's basically scene variety. You know, instead of just doing the same thing over and over again, it's like, we'll do some stuff in the parking lot. It'll be different. But yeah, everyone gets jumped in the parking lot.
It also makes it look like the most dangerous place to ever exist.
Yeah, you pull up in your car and you get your ass kicked. It's like, you will never know when Amazing Red will pop out of nowhere to hit you with a Hurricane Rana.
And just look real cool while he's doing it.
It can happen at any stage or any time.
But always be aware.
So yeah, Siaki sits down with Sandman. They try and hammer things out diplomatically. He's like, Desire sits on Sandman's lap and, like, rubs his cane.
Yeah, jerks off the cane. Mm-hmm. And he's like, yeah, you got a big stick. And he's like, yeah, I'll show you a big stick.
There's actually a moment later in the month where Sandman's doing his entrance and he jerks off the big stick while spitting his beer out, simulating ejaculating. It's a good it's a good bit.
Good bit. David Young swings the cane, but Sandman just sidesteps it and he just nails Desire instead.
Yep, and that's another recurring subplot of this month, the love triangle between Desire, David Young, and Sonny Siaki.
Again, like my statement about every love triangle in history, a throuple would solve this.
Of course. But yeah, another giant brawl breaks out between Sex and the Extreme Guys, in which Saturn against Gilberti is made. Also, on that show, Mike Sanders defeats Mike Awesome in a tables match.
Awesome. Because Gilberti's so strong and tough.
Yeah, Gilberti comes out, hits Awesome with a chair while they're both on the top. Awesome falls through a table. Sanders wins.
Is that the last time we see Awesome as well?
I don't think so. I think he might be in the Asylum Alliance tournament. Armed Asylum? No, I'll get there. What the Hard 10. There you go.
Oh, wow. Wasn't even an Asylum-based one. He should win and just, like, by doing 2 awesome bombs through tables and getting 10 points immediately.
How cool would that be? This dude who does cool power bombs should do cool power bombs and win.
Yeah.
It's a revolutionary concept here in the NWA-TNA.
Nah, Mike Sanders much tougher.
Oh god, no. Liam, no.
What?
That is Mike Awesome's last match. He does some All Japan, he does some MLW, but no more NWA-TNA after this, after he was disgraced and beaten by Mike Sanders. He's just like, I can't come back.
Yeah, he was the Giant Slayer.
He's like, I've been slayed. I just can't come back.
I like to imagine that Sanders' Awesome match was so bad that it sealed both of their careers in the company.
Pretty much, because Sanders, I do believe, continues into, as I said, but he's not long for the world either, as a lot of these guys who have been regulars on the show start disappearing. Saturn's another one.
Oh, that's kind of sad. Saturn's been pretty good.
We do have more Saturn in June, including a fun, wacky Perry Saturn match.
Oh, fun. Let's go.
Which you can look forward to. One of the random Japanese names showing up, as mentioned. Who will it be?
I hope it's Josh Barnett.
Yeah, of course. I don't even remember where we were. Oh yeah, Sex go to Giant Warfare, then Sex take over the show at the end of the month.
Yeah, they beat everyone up. To be fair, it's a good, like, takeover brawl.
It's much better than the last one where they wore all, like, the military attire and tried to take over.
Sabin joined Sex. Everyone's joining
Sex. Big fans of Sex here.
I like that you can tell when Sabin's evil because he has his hair in a bun.
As opposed to the long straight hair.
Yeah.
It's nice that he has that deep lore.
That's his Malachi Black lore.
I'm both upset and pleased that we refer to all wrestling character development as lore.
Yeah. It's much better.
It's both horrible and great.
Yeah. It's because all wrestling fans are gigantic nerds.
And we just like, oh, the deep story. And we want to convince ourselves that wrestling is somehow like high art instead of just nonsense.
No, because sometimes it is.
It's like, oh, the symbolism. He's doing the things with his socks.
You know what it is? It's like we had 4 years of New Japan actually doing like 3-4 year long stories, and we're like, wow, wrestling can actually do it. And then everyone stopped, and we're like, no, but it can do it still, we swear.
The socks. His socks are different colors.
That's the equivalent of like, we're so desperate for it now. We're like, look, the lights in the promo are different. It means something because we saw Kenny and Kota exchange a look before a loss in an IWGP title match. And we're like, it's the same thing.
It's all stories. It's all storytelling.
I miss 4-year-long stories. As AEW just paid off a 2-year-long story.
And as we just tease what is a 4-year-long story based around the TNA mascot.
Of course. I think it needs to be more than a backstage note and then the thing happening to be storytelling.
No, that's storytelling. Like, they teased it. They thought about it. It's right here.
No, they're not doing the storytelling. We're doing the storytelling.
There you go. This is the narratives. We're the true storytellers here in pro wrestling.
Wow.
Also, given how often they do worked shoots in this company and how often they like work wrestling news beats into the actual show itself.
Yeah, when they do their TNA talk show, I hope they talk about the mascot.
Oh, there was a report in the PW Torch last week about a mascot. That's wrong.
That's stupid. Who would do that?
But like, even on these shows, there's one of the shows where Raven isn't on. They're like, Mike Tenay is on commentary. It's like, he doesn't have a contract. Like, based off of the big reporting after the Jarrett Raven match, that he didn't have a contract. Which is a thing that was never established in the universe of the show, but it's a Mike Tenay line based on the fact that it's a news report outside of the universe of the show.
Also, to be fair, that's not like on their website, they're just acknowledging everything anyway.
Yeah, and Raven does sign a new contract this month, in case anybody was wondering.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Very early in the month, Raven is back on board.
Where the fuck were we up to?
Sex destroys everybody.
Yeah, it was a cool beatdown, and it ends with Gilberti smoking a cigar like a real cool guy.
So the following week, Mike TNA tells us that in order to address all of this gang warfare, they've decided to come up with 2 tournaments.
This is how you address gang warfare. This is what the police should have realized. Just put on 2 tournaments.
Some professional wrestling tournaments will solve all of your problems.
No, it doesn't even need to be professional wrestling. Just tournaments.
So the first is the Hard 10 tournament, which is a hardcore style tournament.
I'm so excited for the Hard 10.
Each weapon shot gets you 1 point. Each table bump gets you 5 points. First to 10 wins, but you must win by 2.
Yes. So, good rules. And rules that are actually understandable.
Yeah, it's like a darts match up in here. You gotta win by 2 straight legs.
Is that how you win darts?
Well, there's some tournaments where you do have to win by 2 straight sets or 2 straight legs. Tennis is probably like the more well-known sport where you do have to win by 2 points.
I've never heard of it.
Tennis?
Yeah.
It's a difficult sport to understand.
Is it like table tennis?
They put 2 people on the either end of a court, and there's a net in the middle, and they both have rackets and a ball, and they have to hit the ball back and forth until they stop.
Oh yeah, my hero Nick Kyrgios plays that.
Sure.
It's a local reference for all the Aussies in the crowd.
Which is apparently many in the NWA-TNA, so good job.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like the NWA-TNA, I'm just pandering.
So the other tournament, the one that makes considerably less sense. In order to stop all these people infighting and fighting each other and hating each other, they have started the Asylum Alliance tournament, which is, as I like to call it, the Can They Coexist tournament.
Yes, which I was very pleased to hear Mike TNA say the exact line.
So 7 out of the 8 teams in the tournament have been hand-selected by TNA from the various stables and put together. So as I scroll down to the tournament brackets, you have the team of New Jack and Shark Boy.
The greatest team that's ever existed.
Oh, just you wait till we get to June. There is some tremendous New Jack and Shark Boy content coming up.
They're so great together.
You have Don Harris and Ron Killings. You have Tracy and David Young. You have Trinity and Kid Cash. You have Sandman and Sonny Siaki. You have, we'll talk about it in a moment, a mystery team.
Ooh.
You have Justin Credible and Jerry Lynn. And then the 8th team is the team that wins the AJ Styles and D'Lo Brown against AMW match, which is AMW.
Yeah. The law that the real team had to earn their way in. That's such a great idea.
You only have one real team in this tournament, and they do have to work their way in.
Someone should do that now. It's like a bunch of rando teams and then like one opportunity for a real team to get in because they'll obviously have the advantage over all the rando teams.
Yeah, so this is TNA's big plan to try and get everyone to work together. It's like, why can't we all just get along? Why can't we? There's more that unites us than divides us. We just be pals.
Yeah, do you want titles?
So like the entirety of the May 21st show is basically like a can they get along show.
It's kind of great.
The gang warfare erupts. So you also, separate from the tournament, get what was meant to be a 6-man tag team match, but it actually ended up being a 3-on-2 handicap match, which was Amazing Red, Justin Credible, and Slash against the Triple X team of Christopher Daniels and Nate Skipper. And for me, what was easily the best match of the month.
I thought this banged.
Because this is like full red babyface in peril again. Skipper and Daniels are so good. They're like just tremendous.
There was a real weird chant from the crowd who started chanting R-E-D. R-E-D. And I was like, do you not know who he is and you're just reading the back of his tights?
I thought they were chanting RBD for a minute. I was like, what? Oh, you're saying red. You're spelling red.
It's so stupid.
But yeah, they're super on board with Red, and like when he made the hot tag to Slash, they were like chanting evil, and everyone was so into it. Yeah, this match with Triple X, they're the best team, like the best thing going on any of these shows. They're really good.
I love them. I love them so. I love everything about them. I love their like snide characters. I love their stupid funky music. I love like every time that they come out, they have the best match on the show.
Then they actually have a good wrestling match every week,
which is just, you know, a pleasant thing to see.
As opposed to most of these people doing like shitty walking brawls.
Really shitty walking brawls.
Yeah, really good match. Really good match. It's shockingly good. And my favorite note was like it was meant to be a 6-man tag with Loki, but Loki dislocated his shoulder in a show in the UK. But Mike TNA is like gloating.
You're like, huh, idiot.
So you get what you deserve, Triple X. This guy dislocated his shoulder. You deserve to have a 3-on-2 disadvantage.
What a mean guy.
And listen, when we get to the tag team stuff, we'll talk about how Daniels has a man disadvantage for a lot of this month, so it's really unfair.
Well, especially with the first week as well. It's just poor Daniels.
Everyone's ganging up on Christopher Daniels.
Which is, to be fair, I guess is the the story. It's the irony of Triple X finally getting their own medicine.
So we get all 4 Asylum Alliance first round matches this month. You get New Jack and Shark Boy against Don Harrison Truth. Don Harrison Truth immediately implode.
I love that this whole tournament based around bringing people together doesn't work at all.
Nope. Very first match in the tournament. The 2 teams do not get along.
In fact, they attack their teammate backstage.
So yeah, the Harris Bros attack Killings, but then Killings still makes his own comeback and wins. So Killings beats Shark Boy and New Jack.
Yeah.
Which is very upsetting because we get some very good Shark Boy New Jack content this month, frankly.
Yeah, well, at least it brought them together to give us something better in the future.
So before that match against Don Harris and Killings, you get Shark Boy and New Jack backstage playing Candyland.
I love that this all started because New Jack and Sandman were playing chess. Mm-hmm. And so it's like, which board game can we get New Jack to... New Jack's so good. I'm so happy he's having this run.
And my favorite part is the promo on the next show where New Jack is standing at the top of the asylum with a large jug of water.
Yeah.
And he throws this jug of water from the top of the asylum through a table at the bottom of the asylum.
And he says that's Slash's head. And I'm curious, does he mean the table is his head or the water is his head?
No, he very clearly means the water is his head because he tells us...
because when it spills, it's his blood spilling.
Yes, he quite eloquently tells us what this is a metaphor for, which is the water spilling out of the jug that he threw 20 feet through a table is a metaphor for the blood that will spill from Slash's head when they face off in a hard 10 match. Also,
very nice of Shark Boy to continue wanting to play after New Jack was very clearly cheating.
Yeah, but he's clearly trying to find a game that New Jack will obviously be on level pegging with, which is obviously Chutes and Ladders.
Yes.
Or Snakes and Ladders, as we know it by.
Same.
It's a cultural difference there.
What the fuck's a chute?
It's like a thing you can go down.
A slide?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, but snakes are way cooler.
So yeah, Shark Boy wants to play games with New Jack.
So do I.
Don't we all?
I like that during the Candyland segment, there was a little Sandman action figure on the Candyland.
Sandman is too busy teaming with Sonny Siaki.
I've never played Candyland, so...
Neither have I. So I don't even know how it works.
I assume it's like every other game.
We should do a Patreon series of playing all of the games that New Jack played.
We could get the board game simulator.
Head-to-head in chess, head-to-head in Candyland, head-to-head in Chutes and Ladders.
I will beat your ass at some chess.
You probably will, even though you were like, I haven't lost a game of chess in an entire year.
I never said that. I never bragged about never losing chess.
We were playing a random game of chess on Switch, and Liam was like, I haven't lost a game of chess all year. I'm undefeated in chess.
In that I hadn't played one all year.
And I haven't played chess in 15 years, and then I beat Liam, and he was very upset.
Shoot mad. It's almost worse than when we started playing the Naruto fighting game and you beat me, and I was like, what's the point? So I purposefully cheated when we played Pokemon.
Oh, how dare you?
Yeah, so I just brought legendaries. I was like, fuck, I'm not losing again.
We were discussing this. We should do a Pokemon battle on the Patreon sometime this month. Or next month, probably.
With our completely non-meta relevant teams.
Well, it'll just be you with your Staraptor and your Lucario and your Luxray.
Yeah, you know my team. This is bullshit. You can change yours now.
So Tracy and David Young teamed up to face Trinity and Kid Cash.
Oh, so should we do the Trinity stuff?
Yeah, let's spin off. So this month...
This is a good way of getting through all the other stuff, actually. As the matches happen, we can talk about the storylines that are relevant to them.
So this month, Kid Cash and Trinity had a month.
Kid Cash is the worst pro wrestling character ever.
Well, he's meant to be. You're meant to hate him.
I'm not saying he's bad at it. I'm saying this guy is my least favorite pro wrestling character I've ever seen because I feel legitimately uncomfortable every time he's on the screen.
So the very first show of the month, May 7th, Trinity, Tracy, and Desire were meant to have a three-way match to qualify for the Anarchy in the Asylum Gauntlet. But Kid Cash had other ideas.
Oh, God.
Right before the match was meant to happen, Kid Cash came out and he was very angry at Trinity, who, once again, we must reiterate, he owns. He owns the contract of Trinity. He didn't want Trinity in the match, so he handcuffed her and violently dragged her away.
It was so gross. It's so gross.
Like, he wasn't like, the comical wrestling drag her away. It's like,
get out here, blah, 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 blah.
very forcefully, like, pushing her to the ground and forcefully dragging her out of the ring.
Garrett, he was throwing knees.
Yeah.
Like, this wasn't like, oh, I'm dragging you to the back. He was, like, beating the shit out of it.
Yeah. It was full-on domestic abuse, yes. Like, and it's meant to be read as domestic abuse as well.
Yeah. Well, as we'll see when it gets to the wrap-up of this, where he, after the payoff to them having their, like, faux match, he's like, I'm going to kill you. This isn't, like, the pro wrestling world storyline shit. This is just really gross, simulated domestic violence.
Yeah, so they even had Trinity to have a blood packet in her mouth, which she bit and went all over the place. So it wasn't shoot blood, at least. You were worried about that. It was worked blood.
Yeah, because it looked like it could have been.
But when you see it, because Tracy gets a bunch of it on her leg, and when you see it on Tracy's leg, it does look like overly, like, liquidous to be real blood.
Yeah, I don't know. That shit was made me genuinely uncomfortable.
Yeah, because he beat the shit out of her.
It was not good.
Like, he was very, like, just violently physical with her in a way that's so deeply uncomfortable.
Yeah.
We talked about the segment where he offered Trinity services to sex.
Like, explicit have sex with this woman that I own.
Cash faces Ron Killings on that same show. This is the May 14th show. Killings wins through interference from the masked luchador.
Who could it be?
Continues to feud with Cash. Cash then has like a couple of weird segments. So Cash is backstage and Tracy Brooks walks in and on him, and she's like, "Oh, I know a woman's place. You don't have to tell me." And Cash is like, "Oh, you do you?" It's like, "Oh, yeah."
No, and she's like, I want to be treated like that.
And I was like, because I think so little of the NWA-TNA that I thought that was actually going to be her character.
Yes, I 100% thought that was going to be her character too.
I was like, oh dear Lord, no, why are you doing this? But in the rare defense of NWA-TNA, once Cash is lured in, Tracy then knees him in the nuts and starts laying boots into him.
And puts, like, Ben Gay on his dick.
Yeah.
Because, like, the whole bit is he's like, yeah, and she's like, yeah, I'll jerk you off. And then he's like, oh no.
It does not go well for Kid Cash. So then the following week, Kid Cash is preparing for this match, I think again, the Trinity tag match, yeah. So, or is it, no, it's the last show of the month he does the thing with the nurse, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's before the singles match.
So we should talk about the
Tag.
Asylum Alliance tag match then, yes, so, which is Trinity and Kid Cash against Tracy and David Young.
And of course, David Young at this whole point has been doing the will they, won't they stuff with Desire, and then he's teaming with Tracy, and Desire's pissed about him teaming with Tracy because she kind of likes him. And they have this really sweet brawl where Desire hangs off the roof and does a drop kick.
Yeah, she like there's the light, the hanging from the ceiling, so she grabs it with both hands, pulls herself up, and kicks Tracy in the face.
It's dope.
It's very good.
And like the whole time, David Young wants to. Actually, sorry, that was the week after, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was the week after. But there's, like I said, there's so many interlocking stories here.
Yeah, okay, well, they have the match, alright? And then the week after, yeah, they have this segment where, because Tracy wanted to come to the backstage to talk to David Young because they won their match and they wanted to strategize. And so, yep, they go in, they beat up, they go to the ring, they start brawling in the ring. David Young comes out and eventually spine busters his tag team partner, Tracy, for his woman, Desire.
So worth saying that the Young and Tracy match against Cash and Trinity, Young and Tracy win after the masked luchador appears on the screen to distract Kid Cash, allowing Young and Tracy to pick up the victory.
With their cool distorted voice.
Ah, yes. Definitely a live thing that wasn't at all meant to throw you off thinking that the masked luchador is Trinity, because Trinity, of course, is still in the ring.
Yeah, it couldn't be.
So then, last show of the month, we have the segment backstage where a nurse walks in while Kid Cash is preparing for his match against the masked luchador.
A, like, over-the-top, like, slutty Halloween nurse.
And she's like, we need your checkup before the match, Kid Cash.
It's a new NWA-TNA thing.
There's actually a segment this month where you can see backstage on the wall during a Glen Gilberti promo, there's like a note being like the do's and don'ts. One of them is like, do not go near the announce table. I tried to get people on Twitter to translate it for me, but it's quite difficult. It's blurry.
I only deciphered the word wrestlers. So
it is about them, we have worked out. If we ever get 1080p versions of these shows, we'll be able to actually read it. It's like Grand Theft Auto Remastered. You can finally read what all the text is meant to say in the game. With many typos. But yes, this nurse is like, oh, we need to do a checkup here, Kid Cash, before our match. And Kid Cash is like, Trinity sent you here, didn't she?
Yeah, he's like, I'm not falling for this shit.
And then she's like, yes, but he gets kneed in the balls again and hit with a clipboard.
Yeah, is this like anyone of note?
Simply Luscious in Ring of Honor, does that ring a bell?
Ah, Simply Luscious.
She went by Veronica here.
She was beau of Steve Carino.
There you go. So yeah, she knees Cash in the balls, and then Cash comes out to face the Masked Luchador.
Former member of fucking Daniel's group.
The Ministry.
Yeah, sure.
You're the Ring of Honor guy. Why are you saying sure?
Yeah, sure. And then like either on screen or off screen, like girlfriend of Punk for a bit, and then like Punk gets beat up. It's a whole thing.
Cool.
Every woman that was in Ring of Honor was just dating someone and then getting beaten up to further a storyline.
Which is not entirely dissimilar from the NWA-TNA.
Yes, not wrong.
So Kid Cash comes out nursing his balls as he faces the Masked Luchador, who is revealed to be... It's Trinity, Liam.
What the fuck?
Even though it was very clearly not Trinity at the beginning.
Yes.
They have a frankly horrendous match.
Why did Trinity fuck over Jerry Lynn?
And Amazing Red.
Yeah, what the fuck, Trinity?
Like, she helped Red win the belt from Cash, but then beat up Red.
Yeah, Trinity, what's going on?
And then for some reason helped, as you said, Red beat Jerry Lynn for reasons. I don't know.
Who knows?
But yeah, this match, really bad.
Yeah, awful. Just real disjointed. Trinity looked really bad here. Maybe it was because she was wrestling in a fucking full bodysuit. Yeah, just bad. Real bad. Bad. Like, maybe the worst match.
It might be. It might be the worst match of TNA. This match is horrendous. Like, everything they did looked bad. It's the worst Trinity ever looked. Trinity tries to do a moonsault. She completely misses.
The crowd wanted to get into this, but every time they did a spot, they were like, oh.
Yeah, I have never seen a match where they, fucked everything up. Like, everything.
Yeah.
Every single move in this match, they screwed up. Every Rana, every moonsault, everything looked bad. And it's the worst Trinity's looked. It's the worst Kid Cash has looked. And Trinity's look good in these situations. If you remember the triple threat with Trinity, Red, and Cash, that ruled.
Yeah. Every time she appeared in the multi-man stuff, she's pretty great. Even in the singles match.
Was it Desire or Alexis? She might have wrestled both.
It was Alexis. I think it was Alexis, the one I'm referring to. Even in the singles match, like that shit was great after they had a really wonky tag match.
Oh yeah, and she did that cool kick it. She did the standing shooting star.
Yeah.
And then she has this match with Cash, which is the blow-off to their big feud. And it stinks. It's horrific.
Is it the blow-off? Because Cash wins.
He sure does.
He wins this match.
Even though he was kneading the balls right before the match.
You can't do You can't do a domestic abuse storyline and then have the guy win.
It's like WrestleMania in 2003 all over again, where you do the big racist story and then the racist wins.
Thus proving the point.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Cash wins and then is like, I'm gonna kill you.
Yep.
Which is like, oh, great.
The happy ending we all wanted to this story. It might continue next month. I don't remember. Maybe it does.
Awful.
The story has been going for 3 months now, and I do want it to be over.
I wanted it to be over from the minute Cash started kneeing her in the head.
I wanted it to be over much earlier than that, to be fair, but then we would have never gotten the knee in the head match. Or moment.
It's all rough.
Alright, so the next match in the Asylum Alliance tournament stems from the main event of which of these shows? The NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 45.
5.
Which is the May 14th show, which was headlined...
I just guessed to try and give you the answer.
Oh, I'm wrong too. It's not. It's 46. It's the May 21st show, which is headlined by a Clockwork Orange House of Fun match between the Siaki and Sandman.
This is the stupidest match I've ever seen in my life.
That match stems, of course, if you remember, we mentioned the peace offering segment that went wrong, so now they're wrestling in the main event. Yeah, so Raven is the special referee.
What was it? The purveyor of violence?
Something like that. Chairman of violence, man who oversees violence, violent man.
The perpetuator of violence or something?
Head of violence, violence dude.
The violence artist.
Violence chief.
The violence violinist.
Why am I so violent?
Oh, fuck.
Violence unlimited.
Violence by design.
Oh, there's so many violences. But yes, Siaki and Sandman have a frankly extremely boring match.
It's pretty bad, but they jump into things, which is neat. But it's really it's the finish here that means anything.
Yeah, so there's a story running through the show where Siaki goes to Raven and he's like, "Yo, Raven, we're pals, right? We're buds. We're both in sex. We're pals. You're gonna help me, right? You don't like these extreme guys."
After being kicking him around and shit, it's like he's clearly not gonna be on your side. You're being very mean to him.
Yeah. So when Raven is there, he's indifferent to the majority of the match while Siaki and Sandman beat the shit out of each other. Raven is just sitting in his corner. Raven eventually gets up. He DDT Siaki. He DDT Sandman. the match is declared a no contest.
Well, because there's no ref.
That's true. So all of the sex people come out, all of the extreme people come out. There's a big brawl. Raven just leaves.
Yeah.
He goes hunting for Jeff Jarrett.
So, like, the whole point here is, like, this is them firmly establishing that Raven is by himself.
Yeah, so he walks out, he goes looking for Jeff Jarrett, but he doesn't find Jeff Jarrett, Liam. He finds the Amazing Red.
Who he beat up earlier in the show as a part of his, like, I'm beating up everyone until Jarrett's here.
Yeah, Raven is doing this thing where until he gets his match against Jarrett, he's going to kill everybody that comes across his path. He kills Red. He also kills Jeremy Borash on one of these shows.
Which I wonder if they did so that they could give Mortimer Plumtree his last out there doing stuff role.
Oh yeah, which would be a nice little thing, just because Mortimer Plumtree takes over the ring announcing, and actually he does really well there.
He's a good announcer,
But not even the announcing.
but like he sells it like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Yeah, he looks legitimately flustered. He's like reading the words, even the way he does the ring announcing at first. He's like uncertain of himself. He's like reading the names. Mortimer Plumtree, really good performance there in a very small little role.
Yeah, so to me that seemed like they wanted to give him one more time out there in the limelight.
So yeah, Red jumps Raven after he got jumped earlier in the show. Raven is backstage, like wandering around the car park, being like, "Jarrett, where are you?"
Jarrett, where are you, Jarrett?
And then Red just flies out of nowhere from behind like a building.
I was like, who the fuck? You know who I thought it was? I thought it was Alexis. I was like, oh fuck, Glenn really got in their heads.
No, it's the Amazing Red dressed in his Ribera Steakhouse jacket and his gigantic jeans.
He came straight from Japan.
He did. He hit a hurricane around, even though he was beat up earlier in the show, but don't worry about it. But
Then he went to Japan and he came back.
he hit a hurricane round onto Raven. He started throwing punches. He's beating the hell out of Raven. He brawled all the way back to ringside. He put Raven on a table. He hit a big swanton bomb. Table didn't break.
Really cute moment here where he's like, oh fuck, and he goes up to Raven and he can see him go like, should I do it again? And Raven goes, yeah.
So he goes up top again, hits another swanton. This time the table does break. And it's Red's like big breakout moment, even though I don't think it really goes anywhere.
It seems cool, but it's like Raven just like lost to Jarrett and lost to Glen Gilberti. You know who he's beaten.
Fun fact, this spot that Red filled there was meant to be filled by Sean Waltman. Sean Waltman was scheduled to return to the company on May 21st, but no-showed. The plan was for Waltman to make a surprise return by attacking Raven at the end of the show. However, Waltman told TNA officials that he missed his flight and was unable to appear as scheduled. The word going around backstage was that Raven suggested Red as the Waltman's replacement.
Cool.
Of course, the big problem is the reason it goes nowhere is Red is on tour in Japan for the next 3 weeks. So they did this big angle where Red beats the shit out of Raven, and then Red disappears.
Hey man, you can come back and do it again now. But Raven's a face now, so...
Yeah, and Red only did the angle because Sean Waltman was meant to do it, and he no-showed.
Good stuff.
The wonders of NWA-TNA. So the important part there is Siaki Sandman at odds. We went in multiple different directions. This is a very splintery episode.
This week is so hard to keep track of. This month.
So that leads us to the Asylum Alliance match in which Sandman and Siaki face the mystery team, Liam, which turns out to be the returning BG James.
He looks like shit.
Teaming with Conan.
It's the 3 Live crew. Beware.
This mother is a bad jam.
It's the remix.
So yeah, this is the beginning of 3LK, because later in the show is when Conan and Killings attack the Harris Bros. We're seeing the foundation of 3 Live Crew right here, Liam.
Well, we'd already seen the foundation because they had already teamed up Conan and Killings.
Yeah, but they didn't have the third guy.
Yeah, but the third guy's the worst guy. Oh, I'm so upset. I was so upset when I heard his stupid intro song.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine.
I went, "Ugh."
So yeah, BG after months being away because he quit because his dad didn't get the pay rise, which is actually a note. Mike Tenay on commentary is like, Bob Armstrong stepped away, he asked for time off. It's like, no he didn't, he asked for a pay rise and he left because you didn't give it to him.
Which is fair.
He asked for $50 a week and you didn't give it to him.
Yeah, well, he should ask for another 50 so I can get rid of him again.
No from the PW Torch. BG James was brought back because company officials believed the shows lacked star power, although James walked out with his brother in protest of their father not receiving the $50 pay rise he asked for.
Run out of star power, let's bring back fucking BG James, who got zero reaction this entire time because he stinks.
James has been sending feelers to TNA for a while now. I will say this show, or this month even, is the first month that doesn't really have any surprises.
Yeah.
Like, you have a couple people coming back, like BG.
You were supposed to, though. You're supposed to have, like, Sean Waltman and stuff.
But even Waltman's a guy who's already been there.
He had the SAT.
But yeah, like, every month for, like, the last, 6 months, we've had, like, oh, here's the 7 people who debuted this month. And this month, there's nobody.
Where the fuck's Dusty?
Yeah, no Dusty. It's a Dusty-less month.
Ugh, no wonder the month was bad.
Yeah, it's a very bad month because there's not even like, oh, this random person from 30 years ago showed up. None of that. It's just you get a couple of returns, and that's about it.
Yeah.
But yes, the team of BJ James and Conan defeats the team of Sandman and Siaki to advance in the Asylum Alliance tournament.
Blech.
And then the last Asylum Alliance match of the month, Jerry Lynn and Justin Credible face America's Most Wanted. We have some scene setting to do.
America's Most Gunted.
So AMW are continuing their breakup this month, but they get back.
Just ignoring that. You're just like, fuck, giving that even a second of thought.
It wasn't even a pun. It wasn't even wordplay. It's just, no, it's nothing.
I just put the word gun in there.
That's not how wordplay works.
Sabin's in it.
So AMW back on the same page after they wrestle each other on the first show of the month in a nice little match, but it's nothing special for the right to enter the Anarchy in the Asylum match. Storm wins. They tease Dissension. Harris teases walking out, but he runs back. He gives James Storm a hug. He shakes hands. They're very happy. They're back together on the same page.
And we all went, woo! Wait, you forgot there was Dissension in the main event though.
Was there?
Yeah, because they had the run in and then Harris came in to save it, but ended up getting Storm eliminated inadvertently.
Oh, yeah.
And then Storm was like, what the fuck, man?
And they were back off the same page.
Yeah, so it lasted about 40 minutes.
So the next show, Harris is like, I'm going to get back on track by facing David Young. During the match, Sex tried to interfere. Storm runs off Sex, but Storm gets trapped in the Sex locker room and they beat the shit out of him.
Yeah.
But Harris does defeat David Young, so he's back on track.
It was a decent little match.
Yeah, nice little... And, David Young's a good wrestler. Harris is a good wrestler. I did like when Storm, wanders bloody and beaten out of the Sex locker room. Harris is like, what are you doing standing there? Go get help!
He's a concerned friend.
It's like, my tag team partner's been beat up.
I like how they clearly realized that they made Harris look like shit during this whole thing by making him a jerk who was hanging out with the bad guys. So they're like, oh, we have to make sure, overly make sure, this guy's nice.
Yeah, he's helping his friend again. So, third show of the month, there was the AMW against Styles and D'Lo match for the right to get in the Asylum Alliance tournament.
Yeah, which was awesome, right?
Yeah, a match that seems very good on paper, but it ended up being one of those babyface against babyface matches that just has no heat.
Yeah, this might be even the worst Styles D'Lo match.
Because, listen, we'll talk about tag teams in a second, even though we're bouncing around everywhere. But yeah, Styles and D'Lo had a good month, other than this AMW match, which was a disappointment.
I love Styles and D'Lo together.
Styles and D'Lo is such a wonderful pairing, and I'm so upset we didn't get more of it.
I was thinking during this month, man, Styles and D'Lo together might be my favorite thing that Styles has done so far.
Really? Better than the early Jerry Lynn and Loki matches?
Yeah, I really love them together.
They're very good because they have a match on every one of these shows.
Maybe because they're we only know that we're going to get them for 4 matches.
Yeah, so we have to run through everything they can do. So yeah, we'll pivot to Styles and D'Lo before we come back to whatever the hell we're AMW. So Styles and D'Lo, on the first show of the month, they faced Skipper and Low-Key for the right to get into the Asylum and Anarchy in the Asylum match. I will get the name of that match right someday.
No, it's fine.
So D'Lo and Styles win that match. Good little match.
Yeah, I thought it was fun as hell.
And then the following week, because they beat Triple X, they get a tag title shot against Triple X, but this time it's the team of Daniels and Skipper in a match that even though I actually gave the same rating to now that I look at the star ratings, I prefer that. I thought that Styles and D'Lo against Daniels and Skipper match was a really good match.
They all banged.
They're a very good team.
I think I'm finally coming around on Skipper. Because, I always liked him, but I was always kind of disappointed when it was him instead of Key or Daniels.
And it's actually interesting. There's a note this month that's Elix Skipper is being heralded by many in TNA as the company's most improved wrestler. One wrestler who worked with Skipper recently commented, he'll get there, but he's still some time to put in. That said, he's better than most other young X Division wrestlers.
Yeah. So I'm starting to see that too, I guess, a bit. Because to me, this month, I was like, oh, I'm getting it. I'm understanding it.
And it's a commentary note that they're really pushing. They're like, oh, Elix Skipper, this guy's really coming into his own.
And it's true.
They're right. Then, third show of the month, as we were mentioning, you get the AMW against Styles and D'Lo match, which was a little on the disappointing side.
Yeah.
And then, honestly, my favorite of the matches this month was CM Punk and Jason Cross against AJ Styles and D'Lo Brown.
This is my favorite match this month.
And it's only it's a 6-minute tag match.
But it is so good. I think I only went 3.5, but I was like, man, 3 3/4 isn't far off either. This shit's really good.
Yeah, because D'Lo and Styles are on full form. They've really gelled as a team. They're hitting a bunch of cool double teams. You get the fun CM Punk AJ interactions, which is I think the only time they interact in TNA.
I remember this was the month where I was like, oh man, Punk, Styles, London, Red. If only there was a good company where I could watch all of these people.
Yes, it's the NWA-TNA. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, true.
So yeah, D'Lo and Styles have this great match, and the finish of this match is just sensational. So Styles goes out to the apron, D'Lo goes up top, D'Lo hits the lowdown, Styles hits a springboard 450, and they land at the exact same time.
It's perfect.
It's so good.
Perfect.
It's so perfect. It couldn't be more perfect. Like, the timing is just so picture perfect. Do you see them land at the exact same time? It's so good. I love it.
If I was Gabe at this time, and obviously this doesn't go any further on NWA-TNA, I would have brought D'Lo in and paired him up with Styles.
Yeah, the post match of this segment so upset me.
And, well, it upset the crowd. The crowd were pissed.
Because D'Lo and AJ looked so good in this match. It's the best they've looked in TNA so far. Like, they're really firing in all cylinders as this great babyface tag team.
Even the stuff with, like, AJ even looked, I think, maybe his best here, too. He was firing on all cylinders as, like, just him and his interactions with Cross, where he was, like, pelting him with these big shots, and he came in with that big lariat and just turned him inside out. AJ looked so great here too. Maybe the smoothest I've seen AJ recently too, because he kind of had like those wobbly matches because he had Gilberti and stuff to work with, but now he's like firing on all cylinders again.
You want to know why AJ looked so good?
Why?
They just let him be himself and a babyface.
Shots.
He's not turning every week. He's not trying to do a heat segment. He's just being AJ Styles doing cool shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, after this match, D'Lo gets on the microphone and he's like, AJ, we're in an opening tag match this week, and there's only one reason for that. We're being held down by Jeff Jarrett.
Which is the new running show-long theme, which I guess is going to be really fun when Russo starts cutting promos again.
So Jarrett's holding all these young guys down, and D'Lo's like, I've been around wrestling long enough, and I know Jeff Jarrett is the game.
Triple J.
The crowd do chant Triple J in response.
Which is actually a radio station here. And I was like, man, the Australian pandering has gone too far.
Is it a good radio station?
It's probably the best radio station.
D'Lo cuts this promo and he's like, you and I were a great team, but we don't want to be a team, do we? We want to be single stars. We want to be champions.
And the crowd goes, boo.
Yeah, because they had this great match and they were such a good team. And now they're here. They're agreeing to go their separate ways mutually. Boo. I was so mad. I was like, oh, they've literally just reached their peak as a team, because they were good in all the other matches, but they were great here. And to see them break up immediately after they looked their best.
It's depressing.
It's so mad. I was so mad.
Which is why I think the angle also fell quite flat.
Because we get a lot of AJ Styles and D'Lo feuding after this, but no more teaming.
Devastating.
It does make me quite sad. It's very disappointing. Which brings us back to AMW. So AMW defeated Styles and D'Lo for the right to get into the Asylum Alliance Tag Team Tournament. But James Storm is injured, so he won't be on the last show of the month.
Was he actually injured?
I don't know, because like they did the angle where he got the hell beat out of him by Sex, but then he was in the match against Styles and D'Lo the next week, but then he was gone again.
It was very weird, and it was weird also storyline wise.
So Glen Gilberti demanded to see Chris Harris. Glenn met with Chris Harris and he's like, James Storm's not here, but I got a partner for you. It's Chris Sabin.
There's also a fun part of that where it's like, he's like, tells the Harris brothers to go get Chris Harris, and they just go drink beer in the parking lot and get beat up.
They're like, we can't find him, it's too hard.
They don't try. They don't care.
So Sabin substitutes for Storm, and we get the match of Chris Sabin and Chris Harris against Jerry Lynn and Just Incredible.
Wow, the two Genettis teaming up.
How dare you? How?
I said that just to annoy you.
How dare you? Have never said anything that's ever upset me more than that. I think I have to cancel our podcast for that. Just to end the show. Cannot have this Chris Sabin slander. I refuse to accept it. First, you tried to suggest that Chris Sabin was the reason that the fans didn't show up, and now you are suggesting that he is the Jannetty of the Motor City Machine Guns, and I have never been angrier. As you cackle with glee at my pain and my suffering. Your Chris Sabin slander, your Chris Sabin dragging him through the mud. He's the best wrestler of all time, and you're disrespecting him.
I think that's going to be my gimmick throughout this podcast, is that I'm just going to be like unnecessarily critical of Chris Sabin.
This will make me very angry, and please don't do it. Especially on the big Chris Sabin month.
To talk about Chris Sabin briefly, I was so surprised that they strapped him up immediately.
Well, like Amazing Red started this month with 2 belts and very quickly had none.
Well, we didn't really talk about the actual title change.
Yeah, there's 2 other things we didn't get to, which is, well, we're on tag teams, so we'll start with tag teams.
Okay, we'll finish this up and then...
They both involve Amazing Red, so...
Cool.
So Amazing Red and Jerry Lynn defend the World Tag Team titles against Christopher Daniels in a handicap match on the very first show of the month. If you remember, there was that match on the last show of last month where they won the right to face Daniels in a handicap match. But we have the new Jerry Lynn, Liam.
What's different about the new Jerry Lynn? Not a lot.
Well, it's regular Jerry Lynn, except seemingly 100% stupider.
Yeah, and also like kind of a heel for 2 weeks and then back to being a babyface.
Which is very traditional TNA. So Daniels has this handicap match against Lynn and Red where Lynn snaps, uses a chair, gets disqualified, and we have the first instance in TNA history, Liam, of the belts changing hands on a disqualification.
I kind of like it though.
Well, I would ideally not like one man beating two men by disqualification to win tag titles. That's like the most TNA finish imaginable.
It's kind of funny though, isn't it?
It's very TNA. So Daniels won the tag titles in a handicap match by disqualification.
Good stuff.
I do like they put over like Triple X as these guys who lost the tag titles and then won them straight back. You know, they've done it twice now where they've been stripped of the titles, won them straight back. They lost them to Lynn and Red, won them straight back. They've never lost other than one match against Lynn and Red. So there's a team who the tag titles just always come back to. And then the new Jerry Lynn shooting himself in the foot thing of the month. Amazing Red against Chris Sabin is the match for the X Division title on the May 14th show. And Jerry Lynn demands he be added to the match. And Chris Sabin's like, that's a very bad idea. Knowing that in fact because it's a triple threat match his sex interference will go down much easier.
He's like, I don't even have to hide it anymore.
So Jerry Lynn gets himself added to the match. It's Red against Sabin against Jerry Lynn, and Chris Sabin, with the help of Triple X at ringside as he joins Sports Entertainment Extreme, wins the X Division Championship. Very good month. The best thing that could ever happen in TNA history. Chris Sabin, out in his third match, is X Division champion.
They clearly saw something in this guy, huh?
They were right. Even though he did that dive where he nearly died, he's been great. So those are the last two notes from the tag and X Division. 2 title changes, both pretty underwhelming. But actually, no, the Red and Lynn and Sabin match was actually pretty good.
Well, just one more slight X Division note is that Paul London, #1 contender, which means hopefully I get a singles Chris Sabin Paul London match.
Yeah, the May 21st show, Paul London defeated CM Punk, Jason Cross, and Kid Romeo to become #1 contender. It was the return of CM Punk and the return of Paul London, and the return of Kid Romeo.
A lot of returns.
Many X Division people showing back up here. But yeah, good little match as well.
So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that singles.
Actually, that match most notable for seeing CM Punk try to do the X Division style.
Yeah, CM Punk is just completely miscast in this company so far.
Yeah, and it's not that he couldn't do it, but it's certainly not what he's best at.
It's like he also hasn't spoken a word on screen.
Well, he hasn't been around since September, to be fair.
But you know what I mean? Like, Sabin was here for 2 weeks and they're like, here, have a promo.
Well, and have a belt.
Yeah. So, I'm really looking forward to London and Sabin.
Indeed.
That's like our guys wrestling each other.
Yes.
Who will win?
The 2 Janettis of their respective tag teams, I think you would suggest.
Sure. I was like, who the fuck is Paul London in a tag team? Oh, Generico, obviously.
Yes, of course. So that brings us all the way back to Chris Sabin and Chris Harris against Jerry Lynn and Justin Credible. My biggest issue with this match is on commentary they were putting over and over again how Harris and Sabin were this great team. And no, they were boring as shit.
I guess their idea was they did a couple tag moves. It's like, how did they think of them? They only just met.
And they had complete control of the match. They were dominating the match, but the match was really boring.
Yeah, but they were a good tag team because they were winning. This match did stink, though.
Yeah, it was just boring. They just did nothing, and then Harris and Sabin won.
I didn't like the other team either.
Well, they weren't meant to, I suppose. They weren't meant to like Credible and Lynn because they immediately turned on each other after the match.
The lamest pull-apart brawl I think I've ever seen in my life.
I like that angle. I thought it was a nice little angle.
Yeah, but it's just incredible in Jerry Lynn.
You don't know their history. They're longtime rivals.
Yeah, but it's just incredible in Jerry Lynn.
And they were mentioning that this is the first time they've teamed, 2 guys who had feuds over the ECW title, and now they're teaming together, and obviously the tensions rose back up to the surface and they beat the hell out of each other.
Yeah, but it's just incredible.
Yeah. You really hate Just Incredible.
I think I don't know. He's just, I don't like him. I just don't like, it's not even I don't like him, it's I couldn't possibly care about him.
Well, see, I think they have a good little program together. We'll see, do they win the over?
All right, maybe they'll have some good matches, and I'll be like, okay.
And now the new Jerry Lynn is gone. We're back to regular Jerry Lynn.
Is that why he does the cradle tombstone?
Yeah, it's a play on. It's the reverse of Jerry Lynn.
Ah, that's cool.
Because they're rivals.
I didn't know that. ECW isn't a real company.
And the very last thing we have to talk about is the Hard 10.
Yes, the thing I'm most excited to talk about. Let's talk about Mike Sanders' Hard 10.
Yeah, we got 2 Hard 10 matches this month. We get Mike Sanders facing Brian Lee, or the Underfaker as he calls him.
Yes, good
Brian Lee played a fake Undertaker in WWE at one stage. So I don't much care for the hard 10 matches. They're just weapon shots and a table bump.
We had one that we really disagreed on.
Yeah, so we get the Sanders and Lee match where they go back and forth, where Lee eventually has a 8-5 lead through a series of weapon shots, but then Sanders dumps him through a table. Actually, no, Brian Lee dumps himself through a table, and Sanders wins.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good little story, I thought.
Yeah, they make it very clear that if you put yourself through a table, your opponent still gets the 5 points, and Sanders got the 5 points and wins.
I like that Lee had the advantage most of the time, and Sanders kind of like just wormed his way into the win.
And then the other hard 10 match of the month was New Jack against Slash.
I really enjoyed this.
So yeah, they weapon shot. They went back and forth until they were 13-13. If you remember, they have to win by 2 straight points, and eventually New Jack put Slash through the table. 1.
Yeah. I really loved the exchange, because it was like a forearm exchange, but with weapon shots. Yeah. And I was like, this rules.
Building up the points. Yeah, that's the hard 10. There's not much more to say about it.
Yeah, it's a plunder matches. But at least they have like a reason now for having them.
And it is the legacy of the Dup Cup, because it's a very scaled back version of the Dup Cup's point scoring. Or it covered most of it, but let's very quickly go show by show and get home.
It's time to talk about Eric Watts.
Oh, we didn't do Watts.
This is the song that we do when we talk about Eric Watts.
So Eric Watts basically has one story through this month. He is teasing the debut of the new authority figure, whom he is...
That's not the one story I care about.
Oh, well, yeah, there's the one at the end as well, I guess. Whom he is referring to as the Eric from WCW.
It's so stupid. I love it so much. Every time he says Eric from WCW, I roll my eyes.
He's like, the Eric from WCW.
And I'm like, what is the payoff here? Because it's not Eric Bischoff.
And like, yeah, the whole thing is Eric Bischoff is current Raw general manager. He's on WWE television at the moment. And everyone's like, he's contracted to another company, right?
Yeah, Goldie says that.
And Watts is like, don't you worry, Eric from WCW is showing up.
And then he's like, he just completely changes the subject on it, but that's later on.
The reason they're teasing this is because they want to bring in Bill Watts.
Oh, Eric.
Yeah, they want to bring in Eric's dad to be like the new director of authority, but it never worked out.
Why is his name Eric?
Who knows? Eric Watts, his brain works in mysterious ways.
It sure does.
I don't remember where this goes, but I assume it's Eric Watts just talking about himself, right?
Yeah, that's what my guess was.
So yeah, he does multiple of those promos through the month where he's like, Eric's from WCW, Eric from WCW. Then Goldilocks.
He seduces it.
He does.
And it works.
It did. He's like Glen Gilberti for women.
He's like, she's smitten.
So yeah, Goldilocks is doing an interview with somebody, I don't even remember. And when the interview is over, Eric Watts just walks up and like whispers in his ear, basically like, you want some of this? And she's like, yeah. This
was like the third time, because they had already had the interview together, where it was insinuated that he was like, come back. And then we find out in the second Eric from WCW angle that she did in fact go back and because she left her shoes at his place.
Ah, yes.
Which he gallantly brought back. In the first episode during the watch along, I was very like... You can hear me being like fully taken aback by the fact I was like, she was into it, because I just expected this to be like another AJ Styles creeping on Goldilocks promo that doesn't go anywhere. But I was like, oh, she was vibing with it, and then as we found out, she did vibe with it. Yeah, he gives back the shoes later on, and then we get this real weird one backstage with them where they cut back and they're just macking on each other. And then they, for some reason, is this the first iteration of we're going to ignore the camera filming us?
Or they just don't care.
Yeah. Well, no, because Gotti was talking about how, like, she doesn't want to go, like, public because it's embarrassing to be with a wrestler.
Yeah, and she's like, I don't want to be with you. I'm worried about being with you. And he's like, why? It's like, because you're a wrestler. And he's like, oh, don't you worry about that.
He's also like, she's like, you're also insane. Like, you're fully crazy.
Later in the show, Watts does this weird ass promo for like Raven and Gilberti.
Yeah, so then there's this other point, right, where seemingly Watts has given her the dick so good that she needs to sit down for a while because he takes her job.
So he's given like the big hype pitch. He's talking about the main event, Gilberti, Raven, how it's going to be a big match. And then it just cut to Raven sitting next to him. He's like, what the fuck is this dude doing?
And he sits down next to Raven, and Raven echoes my thoughts entirely of like, listen, I should rip your skull off and piss in it, but I enjoy you. I find you funny. And then Watts gets all serious, and they have a big serious back and forth about it. So I obviously love this. This is a tremendous storyline.
Clearly the big will they won't they with Goldie and Eric Watts.
That's no will they won't they. They did multiple times throughout the month.
Goldie is still on the fence, Liam. He's a wrestler.
Yeah. The problem is, will they make it official? But, Goldie banging Eric Watts wasn't the biggest mistake of her month.
No, that was the segment that aired on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 46.
Maybe the worst thing I've ever seen.
It's funny, both the PW Torch and Wrestling Observer are like, this segment with Goldilocks is one of the worst segments that has aired on television in as long as we can remember.
I knew it was bad as soon as Don West pitched it by saying, for those who are a fan of Jackass or The Man Show, and I was like, no, this can't be good.
So they cut to this Goldilocks video, and Goldilocks is in the city. She's outside the store, and she's like, yo, my phone's broken, so I need to go get a new phone. And you're like, okay.
Okay, where's this going, Goldilocks? I thought for a second she was like an extra on a Jackass skit or something, and that's where this was going.
Yeah, it's very strange. So Goldilocks goes into the store where there is a person there, just like, hey, how can I help you? And Goldilocks improving in the worst improv I've ever seen in my life. It's so bad.
Was this all a work?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Because that guy didn't look like a real guy who would... Because he would call for cops. He'd be like, what the fuck is happening? This woman's insane.
It was meant to be filmed like candid camera style, but like the camera angle moved multiple times.
So, also, this thoroughly explains why she's with Eric. She's also bad shit.
So yeah, she's standing there talking to the person in the shop, being like, hey, my phone's broken. Can you fix it? It's broken. See, it's broken. I push the buttons and nothing happens. It's broken. Then she hands the phone to he looks at it, she takes it back and is like, I need the phone to make phone calls and whatnot. That's what phones do. They make phone calls.
And he's like, yeah, I know what phones do. I work in a phone store.
And she's like, oh, I'm double parked outside, to which he responds, that's illegal.
It's a great line.
And she's like, I know, thank you very much. And then she's like, can you help me? Can you fix my phone? And he responds, no. And then she begins to go, like, ahead of her time, to be fair. This is 2003, but she has a full Karen meltdown right there in the store.
And this guy's like, what is happening?
So she starts freaking out. She starts shouting at him. She's like, I just need to make a call. I need to use my phone. And she starts shouting at him, and she starts trashing the store, and she starts breaking things, and she starts putting on her giant fur coat. And I don't know why this aired on the wrestling show.
It's really like this felt like an Eric Watts promo in how completely chaotic it was.
It's like it's just completely unhinged. Like everything about it, from the way it was shot, the way it was performed.
And it went for like 5 minutes.
3.5, because I tried to clip the whole thing for Twitter, and then I realized it's way too long to clip the whole thing for Twitter.
We may have to like post it in like just a twofer or something, because it needs to be seen.
It is just the strangest. Like, I have no idea why this was on the wrestling. Actually, I do. Goldilocks pitched it. Backstage news. Goldilocks came up with the idea for her cell phone show vignette, which numerous wrestlers and fans have ranked among the worst segments in wrestling history.
Including 2 people who currently are hosting a podcast.
At least one TNA source believes the vignette was either Goldilocks' TNA audition tape or something like it, as the person had actually watched a similar tape a few months ago. Listen, they went... Again, we talk about TNA people arguing in public about things. They did it again about this segment. Goldilocks actually defended the segment during an appearance on The Voice of Wrestling. Different Voice of Wrestling.
Wait a minute. Wait, what? Wait a minute.
Yes, us. She appeared here.
Goldilocks, please come on the podcast and talk about this segment.
Bob Ryder, TNA's head of talent relations, was on the show prior to Goldie, and he said he didn't think the segment served any purpose. When Goldie joined the show, she respectfully disagreed with Ryder's take on the segment, saying she felt the only problems were that it wasn't set up well and that it lasted too long.
Well, that is correct.
Wrestlers weren't surprised to hear that Goldie had come up with the idea. The big question among the wrestlers were which member of management approved it and why.
I mean, that's a Russo dream right there.
Because this aired in May 2003, only 2 months after Punk'd has started on MTV, and it does feel like a very horrible Vince Russo brained version of a Punk'd skit.
I hated it. I truly I really hated it, because I hate real time cringe prank show things. I hate them so much, and this was the the worst one I've ever seen of them.
But even like Don West, as you said, when he pitched it, he was like, it's like Mad TV or Jackass. It's like, no, it's nothing like those things.
Excuse me, he said the Man Show. Please don't bury Mad TV with the affiliation.
And I'm like, what are you doing? Why did you do this? Why does it exist? Why was it on this wrestling show? And like, think about this. This wasn't live. This was pre-taped and pre-produced, and people saw it and watched it and still put it on the wrestling show.
No one thought to trim it?
Entirely trim it. Cut it all together, perhaps.
Well, yes. But like, even if you were like dead, like Goldie has something that she's going to sue you over if you don't play this thing. Like, you couldn't cut it down.
But if you watch it, it is cut down.
Imagine though, I'll release the Goldie cut.
The full thing, which is probably like, because it's edited down to like 3.5. There's some like hard cuts. It's probably like the full thing might be like 5, 6, 7 minutes.
Yeah, we have to post this in some manner. People need to see this.
Yeah, I posted like a cut down version to my Twitter yesterday.
Or retweet it.
You want to take a look at it, because it's unhinged. It's just completely unhinged. It's insane.
It's terrifying.
Oh dearie me.
And like Goldie's a fave of the show. Mm-hmm. So please, like, fix your shit. This is what that Eric Watchstick does. Transfers the crazy.
Clearly passes the deranged Eric Watts lore.
Oh, just I feel ill thinking about it.
It's so strange. As I said, why did the people put it on the television show? You saw it. You looked at it. Why?
She must have had like something in her contract. She's like, 1 year in, I need to have one segment that I can put on TV.
Oh, yeah, it ended with this like girl power rock song that Goldie performs, which played over the second half of it. And actually, I couldn't listen close enough to determine this, but I'm pretty sure the instrumental of that versus Goldie song is the AMW theme, not the current one, the one that they would more famously have.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah, this is on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 46, May 21st. It's worth seeing in its entirety just to take it all in.
Oh, boy.
Let's go show by show as we take the show home. I don't think there's much else to cover, but May 7th, 2003, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 44 from the Asylum, 1100 there, 450, 500 paid. My only note, I think, from this show, which is the show we did for the watch-along, by the way, it's at tnachad.com right now if you'd like to hear our full thoughts on the show, is Mike Tenay and Don West's intergender wrestling debate. Mike Tenay was like, oh, Tracy has no place in this gauntlet. She doesn't deserve to be here. And Don's like, you know what? Maybe she does. But then when she got her ass kicked in the gauntlet, Don was like, no, she doesn't.
Yeah. They're like, oh, yeah. Don's like, maybe, yeah, come on, you know, there's women in the PGA now. And then she loses and Don's like, well, I guess that proves the point. Women shouldn't be in this match. And that, now imagine that exact point of view for the rest of the month. Because they do the exact same thing during the tag.
They just don't have the argument about it.
They do have... there's no argument because they're both on the same side of women shouldn't be in the match.
Listen, based on the way Kid Cash beat up Trinity, maybe they're right.
To be fair, within the universe of TNA, they've already set up how unrealistic apparently it is for a woman to ever win because she got real beat up and then she lost in the match where he came in injured.
So if you've ever seen any intergender wrestling debate on Twitter, it was basically that on commentary.
And then we're the side where, like, women shouldn't compete against men won.
David Young did a sweet pop-up cutter in whatever match he had on the second show. Oh no, that's the second show. I don't have notes for our watch-along show. It's very upsetting.
David Young does a lot of cool shit.
David Young, good wrestler. If only he had charisma.
And didn't whine.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 45, May 13th, from the TNA Asylum. 800 people only there, heavily papered. There's a lot of like backstage notes here.
Yeah, let's go.
That we didn't cover. Let's start with Scott D'Amore wasn't there. He was in World Wrestling All-Stars Tour. So the person they got to fill in for the agent role was Ray Lloyd, better known as Glacier.
AEW star.
Was Glacier in AEW?
Yeah, he did the Battle Royal, the Casino Battle Royal.
Did he?
Yeah.
I don't remember that at all.
It may have been the all-in one. So he might have been proto AEW.
Glacier. Very happy to see him get some work here in TNA. You know, I don't think he ever appeared on
Nope,
screen.
double or nothing.
I don't remember Glacier doing that at all. I don't.
Double or Nothing 2019,
How do
apparently.
I not remember the Glacier AEW appearance?
Yeah, because he was on, remember when they were doing like the Road 2 style stuff where they were announcing people? Yeah, Glacier was one of them.
It's very upsetting that I don't remember this.
Wait, can I read you this Reddit post?
Sure, I have to go watch this Glacier moment after we finish recording.
Should watch together. Glacier? Really? There goes AEW not getting has-beens.
Oh, God. People suck. People are so boring. Like, you probably saw people do the same thing when the demon showed up in the Call Your Shot Gauntlet of after. It's like, no, it's the rules. It's the demon. Oh, dear.
That's really funny to be like, that they announced that Glacier's going to be a Battle Royal participant, and they're like, oh, there we go. I guess, there goes the music not using has-been talents.
AEW over. Cancelled before it begins. Glacier's here.
Oh, Reddit. That was on the official AEW Reddit, by the way.
How dare they leave that there? They should take it down. I don't want any Glacier disrespect. So the May 14th show consisted mostly of Vince Russo's material, as Jeff Jarrett did far less editing than he had in recent reads. Shock of all shocks that only 800 people showed up then. The word in the locker room is that Jarrett added a few more segments involving disco for reasons beyond comprehension.
See, I told you Jeff's into this shit. That's why he's so irredeemable. It's like, I want him to be fighting it, but he clearly loves it.
It's the Judas in his mind.
Judas in his workplace.
That's true too. We'll get to that in a second. And may have pulled Mike Barton from the show. He was scheduled to do a run-in during Gilberti and Saturn. Barton was at the show, but he did not appear on camera.
There you go, Garrett. You should be fully anti-Jeff. He got rid of your guy.
Yeah, Mike Barton. I want more Mike Barton shoot fights.
No, you don't get him
The
anymore.
only one ruled.
We could have got the Perry Saturn rematch.
Yeah, should have done like 4 of them. Should have done a Perry Saturn Mike Barton fight pit.
Oh, shit.
Sabu was scheduled to appear on this show in some capacity, but they told the office that his flight was delayed and then he couldn't get there. His wife was there, but Sabu wasn't.
Huh.
And it was not the first show he missed. I think he missed the show the next month or the next week as well.
I think that might be the last we see of Sabu for a while.
It's TNA. He'll probably just show up randomly. Like Sean Waltman quit TNA in the most contentious of circumstances and was meant to show up again this month and then no showed again.
Well, I know he comes back because he has the Monsters Bowl match that rules, so eventually he'll be back.
I think he's back next month.
Oh, nice.
The crowd on the May 15th show was said to be around 800, the lowest in months, and paid was said to be non-existent.
Sick.
The past 2 weeks, there has been nothing even announced for the next week's show, either on the pay-per-view or the local Saturday TV show, which is Explosion, because nothing had been planned a week out. As things were done this week and last, after the show on Wednesday night, Russo and Gilberti primarily would spend the next day writing the show, then send it to Jarrett, and Jarrett would wait until the following week to make changes, which apparently pissed off Vince Russo.
Good.
So they submit the show on Thursday, and Jarrett wouldn't offer feedback until Tuesday, so they couldn't get mad that Jarrett was changing all their ideas.
They can get mad, but they couldn't stop it.
And again, we've had this story like a million times, but a lot of talk regarding Jarrett and Raven. The big story after the show almost every week is Raven and Russo on one side and Jarrett on the other, trying to convince Dixie Carter, the daughter of the owner, that their ideas are better, and trying to rally as many people behind their respective sides and talking to her. So they're constantly arguing, they're constantly bickering, there's constant attempts at betrayal, there's constant backstabbing, they're constantly politically maneuvering themselves into positions where they can have maximum power.
I mean, this is what you get, Jeff.
Why are you enabling this? Yeah, this is what you get. If your dad was the only guy here, wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. You'd have your own set of problems, but it probably wouldn't be with knives in each other's backs.
Your life would probably go much smoother were it not for your insistence on hiring this man who constantly tries to betray you. You know what? I really hope it comes out that Vince Russo is in fact booking NXT 2.0.
It seems like it is, right?
Because I would find it insanely funny that Vince Russo politicked Triple H out of NXT.
God.
Based on what we've read here in 2002-2003 TNA, it's not beyond the realms of possible.
And it makes the obvious thing that's definitely happening, the Jeff Jarrett Triple H super promotion, that more sweet, because it'll be an anti-Vince Russo promotion.
The enemies of Vince Russo have come together to form their own wonder promotion.
Yeah.
NX Global Force.
Global T. Next Force.
Ed Ferrara was backstage at the show. He was telling everybody goodbye as he was moving from Nashville to Chicago. He had moved his family to Nashville at the start of the company, but then he quit. Then he tried to get his job back. They said no, so he's moving back to Chicago.
Good. Then he'll go to fucking Florida and teach the next generation of NXT riders.
Oh, yeah, it's Ed Ferrara. We got it all wrong. It's not Russo, it's Ed.
Oh, no.
Very cool spot that I will always pop for every time somebody does it in the Sabin, Red, and Lid match on this show, where Red does a springboard and Sabin catches him in a suplex. Every single time, I'll be like, oh, yes, yes.
Don made a really good point in one of these matches where he said that Sabin looks like the prototypical pro wrestler, and it's like, yeah.
Not Randy Orton, as the WWE always tried to tell us. Chris Sabin.
Yeah. Because, let's be real, the idealized version of a pro wrestler should have long hair.
And do flips.
First and foremost. Yeah, it's ideal.
The Jarrett interview on the show, the one where he compared Disco Dawson and Undertaker, he was like so soft-spoken, and they had like this inspirational music running under it.
No wonder people fucking hate him.
I'm talking in this Jeff Jarrett voice. I'm not doing my full voice. I'm doing this like softer voice that makes me feel like
hey guys,
more relatable and
let's talk about
nice.
this. So we talk about that, yeah, the Undertaker, you know.
While they're like music played underneath it.
It's the fucking. It's not the Ashes.
The
what's it
NFL
called?
music.
Yeah. I was thinking of what's the cricket one?
I don't know.
There's a big cricket one that it's very similar as well.
So yeah, Jeff Jarrett, nice guy. Everybody loves him.
Except the fans.
And the locker room.
And everyone backstage.
And his friend Vince Russo.
And his dad.
I did enjoy the Triple X against Styles and D'Lo match in the main event. You got a tasty bit of AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels in that match.
Yeah. Just there's so many like little bits and pieces of these Ring of Honor guys interacting. You're like, oh, I know what you can do.
And you know what they're going to do in TNA. Never mind your Ring of Honor. Get your Ring of Honor out of here.
Sorry, guys. I keep like thinking, just like, oh, imagine if they had like 30-minute main events or something.
No, 30-minute main events are bad, as illustrated by the best match on these shows being 6 minutes long.
Yeah, that's a fair
But
point.
yeah, you get there's a little taste of Styles and Daniels in the ring together.
I know what you guys are capable of.
You know what you're gonna do. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 46, May 21st, 2003, from the Asylum, 11:50. Again, heavily papered. They had this Star Wars intro.
Yeah, it's great.
Where it's like they introduce us to the 4 stables that are feuding, and then the Star Wars text crawl goes across the screen. It's like, the National Wrestling Alliance has sanctioned TNA for nearly a year now, but TNA has descended into gang warfare.
I had never seen gang for warfare used in a wrestling context beyond like the WWF before.
Yeah, they actually used the words gang warfare.
You know, one of those notoriously loved things that WWF has done.
They definitely need to be brought back here in the NWA-TNA.
And again, I just feel like, you know, the new church is so outnumbered here.
That's the reason they just disappear and give up. James Mitchell's like, I'm not fighting this. I'm not showing up this month.
Yeah, I'm really like wondering what happened there.
Yeah, they go through the history of all of these stables and their feuding as Mike Tenay narrates this Star Wars introduction.
Every show has to have a 5-minute video intro. Here's some notes from this one that I had. Theme updates, because I know everyone desperately cares. Paul London using the Kid Cash theme that I love so much, which suits him because he is a weird cat. And Kid Romeo using the Tony Mamaluke / Main Event Mafia theme.
/ Knockoff Godfather's song.
Yes. It perked my ears up and I was like, oh, Tony Mamaluke's back. Oh.
You got Kid Romeo returning. An even bigger return.
Paul London hitting just a beautiful shooting star.
Oh yeah, and they replayed it as well. I'm like, oh, that's what a shooting star should look like.
Yeah, I've always loved the shooting stars where they like tap the side of their knees as they go.
It's like, oh.
Like if you can't do the Evan Bourne where you literally turn yourself into a star while you do it, this is the way you got to do it. That big tap of the knees while you go over.
It's very nice. It's very, very nice. Somebody has got to teach Jeremy Borash what the words raiding and defending mean.
Yeah, oh, thank you. I thought the exact same thing. It was in the 6-man, and I was like, he's not defending.
Yeah, it wasn't even a 6-man. It was a 3-on-2 handicap match.
Yeah, I was like, he's not defending. And I was waiting for Mike Tenay to fucking get mad at him again, but
no, he did. He was like, very clearly, he didn't like say, shut up, JB, but he's like, the belts are not on the line in this 3-on-2 handicap match.
It didn't happen right after he said it like it did last time, so I didn't pick up on it.
I made note because Mike Tenay was like, no, that's not raiding and defending. There is no defending going on.
I hope like JB just never fixes it and just does it forever.
Keep saying raiding and defending. Like, Amazing Red, so good in this match, by the way. So good. Liam has replaced the word weird with bad in their show notes, which you'll never see unless you go... Well, actually, you will never see because the show notes will only go up with the version of bad. But when you read Goldilocks does a bad Jackass Punked Mad TV segment, know that it originally said weird, but Liam changed it. And you can see bad if you go to teenagechat.com and read our show notes with your $1 Patreon subscription. Cool. Yes, Amazing Red, great. The crowd live and die by him in these heat segments.
He's good wrestler.
During the Eric Watts promo on the show, the crowd very loudly chanting Watts. I don't understand it.
Because these people have taste, much like myself.
Oh, I do. Nah.
He's so great. You can't like. It's not even a bit. Like. He's legitimately, the last 2 months has been great. He's like, every time he's on the screen, I'm like, thank God. Because it's not some Glen Gilberti boring shit. It's not some fucking lame-ass backstage thing. It's just Eric Watts being a complete weirdo, and I know it's going to make me smile.
Oh, Eric Watts.
Just admit you like it.
And NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 47, last show of the month. I actually don't think I have any notes that we haven't already discussed.
Road Dogg's back, unfortunately.
There's an interesting note from PW Torch. Feeling among fans is that when the local newspaper article called Jarrett the minority owner, people saw him surviving everything and winning in a very different light.
People didn't know?
Maybe like they were willing to suspend their disbelief a little until they read like in the paper, it's like, wait a minute, he owns it? And like, there was no result as egregious as the Raven one, to be fair. Like the Raven one, he probably should have lost to Raven, and people were really mad that he didn't.
That one didn't annoy me that much. I'm sure there will be more matches where I'm like, why the fuck didn't Jeff Jarrett lose as we go further on in TNA's history? But that one didn't really anger me.
And that's May, Liam.
Yeah.
What might be our longest episode yet. We'll see you in editing.
Oh, I have one more point of news that I wanted to bring in, and it suits the fact that we may hit 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Garrett, I have a big question for you. How do you feel about legendary TNA professional wrestling couple Velvet Sky and Bully Ray breaking up?
Well, I was always upset, of course, that the Chris Sabin and Velvet Sky couple broke up.
That he stole it from Chris Sabin?
So it was never a couple I supported. So naturally, I'm very pleased that they've broken up. I didn't even know they'd broken up.
Yes, this has come out today. Would you like me to read the tweet that Velvet Sky...
Sure.
I have to search Velvet Sky as I do not follow
She
her.
blocked me on Twitter.
At Velvelholla. So this tweet came out November 12th.
Oh, so this happened over a week ago?
No. Well, she was definitely down in the dumps over a week ago. No, I'm just... Sorry, as I was scrolling, I was like, oh, Velvet Sky retweeting wrestling porn accounts. Find you someone who gives you both best friend and wifey vibes. That shit's so rare, so if you find it, keep it. November 12th.
She's clearly upset that she left Sabin go. Chris Sabin got married recently too, so maybe she saw it's like, no!
Congratulations to Chris Sabin. At 18 hours ago, at Bully Ray 5150. And I have decided to part ways amicably. There's no animosity, and we will always be cool, and we wish each other well in life. This will be the only public comment we make on the matter.
Well, they're moving on.
So, and everyone in the response is just people hitting her up.
Listen, if we ever break up as podcast co-hosts, I'm going to send that exact same tweet.
And then we'll do a bunch of shoot interviews.
Yeah, just shooting on each other. But that is TNA Wrestling from the month of May 2003. I'm sure we'll cover the Bully Ray breakup again when we get to it in 2021.
When he steals Velvet Sky from Chris Sabin.
But that is May 2003. As mentioned, in 2 weeks we will be off because Liam will be performing on stage like the true actor that he is.
Wow. I was going to say I was really hoping to drag this out so that I could say we hit 700 followers as we were recording. But we were 3 off in the end.
Well, maybe by the time it goes up, it'll be 700, and that'll be fine.
I assume it will, consider me gaining one like every 15 minutes.
That D'Lo Brown, AJ Styles in-sync frog splash. Good for our brand.
People really like to see wrestling moves being done at the same time.
But yes, 2 weeks, we will not have an episode. It shouldn't affect the Patreon content, other than the fact we won't have a watch-along either, of course, but the Ring Cat King stuff should continue as normal. As mentioned, we'll have something in the podcast feed. At the very least, we'll give you the first episode of Monday War Games, and maybe something else if I can coordinate that and actually do it and not be lazy. So...
What is it?
Well, I don't want to say what it is, unless...
Yeah, but I don't know.
I'll tell you after we finish recording.
What if I disagree with it and think it's a terrible branding choice?
Well, you're the one performing on stage. You will never listen to it.
Damn. What if I record my performance?
Oh yeah, put it on the Patreon.
At the $30 a month.
To see Liam's acting.
Yeah. Unless you are in a studio or something, then you can watch it for free.
So we will be back in a month with the June 2003 episode, the TNA 1 year anniversary episode as well. So that should be a fun one.
Oh, it's the 1 year anniversary of our podcast.
Well, it's the 6 month anniversary of our podcast, but sure.
Wow, it's the 1 year anniversary of our podcast.
So you can look forward to that in the middle of December. Go to our Patreon where you can see the watch along of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 44. You can check out our show notes. You can check out our spreadsheet and star ratings. Ring Cat King series is going strong.
Pokemon battles.
Yes, indeed. Which we will definitely do in the month of December. Also, our full gear review is up there as well, so all that fun stuff is there for you to enjoy. Follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod, as Liam mentioned, nearly 700 followers, which is pretty cool. Subscribe to us on YouTube, by the way.
Isn't that crazy? We've big blown up.
Yeah, we're getting there. Subscribe to us on YouTube as well, by the way. We started the YouTube channel in the time between the two episodes where every day there's
Yes,
clips.
we.
Well, yes. Everything is a joint effort, Liam. It's always us, no matter whether it's me or you that does it.
Yep. I'm banned from participating on it.
I accidentally set it up under my personal YouTube, so yes, you are.
Even though I would like to. I have to go through manually to check for comments. It's disgusting.
There's only been one, so...
I know, and I found it manually.
But if you would like to subscribe, search You've Got to Keep Hitting Me on YouTube, where there will be daily clips of the show. Yes, follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. Follow Leo on Twitter at The Gleet Muta. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you in a month.
Or never.
Or sooner on Patreon. TNAChat.com.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo!
Whoa. Hold your horses there, Mr. Nerd, is it?
That's it.
Oh yeah, you could be king of these nuts. You know
Welcome, everybody, to You've Got to Be Kidding Me for June 2003. Every single episode of the podcast, we go through TNA history 1 month at a time, and we are in the 1 year anniversary month of TNA. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined, as always, by my friend and co-host, Liam Jones. Liam, hello.
Hello. Garrett, they said this podcast wouldn't last a month. They said this podcast wouldn't last 6 months. Well, guess what? We're here 1 year later.
Yes, thankfully, we failed after 6 weeks, but we're bought out by Dixie Carter, and so we're still going strong and better than ever right here, even though this podcast has only lasted 6 months, because we covered it a month at a time, so every 12 weeks, or no, every 24 weeks, there we go, maths, we cover a year of TNA. Except we took a week off, so it's now 26 weeks.
You didn't need to bring math into this. Just go with the bit.
You know, they say all episodes are created equal, but you look at it...
You're looking at last week's episode, and that had a 1 1/3 chance of being good. You look at next week's episode, that has a 1 1/3 chance of being good. You put those 2/3 chance against our one... Wait, I did the opposite math. I did reverse math.
You did reverse Steiner math?
Yeah. I'm operating at a whole different level.
I enjoy Taz has taken the baton of just doing bad math on air on television now.
Well, apparently that used to be like a radio bit, which I guess is the equivalent of it's as if we were doing commentary and we started doing podcast bits on commentary.
You just started calling me a Nazi in the middle of a televised broadcast.
Yeah. Again, like, once we get our Vanity E-Fed, as is the thing to do now, we'll be set.
Shout out to Deadlock and their Vanity E-Fed, by the way.
It's the best.
Living the dream of us all.
Literally living our dream.
Being able to put together your own Mark show. That's what anybody wants. Just being able to force people to sit through your own memes and tastes in wrestling. That is the dream.
Who have we promised? We promised 2 announcements if we ever got to do our own E-Fed. It was...
Wasn't one Shark Boy?
No, I don't think... It wasn't Shark Boy. It was Cheerleader Melissa was one that we were bringing back.
Yeah.
Who was the other person?
I think it was Paul London.
Yeah, it was Paul London. We make a solemn promise. If you ever give us enough money to run a vanity show, for some reason we'll both run it in America, that seems inconvenient for everyone, but we will book Paul London and Cheerleader Melissa. First 2 announcements.
Listen, no one wants another European wrestling company these days.
And Australia doesn't exist. Oh, what if we bring back the WWA?
Yeah, we'll get together with Rove McManus and bring back the WWA.
Was it Rove McManus that was running it? I thought it was Andrew McManus that ran it. We could get Rove. Rove probably has the money to at least afford a couple of indie shows.
Yeah, and he's a bigger star. He can be the front of it.
No, we're the front of it, obviously.
So we are here in the 1 year anniversary month of TNA, Liam. How do you feel about the first year of TNA?
It was mostly shit, but there's a couple good things.
That's a good synopsis.
And I imagine that's going to be my prevailing thought for like the next 2 or so years.
It was mostly shit, but there was a couple of good things. There's also a good summation of the month of June.
I liked 2 weeks of June.
You do this every episode where you're like, I liked this month, and then we talk about them, and all you do is talk about how you hate it.
Because it's easy to talk about the bad things than it is to talk about the good things. When the good things come up, you go, oh, that was pretty good. Then if you talk about the bad things, you're like, well, here's all the reasons I didn't care for it.
Well, why can't you talk about all the reasons you loved Perry Saturn against Kenzo Suzuki?
Well, I will. The pants is most of it.
They're good pants.
And, come on, something more than the pants. More than the pants. They threw each other around a lot.
Well, Perry threw Kenzo around a lot.
And that's all it takes. And pants.
Pants and throws. That's what wrestling comes down to. It's just pants and throws.
Yeah, that's the third person announced for our Vanity Fed, Kenzo Suzuki.
Will he be facing Paul London?
I think he'll find something better for London. Unless Kenzo brings back the pants.
Then he's our ace.
Then we can, well, go ace. I will reunite Kings of the Hill.
Who's Kings of the Hill?
Kings of the Hills. We'll bring in Tanahashi.
Oh, we even talked about this in the watch along, and I still forgot about what their tag team name was.
How can you forget that wonderful name?
Which, by the way, we did watch alongs for 2 of these shows.
That's 2 of them. To make up for my ruining of the show.
Oh yeah, because you had to perform on stage. You talk about you performing on stage, even though it was like 3 weeks ago at this stage.
I think it was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it was fun. It was cool. It was nice to have reactions to the lines that you've been practicing for 6 months.
Oh, did anything go down much worse than you thought it would?
No, but I thought it was interesting that different audiences laughed at different jokes. Like there was only very few general consensus laughs. It's kind of all over the place where like different crowds found different things funny. I thought that was interesting.
Tells you that opinions are subjective, am I right?
Except mine, which is objectively correct.
Yes, this podcast is the official record of correct opinions.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it was fun. I liked having a crowd after all this time. There was definitely points during like the 6 months of and the not knowing if it was going to happen where I was just like, fuck this. Let's not do it. It's too much effort. It's been too long. But I'm glad we all got there in the end.
I see. We were very happy that people gawked at you and were paying all the attention to you.
There's one part where I get to monologue a little bit, and I was definitely eating it up.
So I look at this. The stage is mine. The spotlight is mine.
Finally, Garrett's not here to steal the attention.
There's no one here to cut me off or come in with alternative points.
Or just tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, sometimes you're wrong and you need to be set straight.
Sometimes you're just like, you're wrong, and I'm like, well, here's why. And you're like, no. I'm just ending it here. That's the end of the discussion. You're wrong about this point.
Yeah, I think people need to be told that.
Yeah, I guess. It just doesn't, I don't think it makes for good audio.
I, as a person who is never wrong, has never experienced such a thing. But, sometimes other people need to experience it.
In my opinion, I've never been wrong.
That is a correct statement. That one I cannot give out about.
Yeah, because what's the alternative? You're just going to go, no, sometimes you think you are wrong.
Well, to be fair, you probably do think you're wrong. Actually, yeah, no, I'm going back on my not questioning this. I'm going to question it.
That's not true, because I am always 100% correct about everything.
Whereas I doubt everything I've ever done.
Wow, Mr. Hashtag I'm not wrong before. Look at it. Already crumbled.
I'm just staring existentially out the window.
It took, literally 12 seconds.
Well, yeah, because everything about me is, false bravado. And then you have to be like, no, you're just a dumbass full of shit. And they're like, oh, yeah, you're right.
Here we go. What a start, eh?
What is podcasting without revealing your deep open self-loathing within the first 10 minutes?
Oh, keep it to the Disney pod, mate.
Hey, the Disney pod is a bright, happy time.
Except with all the cussing.
Well, to be fair, I curse more on this show. We just don't bleep it.
I still think you should bleep all of my cussing.
Because on the podcast I do with my brother, Magic by Design, magicbydesign.buzzsprout.com. Follow Ken on Twitter, @KenKidney.
Boo. Follow Ed on Twitter.
Ken bleeps me with a Mickey Mouse so what would be the TNA equivalent of adding a Mickey Mouse
Well, as we saw from this month's show, it's just a really loud, obnoxious beep, and I think we should use exactly that noise.
Well, those beeps are added in post to the Impact Plus versions. They weren't on the originals.
It has to be some sort of Don West call, right?
Yeah.
Just when he shouts, when he does his "Oh my God." I think that's it.
He is furious and outraged at our cursing.
I have a hot take. Here you go. I like Don West's "Oh my God" more than fucking Styles.
You see, the problem is, with Styles it became a bit. He was doing it as a catchphrase. As opposed to Don West, which is organic and authentic.
Yeah. Which is how I would describe the two of them.
We will also be talking about Joey Styles on this episode.
Will we?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
So as mentioned, June 2003, the 1-year anniversary month of TNA. The anniversary show is this month, which we'll talk about in a little while. It's interesting to look back on this company over the year, because like the starting identity was there was none, were being WCW, and then they kind of moved away from that, and they realized like, well, the X Division is good, so let's make that our identity. And then like the more Vince Russo has gained power over the last like 12 months, the more the X Division has taken a back seat, and more like the worked shoot Vince Russo, Glen Gilberti stuff has been come to the forefront.
I just think its identity is just sleazy at WCW. Like, way more down, dirty, and not as well produced WCW.
Because there's an interesting note during the Paul London-Chris Sabin match where Mike Tenay and Don West on commentary are talking about how, like, oh, the X Division was, in past tense. Like, the original thing that people came to this company for. It was our original identity. And it is interesting that they were referring to that in the past tense, because right here in June 2003, it really isn't anymore. And it's like, well, that one good thing that people actually liked about you is the one thing you've, like, given a back seat over the last 6 months. And it doesn't really make much sense, but here we are.
Well, I think it doesn't help when you have your biggest X Division star moved up to the main level now, and you have your new champion involved in a tag tournament for most of the month.
Yeah, Sabin not doing much. He has 2 X title matches. And like the X Division, I think they very much realize is pretty barren these days.
Well, they keep having to bring people in.
Yeah, Styles moved up. Jerry Lynn has moved on to like just more general feuding with people. And obviously Loki is in the tag division and currently injured. And mostly in Japan. So Loki is also not available. Red is an inconsistent presence. There's no Amazing Red this month, actually. I know he was banged up. He was on a tour of Japan. And then he came back and he was apparently banged up after that tour of Japan. So no Red at all in this month of June. So the people who you would consider like the big 4, the most focused people in the X Division like the first 6 months, aren't in the X Division anymore. So then you had Kid Cash, who was like the X Division champion, not in the X Division anymore.
Yeah, moving on to better and brighter things.
Oh yes, he is beating women and very happy about it.
He loves it.
He does. He gets off on it. Like, he does a promo this month where he's like, I love beating women. I want to beat all the women.
Thank you for that soundbite.
Oh, no. God damn it.
You fell right into my trap.
Luring me into talking about Kid Cash's misogyny.
Yeah. I'm going to have, like, everything I need eventually.
I'll run for high political office one day and then you will strike.
I'll be like, this is for making fun of my like of MCU stuff, you bastard.
This is for you telling me I'm wrong to accept Disney telling me what's canon.
How dare you yell at me for enjoying a wider universe that's connected through hours and hours of millions of dollars, okay? I'm allowed to like it. That doesn't make me any lesser than you.
But yes, Kid Cash deeply hates women. But yeah, Kid Cash moved out of the X Division. Sonny Siaki, the other X Division champion of this era, moved out of the X Division. So now we do, like, thinking who is in the X Division. The answer is Chris Sabin, who's in the X Division.
Johnny Swinger.
Johnny Swinger, I guess, is in the X Division, but not for long.
But, like, he's been more consistently in the X Division than Shark Boy has at this point. Shark Boy's moved on to tag stuff. Hard 10 division, if anything.
And then, like, Paul London is a guy who was in and out of the X Division, both through injury and having other commitments, and leaving now, because this is the last we'll see of Paul London.
To be fair, he was supposed to be in it.
Yeah, even the people they were bringing in to be like, this is the new generation of the X... Oh, nope, they're gone too.
So right now they only really have Sabin and Frankie.
Yeah, because they bring in Frankie Kazarian this month too, because I think they do realize they're like, oh god, we have nobody in this division.
It does feel like we're fairly moving on to Generation 2 of the X Division now.
Yeah, because we'll have, I don't remember when Michael Shane debuts, but it's in the next couple months that we have Michael Shane showing up as well. And Shane, Sabin, and Kazarian end up being like the next Styles, Loki, and Lynn, just not quite as good. But they are the next like 3 pillars of the X Division.
Yeah. And then eventually we'll get to your Shellys and such. One day.
Yeah, and we'll have the likes of Daniels move over from the tag division and Skipper move over from the tag division. And
that's the one like benefit they have of like keeping Triple X away from the X Division so far, is that they have Daniels and Skipper and even Key eventually ready to go and be fresh in that division when they need them. And be like people who are over and well known, so it's not like it's Frankie coming in here and having to like earn the respect of the crowd.
Yeah. And, like, we've moved past the X Division into, like, the worked shoot era of TNA, which is also gone. Like, that's not what they're doing now anymore, either.
It's still there a little bit. It's like the X Division. You still have a taste of it, but it's not the entire hour and 40 minutes now.
Yeah, there's little smidges of it. We'll talk about, like, Glen Gilberti's promo this month, and even Russo's promo has bits of it as well. I guess the Russo D'Lo stuff is kind of work shoot, but anyway.
A little bit. But it's also just Russo. Like, are you going to just call everything Russo does work shoot? Or is it just like, this is his character as well, you know?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. But yeah, the era where you had the Dusties.
I miss Dusty.
Don't we all? Dusty, again, another Dusty-less month. 2 straight months without Dusty.
Dusty, come back.
You also had the Pipers and the people just getting in the face of Vince Russo and shooting and talking uncomfortably about people's deaths.
JJ Dillon.
Oh yeah, JJ. Remember all those people that showed up?
Paul Bearer.
You don't really have that anymore, though, because, like, Larry's not around. All the people that showed up have just left.
One day, huh?
Like, I'm trying to think. Debuts this month, you had Frankie Kazarian, who wasn't, like, a surprise. He was just a new guy on the show. Mm-hmm. And you had Shane Douglas, who was, like, a surprise. He's a guy you know showing up for the first time.
Kenzo Suzuki. Thank you.
But he's not really a surprise either. He's just a guy having a match.
There was one pretty cool debut this month.
Oh, yes, there was one guy who's a big star. You might have heard of him. His name is Sting.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, that might not be him.
Liam, if you listen to the watch-along, we did the watch-along of the 2 middle shows of the month. So the June 11th, the June 18th shows. And announced on the June 11th shows that Sting will be debuting on the June 18th show. And Liam did not believe TNA.
Why would I? What have they done to make me believe that that was going to be real Sting? And I'm still not 100% convinced.
And the fact that Vince Russo was running around with a bat the entire time made you think it was just going to be Vince Russo dressed as Sting.
Which, you know what? They should have committed to.
Yeah, so we came out of, like, the work shoot era in, like, March, which was, like, when sex began to just become a regular staple on the show. And then we're into what TNA is now, which is probably, just as you mentioned, sleazier WCW.
I described it this week as, like, if ROH was really infected by, like, WCW 2000. Because, like, there's still that, like, smidgen of work rate in there. It's in there. It's under a lot of grime, but it's still in there. And you have to fight for it, but it is there.
Like, we do have the best match in TNA history this month.
Yes, Kenzo Suzuki and Perry Saturn.
Of course. There's still the little bit of hope, which is honestly the worst part of it. Because if there wasn't that little bit of hope, you'd be able to write it off. But it's like, oh god, there is that great freaking cage match this month. That is, like, the best match this company has ever put on. Why can't they do that all the time?
Yeah. Why can't they be Ring of Honor without the WCW grime?
They can just be Ring of Honor with mainstream production. As much as TNA had mainstream production.
Hey man, they got a really cool stage this month, so...
Yeah. Well, so we'll get into all of that in a moment. But let's start with the notes from this month, which the first of which is a fun one given Sting showed up this month. Jeff Jarrett told World Wrestling All-Stars promoter Andrew McManus that the only way he would take part in the title unification match is if he didn't have to put Sting over.
Yeah, wrestlers are so cool.
Like, to a degree it makes sense. It's like, I'm not going to drop the belt to Sting. It's the NWA title. This is my company. Why would I drop the belt to Sting? But also, Sting's a much bigger star than you, Jeff.
But also, like, if you can get Sting to come back and drop it in the US...
Yeah, ideally win-win there, right? Andrew McManus gets his title change on his big show, and then Sting comes back home to drop it back to Jarrett, and you get a big title match back in TNA.
But then again, who says that Sting wants to do that as well?
Well, we'll talk about it, but Sting has committed to, like, a 4-date deal at this stage.
And a shoot interview.
And a shoot interview, indeed. The Mike Tenay Sting interview, which is, they apparently sat down and they did a 38-minute interview that they plan to spread over multiple shows.
I was going to say, if that wasn't on the shows, we should track it down in full.
Well, that's something we'll be talking about in July, because they teased it in the last show of the month, and we'll start airing it on the first week of July.
I'm looking forward to it. I want to see the man behind the paint.
Yeah, because it's not Sting, Liam, it's Steve Borden. It's Real Estate Steve being interviewed by today here.
I'm really looking forward to some Steve vignettes later on in TNA's history.
Oh, there's like some great Steve content.
I'm aware of the Steve content. I'll tell you that for sure.
In like his first 2 years when he comes there full time, like 2006, 2007, there's some very good Steve content.
There's some very good Paparazzi Productions Steve content.
Jarrett told McManus that there was no way he could let someone who has never worked for NWA-TNA win his belt and not defend it on the weekly pay-per-view. Although there are a number of wrestlers questioning Jarrett's push in TNA, it's almost impossible not to see the logic in the stance Jarrett took. And while Sting was upset that McManus didn't tell him the finish of the match until the day of the event, any tension that existed was between Sting and McManus, not Sting and Jarrett.
I have a lot of tension with McManus as well, so I get you, Sting.
Yeah, we were having to watch a World Wrestling All-Stars show this month for reasons.
And it was maybe the worst thing I've ever been a part of.
Excuse me, you're not allowed to give your takes away yet.
That's just my opinion on World Wrestling All-Stars. It's not even the show.
Longtime producer Dave Sahadi is no longer working with WWE. This is one of those keep this one in the back of your mind for a year and a half things. He was responsible for some of the great production work over the years for WWE, including ring entrance videos, pay-per-view video summaries, feud recaps, pay-per-view commercials, and so on. Considered one of their creative geniuses behind the scenes.
Cool. All right, Dave, we'll see you soon.
We will perhaps see you soon. And honestly, when you look at like WWE production, I don't think it was ever quite as good after he left.
What? I'm not sure I have a frame of reference in my head for what he would have done versus what he wouldn't have done.
I do think like WWE production was always the thing people universally praised. And I think over like the last 5-10 years, it's gotten steadily worse. There's the obvious things like the camera cuts, which is the thing they didn't used to do nearly as badly, and now they do way, way worse. And it's like unwatchable. But like even the quality of their video packages, what was the last great WWE video package? I know you don't watch WWE a lot, but like no one talks about their video packages.
Well, because they also
anymore.
don't do them very often anymore.
And because they're too cheap to pay for licensed songs either, so they're all like just generic production tracks.
And well, if you've even noticed, they don't even have entrance videos anymore. It's just a font of their name.
They're a billion-dollar company, and their production is so lazy.
Which is funny because, like, for a long time, their like criticism was that they were all sizzle and no substance, and now it's like they're neither.
They don't even have the sizzle anymore. What even is this company?
Like, your cameras are really nice, unequivocally. Oh my god, this is apparently the hardest word for me ever to say. Say it for me, please.
Unequivocally.
Thank you. Your cameras are the best, right? Like, you watch that show and you're like, wow, I can see every pore in Randy Orton's forehead. Okay, this shit's crazy. But everything else is nothing.
It's just bland, personalityless, like, just stock everything. It's the laziest it could be. The video packages are all the same. Every modern WWE video package is like recap, then the dramatic moment where the music goes blah and the video turns to black and white, and then it's like all sad and angsty for a while. That's every single video package.
But they also only do it like 6 times a year.
And like as I mentioned, they don't do licensed music for those video packages anymore, which is the reason most of them are bad. They don't do, as you said, entrance videos. They just, everything about their production is so like bland and tired and lazy, and they're not even trying. And they're a billion-dollar company.
Yeah, it's not like it's Joe Smo indie, you know? There's a lot of indies that have way better production. Just talking about Deadlock before, their show, really good video production.
Yeah. And like even comparing WWE to themselves, like against their own benchmark, their own standards, they're terrible.
Yeah, it's rough. I wish at least they had the sizzle.
Because then you could be like, look at this cool video package, or look at that cool entrance, or look at that awesome entrance video, or listen to this theme music. Theme music is another one that like WWE used to have iconic theme music. Even like up until relatively recently, they still had great theme music, and now everyone has like generic, boring production songs.
Sometimes I'll like parachute in to watch some random NXT thing, and like all their songs are so different and so nothing now. Like, even guys that, like, were there and had pretty decent themes.
They just take them all away because they don't want to pay CFO royalties.
Which is crazy.
They want to do everything as cheaply as possible, and they're, like, the biggest company in the world on television with billions of dollars and lots of viewers.
It's rough. It's rough stuff.
Very disappointing.
But you know, we got some great entrance videos and actual place to watch the entrance videos this month for TNA, so...
Pretty disappointing note. Desire, who you might have noticed disappeared off the face of the earth this month. Very good reason. She broke her back this month.
Ah, yes, I had heard that this happened.
Desire was injured while working a match tape for Explosion prior to her pay-per-view. She took what appeared to be an ordinary back bump, but struggled noticeably to get through the rest of the match. She was able to finish the match, but collapsed after returning to the sex locker room. Witnesses say she was in tremendous pain in the locker room, and the sex wrestlers took turns holding her hand and comforting her. She was eventually taken to a nearby hospital where she was diagnosed with a broken tailbone and L1 disc in her back. She was placed in a back brace that she will have to wear for at least 2 weeks. Doctors are said to be hopeful that she can avoid surgery by going through physical therapy.
Rough.
Yeah, especially to do it in an Explosion match, and like not by all accounts, not even like a, you know, something going wrong or something like a botched spot. In typical wrestling fashion, and people are always like, "That's a dangerous move." Like, "Oh, you shouldn't do a pile driver. That's a dangerous move." It's like this is always what happens. You just take a regular flat back bump, and your back just gives out in you, and you break your back.
Or you just take a wonky back bump and land a little awkward on one bit or a little bit on your tailbone, and then bang.
Like when you think of most injuries, you think of the Seth Rollins one. It's like he did a sunset flip powerbomb, planted his leg, and his knee exploded.
Well, it's like you even just see people will just like they'll step, they'll just step in that ring, and then their knee will go.
Yeah.
Like just from walking.
People always like clutch their pearls about dangerous moves, and it's like more often than not, people get hurt doing the rudimentary stuff, and they are just extraordinarily unlucky.
Yeah, it's I think it's mostly a game of luck. Like obviously, you know, if you're going out there and you're doing a bunch of stuff that you have no right doing, you're gonna hurt people. But it's like, it's just the regular stuff that can do it, and often does.
Best wishes to Desire back here in 2003.
Yes.
In other Jerry Jarrett news, sources say he's no longer involved in the actual booking process. Those responsibilities are shared by Jeff Jarrett, Vince Russo, Glen Gilberti, and Dixie Carter, who all meet every Thursday to write the following week's shows. I'd imagine Dixie's just sitting in the room nodding. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Jeff. That sounds good.
Tremendous Dixie Carter impression.
Thank you. I hope to continue to use it every time. If there's one, I'm a notorious podcast coward for doing accents. I will never not take the opportunity to do a southern accent.
You can't do Mox, but you will do Dixie.
Yeah, I will do a Dixie.
And you'll always do a Finn Balor whenever prompted.
Oh, it's been a while. That snakes. I have to practice my Finn Balor again. It's in my head now. Oh, give me something. Say something in Irish.
Cunnas the Taw to.
That was some Egyptian spell. You can't lie to me.
I asked, how are you in Irish?
Oh, wait, let me go to my Duolingo real quick.
Okay.
I was learning it for like a week. It's a ridiculous language, Garrett.
We do tend to just leave out letters and just pronounce things inexplicably.
Like, I've been going through a lot of them, and like, a lot of them make sense. Mm-hmm. Irish? Nah. 0 sense.
It's the reason you get people like Saoirse Ronan just being on like the international stage, and then people are like, how on earth do you pronounce Saoirse?
Yeah. Well, even your names.
Yeah, Quiva? No one can say the word Quiva outside of Ireland.
Oh, God.
Duolingo, stop making noise.
Is Calin E?
Very good, well done.
E.
What does it say, Garrett?
I didn't hear it. What did it say?
Is Colleen E.
Well, Colleen is girl.
Is. I'll give you that.
Are you asking Ara, am I a girl?
I got it wrong.
Ihim Ool.
Ihim Ool?
I have no idea. I haven't done Irish. I haven't like spoken Irish in 11 years. You're asking the wrong person to try and speak Irish for you.
Ihim Ool is I eat an apple, Garrett.
What?
Ihim Ool.
Oh, ihim. Oh, right. I thought pronunciation needs work.
I have an accent. I'm sorry.
Okay, now do your Finn Balor. Now that you've actually spoken some Irish.
I haven't heard Finn Balor in a long time, to be honest. I literally just popped the collar on my shirt. Oh, the snake's in the back.
Oh, very good. It's like I'm in Dublin. Like, well, technically Bray, I guess. Even though your Finn Balor doesn't sound like Finn Balor.
Listen, nothing sounds like anything, okay?
Yes, your Dixie Carter did sound exactly like Dixie, though.
Oh, well, thank you.
But yeah, for the most part, it's Russo and Gilberti writing these shows with Jared offering notes.
Please follow me on Twitter.
It's tremendous stuff. And Jerry is out of the creative process. The weekly production meetings are being attended by producers Keith Mitchell and Mike Miller, plus Bob Ryder, Jeremy Boris, Goldilocks, Bill Behrens, Glen Gilberti, Vince Russo, Jeff Jarrett, Scott D'Amore, and longtime Memphis wrestler Tony Falk. And I know Conan was added to those production meetings this month because he's one of the Spanish announcers.
Goldilocks finally gaining power backstage.
Well, she has to be in them. She's in all the pre-tapes and stuff.
Nah, gaining power.
Get in the book.
I wish. No, actually, maybe I don't, because there'd probably all be that show that she ran last time.
There's a note this month that her and Trinity have been filming more skits like that to try and pitch as a television show. So.
Oh, that's what Kid Cash was talking about. And he said that Goldilocks and Trinity have been spending time together.
Yes, they've been just shooting content, not at all doing anything else.
Yeah. All right, we'll get to that segment later, but I have one big point about that.
Sabu and the TNA office have made up again, so look for him to return soon, likely with a feud with Raven.
Great.
I like the consistent run of Sabu and TNA getting back together and falling out and getting back together and falling out. They're a real couple you want to root for in a sitcom. I
don't know if I do root for those couples. I often turn against them.
I don't know. TNA and Sabu were always a pretty good match, though.
Yeah. It's like New Girl. Jess and Nick.
The problem with New Girl is they got Jess and Nick together in the middle of the show and then realized it's oh, we have nothing else to do with this couple. What do? We break them up.
Yeah.
It's the New Girl spoilers. Sorry.
What the fuck? I like New Girl. New Girl's a good show. That last season shouldn't have existed.
If I watched the last season, I don't remember it, so...
It's the weird political season.
TNA opened a New York office and hired former in-demand official Frank Romano as the new chief operating officer, as predicted by Torch sources. Torch, it's funny, the week before this, it was announced that Frank Romano had left in-demand where he was working. Peter B. Torch was like, he's going to TNA, isn't he? And it's like, yeah, he is. We called it.
That's going to be us every time we think of something.
So congratulations to PW Torch on their newly found Never Wrong status.
Yeah, that was them doing their hashtag We're Never Wrong.
Quote from the press release they released about this: I'm looking forward to utilizing my experience in the pay-per-view industry for TNA. With TNA being the only 52-week live pay-per-view programming, we have a unique opportunity. TNA has a very progressive business structure as opposed to their progressive politics.
I was going to make literally the exact same joke.
And it has quickly established itself as the definitive alternative to WWE in the market of wrestling and sports entertainment.
Sure.
Romano will work out of the new TNA office in Manhattan, New York, which opened on June 23rd, which is probably just Romano's house, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like it's one of those rented office spaces that you can rent by the hour.
They are absolutely not paying for building space in New York. And if they are, they're stupid.
Yeah, it's one of those places where you go with a laptop and you can use like a corner of an office building for a couple hours.
You get a nice little desk for yourself and a socket
Yeah.
to plug your things into.
And you all have the same secretary working for every company at the front.
And maybe, they might have sent one of those TNA decals to put on the wall.
Oh, I want one.
Establishing a presence in New York will solidify TNA as a major player in the industry, says Jeff Jarrett.
Sure.
In the June 20th from the Inside column, Jeremy Borash confirmed that Joey Legend will debut soon. Scott D'Amore pushed hard for Legend, who helped his own cause with impressive work on the last WWA tour. You a big Joey Legend fan, Liam?
I recognize the name.
Just Joe from the World Wrestling Federation?
I recognize the Joey Legend name, I think from like shoot interviews of this time.
Well, this month was the introduction of the Red Shirt Security, and you will see Joey Legend involved in more security-related antics in the future.
I like the Red Shirt Security because they're extremely biased.
They are large men.
But also, like, there's an assault happening and they'll be like, Jeff, get to the back!
You will see that becomes a story.
Ah, I think I knew that.
There is the Red Shirt and the Black Shirt Security, representing different factions
I hope they
within
have
TNA.
war games.
Security war games.
Yeah.
During the June 19th WWE Bite This internet show, Tommy Dreamer said he watches TNA. I tape TNA every Wednesday and I like it, Dreamer said. I'm happy to see some of my old friends and comrades working there. Bite This host Josh Matthews also noted that Sting appeared on the TNA anniversary show.
Oh, they're allowed to acknowledge them at this point.
Yeah, well, Bite This, all of WWE's like online shows were a little bit of that like Wild West where it's like, yeah, do what we want.
They're like the AEW dark of the time.
It's interesting how WWE has changed their mentality in that regard, where like they would do stuff like this and talk about like industry things on their online shows. And even like the WWE website, if you go to like the WWE website and search TNA, you'll find like old stories of Impact spoilers. And people get very confused when that pops up. But no, like WWE had an industry news section on their website for years, where they just had like just whatever happened in the industry. If something happened in TNA or Ring of Honor or whatever, they'd have a little news story there, so they could own the SEO on it and bring people to their website instead of other websites. That was the point of it, which isn't the worst idea in the world. But like that just would not fly in modern WWE.
Maybe they should have an industry section, but it's only for sports entertainment.
Ah, yes, all the other sports entertainment properties. So
Yeah.
it would be like, what's the name of the basketball thing where you go on trampolines?
Oh, I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember the name of it.
Name escaped me. People are probably shouting it at the podcast, but I think that qualifies as
Gladiators.
sports entertainment. Gladiators, yes, of course, the premier, the top-notch sports entertainment.
Wipeout.
Yeah, sure, yeah, that probably counts.
Yeah, well, John Cena hosts it, so
Probably like Space Jam.
yeah, that's sports entertainment. That's more. I think it's more entertainment with sports.
Yeah, they're gonna report the result of Space Jam like it's a shoot.
That'd be very funny. They talk about the Rick and Morty cameo.
The Monstars lost the Toon Squad today after Bill Murray showed up.
They report on Air Bud.
Oh well, yeah, those are the important sports events you want to see.
Oh, they do the Puppy Bowl.
I've never actually watched the Puppy Bowl.
I've seen clips. I've seen the video game.
There's a Puppy Bowl video game?
Yes, there is a Puppy Bowl video game.
God, I want the Puppy Bowl video game.
Well, maybe if you're a good boy for the rest of the year, Santa will bring it to you.
Hell yeah, it's only a week away until Christmas.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is our last episode before Christmas as well. I guess we'll have a Patreon show around Christmas, but still.
Rinka Christmas.
Rinka Christmas indeed. We should get Scott Steiner to
Rinka
celebrate.
Kringle.
That's much better. Well done.
Thank you. Rinka Krampus. Oh no.
Vince Russo didn't do himself any favors when he commented on the creative structure.
That's
of
it.
TNA,
That's the whole sentence.
Vince Russo just didn't do himself any favors. You could stop there.
Yeah. By showing back up on TV.
Yes, in the internet review he wrote about Raw. A quote from Vince Russo. Can the TNA show get better? Russo asked. Yes. Is there some inconsistency? Yes. Holes in the storylines? Some. However, there is a reason. Despite what you'd like to believe, the almighty Russo is not writing the show solo. No, he's writing with Glenn and then giving it to Jeff. I'm working with others who I've never worked with before on a creative level. There are some adjustments to be made, other philosophies to understand, growing pains, and we're working them out. And by working them out, he means trying to stab the people who annoy him in the back and take their jobs.
Yeah, that's a way of working him out.
Yeah, just get rid of the inconsistencies and growing pains.
It's like working out a tight muscle, you know? You just gotta really fucking get in there.
The column was pulled from the website at the request of TNA management a short time after it was posted.
When they were like, what the fuck, Vince?
Stop burying our creative process in a review of Raw.
Also, don't talk shit about me.
This is part of his undermining process, though. This is how he works. It's how he operates.
But yeah, well, he's like... Because he makes himself seem like this, you know, oh, I'm trying my best to understand other people's point of views. Blah, 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 blah.
In reality, he's doing mostly the very opposite. Jeremy Borash has been receiving rave reviews from his fellow employees for the video production work he does for TNA. One colleague reports that Borash didn't know anything about video production until he volunteered for the job in TNA. He has since taught himself from scratch and is known for working extremely long hours early in the week leading into the show.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, fair play to him. Like, they're not great, but some of them are very good. Some of them are very weird. But weird in an interesting way most of the time.
They're a little avant-garde, aren't they?
Yeah, there's a little bit of artsiness to them.
But like, I mean, let's be real, he's probably on like 3 hours sleep and it's 6 a.m. and he's been up all night trying to fucking work out. Fucking movie maker. He's like, fuck it, I'm gonna make this one shot of fucking James Mitchell just pan across a screen that looks like it's a film. And it's gonna go across like it's being running through a fucking projector. Don't worry about it.
And then eventually he just gives up and just puts the Jeff Jarrett, AJ Styles, and Raven in like some PowerPoint display font on the screen. It's like, this is the best I can do, guys. I ran out of time.
Yeah, it just says Jarrett versus Raven versus Styles. And he's like, I'm so sorry. There's so much to do.
I tried to get it to animate, but the effect wouldn't work, and it was coming in from the wrong angle, and it didn't work, so I just went to PowerPoint and screen captured it.
Just starts crying. But look at him now, huh?
Running NXT.
Directing everything.
He's doing all the Trinity beach photo shoots he needs.
That was actually just, you know, as a thank you.
Yeah.
Like, go out there with Trinity and go do some, frankly, like, commendable poses on a beach. Like I said in the watch along, I don't have the I don't have the skin for that. I couldn't take the heat.
I couldn't get like naked on a beach, never mind like posing and trying to be sexy while people are just in the background.
Yeah, beaches suck.
Beaches are horrible places, mostly because I can't swim and I'll drown, but still.
There's rubbish everywhere because, you know, we killed the planet. They're awful places. I hate the beach. Which is like somewhat sacrilegious, I guess, considering Australia's like 80% beach.
And yeah, I thought you just lived on beaches.
I mean, I do live near beaches, but they're awful. I hate them.
Aren't you like taught to surf before you're actually taught like your ABCs?
I definitely know how to surf. I was on Blue Water High.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Show rocked.
And insert the Blue Water High theme.
Joey Styles was scheduled to debut a TNA Talk segment 2 weeks ago. The plan was for Styles to read insider news in a studio format. Styles wouldn't actually make the trip to Nashville every week. Instead, he would tape the segments in Charles Bruzzesi's studio in New York, where Styles was already working on Monday nights when he did the play-by-play for MLW. They offered Mark Madden this role as well, but he turned it down, and this never happened because Styles just turned them down in the end.
They should have given it to that other guy.
Who?
The guy who took over for Goldie when she was murdered on the show.
Scott Hudson?
Yeah, give it to Scott Hudson.
Scott Hudson was very good as the backstage interviewer when he showed up on
To be honest, like, I love Goldie, but I thought he was a better backstage interviewer than Goldie.
He's just a professional.
Yeah, Goldie's a good character, but like, I think he was a way better interviewer.
So Joey Styles is meant to make his TNA debut here. They actually advertised this segment on television like 2 straight weeks. They're like, TNA Talk is coming next week, and then the next week they were like, TNA Talk is coming next week, and then TNA Talk just disappeared.
Good.
So they were going to do the industry news section of WWE.com, but just on the website, on the television show, where they'd just be like, yo, Dave Sahadi left WWE this week.
I wish they were like, Ring of Honor reported 2,000 people for their latest show. In reality, it was probably closer to 200. And then, like, Scott's like, I give Paul London versus AJ Styles 2 out of 3 falls, 4.25 stars.
A note from the Wrestling Observer: there was yet another major political wind blown this past week, which is the last week of the month. I'm not sure exactly how it went down, and it came at a totally unexpected time. The company is going back to a traditional wrestling format, emphasizing babyfaces and heels, and in reaction, everyone was told before the June 25th show that there would be no more swearing allowed on TV. Before that, no one really cared. As it turned out, another change was that they didn't pre-tape the backstage segments and did everything live. That meant New Jack ended up doing an F-bomb. Again, they couldn't edit it because they did it live.
Good times.
People were told this had nothing to do with all the Panda people who came in, like Bob Carter, for the anniversary show.
I wonder if it did.
I wonder, if Bob is like, what the fuck is this?
No, he's like, what the beep?
He's just watching the Vince Russo promo on that anniversary show being like, this is what I'm pouring millions of dollars into?
Yeah, he should have gone to the next show.
You would have seen a cool cage match. You would have been happy. And last note of the month, Jeff Jarrett has reached a deal to lease the rights to the NWA name for 10 years at a growing rights fee per year. After 10 years, he would then have an option to own the name outright.
Oh, I probably should have stuck it in there, huh?
Just so they'd have the NWA name?
Yeah, make it 2013. And you can sell it to Billy Corgan.
As we know, they stopped using the NWA-TNA name around 2004, and then stopped using the NWA titles outright in 2007. So they eventually abandoned the National Wrestling Alliance instead of tried to revive the National Wrestling Alliance.
To be honest, the better choice of the two.
Yeah, probably is. So those are the big notes from this here 1 year anniversary month, which brings us to broad topics, which, just for you, Liam, let's start with Eric Watts.
Oh shit, let's go!
We will come in straight in with Eric Watts and Goldilocks' relationship continue to develop this month.
I like the relationship. I like that Watts makes some personal developments in order to appeal to Goldilocks.
Yeah, so like the first show of the month, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 48, June 4th, 2003. Goldilocks finishes an interview with Jeff Jarrett, and then Eric Watts just strolls in.
As he's wont to do. I like that Jeff's just cool with Eric now.
Oh yeah, they're just pals. They buried that beef.
Because he realized that he's not a real threat.
And Watts has stopped trying to like be his friend. So
yeah, he's just like a dude now.
He's given up antagonizing Jeff, and then he's given up his secondary strategy of trying to aggressively be Jeff's friend, and now he's just moved on.
I think he just appreciated that the extent that Eric Watts went to and saved him that one time. So he's like, all right, we're cool.
So yeah, Watts is being like a goofball. He's joking around with Goldie. Goldie didn't appreciate it.
And then he's like, I can be serious.
It's like, yeah, I'm a good guy. I can just be a normal.
And then he made another
being
joke
instead of being Eric Watts. Yeah.
But then,
yeah. So Kid Cash is in the ring. He's demeaning Goldie and Trinity. He's
being the worst.
He's not a nice person. This Kid Cash, Liam.
Okay, was this the week where he was like making all of the comments?
No, that was later in the month. This wasn't even the worst of Kid Cash this month.
Yeah, okay, so this wasn't the one where he's like making all the very lewd references.
Oh, maybe it was, because this was the one where he was like mocking Goldie and Trinity's appearance.
Yeah. And he was making a lot of things, and he's like, I heard some rumors about you two.
Yeah, because it's not even the worst Kid Cash, because he does go on to openly talk about how he loves beating women, which is probably the worst of Kid Cash this month. But
this one he's just like aggressively homophobic too.
Yeah, and then Eric Watts comes out to the biggest reaction maybe in the history of TNA.
Time to move over Road Warrior pop, because, brother, we got the Eric Watts pop.
It is funny. Every time Eric Watts appears on screen in a backstage pre-tape, you hear the crowd start chanting Watts.
Yeah, because he rules!
So yeah, he shows up here, he starts beating the shit out of Kid Cash.
Just a bunch of fucking sweet power moves.
Yeah, he power bombs him, he hits him with a big ass choke slam, he runs wild, he saves Trinity and Goldie. Goldie is cheerleading him all the time.
And he leaves with both of them.
Yeah, he leaves with Goldie and Trinity, and we have our new stable, I guess, of Goldilocks, Trinity, and Eric Watts.
And as they're leaving, the crowd chants, threesome.
Listen, it's subtext. You can't say it's not subtext here.
It's quite overt, actually.
Yeah, but seriously, Eric Watts looks so good here,
Yeah, he
destroying
was
Kid
awesome. He
Cash.
was a tremendous babyface.
It's unfortunate that the match they had this month, way worse. But this segment where he beat the shit out of him ruled.
Yeah, I didn't mind the match, but it definitely wasn't. There was some sloppiness to it.
So we go to the following week, June 11th, where Eric Watts, Goldilocks, and Trinity are scheduled to have a 3-on-1 handicap match against Kid Cash.
Yeah, and I think we're all looking forward to that. But finally, Trinity getting a bit of revenge on Kid Cash after losing every time that she tried to.
So Scott Hudson is backstage talking to Watts, Goldie, and Trinity, just having a chat.
Because Goldie's busy this show.
Yeah, so that's the reason Scott Hudson is a backstage and interviewer for the June 11th show, because Goldie is wrestling on this show. So they're chatting, they're having a nice talk before, suddenly, emerging from a cage behind them, is none other, Liam, than the monster Abyss.
Holy fuck.
Abyss doesn't make his TNA debut. If you remember, he was in the original Gauntlet for the Gold as Justice. So this is his second TNA appearance. He has finally returned as the Abyss character for the first time.
Abyss making probably the greatest debut of all time by breaking up an Eric Watts threesome.
He is doing us all a favor here by destroying Eric Watts' sex life.
I mean, personally, I'm devastated, as there has never been a pro wrestling throuple done well, and I thought we were finally going to get that. But no, Abyss had to ruin it. Abyss had to kink shame, and I don't appreciate that from Abyss, okay? What a weird way to debut the monster Abyss.
Especially because Abyss literally lives in a cage underneath the stairs in the asylum.
And eats cookies.
He does enjoy Kid Cash's cookies. So Abyss, who is not called Abyss this month, he's like a mystery masked man. He has not yet been given a name in the month of June.
I love weird jean vest and jeans Abyss. And it kind of makes him fit with Kid Cash too, because Kid Cash also looks like a giant scumbag.
He looks like the trailer park monster as opposed to like the, demon monster.
Yeah, 100%.
So Abyss beats the shit out of Eric Watts so that Kid Cash faces Trinity and Goldie by himself, which he wins after Abyss hits the first Black Hole Slam on Trinity.
And a really good one.
It was. Abyss hitting Black Hole Slams on smaller wrestlers is the best.
Well, even to be fair, he hit a really good one on Eric Watts as well.
Occasionally, very occasionally, when he's doing it on a smaller wrestler, he'll do a double rotation Black Hole Slam.
I forget who it was too, but I was going through some Jimmy Ray stuff the other day, and I was watching an Embassy 6-man, and it was either Jack Evans or it was Matt Sydal, and he caught one of them out of a flip and hit the double Black Hole Slam, and I popped out of my seat.
He's so good. He's the best. We should mention Jimmy Ray did pass away this week.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. It's someone that we're definitely going to get to. We've seen a bit on the show already, but someone whose big TNA run hasn't yet happened.
Yeah, we'll still talk. He still has some asylum appearances to make, as you mentioned. He's a lower card X Division guy at this stage, just popping up in multi-mans or some tag matches here and there. So he hasn't been given an opportunity to make much of an impression in TNA where we are in the timeline at the moment. But as you said, when we get to 2007 and we get to the team with Lance Hoyt and Christy Hemme, the Rock and Rave Infection, which is what I think most people remember him from TNA, I'm looking forward to getting to that stuff because I enjoyed that character. I enjoyed them just hitting people with rock guitars.
It's a good bit. Yeah, that's definitely what I knew him from. And now, as I've been kind of mirroring my TNA watch along with Ring of Honor stuff, I've also started to see the beginnings of the AJ Styles feud, which happened at the same time, which was kind of the story of the vet trying to fire up the youngster to get up on that next level. Honestly, go back and watch that stuff, because you get to see Jimmy Ray versus, every name from that era. You get to see him work Daniels, you get to see him work Styles, you get to see him work Punk and Joe, and they're all out there, and so they're all really good matches, and you should definitely go back and check them out if you haven't already seen them. Or even if you have, go and do a rewatch of them. I'm really excited to reach that Embassy stuff, because that's the stuff I know very little about.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Far too young, 39.
And just a completely overlooked talent in a lot of ways. So yeah, go back and watch your Jimmy Rave stuff. Go back and watch your, especially with all the Ring of Honor stuff going down at the same time, Go out there and check all that stuff out.
Yeah, to return to the dramatic tonal shift back to Eric Watts.
Yes.
Goldilocks, we move on to the following week after they lost the 2-on-1 handicap match against Kid Cash, Trinity, and Goldie. So the following week, Goldilocks is interviewing Tracy and Veronica, known by the name of Bitch Slap.
It's actually a good name, to be fair.
It's pretty good. And when they do it, they do a little slap. They do a little high five to each other when they say bitch slap.
They go whoosh.
So Watts wants to talk to Goldie then. Kid Cash is meant to be being interviewed by Goldilocks, and obviously Eric Watts doesn't want that. He wants to protect Goldie from Kid Cash.
Yeah, well, that's a terrible idea. It's a self-admitted, lover of beating women.
You really shouldn't be interviewing him here on this wrestling show.
Also, like, NWA-TNA should be, like, culpable for this.
You should not be putting Kid Cash in like any environment close to women, especially given how that interview turns out. So instead of Goldilocks interviewing Kid Cash, Eric Watts interviews Kid Cash in the ring. And Kid Cash, this is the promo where he literally just starts talking about how he gets off beating women.
Yeah.
He is sexually aroused when he beats a woman. That's the Kid Cash character.
Like, the thing about this segment, though, is, like, at least it's kind of gone so far over the top now that it's no longer, like, it's so absurd now that it's not, like, real and upsetting as much. Like, when it was the Trinity stuff, it was just blatant, like domestic abuse.
Yeah, that segment, particularly last month, where he just beat the shit out of Trinity, was, like, this is him being cartoonishly, like, misogynistic.
Yeah. That was the exact word I was going to use as well.
Whereas last week he was just, like, viscerally misogynistic, or last month.
Yeah.
So he's doing the interview. He's about to beat the hell out of Cash again. He takes him up for a chokeslam, but then we see on the screen that Goldilocks is trapped backstage inside the cage of Abyss, who earlier in the show, Kid Cash visited Abyss's cage. And it's like, hey, buddy. Hey, pal. You want to help me out again?
Did you get those cookies I left you?
He's obviously a nice guy to get to Abyss. Maybe if he treated Trinity or Goldilocks like this, he wouldn't have a problem.
Locking them in a cage?
Alright, maybe he would still have a problem. So, yeah, Goldilocks is trapped backstage in the cage with Abyss. Eric Watts runs to try and save Goldilocks from the cage, but it cannot. He tries to kick the lock off of the cage.
Which, like, you know what? Fair play.
A very valiant effort here from Eric Watts.
He gets jumped from behind by Cash and laid out, and as Goldie is trapped in the cage. But she's fine by the next week, so I guess, like, Abyss just let her out.
Yeah, it was just a trap. Abyss understood.
Yeah. They're kind of doing, like, you know, the monster and damsel in distress shtick here, where it's like, he's kind of, Abyss is playing with her hair the whole time, but not really, like, hurting her or anything.
Which isn't the first time we would have an angle about Abyss being infatuated with a backstage announcer.
Yeah.
Who is a blonde. Oh god, they really went back to this well.
He has a type.
He really does. And then last segment of the month, we had Kid Cash against Eric Watts.
Yeah, okay, listen. I'm not going to come out here and say that this was a 5-star classic.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it was pretty sloppy. But between the endless Cash headlocks, Watts got to do some cool power moves. Cash went for a Rana and then Watts just dropped him, and it was actually kind of awesome though, because it looked like he threw him into like a side powerbomb. And I was like, you know what? Fuck yeah, I don't care. That ruled.
Because, yeah, I think it was just meant to be a double spring Rana, but, like, Watts just didn't take the bump, so it just looked like he powerbombed
I think he tripped, because he just went down instead of, like, basing. I think you could tell that Watts was kind of pissed off about it, because he got up and took a brilliant swinging DDT bump from Cash.
Yeah.
To, like, so that, like, fuck, I fucked that up, but I'm going to get up and go extra hard on the next bump to make up for it. I have pretty low standards for, like, Watts stuff, and I'll be happy with it, and this passed
Don't
that.
I know it?
Well, let's be real, the angles are always tremendous. I just don't expect a lot from him in-ring.
I feel like watching this match, he lost because Abyss ran out, Blackall slammed him, Cash pinned him. I feel like Watts would be a much better tag team wrestler.
Who would you team him with?
I have no idea, but, like, somebody who could, like, do the selling. Amazing Red and Watts is clearly the tag team they should have had.
That's like our team. That's my guy and your guy together.
So, like, you have Red, the guy who can take the beating and get the crowd invested, and then he makes the hot tag to Watts, who does his, like, 3 kick-ass power moves and doesn't have to do any selling.
You know what? I feel like Sabin would be a really good partner for Watts, because he'd be able to do that, but he could also match his chaotic energy in the promos. Because Sabin is also a very chaotic individual.
He's a goofball.
As I saw from the recent WrestleHouse skit.
Slow motion Sabin. There is nothing better in the world than
Not even that one.
Sabin.
I meant like the most recent one where he just came out and screamed.
Or the one where he was sitting at the piano and everyone was like, ooh, Chris Sabin.
I really like Chris Sabin.
Chris Sabin's the best.
I obviously love Sabin, like, I think he's a really good worker, but I love him as a character. Just a goofball of a guy. And Sabin was... This is jumping way ahead in TNA history, but you know, why not? Sabin was like the guy that I was the most happy I was ever for a TNA title changing hands. Was Sabin winning that belt.
Hail Sabin. We'll get to that in 2013.
Hail Sabin.
So that's the Eric Watts stuff for the month. I'm making you happy by doing Watts first.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And I like that you've softened on Watts a little bit. You're not a Watt head. I'll think of something better. But you've softened. I can tell, because you're giggling. You're giggling in Watts segments. His chaotic charisma is getting to you.
I cannot deny the segment where he beat the shit out of Kid Cash as like the biggest babyface in the company. It ruled. He was an act because this company has nobody who's likable. So somebody coming out and getting a cool pop is cool.
Yeah. But you heard it here from Garrett. Watts is the only likable guy on the show.
Listen, in the month of June, you might be right. No, AMW are likable again, so they're up there with him.
Not according to the crowd.
Oh, we'll get to that. I'm mad at that crowd, but we'll wait until the tag stuff.
I wrote so many notes about that match. I'm so excited to go through them.
So we'll move on to the TNA debuteum of none other than the icon Sting.
Yeah.
Is that just a general reaction to Sting, or still your doubt that this is Sting?
Listen, someone who looked like Sting debuted.
This was Sting. And to be fair, it's not like he was half-assing it or phoning it in or like this is a paycheck. He was Sting. He was just being Sting.
Whoever was out there put a lot of effort in, and I do appreciate that.
You and your doubt of TNA.
Listen, anyone can wear the paint.
That's true, but not everyone can be Sting.
Yeah. My point exactly. Should we start with the Russo stuff then go into the Sting stuff? Because the Russo stuff leads to it.
No, we'll wait until the world... Oh, God, because there's two interlocking stories there. There's, like, the world title stuff and there's the Sting stuff.
I think we should leave the Sting stuff till after the world title stuff.
Alright, so, fine, we won't do Sting. Throwing the format out the window.
Yeah, we won't do some guy who looks like Sting until after.
You're disgusting. Disgusting behavior.
I'm disgusting. I'm not ready to discuss Sting. That's good wordplay. There you sidestepped that. That was good.
No, I won't. Now that we're not doing Sting, that means we have to go to the world title stuff, which means we have to talk about Glen Gilberti.
Yes! My favorite pro wrestler!
This is your plan all along to deviate us away from the goodness of Sting to Glen Gilberti.
Yeah, I went from a bad wrestler to a good wrestler.
So, Jeff Jarrett, NWA champion, after we had the whole month, the entire 1 month build to Glen Gilberti against Jeff Jarrett, we finally got the match.
Yep.
Glen Gilberti, Jeff Jarrett for the NWA title, and it was fine.
It was okay. You like this match more than me.
I gave it a gentleman's 3. I thought it was a perfectly... Or did I go 2.75? I might have been too spiteful to give it a gentleman's 3.
I think I went 2.75 and you went 3.
But, listen, it was a perfectly acceptable world title match. The problem is, like, it was not quite good enough for Glenn to be like, well, look, I did it. But it was also not bad enough for, like, Glenn detractors to be like, oh, Glenn sucks, he shat the bed. Like, they had a perfectly acceptable, decent world title match.
It was the most, like... You know, I went slightly below, but it's like, if you ever want to see a gentleman's 3.
It is perfectly adequate wrestling.
Perfectly competent pro wrestling.
To be fair to Disco, he's not a bad wrestler.
He's not a good wrestler, but he's not a bad wrestler.
Yeah, he's not the guy who'll go out there and have the worst match you'll ever see, but he will also very rarely go out there and have a good match.
Ah, I see. You haven't been delving into the WWE stuff.
Not yet. But, like, for the most part, like, technically, he's fine.
He can wrestle a match.
And this was him wrestling a match. I will say, I am disgusted at, like, this is the second week in a row, because the Raven match the week before, which we covered in the last episode, was also a body part match. Seeing Glenn work over somebody's leg is just like, why are you making me watch this TNA?
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Of course, in the lead up to this match, throughout the show, there was some pretty... listen, there's some good segments here. Like, Gilberti is a good goofball and can do good goofball segments, like leading a prayer circle and asking Vince Russo for guidance.
Yeah, so they're standing there, sex, hand in hand, all of them, including the Nazis, allegedly.
No, they were there.
So they were standing together, and Glenn was like, Lord, guide me to the World Championship this month. Lord, led Vince Russo to me, because Russo returned to help Glenn beat Raven last week.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a minute, by the way. We've got some fucking problems with that shit.
My least favourite part of this, the build of this, was Jeff Jarrett did an interview during this show where he was talking about how Glen Gilberti couldn't possibly win the title. It would be a disgrace to the NWA. It would be a disgrace to professional wrestling. It would sully the integrity of our sport. Even though, like, 2 weeks ago, he did that promo being like, oh, you know, people change. He might be a real wrestler now.
You know what it was? 2 weeks ago, he's like, people change. And then the week after, he's like, no, he didn't change.
He did beat the shit out of them the week after, so you know what? Fair.
He's like, no, this guy, he's the same. He's the same guy.
So, yeah, after the match, you know, perfectly decent, normal match, but the finish, Vince Russo runs out with his baseball bat.
Big return.
Well, he returned last week, but
Wait, yeah. Sorry, the fact that it was 2 NWA title matches, like after this as well, and then this, and then Russo was interfering in 3 main events in a row.
helping a different person every time. So, if you remember, the Raven-Gilberti match, Russo returned to help Gilberti beat Raven.
Yes.
Right here, June 4th, Jarrett Gilberti, Russo comes out with his bat, he's standing, Jarrett one side, Gilberti the other, swings to hit Jarrett, swerves Liam.
Ken swerve!
He swerves to knock Gilberti out. Jarrett retains the title over Gilberti after interference from Vince Russo. And everyone's like, oh, what's going on? Why did he screw Glenn?
I don't think anyone actually was going like that. To be fair to Russo, no one swivels the hips better than Vince Russo.
He's done it multiple times in TNA already, so...
He is kind of the GOAT of swiveling the hips.
And he's gonna do it again next week, so...
Yeah.
Alright, so that brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 49, June 11th, in which Glen Gilberti does an in-ring promo where he's talking about how Russo was never good anyway.
Babyface Glen Gilberti. Ace of the company.
I don't even think he's a babyface. I think he's just...
He was trying to get cheered in this segment.
No, I don't think he was.
I think he was. There was definitely points where he was like, God, Russo, boo, and trying to get the crowd into it, and the crowd was not buying a second of it.
Well, yeah, because he kept on talking until the crowd started chanting boring.
Yeah. But he was definitely trying to be like, maybe not a complete babyface, but he was definitely trying to be more of a face in this.
Yeah, so he's talking about all the shitty stuff Russo booked in WCW and how he spent years pretending to like it so he could be Russo's friend. Here we are back to the work shoot nonsense here. Until Russo came out mad at him, they went into a little scuffle until the Harris brothers interfered and beat the shit out of Glenn. Glenn had to go to hospital.
Nah. Nah.
So that is the major disco stuff. We'll get. I think. Is there any more disco this month?
Yeah, he comes back in the other show.
Oh, he made events the last show of the month, of course.
Yes.
So the other, we'll pivot then. Do you want to finish disco? Well, no, we'll do it chronologically.
The disco stuff kind of goes into the Raven stuff, so we can do that at the end.
And the Raven stuff goes into the Douglas stuff, and the Douglas stuff goes into it all works together. So
yeah,
the main event of this show: AJ Styles versus Raven versus Jeff Jarrett for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship. They spent 5 weeks, Liam. 5 weeks building to Disco Inferno against Jeff Jarrett, and then did Styles, Raven, and Jarrett, where Styles wins the title on a 1 week build.
So, for those who listened to the watch along, know that this went down very well with me.
I don't think anything in TNA history. We've covered a year of TNA now. And we've covered 6 months of 2010. We're doing Ring Cat King. We've done all this so far. Nothing broke you as much as the end of this match.
And I think what...
You cannot find the words.
It's just truly a baffling choice. Like, not only to make the first world title that AJ Styles wins this nonsense, and not only to make it him as a heel, you make AJ Styles like defining moment in this company at this point, his biggest achievement, like the guy that you, like one of 2 people that you signed at the start of the company, the guy that, much to everyone's, they didn't know this or they don't choose to believe this, like that first show was about AJ Styles. Right? This whole year has been about AJ Styles, right? It's your guy. Firmly your guy. You've brought him up to this level. He's competing for the NWA title. He is winning the NWA title. This should be a big, giant, crowning moment for the company because it proves that you can raise up your own talent against all these ex-WWE, ex-WCW, ex-ECW guys, and you make it about Vince Russo. Blatantly about Vince Russo. And then the next week, he's crowning like, oh, it's AJ Styles, new NWA champion. The whole segment is about Vince Russo. There's a point in that segment where Vince Russo literally steps in front of him to cut the promo because this is about Vince Russo. And I don't even mind Vince Russo being a focal point on the show because I think Vince Russo is a charismatic character. But this is the same thing that we saw with the 2010 AJ Flair stuff where it's Flair eating up AJ's push. This is Vince Russo eating up AJ's push, which is way worse because it's Vince Russo and not Ric Flair. This is so stupid. Like, to make AJ Styles TNA crowning moment about Vince Russo. It's unfathomable. There's no reason to do this. You can have the swerve, but still make it about AJ. And probably don't do it in his first title win. His first world title win. It's very silly. You watch it and it's impossible to like... I know that Russo has his defenders, trust me, I've been talking to him. But I don't think there's any defense of this. Unless you liked it. And then you're like, come on, defend it.
Well, it's very good for No, there really is no defense of it. Like, the booking of AJ in, like, 2003, basically since he went heavyweight, where he started feuding with Jarrett, lost to Jarrett, had that, like, weird feud with Larry Zbyszko, he had, like, a tag team with D'Lo Brown that broke up for no reason, and then, like, 2 weeks after they broke up that tag team, we didn't mention it, AJ did become #1 contender by beating D'Lo in a very good match, by the way. That AJ D'Lo match on the June 4th match, that match rocked.
And, Raven helped him win.
Yeah, Raven helped him win. Then Raven got into the match because Jarrett promised him a title match, which is why it became a triple threat. And, like, the booking of Styles, he just turns. Like, he was a heel for the first, like, 4 months of the year, then turned babyface to team with D'Lo, agreed to break up with D'Lo, turned heel again. And I'm just like, why would anybody on earth care about AJ Styles? This is not his last turn of the year either, by the way. So you can look forward to more AJ turns.
Yeah, but, like, I can't even get mad at that because that's the structure of the show. There's no stable face or heel, even though that's apparently the new direction of the company.
But it's just they didn't build to this. Like, they just didn't.
They fucked up the two biggest moments that they had for their homegrown guys. Amazing Red winning the X Division title and AJ Styles winning the NWA title. Both of them were overshadowed by outside bullshit.
And, like, they spent 4 weeks building to Gilberti getting a title shot. And then just decided to put the belt on AJ. 2 months ago, AJ was a guy who couldn't beat Mike Sanders in a tag team match. And a guy who lost to Glen Gilberti. Like, they did nothing to prepare him for this. Other than they decided, maybe even this week, I don't know, let's just put the belt on AJ. And honestly, I think it's a little bit of spite from Jeff Jarrett. That's like, let's put the belt on AJ instead of Raven. It's like, and Raven can't give out. It's like, oh, we're pushing the young guy. You can't give out about that, can you, Raven? And I really do think it's like Jarrett is so reluctant to put over Raven, who they don't get along with, even though there's a note that they have a clear the air meeting this week or this month. But they still clearly don't get along, and Jarrett would rather not drop the belt to Raven, so he decides to drop it to Styles instead out of spite.
I'm gonna spitefully put over the future.
Yeah, it's just, we should mention Shane Douglas made his TNA debut in this match.
Which I'm happy about, because he feels like a name.
Yeah, so the franchise showed up to take Raven out of the match, so it came down to Styles and Jarrett, and then Russo showed up, did the swerve for the third straight goddamn week.
Fucking swerve.
So Raven against Gilberti, swerved on Raven to side with Gilberti. Gilberti against Jarrett, swerved on Gilberti to side with Jarrett. And then Styles, Raven, Jarrett, swerved on Jarrett to side with Styles.
What a cohesive show with an emphasis on faces and heels.
If you're AJ and you're looking at this guy, and you're like, alright, so he's turned on literally everybody he's ever had an association with in this company.
And, like, even in real life.
He's trying to stab Jeff Jarrett in the back in real life. He's already stabbed Jerry Jarrett in the back in real life. And literally, the story this month is that Vince Russo owns the Sports Entertainment Extreme trademark, and he's not allowing Glen Gilberti, Mike Sanders, the Harris brothers, Sonny Siaki to use it.
To be fair, this is a good in-character thing to say, but it annoys me because of the real-life stuff. The next show, after this, he cuts a promo about loyalty.
Oh, yeah. Stupid. So, he turns on literally everybody. And AJ's like, oh, yeah, this is my guy.
He needs Larry Z to come back and slap some fucking sense into him.
You know, Larry Z beating the shit out of Vince Russo would be very enjoyable.
And take an AJ back.
So that brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 50, June 18th, 2003. Where Vince Russo comes to the ring.
Yeah, with a brand new haircut.
Oh, it's the worst haircut I've ever seen in my life. I fixated on this haircut in the watch-along for a very long time.
And I guess we should bust it out here. Brand new stage, too, for the anniversary show. Because this is the first time you really see it.
The complete new presentation. It's a very, like, classic 90s stage in a lot of ways. It has that, like, industrial feel to it.
In 2003.
Yeah, so, like, the original TNA stage was very, like, 1989. And now their 2003 update is very, like, 1999.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of extra props from some like sci-fi. I said Star Trek on the thing, but I think it's like a little more low budget. Like what's the one with the gates?
Stargate?
Yeah, Stargate. It feels like Stargate extras.
They got a bunch of props from the Stargate and just threw them together and formed a stage.
Yeah, feels like that.
But they are very slowly making their way toward a modern stage.
Yeah, I like that. There's always been the two entrances. I appreciate that consistency.
That's a TNA staple right up until... Actually, no, pre-Hogan Bischoff did they get rid of. No, it's a Hogan Bischoff thing they get rid of. So yeah, Hogan and Bischoff again. TNA staple for the entire history. 2 tunnels. Hulk Hogan, Eric Bischoff. Nah, no more tunnels. The tunnels only got you so far, bro.
But like the thing about the tunnels is like people love the tunnels. That's what's so good about like the beginning of AEW. It was an amalgamation of a bunch of stuff that wrestling fans just liked. That is like, hey, what did people like about like peak TNA? Oh, the tunnels were really cool. Let's bring the tunnels in.
And it makes more sense when you realize the head of AEW's production is Keith Mitchell, who was the head of TNA's production at the very beginning.
And look, the tunnels have become like a fabled storyline tool now. Which is like tremendous.
Well, it was always the case with TNA as well, though.
Did they do that?
Face heel tunnels as well. Yeah, TNA always did face heel tunnels.
But did they ever tease like a face going down the heel tunnel?
No.
Yeah, so it never got to like that levels of lore. I love lore. I love lore so much.
So Russo's doing this promo with his horrible haircut. At one point, he points out that he paid more for this haircut than people do their trailers, which means he really got ripped off on this haircut.
The amazing, like, the pop we had after, like, a minute or two of talking about Vince Russo's hair for his, like, first line to be about his hair.
It's just hideous. He looks like a different human being with this hair.
Well, to be fair, he also grew out his, like, facial hair a little bit, so he looks a lot better in that aspect. Speaking of new hair choices that were terrible.
So AJ has also dyed his hair to a lighter shade of brown.
It looks like... I don't like it.
Which I realise is a go-to heel move for him, because he did it again in 2010 with Ric Flair. Fair enough, he only did highlights then instead of a lighter shade of brown, but still.
When he went to New Japan, he should have come in as, like, bleach blonde. That's his Bullet Club hair.
So I rewatched this promo earlier today as well, because I usually rewatch promos for shows we did a watch along for, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. This promo was the worst promo in TNA history.
Because it goes for like 20 minutes?
It's so long. It's so long, because I was doing the show notes while watching the promo, and like I had done like a show and a half's worth of show notes, and I was just like, oh, this is still going. He's still talking.
Yeah.
And it is multiple long promos. So Russo comes out and he's cutting like the cheapest heat promo he's ever cut. He feels like he's given up on the idea of his own character.
I don't think he knows what his character is anymore.
But like, yeah, that's the thing. I think he did in like Sex era, where it's like,
yeah,
oh, sports entertainment is good, traditional wrestling is bad. You know, it's very easy to boil down his character to a single sentence then. Now he comes out and he's doing this like, the South sucks, you're all inbred hicks. I'm from New York. That's where real people are from, real civilized folk are from. That's the extent of his promo here. And even AJ's promo was quite similar. And it's like, what is this? Why are you doing this?
Does the Vince Russo character want at this point?
I don't know. To be friends with Jeff Jarrett? Is that still the thing they're doing?
Sex era stuff was like to prove this point and to prove that like Jarrett's a hypocrite.
Yeah.
That's what he wanted then. Now he wants AJ to be the standard bearer?
Sure, because he's like, AJ's better than Sting, he's better than Shawn Michaels, he's better than Bret Hart.
Yeah, he's like an AJ stan.
I don't know. Even like Jerry Jarrett makes his on-air debut on this show, where he does a sit-down interview with Mike Tenay. And during that sit-down interview with Mike Tenay, he mentions how like Vince Russo just wants to be Jeff's pal. And he's going through all these things where he thinks if he can just get to a stage where him and Jeff are on good terms again, his life will be good again. And I'm like, I think that's an interesting character arc, but also it's not what Vince is doing anymore.
No, there was a time when that was the plan. Jerry doesn't watch the show anymore. He doesn't have control. He doesn't care.
No, Jerry's just trying to put over the stories that he had when he still had some writing influence like 7 months ago.
Yeah.
You know, when I was writing the show, it was actually a nuanced tale about someone trying to become friends with an old friend because that friend was essential to their well-being. Now, he's just mocking Southern people for, I don't know, reasons.
Yeah, hate.
Yeah, so Russo does this very long promo where then he introduces AJ Styles, who comes out and does an equally very long, very bad promo. AJ is hideous this month because he does a go-home promo the week before for the world title match where he's like, people didn't think I'd ever be here. People were just like, I'm the cruiserweight guy. And like, hideous, horrific stuff. And like, this is maybe even worse because he's basically doing a worse version of the promo Vince Russo just did. But Vince Russo at least has the charisma to pull it off. Whereas AJ's like, well, you guys have no jobs.
You guys have no jobs, unlike me, AJ Styles.
Liam does love his southern accent.
It's so much fun.
And Russo's being like, you're not like these southern people. You're like a dignified, normal person. I'll take you to New York so you can become a star.
Which I was like, is that like, they're going to the Fed? Is that what that is? Yeah, but like, I'm so used to the shooty pew-pew stuff that I legitimately thought that's what he meant.
This is like the deep text, though, because he wants to get in with AJ so that when WWE inevitably sign AJ, they have to take Russo with them.
Maybe that is the Vince Russo goal.
It would have been very funny if I just literally spilled milk all over myself. Well done, Gar.
Who spills milk on themselves?
Me, apparently. It would have been very funny if, like, Roman Reigns standing in the ring. Royal Rumble 2016. 3.
I almost
2,
did a spit take because I knew where you were going.
Do
another
Vince Russo.
Bam! Bam! Sex sells! Bam!
Bro!
Bam!
Bro!
Bam!
Bro! Walks out with AJ Styles.
Goes out there with AJ, they both get in the ring, swivels the hips, attacks AJ, Roman gets him, dumps him over the top.
And Vince Russo has joined the Shield.
Oh, he does the fist.
1 sec, let me clean up this milk. Now we finished the bit.
Garrett, stop milking that one.
Listen, I'm not going to cry over spilled milk, so let's...
How dare you?
Don't have a cow, man. Ball's back in your court, buddy.
Kelsey, actually?
So, Styles finishes that promo about how he is a good Southern man instead of the rest of the crowd who are bad Southern people before D'Lo Brown comes out.
You're looking at the real deal now.
This promo is so long. So, D'Lo talks about how Vince Russo made him. That's like, this is what D'Lo sent out to say. That, like, everybody in the WWF thought I was a mid-card nerd, but you, Vince Russo, you believed in me. You gave me, like, the swagger and the head bobble and all the things that made D'Lo Brown D'Lo Brown. And then Vince Russo's like, I didn't give a shit about you.
Again, this is all about Vince. AJ's big I'm the champ. First rivalry. All about Vince.
It's, like, astounding that the babyface comes out here to say that the heel is great and made him everything he is. And then the heel is the guy who's like, nah, I didn't do shit. I don't care about you.
Maybe D'Lo was angling to be in this new Vince Russo group.
Well, the whole thing here is that AJ's like, I was going to let you be my tag team partner against Sting and Jeff Jarrett, but not anymore, D'Lo.
Yeah. They should have been. That match probably would have been better.
So after they talk for, like, legitimately 20 minutes, it's so long. This promo is unbearably long. Like, Raw opening segments are like, geez, guys, tone it back. Eventually, AJ and D'Lo brawl, then Raven comes out to try and get at Russo, but then Shane Douglas comes out to drop Raven.
Like, this Shane Douglas stuff is so weird, because he's just kind of, like, showing up at this point, with no real explanation.
Well, he does explain it in the last show of the month. He is attacking Raven in particular.
2 weeks of him just showing up, like, for no reason.
Just jumping Raven at any given opportunity.
Very confusing at the time, I'm sure.
So, we can talk about Sting now? Can we talk about Sting?
We can talk about this guy who resembles WCW star Sting.
So as a fun note, on the June 11th show where they announced that Sting will be making his debut, there's a fun thing where the deal with Sting was not made until during this pay-per-view. So, like, during the show, they were like, can we get the deal made with Sting so we can announce it on air during the show? So, legitimately, Mike Tenay was not told that Sting was making his TNA debut until, like, literally before he said it on air. It's like, oh, by the way, Mike, we just struck a deal with Sting, so you're going to announce that in a second.
That made Don West's, like, legitimate reaction so much better then.
Yeah, so, like, usually it's, you know, they do the hold my finger up to my ear. What's that? What am I being told? Oh my god thing, you know, that's the routine. In this instance, that's actually what happened.
That rules. I love when the announcers are kept in the dark about something.
Well, to be fair, in this instance, they weren't kept in the dark at least. It was just the deal wasn't done until they were on the air.
I wonder if Sting was using that to his advantage.
It's like, oh, if you want to announce it tonight, another $500.
Yeah. How much was Sting making for this, do you think? Good little chunk of change.
Probably like in the region of $5,000, right?
He's making more than Raven for less appearances.
Yeah, because when you think, like, Scott Hall was making something, I think it was like $7,000 for his early TNA appearances, and that's Scott Hall, and, like, Scott Hall's a star, but he's not Sting.
I mean, let's be real, no one on this show is Sting.
No, so Sting makes his debut earlier in the show. Sandman, D'Lo Brown, and Kazarian beat Don Harris, David Young, and Sonny Siaki in the opener of the anniversary show. And Sting comes out to make the save after Sex attacks them. Crowd goes nuts for Sting. You get a big Sting pop.
My belief here is that they did this to prove that Sting was actually here, because no one believed them.
Well, to be fair, at this stage, people had already bought or not bought the show, so that wouldn't make much difference.
I don't know, maybe like, Jeff Jenkins, sure. So, you know how you were like, oh, Sting's not going to be there. I'll go order the pay-per-view right now. Sting came out in the first segment. He's going to be in the main event. And then old Jeffrey Jenkins is like, oh, I got to go drop the $25.
This Jeffrey Jenkins seems just as cynical as you are.
Well, Jeffrey Jenkins is a realist.
Also, these pay-per-views are $9.99.
Yeah, but conversion. He's also in Australia.
He's willing to pay more for Sting.
Yeah, you know.
He called up the pay-per-view provider and he's like, listen, I want to see this Sting show. And it's like, that'll be $9.99, please. And it's like, no, take $25.
And they're like $9.99 USD, and he's like, oh, God, conversion rates.
So, Sting and Jeff Jarrett defeat AJ Styles and his partner, Liam, the returning Sean Waltman.
Yeah, who couldn't be bothered to wear gear to the Sting match.
He is wrestling Sting on pay-per-view, and he shows up in a tracksuit.
I would have told him to get the fuck out.
It's a very high-end tracksuit, to be fair.
It does. He looks good, but not for this. Like, if he shows up, I don't know who's even fucking running the show at this point.
Jeff.
If I'm Jeff and he shows up for this, I'm like, get to the fucking back, mate. Like, if you don't have gear in 3 seconds, we're changing shit around and D'Lo's in the main event.
Sean Waltman was kept away from wrestlers until it was time for his appearance. Once he was given his
No, that's how he got away with it. He was hiding from the wrestlers, so he didn't have to put his gear on.
Maybe he was like, I don't have a locker room, I can't change.
Yeah, I don't want to get in the nutty.
Once he was given his key, Waltman entered the building with Chyna, who he was there back together with.
Oh, Chyna? They should have booked Chyna for this. Why did they put Chyna on the show?
You should have seen Sean Waltman's gear and it's like, Chyna, you go out and team with AJ instead.
It probably would have been bigger news, to be honest. Chyna's a bigger star than Sean Waltman.
He took a second to fix his hair and finally made his way to the arena. So I think they kind of blew his cue. They only went to get him when he was literally meant to come out, which is the reason there was like 20 seconds between the start of his music and him actually entering the building.
I liked it though, because it made sense with Sean Waltman.
That's true. And like the entire story here, the entire reason this is big and surprising is that Sean Waltman was the guy who was like, I'll never work with Vince Russo. And now he is Vince Russo's representative teaming with Vince Russo's guy, AJ Styles, against Sting.
And they did the too sweet.
It was a very bad too sweet.
Yeah, my assumption is because they didn't want to touch each other.
They literally missed. They went to do too sweet and they just kind of missed and their hands just kind of clamped together instead of their fingers.
Also, like, you know, Styles, like, trusted Russo, and Russo just bought a guy who, like, tried to beat up Styles a bunch.
Yeah, the guy who literally Styles beat for the X title last year and who had a big rivalry with AJ Styles.
Yeah, this Vince Russo guy doesn't seem like a good, like, a manager. He seems, like, problematic.
To go back to the too sweet for a moment, on the next week's show, the opening video package has a slow motion of that too sweet.
Too sweet.
And I'm like, why did you do a slow motion of the horrific, mistimed too sweet?
I mean, because it's a moment, brother.
So, main event, Sting and Jeff Jarrett defeat the team of AJ Styles and Sean Waltman in a perfectly good little match. It's nothing special, but it's just Sting is there. That's the only reason this match is interesting.
And there was a cool finish. I liked the stroke from the middle rope, too.
Yeah, so Raven comes out again to try and take out Vince Russo. Shane Douglas cuts him off again. They brawl to the back. And then Sting is brawling on the floor with Waltman while Jarrett beats Styles with a top rope stroke. So AJ is pinned the week after he wins the belt.
To set up another match, I assume.
But he already had the rematch. You didn't need to pin AJ.
Listen.
And like the problem is then, like, who do you pin in this match? Waltman's probably not taking the fall, and Jarrett and Sting certainly aren't taking the fall. So
well,
it's like,
it should be Waltman.
It should 100% be Waltman as the guy who's pinned, but AJ is the fourth biggest star in the mind of these people.
Like, I'm sorry, like, Waltman, let Sting pin you or something. If you don't want to take Jeff, sure, but like, let Sting pin you at least.
There should be no problem with being pinned by Sting. No wrestler should be like, I can't be pinned by Sting, brother.
Sting can pin me.
So after the match, Jarrett and Raven went face to face. There was a lot of tension before Sting raised both their hands and they're on the same page.
Yay.
So Sting has signed a 4-show deal with NWA-TNA prior to his first appearance. The company's plan for Sting is to spread his appearances out over the next few months and then fill in the weeks between with pre-recorded segments. The first of those segments will begin to air on the first week of July as portions of a 35-minute sit-down interview with Mike Tenay conducted with Sting will be shown. They really promoted the hell out of that interview too. There's 2 separate plugs for it on the last show of the month.
Well, I think it's also just because they didn't want to start using footage.
Yeah, and it was apparently actually that you're right. It was meant to start airing on the June 25th show. They're like, no, we're going to spend a week hyping it.
Yeah.
So we have more Sting in the coming weeks, including the Mike Tenay interview. It's literally under the thing. I can't remember what the name of the segment is. Behind the paint or something, whatever it's called. Sting behind the paint. The Mike Tenay interview.
It sounds and looks like a 60-minute segment.
Should be.
They should have done this on 60 Minutes.
So last show of the month is main evented by Jeff Jarrett and Raven against Glen Gilberti and Shane Douglas. Shane Douglas starts the show by attacking the Gathering backstage.
I thought this segment was really good.
Why?
Because I'm really into the Gathering at the moment.
Oh, suddenly CM Punk is orbiting the Gathering and Liam has his new favorite stable.
It's because of Julio De Niro and Alexis, actually. Because they're starting to get, promo time. They're not just silent goons hanging around Raven. They're getting characters of being his offsiders who are trying to prove themselves to this guy. And Douglas meets him backstage, beats the hell out of Julio. Julio takes some big bumps on this one, including a belly to belly onto a guardrail that I thought was really cool looking. Then Douglas charges into the asylum, goes up to Raven's perch, which I thought was a really cool thing too, and cuts well, it's fitting that he went to Raven's perch because he cut a rambly promo a lot like Raven did, that he got distracted with at times, and the crowd was into it at the start and then wasn't. I think because at the start they thought he was a cool, badass kind of babyface anti-hero character. Then halfway through they're like, oh, he's a heel. So, which is very similar to some early Raven stuff, actually. And then Punk tried to get in there, got beat up by Douglas as well. Douglas, and then Gilbert, Punk and Raven, they start coming out, they start beating up Douglas, and then Gilberti comes out of nowhere and also is in this for some reason. Jarrett comes in, throws a chair, and runs him off.
We need a tag team main event, that's why Gilberti's here. So, as you mentioned, CM Punk is orbiting the Gathering. He's trying to get into the Gathering. Earlier in the month, there's a promo where Julio and Mickey James are stressing out about Raven because they think the Gathering might be going away. Then Punk walks up and is like, hey guys, did you ask Raven? Did he consider my application for the Gathering?
I would join the Gathering.
I've been trying to get in with you guys for weeks.
Yeah. I love Punk as just Gathering fanboy.
Yeah, he just loves the Gathering, which is a contrast to his Ring of Honor presence with Raven.
But to be fair, I think he liked Raven at the start. And then he's like, oh wait, Raven sucks. Which I think is kind of what happens here as well.
Yeah, it pretty much is. So, yeah, CM Punk wants to join the Gathering. CM Punk talks for the first time on this month's shows, so...
And he definitely, he has that Punk charisma that you always see with him, though, doesn't he?
Sure?
I just mean, he's a compelling speaker, even if he's not cutting, big story promos.
Yeah, so Douglas's promo about why he's come to TNA, he talks about how he changed the business when he threw the NWA title in the trash in ECW, and now TNA, and specifically Raven for some reason, is trying to bring back the TNA or the NWA title and bring it back to prominence, and he's not going to allow that to happen, so he made a deal with the devil to get into TNA to stop it.
I thought, and maybe this was the point, that he was talking about Russo, but the swerve, of course, is that it's James Mitchell.
I know what happens here, so it's tough for me to be like, oh, who's he talking about? I'm like, of course he's talking about James Mitchell.
Yeah, but for me, who doesn't know these things, through this segment, I was like, he's talking about Russo.
So yeah, he made a deal with the devil, which led us to our tag team main event. Well, actually, no, the Douglas made the challenge in a backstage promo, and then Jeff Jarrett and Raven accepted the challenge, including the line, "You better not stroke me from behind."
Which, someone else had a good stroke line as well. A lot of good stroke lines.
And our main event, Jarrett and Raven defeated Gilberti and Shane Douglas by disqualification when the Sinister Minister James Mitchell himself returned and threw a fireball over Raven. He kind of missed, but...
Yeah, but, the heat expanded.
Which caused the DQ. Both Raven and Gilberti were injured in this match. Gilberti went into the match with, back spasms, so he wasn't great in this match. He has an excuse.
Yeah, man, I've been there, bro. That shit sucks.
And Raven hurt his ankle. So every time Raven was on the floor being like, oh boy, my ankle hurts, he actually just hurt his ankle.
Yeah, it looked like it too. It didn't look like selling.
So Raven spent some time in hospital after the show while poor Gilberti's back spasms were freaking out.
But he made that ROH date.
Yeah, so he still showed up for Ring of Honor. So that's your world title picture for the month, more or less. We do have a new NWA World Champion. It's the phenomenal AJ Styles. We have the debut of the Icon Sting. And the direction at the moment seems to be Jarrett and Raven on the same page while AJ is feuding with D'Lo.
I'm always a big fan of rivals coming together to fight a greater force.
Yeah, it's a nice little bit. Like Jarrett and Raven, the two guys who hate each other and hate each other backstage as well.
Yeah, it's a good thing that they cleared that up a little bit.
Yeah, because there's a note this month. Raven and Jeff Jarrett had a heart-to-heart talk when have buried the hatchet. Observers say Raven has taken a more relaxed approach to creative issues and is focusing more on his own character rather than the overall direction of the company.
It's probably also like helps that Raven's starting to do this like big stuff in ROH at the same time. Like, you know, he has these two big companies with big creative angles going on, so he probably doesn't feel as compelled to be exclusively involved in the TNA stuff, you know? He has multiple outlets, so he can probably take things a little less seriously.
Oh, Mystery's getting his creative fulfillment from Ring of Honor, so he doesn't need to think about trying in TNA anymore.
Yeah, so like, you know, he's starting to work for a good company, so now that he can put the bad company on the back burner.
Disgusting Ring of Honor bias right here in this TNA podcast. Why don't you DM Trevor Dame and get on through the years?
Oh, please, I'd love to. Unfortunately, I'm nowhere near where they are on the thing, so it just wouldn't work out.
So, heavyweight title picture done, Eric Watts stuff done. Let's go to the tag teams.
Yes, because it's what I'm dying to talk about.
So, this month, the defining and pretty much only tag team thing in the company was the culmination, or, well, they keep feuding for like another year, so not quite culmination, but the current pinnacle of the Triple X and America's Most Wanted feud.
The pinnacle of the company.
In many ways, yes, it is the best match in the history of TNA. So let's go all the way back to June 4, 2003, in which Tracy and David Young defeat Ron Killings by himself in the semi-final of the Asylum Alliance tournament.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we have to talk about this segment.
We have to talk about the Harris brothers. So the Harris brothers,
your favorite topic,
in the sex locker room. And they're like, of course we're not team. I can't even remember if it was Ron or Don who was Ron or Killing's partner. Probably Don, just for the sake of not having two Rons. So the Harris bros are like, of course we're not going to team with Ron Killings. We're not going to team with his kind. So if you were wondering, are they racist? The answer is yes.
Allegedly.
No, not even alleged. On the show, they're racist. That's the entire point of the angle.
I can't believe they wanted to do this after the controversy of wearing an SS fucking shirt on pay-per-view.
Like, it's the literal story they're telling, that they are too racist to team with Ron Killings.
Well, keep going, because there's more racism in this segment.
And Elix Skipper is like, what do you mean by his kind? They're like, oh, people who use race as an excuse.
No, and they're like, oh, don't worry, mate. Oh, we don't mean people like you. You worked hard and achieved. Basically doing the whole, you're one of the good ones. Just like a funny like side bit here is like, as soon as they start explaining that, fucking Daniel's just like, yeah, okay, man.
Good thing sex is a legal trademark of Vince Russo and the stable's falling apart.
And then they like fist bumped.
So then Tracy and David Young defeat Ron Killings in the semi-final. Then later in the show, AMW defeat BG James and Conan in the semi-final of the Asylum Alliance tournament. So the finals, Liam, of the Asylum Alliance tournament are Tracy and David Young versus America's Most Wanted.
Just exactly what you'd expect.
And you know what? We mentioned this in the watch-along, Liam. But the whole point of the Asylum Alliance tournament was to bring people together and get rid of the issues. And while that didn't happen, it did get rid of nearly all of the stables involved.
Ah. So you know what? I guess the NWA were onto something.
Yeah, it clearly worked, because none of these stables are a thing by the end of the month. So, well done.
And honestly, I'm kind of ready for it.
Where will we go? We'll stick to Killings and Conan for a moment. Killings and Conan defeated the Harris Bros, Liam.
Yeah.
And, like, on commentary, Don is like, you know what? We should get to, like, no more racial slurs, no more... And then he just pauses. And then Mike Tenay's like, no more what? It's like, just no more racism, Mike.
That should be a quote back just for you know how we do like occasionally we'll just chuck one quote in the intro for one episode. We should chuck no more racism, Mike.
I'm not sure if that is like exact quote, but if it is, let's throw it in.
Yeah, this is a little one-off.
He's clearly he doesn't even know what to phrase. He's so sick of having like to navigate the waters of this stupid racist angle that he's just like, maybe we can stop doing this after this.
Maybe we can stop, using the Harris brothers.
So Killings and Conan defeat the Harris Bros with help from BG James, which forms in earnest 3 Live Crew, and the rest of the month they do skits, Liam.
Beware.
Beware in many ways. So on the June 18th show, there's a skit where they're doing a version of the Mike TNA interview where BG is playing Mike TNA and he's interviewing Conan and Ron Killings and he's being like super racist. And I'm like, okay.
Sorry, I couldn't tell you about this one.
Liam walked out of the watch along during this segment.
It's I want to be very clear.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a bit when I say BG James is my least favorite wrestler of all time. I truly don't like anything he does on this show.
If based on the precedent of this podcast, does that mean I now have to like BG James ironically to spite you?
Well, you probably like him because he's racist.
How dare you?
Well, I'm just, there's a correlation here.
But like this segment with BG is one of those things where he's like, why do your people like fried chicken, Ron? And Ron's like, what the fuck? And like the idea is they're doing a parody of racism in the company in which they just do the racism.
By the guy who does the homophobia.
Yeah. And he does like, God, it's so bad. It's like there was racism in this month of shows. It's not like you've moved past it. You cannot then like do a commentary on racism. And like Mike TNA is never racist. Why is the BG James Mike TNA character racist? When in defense of Mike TNA, he's one of the lesser racist people on this show.
Maybe like this is meant to be like a continuation from the Conan stuff.
Sure.
Where he called Mike TNA racist.
And then Mike TNA was like, hey, you leave me out of this.
I don't know.
Then last show of the month, they do an interrogator segment where I guess 2 people are technically playing Don West in this segment because Conan and Killings are playing the interviewer role, one of which is technically Don West, and then BG is actually playing Don West, answering the questions as his fake Don West.
I didn't watch this.
You can't skip all of the 3LK skits, Liam.
Watch me.
You cannot be like, I'm just not doing 3LK.
I'm just not doing... You know what? I will acknowledge 3LK when they get the music.
So yeah, they're doing goofs. They're being funny on these shows, Liam. They're funny.
They're not funny.
They have jokes.
Yeah. I can't, man. These guys. And like, I like Conan. And I like Ron Killings. It's just BG. Because like... I don't know, I feel like if it was just, Conan and Killings doing this, they would maybe have a point to any of it.
And probably maybe even a slight bit funny.
But also, like, it's the worst guy. It's the worst guy doing it. It's the guy that is the most disingenuous about it, too, because you don't believe a word that he's saying. Because you think it's just actually him. The first time they did this segment, I didn't realize that it was supposed to be irony. I just assumed it was BG James like, saying these things.
Just being racist.
Yeah, because what precedent has there been set to make to suggest that this would have been irony? None, because everything else he's done on the show has been problematic. Because it's either him being racist or him being homophobic. So why would I assume that now it's a fucking irony thing to prove a point? It makes no sense. So, yes, when this first started, I was just like, you could hear me in the watch along. I said, oh man, the old Ron Killings and Conan of like 3 months ago would beat the shit out of him for this. Because I thought it was genuine. Because I thought it was the character. Because that's all he's ever done on this show.
Yeah, you were very calm, cool, and collected for 12 episodes of this podcast. And now, AJ Styles and 3LK have broken you.
I don't even give 3LK the credit. It's one guy.
This is just BG.
And he's like around for like 2 more years.
Oh, more than that, buddy. BG doesn't leave until the start of 2009.
Oh, just wait till we get to the fucking Alamo.
Alright, so now we're done with 3LK, we can talk about the good tag team stuff this month. So, AMW defeated Tracy and David Young in the finals of the Asylum Alliance tournament. We should talk about, well, probably should have mentioned it when we mentioned the semi-final. Before the AMW against Conan and, was it BG match? Yeah, Conan and BG. Chris Harris had to make his decision, Liam.
Ah, yes. It's the most telegraphed shit you could have ever expected, ever.
But I'm fine with that. He's like, I'm going to choose between Sabin and Storm.
I don't think it was necessarily good either, though. I don't think it was delivered well. I thought it was a little rambly. I thought he spent too much time on the build to it. I think you could have got this all done in like half the amount of time, a lot tidier, and probably would have got a bigger reaction.
I thought it was fine.
I thought it dragged, but it got us to where we needed to get to.
Yeah, so because he teamed with Sabin in the first round, he was like, I have to choose between whether I'm going to continue teaming with Sabin or team with my regular tag team partner. And he was like, AMW, we were the best team, we were great, so we're going to keep being the best team. And he decided to team with Storm.
Little sidebar, I like that Triple X were like, I mean, they were pretty good, but like... Because, like, you know, they didn't want to insult him because they still are hoping that he's joining up with them. But they were taking offense at the idea that AMW was like the Trailblazer tag team of NWA-TNA.
Yeah, so then AMW beat BG and Conan, then AMW beat David Young and Tracy despite interference at ringside from the Triple X who were on commentary. So AMW won the Asylum Alliance tournament, which I feel thankfully no longer have to say Asylum Alliance, because I will nearly say Armed Asylum every single time.
I'm glad that AMW are on the same page again, because I didn't really care for this will they won't they break up storyline.
Yeah, because it was a dumb idea to even think about breaking them up, and then they started the build toward breaking them up, and then decided not to, thankfully, and then brought them back together. I would have rather had just 3 months of great AMW matches, personally. But, so AMW are number one contenders for the World Tag Team titles because they defeated David Young and Tracy. So, anniversary show, June 18th, we get Triple X versus AMW with Loki at ringside.
Which was explicitly done to set up next week.
And to be fair, they mentioned that this is the reason this story works. So they have this match. It's a really good match. It's like they get like 8 minutes, so it's not like the best match of all time. But it's like just a really good high energy AMW against Triple X sprint. Loki eventually, his outside interference causes Triple X to retain, and like that's been the story.
Yeah, literally every time they've interacted, there's been interference.
So every time they lay it out at the start of the June 25th show, in which they have their big steel cage blow off, because Chris Harris comes out and it's like, every single time we've been in the ring with Triple X, there's been outside interference. Triple X are 4-0 against AMW, and every single time they beat them by outside interference. So when we go to that June 25th show and we're doing the build up to the match, you get Mike Tenay and Don West, they run it down. They're like, this date, outside interference. This date, outside interference. This date, outside interference. This date, outside interference.
Say it with me again.
Outside interference.
Interference. It's such a good bit.
So it makes perfect sense that finally, after 4 times the Triple X retain the belt or win the belts from AMW via outside interference, they are going to settle it inside a steel cage. It's one of those things. It's like, this company isn't usually this good at this. It's like, no. It's a simple story with a cohesive through line where the heels win by outside interference every time, and then you do a cage match where outside interference is nullified, and then the baby faces win.
Can I run down the match?
Sure, go for it.
I would say that this is the first match of the year candidate level match in TNA.
This is the best match in TNA history.
So, we start out with AMW, they outwork Triple X early on, but Triple X begins to take advantage because they can better utilize the environment of the cage and the lack of the rule set. You see they're going for low blows, Skipper is flying all over the place. AMW eventually takes control by using their power and just their brawling attitude and beating the hell out of Triple X. Everyone has color now except Skipper. Wildcat hits a spear from the top ropes to Daniels, who was hanging from the cage while standing on the top ropes.
That ruled so much. Also, by the way, note on Skipper. I'm pretty sure he's the only one that doesn't bleed in the more famous cage match between these two teams. So maybe Skipper's just the guy who's like, I don't do blood.
Skipper, he's been nuts in the match, flying around, climbs to the top of the cage for this killer crossbody onto Storm. Big kick out, big reaction.
There has never been a smoother crossbody off the top of a cage.
And this is a big cage too.
Yeah, it's like a proper 15-foot cage. And usually, like, crossbodies off the cage, there's like a little clumsiness to them. People don't catch it right. It doesn't look quite right. He lands perfectly. And, like, they show a slate of replays when he lands. And then they go back to the action. And Don West is like, can we get one more replay, please? It was so good. I just want one more replay.
And it's a really good follow-up here because, like, Skipper goes back up to the top of the cage but gets pushed off by Harris. This is really interesting because now AMW has the numbers advantage for the first time in the feud because Skipper is stuck to the outside and it's 2-on-1. They've reversed the whole thing that Triple X has had on them the entire time.
They pay off the story!
Yeah. Super kick into, like, a weird splash death sentence that kind of felt off.
I kind of love that, though. I'm not sure it was a delivered. I'm nearly certain it wasn't.
I think it was a botch, but it's fine.
For two reasons, I kind of like that spot. Because one, it's deep into like an 18-minute cage match where everybody's bleeding.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that he doesn't do the best death sentence in the world. But also, it's the one that it's for the near fall.
I think it was meant to be a regular death sentence that they kicked out of.
Yeah, but I think it works better that he like just did a splash instead of like the leg drop. Because you protect your finish and you sell the idea that these guys are absolutely battered.
Skipper tries to get back in again. He's like climbing all over the cage on the outside, but Wildcat cuts him off again. Then there's the biggest spot of the match, the thing that you've seen 1,000 times. I think it's arguably as impressive as the cage walk, Rana, because my man, Chris Harris jumps from the top of the fucking cage. This is a giant cage. Death sentence lands right on his ass. That's insane. I don't know how every bone in his like coccyx didn't just explode into dust.
Yeah.
Like I said when I saw that, I was like, this match would have been 4 1/4 for me, but I'm bumping that last spot that bumps up to 4.5 for me. That match was insane. That last spot is insane. What a fucking match.
This dude cannot, like, explode his back and ass and every single bone in his body to do a death sentence off the top of the steel cage and get 4 1/4 from you. It just can't happen.
No, I had to bump that up to, like, it's one of the best spots I've ever seen. So, there's some other points about the match that we can talk about. Why was there even, like, tags? Like, there was no point to that at all. It got abandoned towards the end. I don't even know why we like had the aura of we're gonna make this a regular style tag match in the cage.
It's like TNA do that. Like, this isn't the first cage match you're gonna see that has tags in and tags out. And you're right, it doesn't make a great deal of sense. There's like, what's the punishment if they don't tag in and out? But also, it does give the match a little bit of structure, so I kind of understand why they go for it.
But then like they always throw it out the window at the end anyway. So
yeah. Oh, the crowd, by the way.
Okay, trust me, I got the crowd on here too. So, yeah, the crowd, super hot for this, but starts out so smarky.
They're like chanting, dude, they're doing the kill with the cowboy chants for the first time in ages as well. They did them toward like the start of the year and stopped doing them because AMW started kicking ass. And like, of all the matches to bring them back, you stupid mark crowd who think you're smart fans because you are the heel section and you have your heel section t-shirts like a bunch of fucking goobers. Shut the fuck up with these two teams, the two best teams in the company, the two like most consistently good things in the year 2003 are Triple X and America's Most Wanted. And this is the moment you decide to bring back your stupid shitty kill the cowboy chants? Go fuck yourselves.
Yeah, heel section at its worst here. We had kill the cowboy chants. We had pussycat chants for Wildcat. And arguably the most egregious to me of this whole thing, there was a that was 3 chant for an obvious 2. I was like, I wrote here, that was 3, parentheses, it wasn't, close parentheses. I was like, it was not 3. Women going nuts for Storm in this.
Naturally.
And I gotta say, like, with this show and the last show too, this is why you saw what people saw in Chris Harris.
Mm-hmm.
These matches, this one and the tag match before, you saw why everyone thought this guy was a can't miss star.
Sure was.
It's his fire, he has the height, he has the look, he's got dynamic offense that stands out, everything he does is super crisp, and like, I think that also goes into why people turned on Storm, or at least the crowd turned on Storm, because in comparison, you know, he doesn't look as impressive, he's a little bland, he's a little awkward in the ring, he does a lot of crazy dives, which helps him stand out, and he hasn't quite like found his charisma or his comedic timing yet, so he gets there, we know he gets there. But you can understand why the crowd would be like sort of going against Storm here, rejecting him as opposed to Chris Harris, who is a lot more of like a standout guy at this point.
And Chris Harris absolutely would have been a guy who would have been like a big star in like territories.
If he had have left and got like snatched up at this point, he probably would have had a hell of a career for him.
If there wasn't an ECW to go to and ruin his career. But Like, it's not even the look, it's the fire. It's the fire that really, like, oh, that guy's a star. And it's the fire that makes AMW, like, legitimately an all-time great tag team. Because, like, when they're doing their babyface comebacks, or when they're selling, there's an emotion to them. Whether it's, like, that suffering and the selling point, or just a pure, like, energetic fire when they're doing their comebacks. It's like, oh, they're such a good team.
Imagine AMW in this tag landscape now.
Just put them in and they can teach FTR how to be a good throwback tag team without being assholes about it. And they can have cool matches with the Young Bucks and the Lucha Bros.
Yeah. But what a match. This is going to be, like, I think the second match where we're like, if you haven't seen this, go watch it.
There's the Duck Cup and there's...
And, like, I get, like, maybe if you're, like, parachuting in for this, maybe you won't get it as much, but hopefully from listening to this, and even if you've been watching along, I think you'll really appreciate this match, especially with that big wrapping up of the story, not wrapping up, but, full circle storyline aspect here of, it's always been Triple X outnumbering AMW, and for them finally to do the same thing, Triple X gets the taste of their own medicine, gets shut up, AMW win, bleed buckets, and you always love it when they're bleeding buckets. Red equals green, baby.
Whatever version of this match you watch, make sure it's with, like, the tail of the tape and all that. Because they do a great job outlining the story. So even if you are parachuting in, you'll get a video package that tells the story. And then you'll get Mike Tenay and Don West literally beat by beat telling you why this match is this way and why it matters. And, like, why can't this company just be this? Why do they have to be the work shoots? Why do they have to be the swerves? Why can't they just be two great teams just having great matches with a great story that makes sense?
Yeah, but when is wrestling ever drawn?
Yeah, God forbid.
But yeah, what an opening to this show. And then everything from here.
Yeah, that's everything else in that show. We talked about most of it already, but
like it literally, it goes like really, like, a fantastic opener, really good follow up. And everything gets a little worse, and a little worse, and a little worse, and a little worse.
Oh, we didn't even finish off talking about Styles and D'Lo. I guess it makes sense to talk about.
That's why I was saying the next thing is actually, I think, really cool too. We get an impromptu D'Lo Styles cage match.
Yeah, it's a cool segment where D'Lo's so mad at AJ that he runs out and he's like, I don't care. You don't bother taking down this cage. AJ, get your ass out here. I want to fight you in this cage.
You see Harris' brother trying to get the cage sorted. Very funny to just see him outside of the whole, like, sex gimmick. Just a guy on ring crew. Oh,
speaking of seeing things in the background, we didn't even mention...
Oh, yeah, well, that was during the Eric Watts segment, right?
While Eric Watts was trying to kick the lock off the Abyss cage,
he kicks the door!
He accidentally knocks the sex locker room door open, and you just see Perry Saturn in his underwear.
You see Perry Saturn's ass!
You do, you see Perry Saturn's bare bottom right here on this pay-per-view.
We gotta upload the live reaction, because I just start screaming, Perry Saturn ass! Perry Saturn ass! Perry Saturn ass!
Yeah, head to TNAchat.com if you want to listen to that full watch along of NWA-TNA pay-per-view. That was 18, I believe, or June 18th. It was the pay-per-view number 50. That moment was on. Wonderful stuff. Absolutely tremendous. But yeah, AJ and D'Lo have a nice little cage match. They beat the shit out of it. They're in street clothes as well, which is always a fun touch.
They're so smooth together. AJ takes some, like, giant bumps in this.
Oh yeah, there's one where he's dangling off the side of the cage on the outside and D'Lo's on the inside. And D'Lo hits it from the inside. And AJ, like, pushes himself out a few feet and then falls on his face. It looks amazing. Yeah.
And then immediately D'Lo runs out there and hits him with a belly-to-belly, like a straight over the top one, like as good as a Steiner could ever throw. That shit was awesome. And just a big dirty fucking on the mat. It's what you want. I thought that whole segment was really cool. I thought this is such a cool, unique way of utilizing the cage. Like, you have it there, you have it set up. Why not?
And yeah, Russo eventually comes out when D'Lo's at the top of the cage, about to hit a lowdown off the cage, but Russo ruins it. Raven comes out to stop him, and then Douglas...
Wait, no, you're skipping over the bump where they almost died.
Which one was the one where they almost died?
So, Russo comes in, AJ piffs, I think it's a chair at D'Lo's head and knocks him down. D'Lo's still on the top rope. AJ climbs up behind him to do a belly-to-back suplex off the top. But right at this time, Russo is holding the chair and kind of opening it. And as that happens, they all collide down into the chair that's being opened.
Yeah, they're doing, like, Bryan Danielson does the same top rope backdrop. So if you've seen that, that's the move they're doing.
Well, if you watch the Hangman Page match, you know the one that we're talking about.
But he does that from the top, and you're right. He basically lands on Russo with a chair. It's not good.
Yeah, it looks like they die.
So yeah, Raven comes out, tries to stop him. Shane Douglas comes out, cuts him off. That sets up the Shane Douglas main event, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. So X Division, Liam.
There was one really great thing in the X Division this month.
Yeah, so the month starts with Chris Sabin being informed that Paul London will not be his X Division title challenger on the first show of the month on the June 4th pay-per-view. So Sabin gets to choose his opponent. He's like, oh, who am I going to choose? Scott Hudson is there with him. He's like, you could choose Juventud Guerrera. And he's like, oh, sorry, this was the June 11th show, not June 4th. He's like...
Yeah, I was going to say, he was still finding out which side is he... which side is he on?
Yeah, Chris Sabin was rejected by Chris Harris. And honestly, surprisingly okay with it.
I mean, he got beat up. He did try to, like, punch him.
That's true. But he's just, I'm just going to move on. I'm just going to go back to my X Division stuff.
Well, he's the champ, you know?
So yeah, Scott Hudson is like, oh, you could pick Juventud Guerrera. It's like, oh, I could pick Juventud Guerrera, but maybe someone else. And Scott Hudson is like, oh, it's a Sean Waltman 6-pack. It's like, oh, that's a good option. It's like, no, I'm going to choose Shark Boy. Then Chris Sabin gets up in the camera. He's like, da-da, da-da,
da-da. Sabin, like, this is what I mean. He matches that same chaotic energy that an Eric Watts has, which is why, like, I think like, this is an early reminder here, is like that kind of weirdo charisma is like perfect for the era that him and Shelley like blow up in, you know?
So Sabin defeats Shark Boy to retain the title. We'll talk about Shark Boy and New Jack in a second, where we're talking about the Hard 10. So we'll park that for a moment, which is honestly some of the better stuff of the month. So
decent little Shark Boy match.
Yeah, Sabin retains the belt. Shark Boy, good wrestler.
Yeah.
So the following week, Paul London finally gets his X Division title shot. He faces Chris Sabin in a really good little TV title match.
I love this match. I thought they went all out. They worked at a pace, which is something you rarely see. They went balls to the wall spot first. London was throwing kicks, throwing drop salts multiple times. These two went crazy with each other. Sabin was doing all these like power junior stuff to London. London went out there and he killed it on like his last match. During the match, you had Punk come out and imitate Raven, which was like, he's like, hey, look, Raven, I'm like you, but in the X Division. And led to London's loss when he dropped London with the Raven effect. Sabin picks up the scraps for the win. Like, this is a match I really loved. I was thinking it was a bit higher on it than you were. But, yeah, I went 3 3/4. I really enjoyed it. This is like one of my favorite X Division matches we've had so far. Tidy, short, they worked at a pace, they killed it.
Yeah, it's very much the case that they're like, you guys have 6 minutes, so go make it count.
It was like, condense your Ring of Honor 20-minute match into 6 minutes. And they went out there and worked at that pace.
They just went out there and kicked ass. And even like this, as you mentioned, this is Paul London's last match. He has a couple more Ring of Honor matches after this before he goes to the WWE, and very unfortunately.
Hey, I think he wrestles Styles and Joe.
Yeah, so he even got to hit the London Calling in this match before CM Punk interfered. So he got to hit his finish on his last match.
I truly wish we lived in the reality in which he stayed. Imagine if like the next generation of X Division stuff was Sabin, Bentley, Kaz, and London.
And Punk.
And well, no, the Punk stuff doesn't happen, so.
Well, Punk goes into the tag division with Julio Gennaro, so.
Yeah. But
other things in the X Division this month. The month began with a 6-man tag. Punk, Matt Striker, and the debuting Frankie Kazarian against Kid Romeo, Johnny Swinger, and I didn't write down Dothard's first name. Damien Dothard?
Who cares?
Yeah, he's there too. But that is Frankie Kazarian's TNA debut. Frankie Kazarian, of course, a very notable member of TNA history.
Yeah, Ring of Honor original. Ring of Honor got him, I think, a month before TNA, so I can now refer to him as a Ring of Honor guy the whole time.
Yeah, Damien Dothard. He was Damien Steele in Deep South in WWE. He was Jesse of Jesse and Festus's partner.
Ah.
And also sadly passed away in 2009 with a brain aneurysm, so.
Sad.
Very unfortunate. I find it fascinating because Punk in this match is doing X Division style stuff, and it's just not who he is as a wrestler, and it's very, very like weird and fascinating.
Yeah, that match was very clearly like they wanted to set up as like Sabin's rival immediately because they brought up the name. They really wanted to emphasize that. Thought it was good. I liked Kaz in this
because both Kazarian and Sabin go by the nickname The Future, so they were very much being like, oh, it's the two people who go by the name The Future.
Maybe they should wrestle.
So Kazarian also had the match we mentioned where he teamed with D'Lo and Sandman. The actual story of that match, they didn't tell it until the following week, but they said that D'Lo and Sandman chose Frankie Kazarian as their partner to face Don Harris, David Young, and Sonny Siaki. So it's another little thing being like, oh, two people as experienced as D'Lo and Sandman picked Kazarian to be their partner.
Yeah. I was surprised that they didn't bring Striker back, because I thought he did really well in this match, and the crowd seemed into him. So
Not that Matt Striker, by the way.
no, the pure wrestling Ring of Honor Matt Striker.
Which I feel like that's the name of the pure wrestling Ring of Honor Matt Striker. It's like Matt Striker, not that Matt Striker.
Yes. So it's honestly the Matt Striker I think of first now.
Not the current Impact announcer.
No, because he's been like off like WWE TV for so long and doesn't do New Japan anymore. So, like up until like the Lucha Underground days, I was still like that Matt Striker. But now, like since I'm watching Ring of Honor and stuff at the same time, I think I'm Unibrow Matt Striker is my Matt Striker now.
So that brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 51, June 25th, in which Frankie Kazarian faces the reigning and defending X Division champion Chris Sabin in a non-title match.
Oh, someone get to JB!
Every single time he says reigning and defending.
He said it for a tag match!
And every single time Mike Tenay has to go, it's not defending, it's a non-title match.
Today doesn't do it anymore!
No, he did it here.
He didn't do it in the tag!
He absolutely did it here.
Oh, we were probably talking about it. I didn't hear him do it here. But he didn't do it in the tag. Someone yell at him. Someone yell at JB. Ooh.
Yeah, today is like, this is a non-title match. It's like the 7th time he's had to do this.
Can you speak to him backstage in the meeting, please? Mike?
But like, JB's in his ear. Like, everything they say to each other, they hear, because that's the way they time the announcing and stuff. So it's like, he can hear him
I wonder
say...
if it's a rib. I wonder if he's doing it on purpose to annoy Tenay now. And to annoy me.
Mostly you.
Yeah.
So in this reigning and defending non-title match, Kazarian defeats Chris Sabin. It's very funny, actually. On the commentary, they're like, it's non-title. It's definitely non-title. And Don West is like, it wouldn't even be fair if it was a title match, because Kazarian has just come into the division.
Yeah, that was the story that they were going with, which I thought was actually, like, he had to earn the title shot by beating Sabin.
So Frankie Kazarian defeated Chris Sabin with a flux capacitor in a weird match.
I thought it was a little disappointing.
I thought it suffered from, like, coming after the Triple X AMW match, which was, like, the big barn burner, like, blood everywhere match of the year candidate. So I think the crowd were a little slow to get into it, and also they're just not that familiar with both Sabin and Kazarian at this stage, honestly.
Yeah, and also, like, it followed the London match of the week before, which was way better, so...
I thought that the crowd really got into the back half. Basically, everything after Chris Sabin did the run-up-the-ropes German, I thought was pretty good.
Yeah, it was a little dull for me, but I'm sure they'll have a better match at some point.
But yeah, Chris Sabin did the cool run-up-the-ropes overhead German, where Frankie Kazarian did the flip. It was really cool. But Kaz hit the Wave of the Future, went up top, hit the flux capacitor, which Mike Tenay correctly called as a one-man Spanish fly.
And he always looks so much more, like, janky and dangerous when Kaz does it.
Because he does it differently. He doesn't just do the straight moonsault. He does the thing where he, like, does a little up and over.
He goes to the side.
Yeah.
It's very, like, scary.
It's not the same move exactly. It's not like he can't do it. It is a choice. It is a slightly different variation of the move.
Yeah.
But everyone calls the Spanish fly, the top rope Spanish fly, like, that everybody does now, the Spanish fly. It's not. It's a one-man Spanish fly. Spanish fly is a two-person move. So yes, Kazarian defeated Sabin, presumably to make himself a contender for the X Division Championship sometime in the future.
Yeah, I'm sure, and like I said, I'm sure they'll one-up the match.
So let's move over to the Hard 10, Liam, your favourite tournament.
I mean, it wasn't the best month for the Hard 10.
The month in which you turned on the Hard 10 tournament.
Yeah. Whenever we do this show, I have to keep scrolling back from the first show, then go to the last one, then go to the first one, and I always miss it.
You always have to work out what's where and what's on what show and what happened, and try to keep it somewhat together in your head. You're like, when was Siaki against Vampire Warrior? When was Sandman against Devon Storm?
I've watched too many Vampire Warrior matches lately. Yeah, we got a Siaki Vampire Warrior. It was quick, which I appreciated. They did some things. Vampire Warrior actually did some, like, cool suplexes in it, but Siaki just fucking killed him. Like, this is the squashiest of them so far. Siaki basically puts Vampire Warrior through 2 tables.
Yeah, Siaki flips through a table too, which is quite cool.
It looked fucking awesome, and that's why I gave it whatever rating I gave it. It was purely just for that.
And Vampire Warrior's theme song sounded like a knockoff theme song of, like, a Buffy the Vampire Slayer copy. Very good.
How dare you insinuate that Dale Oliver would rip off a famous song, Garrett?
I wasn't suggesting that, Liam.
Who are you, Andrew Rich?
How dare you repeat a watch-along bit on me in reverse.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Yeah, I think this is Vampire Warrior's last TNA appearance too, so...
But not the last you'll see of him, Garrett.
Isn't it? When will I see more Vampire War?
WWA nod.
Oh, no. But nonetheless, Siaki advances in this first round match? I guess they're all first round matches, technically quarterfinals.
I thought this was the summer... No, the semi's him and Sandman. But this is the surprise opponent.
Which brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 49, June 11th, in which Sandman defeated the returning Devon Storm in a hard 10 match.
Yeah, this one was fine.
I don't remember anything about it.
Devon Storm is a madman.
I remember Devon Storm's pre-match promo where he's like, I've worked out the scientific method to defeat Sandman in the hard 10 tournament.
Not the last you'll see of Devon Storm. Wink.
I'm not sure. I don't remember. Devon Storm definitely does. I don't remember whatever else Devon Storm does in TNA history.
He's also in the WWA.
I know you mean WWA. I was just referring to TNA.
It's the same show.
So then we have our two semi-finals in the hard 10 tournament, Liam. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 50. New Jack faces Mike Sanders in a hard 10 tournament match.
Well, yeah, okay, so there's a lot going on here. Do we want to talk about the real story here?
Let's talk about Shark Boy New Jack. Let's go back a week to June 11th. Before Shark Boy faced Chris Sabin, they were just backstage playing a little twister, New Jack and Shark Boy.
Yeah, having a good time.
There was a bit where Shark Boy had to move so that he put his butt in New Jack's face, and New Jack wasn't pleased.
He's like, get your stinky ass out of my face.
Every single New Jack line delivery is absolutely incredible.
This pairing has been tremendous.
It's just comedy gold. So before the Mike Sanders New Jack hard 10 match, New Jack's cutting this big promo backstage. He's like, oh, I'm going to beat the shit out of you, Mike Sanders. You don't know what pain is. And then Shark Boy just wanders up and he's like, I want nothing to do with you anymore, Shark Boy. Go away. And then Shark Boy's like, Hulk hands?
Well, he motions the Hulk hands.
Yeah, he's like, New Jack is all wound up and he's like, I hate you, Shark Boy. I'm sick of this team. We're done. And then Shark Boy's just like, he has two Hulk hands on his arms and he just raises them. And New Jack's like, oh, okay.
Was this the one where he gave the line about the white woman?
No, that's the next one.
Oh, we got to talk about that one. Make sure we don't skip that one.
Oh, actually, no, it actually might be this one because he's like, I played all the games with you. I played Twister. I played that one with the white woman.
Who was Goldilocks? Who was interviewing him during the segment?
Yep. She was just standing there. She wasn't even like, me?
No, she scrunched her nose up because she's like, me. I'm that person.
And New Jack closes this promo incredibly as well because he's done with the nonsense, and then he just turns back to the camera. He's like, Mike Sanders, I don't know holds, I don't know wrestling moves, I just know whooping your ass.
Yeah.
I love how he just pivots from the Shark Boy commentary to just being like New Jack.
It's the best. It's the best.
So New Jack has the match with Mike Sanders. They're doing their regular hard 10 match, hitting each other with weapons. He's about to put Mike Sanders through a table to win the match when Shark Boy gets up on the apron. He's like, Hulk hands.
Oh, Shark Boy's in the crowd the whole time. The crowd is into it.
Yeah, crowd going nuts for Shark Boy. So New Jack gives Shark Boy a look. He takes a Hulk hand off him. He then poses with the Hulk hand, does some muscle poses, and then hits Sanders with a punch on the apron, which sends Sanders through the table. New Jack advances to the hard 10 final.
Sanders sells it like a champ. You gotta say.
So, last show of the month, June 25th, Shark Boy's backstage in his shark tank.
New Jack should walk in and be like, Shark, this is my business offer for you.
Now, what is described as a shark tank is, in fact, a children's swimming pool.
Yes.
A paddling pool. An inflatable paddling pool.
Yep. See, the thing about it, like, New Jack is like, you want me to play this game about, and it's about, like, it's one of those little, like, tossing the ring games onto an octopus.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, you want me to play this game? And he's like, I'll do it. And then, like, completely unexpected to me, I did not expect this at all, he gets in the pool in full gimmick.
Yep.
To start throwing it.
He just slumps. He just, like, collapses into the pool next to Shark Boy.
I was like, oh, I didn't expect this at all.
And then they start throwing the rings.
It's great. These two are so good together. I would have loved, like, before his passing to get, like, just to hear New Jack's thoughts on this, you know?
To just go through this fun time with Shark Boy.
Yeah.
And, like, you know, New Jack is known as, like, the big violent guy. He's always been the guy who jumps off balconies and the guy who's the wild, crazy, violent guy. But he's never done, like, just goofy comedy.
No.
So it's fun to get this other side of New Jack.
Yeah.
So last show of the month, Sandman defeats Sonny Siaki in the final Hard 10 semi-final to advance to face New Jack.
Yep.
After the match, New Jack comes out, they share a beer, everyone's happy.
Everyone's having a great time.
They're like two legends. One person who's not having a great time, Liam, is Shark Boy.
To be fair, I think he had a great time for most of it.
So Glen Gilberti has, for reasons, made Shark Boy public enemy number 1. He wants the Shark Boy mask.
But because sex are nerds and they need any win they can get. So they're bullying.
So they want to get the Shark Boy mask from Shark Boy. So while New Jack is in the ring with Sandman, having a little beer, Sanders attacks Shark Boy in the Shark Tank.
I hope Mike Sanders' last TNA match is with Shark Boy.
You'll be pleased to know it is.
Yes! It's perfect.
So that is the Hard 10 stuff for the month. Our Hard 10 final will be Sandman and New Jack, but that will not happen until July.
Oh, I will be waiting with bated breath.
But yeah, Shark Boy, New Jack, tremendous comic pairing.
Yeah. It's great timing all around.
Great stuff.
And which is like also good credit to New Jack too, because he's doing this with a silent partner.
Yeah. It's all slapstick.
Yeah. Oh, it's all bloody fish stick.
Oh, very good. That's wordplay.
Thank you.
And the last big thing of the month we haven't talked about yet, the last recurring story is Jerry Lynn versus Just Incredible.
But yeah, because it's bloody just unforgettable.
It's not even their fault. All their matches are 2 minutes long.
Yeah.
They're trying to have this bitter, heated blood feud, but they have 3 minutes every time.
They really kind of get screwed over here.
So the first show of the month, they do a interrogator segment with Mike Tenay and Don West.
I actually like this. Because they were just taking childish jabs at each other.
Yeah, they were being very snippy, very passive aggressive toward one another.
Yeah, and then it boils over, and Incredible's like, "Brr, brr, brr," and then Jerry just beats the shit out of him.
In the latest instance of me mixing up shows, that was actually in the second show of the month. God damn it, June 11th.
This guy. Nothing happened on the first show with them anyway.
Because they broke up on the last show of last month.
Yeah.
Even though they only just began to team. Mm-hmm. So then, anniversary show, Just Incredible faces Jerry Lynn. They have a wild brawl after the match. They're fighting with each other.
This is the one where they were outside the ring, or is this the match?
This was the match. This was where they had their 3 minute match. They had a wild pull apart, multiple times pulled apart.
I didn't like it.
Well, it was 3 minutes. They had literally no time.
Yeah, but other people have had 3 minutes and have had matches I've enjoyed.
But again, they're not just trying to have spot fight fests. They're trying to have these hate.
I know, but I don't
brawls.
even think it was good in just them fighting each other. I just didn't like it.
So yeah, they had multiple pull aparts. Then you had Kenzo Suzuki making his TNA debut.
Alright, let's talk about a good fucking match, eh?
Part of the Wrestle Japan company who's...
Did you want to talk about the last match they had first?
No, because this plays into them because they run out for the finish.
Oh yeah, I didn't remember that. Sorry, go ahead.
Logical sequence of events.
Yes.
So, Suzuki is on a US tour. He's doing an NWA date, an MLW date, an IPW date as well. So, a fun note for this. It ended in a DQ because the reason we're mentioning it here is because Jerry Lynn and Just Incredible ran out to cause the disqualification because they couldn't stop rolling. So, originally, Perry Saturn was booked to win clean since he works here regularly and Suzuki will never be back. Fun fact, Saturn was never back either after this anyway. Anyway, knowing this, Dave Meltzer did a preview of the show that morning and said that Masao Hattori, a Wrestle Japan official who was touring with Suzuki, was going to come in and demand the finish would be changed. Anyone who understands the first thing about Japanese politics knows Suzuki is being groomed to be a top star in Wrestle Japan, and Saturn works for New Japan, the rival groups, so it was never going to happen that Saturn was going to be able to beat Suzuki clean. Eventually, Hattori did come in, demand a finish change. That's the reason. It was a no contest, DQ, whatever it was, because Lynn Incredible ran out. Mm-hmm. Not the first time this has happened, by the way, if you remember. Same thing happened with Ken Shamrock against Takao Omori, where they're like, Omori's not losing, DQ.
It's maybe a thing they should talk about in advance next time. But I really liked Suzuki here. He looked great. I mean, what a fucking presentation for Kenzo Suzuki. We were talking about Chris Harris before and how you can see a guy and just you understand why people wanted them to work. And it's like this with Kenzo Suzuki here. It's like you take one look at Kenzo Suzuki on this show and you understand why multiple Japanese companies desperately wanted Kenzo Suzuki to work out and be a big star.
Not just Japanese companies. WWE did too.
Well, I'm not sure they wanted him to be a big star.
Well, there's a reason they signed him, you know?
Yes. Yeah, but because they sign everyone with the intention of them being big stars.
But they're still like, this guy looks like $1 million. Let's hire him.
Yeah, but like he looked awesome here, and like definitely you get it, you know. You understand why New Japan was like, this is the guy, let's put him with Tanahashi as the work rate guy, and then you understand why Wrestle Japan was like, this is the guy that's gonna lead us up, and it's like, you get it when you look at him, but unfortunately never quite made it to that level.
Because he was never very good.
No, he was good in this match though.
And then final show of the month, Jerry Lynn and Justin Credible have a lights out match.
Yeah. Okay. So, I really enjoyed the first 2 minutes of this match.
When they were brawling outside.
Yes, I thought it was unique. I thought it was an interesting place to do it. But the minute they walked back to the asylum, every bit of excitement I had left my body. Because I am so fucking sick of people brawling in the asylum. I'm done with it. They've done it. They do it 17 times a show. I'm sick of it. It means nothing to me anymore. When they were outside doing it in the fucking grass, I was like, thank God it's a change of goddamn scenery. And then they went straight back in there. And I'm like, I can't do it anymore. I can't do asylum brawls anymore. They're never going to land with me anymore unless they do some crazy, crazy shit, because I am so sick of seeing it.
I assume that's the reason you loved the Jarrett and Raven against Gilberti and Shane Douglas match then.
I loved it. My favorite match in the world.
Because the first half of that match was an asylum brawl.
Yeah, I barely paid attention to it. My eyes glaze over as soon as people start fighting in the asylum now. I don't care about it. It's the same building every time. They do the same spots every time. They go to the same places every time. I can't do it anymore. I'm done.
So this was a lights out match. They did the lights out stuff properly. They symbolically turned off the lights, and they even had an outside official. They didn't have a TNA referee do it. So they did the lights out stipulation properly, at least anyway.
They should have just done the whole thing outside.
Yeah, because they had a cool brawl outside. They were like fighting to the backs of trucks, which was cool.
But then they did it for like a minute and a half.
And threw each other through fences, but yeah, they brawled out onto the stage. Lollipop got hurt. I would have thought you would have been more upset about that.
Well, I was curious if this was like real.
I don't think so. I think they just wanted to clear her out of her cage.
I mean, well then fair play to her because it looked real.
Yeah, because Lynn snatched a roll up, and then Justin Credible handcuffed Lynn to the cage and beat the shit out of him with a chair.
But yeah, when she dove, I was like, oh, she got got. I thought for sure that was a shoot because she tumbled.
I did quite like that Jerry Lynn was very courteous and like checked on Lollipop and was concerned, whereas Justin Credible just tried to continue to beat up Jerry Lynn.
It was part of the reason why I thought it was real. I thought Jerry was like, oh, fuck.
So these two will have a Russian chain match next week.
Yeah, what makes it Russian?
The chain.
Oh.
It's a Russian chain.
Are all chains Russian?
Yeah.
All Russians are chains, but not all chains are Russians.
Of course.
Cool.
Their last man standing match is good. Wait for that one before you write off Justin Credible forever.
Alright. I mean, listen, I was enjoying this one until they went into the asylum, so...
So, those are all our broad topics for the month. Let's go very quickly show by show as we wrap things up.
Yeah, we can't talk today about this, the new red shirt security stuff. They seem extremely targeted towards Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, Kevin Northcutt is one of them. Ryan Wilson was one of the named ones later in the month as well.
We got a TNA sit down with Raven.
Which I thought that one was pretty good because like they talked through the WCW history and how it, like Eric Bischoff was like, if anyone here isn't happy, they can leave, and Raven just left. Which is a very Raven thing to do.
Honestly, it's a good story though. I do like that he didn't want to bury WWF in case he had the chance to come back.
Yeah, and he was, well, Mike TNA was like, would you describe what they did with you as misuse you? It's like, you think, Mike?
But yeah, he didn't want to, like, he was talking shit about all the WCW stuff, but he didn't want to talk shit about WWF stuff. Understandable. That company's still around. Styles and D'Lo had a little segment before their match where Styles was kind of acting like a dickhead, so like you could sort of see that as like Styles still being a heel for the tease there.
They finally decided he was winning the belt, probably.
Yeah. We have a Jim Ross thing about D'Lo.
Oh yeah, Jim Ross referred to D'Lo Brown as a classy guy with a good character during the Holds Bar match. This is no, it's related to the next month. Really, it's related to this month. Ross said that Brown didn't burn any bridges in WWE and could return to the company somewhere down the line. Which one? He came out as a guy emerging from prison.
Yeah.
Maybe he did burn some bridges, but still. Good for
Oh,
D'Lo.
clearly, it wasn't a time where people were that mad about it.
And he did return in 2007 or 8, whenever that was.
We have Conan working with a herniated disc.
Poor guy. On the first show of the month, there was a thing that they were building toward where Tracy and Desire were fighting over the affection of David Young, but obviously it was dropped once Desire broke her back.
Yeah. We have Tracy actually in her own little segment where she's like, yeah, I'm glad that this shit's over.
Actually, a weird one. The theme Chris Harris came out to by himself before the AMW BG James and Conan match. It was a slightly different version of the AMW theme. It was like a rockier version.
That was one of the versions I heard while I was going through my AMW theme listen to determine if it was a good theme or not.
Oh, most important thing. AJ and D'Lo match. For the first time, Don West named the Pele.
Yes. I was curious if that was like a TNA thing or if it had happened in Ring of Honor recently. I didn't remember.
Yeah, the Don West gave and it's Pele, of course. We're not filthy Americans, but for the sake of the AJ Styles move, I guess
Pele!
it's Pele. So yeah, Don West gave the Pele its name. That match, we were touching on it. Like, D'Lo just decided to be a wild man this month, where he was like doing step-up moonsaults. He was doing frog splashes off the top to the floor. He was doing like top rope hurricane ranas. D'Lo was just like, listen, if they're not gonna do anything fun with me, I'm just gonna do wild shit.
Well, I get to wrestle AJ too, probably helps.
Yeah, so he's just out there with AJ, out AJ Stylesing AJ Styles.
Yeah, they did a bunch of crazy shit. We have the quote from AJ?
Oh yeah, when AJ won the belt, there was a quote to TotalNonstopAction.com where he said, if the belt was taken away from me tomorrow, at least I know my name is going to be in there with the rest of the names that made that belt what it is today. Ric Flair, Dusty Rhodes, and the list goes on and on and on. To me, it is just a huge honor to be on that same list of names. It just keeps getting better. When TNA got started, I became the first X Division champion. Then I became one half of the World Tag Team Champions. And this has all led up to now being the NWA champion. To me, that makes me the first Triple Crown champion, not even to you. You are the first Triple Crown champion, AJ. Well done. Here in TNA, ever since I won every championship TNA has had to offer, to me, it's just a huge honor and boosts up the name AJ Styles.
Who was the first TNA Triple Crown?
Ooh.
TNA Tag, TNA X Division, TNA World.
Okay, so X Division would be it might still be AJ.
Because AJ still has the advantage on that.
Because he would have won the X title back in 2002, so that still counts.
Joe is an option?
He would have won the tag titles. No, I think it's still AJ. Because Joe didn't win the tag titles until 2012.
Literally did it all in one night.
Oh no, Joe won the tag titles by himself, actually. So, did Joe win the X title before AJ won the world title, is my question.
Yes.
No, it is Kurt. It's just Kurt.
Yeah. I was like, because Kurt did it all in the one night, but was that before either Joe or... Yeah, because it was before either of them won the TNA title.
And that was only like 2 or 3 months into the TNA title era. So yeah, it's Kurt.
Yeah. That's a boring answer. But you know, AJ, first quadruple crown. Grand Slam, I guess, would be the answer.
Yeah, the TNA Grand Slam with the secondary title.
The secondary title being the NWA title.
Well, no, the TNA Grand Slam is like King of the Mountain TV title.
I'm talking NWA, TNA Tag.
There you go. He's won them all. There was a segment, the backstage segment with Scott Hudson and Tracy, where Tracy was like coming on to him. The whole thing there was Scott Hudson ended that pre-tape with the line, "Back to you, Tony and Bobby," because the idea was all discombobulated by his horniness for Tracy.
Well, listen, don't blame him.
And I thought it was a good line, but apparently TNA people were mad at him for doing that line.
Don't reference things. Only Vince is allowed to reference things.
We hate Tony Schiavone and Bobby Heenan. Also, as a pre-tape, you could have gotten him to do it again.
Well, yes. Were they live at that point?
No, this was the June 11th show. They didn't do the live pre-tapes in the last show of the month.
We got Vince backstage drama, where his in-ring promo went longer than scheduled.
You're shocked to discover, Liam, that his endlessly long in-ring promo was in fact longer than it was meant to be.
Yeah, well, I'm shocked here.
Yeah, it's NWA-TNA baby number 50. This was the anniversary show. Jeff Jarrett, in a pre-show press release, did the speech, Liam. The quote from Jeff Jarrett: "People doubted that we would last 1 month, let alone 1 year. Not only have we survived, we have succeeded, and we're continuing to go on strong." And they also highlighted how the June 18 show, is the first show with Spanish commentary.
It's too long, but I wish we could name this month's podcast "People Doubted That We Would Last 1 Month."
Jerry Jarrett, we mentioned, made his on-screen debut. Maybe his only on-screen appearance. I don't think he makes many more.
I promise he'd come back next year.
Yeah, but there was a nice little thing where Mike was like, "Oh, we'll see you again next year." And they do make it the next year. Just Jerry's not there.
Nice little touch that Jerry's like, "You're the biggest star here, Mike."
Which he is. He is the biggest babyface. Because we didn't even mention, during that frickin' interminably long Vince Russo AJ Styles promo, there was even a segment where Mike Tenay cut a promo on AJ.
Everyone got a turn.
Everyone just got to talk for 5 minutes for no reason whatsoever. After that Jerry Jarrett promo, they cut to Eric Watts in the ring. Of course. And Eric Watts says the line, "Well, that boring interview is over."
I love Eric Watts, man.
And it is worth noting, it was only a throwaway line, but Eric Watts is still talking about Eric coming to TNA.
Sure. Let's keep bringing that up, huh?
Yeah, it was at the start of that interview segment where it's like, don't you worry, Eric is still coming.
I bet he is.
Oh, actually, no, I have to do a big rant about this one. So, during Vince Russo's promo, he says something to the extent of, Jeff Jarrett tried to do things the right way, and you people booed him.
Yeah.
And this drives me absolutely insane. Because 1, he started this company as a heel. 2, he turned babyface like 17 times. He hit like 800 people with chairs. He won the NWA title in the first place via interference from Vince Russo. He retained the belt multiple times via interference or cheating. He turned heel and face like 7 different times. Last month he was choking Goldilocks. Like, this, he hit Dusty Rhodes with a steel chair. This is not a man who is doing things the right way. It's their typical stupid-brained idea that if we just say the story we told is the story we are telling, it's fine. We don't actually have to tell the story. We can just be like, oh no, we told that story, it's fine. Jeff Jarrett tried to do things the right way and people turned on him. People turned on him because he was a heel every second week. That's why people turned on him. And it's like, it's the same thing I gave out about when Glen Gilberti was like, oh, you had your traditional wrestling. It's like, no, we didn't. All we've ever had is this. This is all this has ever been.
We had it for a month. And it was the month that none of you guys were here.
And like over and over again, they do this where it's like they pretend that the story they're telling is the story they told. And it's not. It's usually the very opposite. And it is deeply annoying to me.
Honestly, I respect it. Just pretend that you told wonderful stories. They should come out next week and be like, wow, AJ Styles' ascension to the top was perfect, and all you fucks turned against it.
Yeah, on this anniversary show, they aired a bunch of classic moments from the first year, many of which are the meme moments as opposed to the actual... Like, Ron Killings winning the NWA title wasn't one of them.
Well, who cares about wrestling, Garrett?
But Puppet jerking off in the trash can was one of them.
Well, that was a legitimate high note, to be fair.
They did pick everything we basically did a YouTube video for, so...
I did find that really funny.
Those are the moments that they realized were the big ones. And they did open the show with a very nice video package, I thought. JB, you nailed that one.
Yeah, he's like, it only took me 7 hours.
Then last show of the month, do you have any notes?
I mean, I do have notes, shit.
Oh, my favorite part, actually, Mike Tenay, on commentary during the cage match, was like, this is a wrestling match. This isn't a climbing contest. We're not going to find out who the best team of climbers are. No escape the cage here. We're going to find out who the best team of wrestlers are. And then it was like fist pumping because, yeah, escape the cage matches are the dumbest shit.
Yeah, well, it should always be wars inside the cage. I think ROH at the same time was doing the same thing, right? Where they were like, it's just get in the cage, wrestle.
Yeah, fight. We want to see people fight. We don't want to see people climb. I'm surprised you didn't love the Siyaki and Sandman Hard 10 semi because both of them smoked in the match, and you love smoking matches.
I didn't even remember them smoking. Shows you how much I didn't care. Watts has a pretty cool moveset when he's not in a million rest holds.
Yeah, if Eric Watts didn't have to actually wrestle matches and could just do run-ins every time, he'd be the best wrestler in the company.
Ref looks right at Jarrett as they do the guitar shot, and Disco fucks up.
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, God. So... even worse, it's so strange. So the referee looks right at him as he does the guitar shot. He smashes him with the guitar. Rudy gets down, counts 1, counts 2, nobody kicks out, and Rudy just stops counting.
Yeah. And, like, this is on the show where, like, the crowd does not like Rudy anymore.
I don't know, was somebody meant to pull somebody out of the ring? Was somebody meant to break up the pin? I don't know. It obviously wasn't the finish, but Rudy counts 1. Rudy counts 2, nobody kicks out, and Rudy's just like, nope, not the finish.
Disco, come on, man. You gotta ad-lib here. I do want to also mention that the Sting match was our first, I believe, Jeff Jarrett guitar shot.
Yeah, and he does another one the next month, or next week, so he's really piling
I think we're going to start getting it every week.
Yeah, I don't think we tied it together. We did mention that James Mitchell threw the fireball at Raven, but obviously the deal with the devil is the deal with James Mitchell.
I think it's an interesting idea that if that was the first Jeff Jarrett guitar shot, it was on the first anniversary.
Yeah, waited a whole year to hit somebody with a guitar. That's restraint.
And then the next week he's like, yes, the floodgates are open.
I'm going to hit everybody.
I did want to mention that I thought there was a really nice ending to the first year to have Jarrett and Raven being brought together by Sting in the ring. Yeah, because Sting is like them molded together. So.
Oh no, it wasn't the first guitar shot. Now that I think of it, the first one was on Eric Watts.
Ah, true.
So it's probably the second.
But to be fair, they've still committed fairly well to like not doing it all the time, which is like they're showing restraint here. I think that's June.
That is June. As I said, very big month. New world champion AJ Styles. Sting is here.
New stage.
Best match in company history with Triple X against AMW. A lot of fun stuff happening here in June 2003.
Big Sting. Big fake Sting.
He will never be convinced.
It's not. Sting doesn't debut until there's like a casket.
So, we will be back in 2 weeks with July 2003, the first full month with AJ Styles as world champion. So you have, I think he defends the belt like every week in that month.
Well, it's like his X Division run.
And it's a 5 pay-per-view monthly too, so you can be excited for that.
Oh, yay!
Oh, no, I have one more note. Raven's promo where he compared Jeff Jarrett to the Hoff.
Oh yeah, you hated this or loved this so much you clipped it.
I was so upset. How dare he besmirch the good name of David Hasselhoff?
The Monday Night War's already kicking off.
Yeah, I'm disgusted. I am disgusted because he's like, oh, you were in a bunch of shows that you didn't realize were only hits because of reasons that are unrelated to you. People watch Knight Rider because of the car. People watched Baywatch because of the boobs. Just like Jeff Jarrett didn't realize he was on 2 hit shows that had nothing to do with him, WCW and TNA. It's like, you leave the Hoff out of this.
I also like that he like completely erased WWF Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, it just didn't happen.
Again, really wants to keep that door open.
Well, no, it's an implied burial because he was like 2 successful shows.
Yeah, but it's also it's an implied burial instead of an explicit burial. Burial via omission as opposed to just saying it.
And one more time, Russo's haircut, hideous.
I don't think it was that bad.
It was one of the worst haircuts ever. Liam doesn't think it's that bad because he thinks his hair might look like that soon.
No, that's not what I said.
That's exactly what you said.
I said I'll get that haircut to spite you. Quick, let's talk about our hair for 10 minutes. Go.
The one guy will be really mad at you. So, we will be back in 2 weeks with July 2003. You can look forward to that. We'll be back next week with the Ringka King episode 4 we're on. Either way. New episode of Ringka King coming your way next week. And 2 watch-alongs are waiting for you on Patreon right now. Watch-alongs of NWA pay-per-views number 49 and 50. The June 11th show where AJ won the belt. And the June 18th show, which was with the 1-year anniversary show, are the 2 shows we did watch-alongs for.
Go watch the first one just for the AJ match and my reaction to the finish.
And the Abyss reaction is very good in that show too.
Oh yeah, catch the Abyss reaction and catch the AJ winning reaction. But then just if you're gonna commit to a full show to do the watch along with, gotta watch the anniversary show. I think that's the one.
But they're both there waiting for you on the $10 tier on Patreon at tnachat.com or patreon.com/kiddingme. Follow us on Twitter at TNHistoryPod. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. Follow Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muta. He is Mr. Explosion on Twitter, named after Eric Watts.
Yeah!
Which...
No, I'm the new Mr. Explosion.
Tremendous nickname. Embracing the B show.
Yeah.
Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Yo, isn't it crazy how in Spider-Man No Way Home that...
Eric Watts is in it!
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo!
Whoa. Hold your horses there, Mr. Nerd, is it?
That's it.
Oh yeah, you could be king of these nuts. You know what?
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, a TNA history podcast that goes through the history of TNA wrestling 1 month at a time. We're here to talk to you about July 2003 in TNA history. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined as always by my lovely, wonderful, fantastic, amazing co-host Liam Jones. Liam, hello.
Hello, governor.
Oh, you're British.
Oi.
I see you've turned British.
Yes.
I see you've given up on being British.
Yeah, much like most of the Brits.
Well, yes, most countries who were once British do tend to give up on being British for various reasons.
That's my Commonwealth right.
Oh yeah, you are a part of the Commonwealth. You haven't entirely given up on your British heritage, so you can't be one of us. I'm sorry.
I have entirely given up on it.
You have to once again cling to some remaining vestiges of the Commonwealth.
That'll be the next war that Australia's involved in.
You have to respect the Queen, who is definitely still alive.
Yeah, 100%.
The most alive person that's ever lived.
Yeah?
It's been a little while. It's been 3 weeks since we've done an episode. How you doing?
Fine. I've been playing video games.
Oh, so that's what you've been doing. Instead of doing the podcast, you've been playing video games.
Yep.
Have you actually been playing video games?
Yeah, I've been playing 2 video games.
Tell me about these video games that you've been playing.
Oh, I was playing Far Cry 6.
Cool.
It's fine.
It's a Far Cry game.
Yeah, it's a Far Cry game, and they killed a character that I really liked, and I've in like some sort of protest, I went and bought another game because I was like, you killed a character I like, I'm not playing the game for a bit. I'm gonna go buy Guardians of the Galaxy.
Out of principle, I've already given you my money, Ubisoft, but I'm still going to go give some other company my money just to show you. I'll show you.
Yeah, you know, because I was upset. And then I was like, alright, I'm going to go play Guardians of the Galaxy. And I played like an hour of it, and I think it's the best game that's ever existed.
I would say that is maybe a slight exaggeration.
Perhaps.
But it is a very pleasant surprise that game is actually good.
It's also a very pleasant surprise that, like, it's so well written.
I know. And, like, that game's like 15 to 17 hours long. And those characters, they never stop talking, Liam.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. I was like, I was hoping, not hoping, but I was thinking maybe this is just because it's the first level and they want people to be like, oh yeah, you know, when you play the first level, and because that's what, you know, people will write their reviews on those first few levels. They like, maybe they packed that heavy with dialogue, but the fact that you've said that, and I think I've heard that before, that like the whole game is like this, makes me very excited because I am a fiend for dialogue.
Because they really don't. They never stop talking. For like the entire runtime of the game, people just never, ever stop talking. Star-Lord and Rocket and even Groot and all of them just bicker and are mad at each other and shout at each other and snipe at each other and make jokes for the entirety of the game. And it's somehow never annoying. It is like a remarkable feat of writing.
That's the thing. I think just early on, right? Because again, I've played 40 minutes of it. But it seems like they do a really good job of building a camaraderie. And having that sort of feeling of this team is what makes it not annoying. Because if they didn't feel like a team, it would feel like it would grind on you. But the fact that it's like all of these characters feel in tune with each other makes it work.
And like, it's not entirely copying the MCU versions of the characters because they are slightly different. But it does stick to like the characterization of those characters very closely. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna invest in like all of these Marvel games. I like them. I like the Spider-Mans. I like the Guardians. I'll probably like the Wolverines.
Just don't play Avengers.
No, I have my Spider-Man. I don't need to play Avengers.
You can play Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 instead.
It's a fine game.
Which is a perfectly fine game, but stacked up against Avengers, considerably better.
I like playing games. Been a while.
Do you still not have a PS5?
I do not. I probably won't get one.
Oh, well, there's nothing to play on it, so.
I also don't have a TV. Like, I have, like, a lounge room TV, but that's most of the time being used by other people, so. Maybe if I end up, you know, getting a TV for my room, then I'll consider it. But right now I don't need it, so. I've also watched, quite frankly, insane amount of 2022 wrestling.
Yeah, because you had 5 TNA shows to watch, and obviously you prioritized GLEAT.
Well, there was no GLEAT.
Yeah, there hasn't been GLEAT in 2022. That shows at the end of the year, but still.
Yeah, it's been a lot, and I'm already behind, and it's like, oh god.
Well, you see, companies, in their horrible insistence, keep producing lots of wrestling.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to try and stay on top of. But that's why I've done the smart thing and just cut out US indies. They don't exist to me anymore. I will not give them any attention this year.
It might be among the like busiest first 10 days of the year ever in wrestling.
Well, yeah, because like Japan has always had a really busy first week. That first week is always jam-packed with a bunch of companies running a bunch of shows. But especially over the last few years, where, you know, the trendsetter of New Japan having the 2 major shows, a lot of other companies have grown to have a lot of shows around that same time too. Like, even last year, and I think maybe the year before, Noah ran 2 shows as well. Stardom ran 2 shows. Old Japan always runs 2 shows. 01 does 1-1 every year. So there's always a lot of stuff immediately in Japan, especially.
Yeah, because correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe culturally New Year is Japan's biggest holiday.
Yeah, there's a whole week-long thing there, too.
Because I remember when I went to Japan, I was like, why the hell is everything closed? It's like...
Like, they take Wrestle Kingdom really seriously.
yeah, it's like Wrestle Kingdom weekend is clearly an event here. It's like, no, New Year's huge here. That's why everything is closed.
It makes it a very good time for Pyro. Because, like, I remember, like, ever since I got into it, it's always been, like, that first week is the week you get excited for. And, like, it always kicks off. Unfortunately, this year I was out, so I didn't get to experience the New Year's Eve Shuffle Tag Tournament, but that's always my tradition, is, like, that's how I know it's kicking off, is you watch that Shuffle Tag Tournament live, and then you know that next week is going to be insane.
I like to hear, like, unfortunately I had a social life, so I couldn't stay inside and watch the New Year's Eve tag tournament.
Yeah. I would rather half the time.
So what's the best match you've watched this year so far?
It's Okada and Shingo.
So it's not Chris Sabin against Jonathan Gresham.
No, but I did that match did make the sheet, Garrett. First Impact match on the sheet of the year.
That match rocked. That match was so good.
I really liked that match.
The last, like, 90 seconds of that match, like, I think might be my favorite 90 seconds of wrestling in a very, very long time. It's so good.
I really liked it, and I really like... this is the opinion of Liam and Liam alone. I really like Impact. This was a good Impact show. I was bouncing around it. I didn't get to the full Jonah-Josh match. I will. But, yeah, from the bits and pieces I saw, I really liked the X-Division stuff. I really liked the Speedball debut. And I really liked the Gresham stuff. I liked the Honor Invasion.
Yeah, you get the return of the Miracle.
Trust me, if there's any Miracle fans out there, it is you and I. Absolute tremendous theme song. Hope he gets to keep it.
That should be the Ring of Honor theme song. The Miracle, Mike Bennett and Maria's theme song.
I read the spoilers. I know the new name. It's a cool name. I won't say it in case people care. But yeah, oh, cool stuff. I'm looking forward to... I might... you know what's funny? Watching that pay-per-view, I was like, damn, I might even include Impact in the rotation.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was that good of a show for me. The bits and pieces, at least, that I got to see. I will cherry pick it.
Yeah, we've also had, well, to be fair, you will have to watch it eventually when we get to it in the podcast, so...
Yeah, fair enough. God, that's going to be so weird. We're going to be able to splice things we say from now into the podcast then.
We'll be able to look back on our opinions about 2022 TNA when we cover it.
When it was happening live versus, like, us watching it in 2032.
It will be that long down the line, maybe even longer. But there was WWE's event, day 1.
I didn't watch that.
They had a good main event. The rest of the show was fine.
Sure.
Because Brock throwing people is good.
I was gonna say, like, what was the show of the year so far?
You've had a couple AEW shows. You've had a Rampage. You've had a Dynamite. You've had a Battle of the Belts. I still haven't watched Battle of the Belts, but...
I skipped around it. Where... I've lost my wrestling list.
Oh, it's all gone. All your wrestling is gone.
All of my ratings for the past 4 years.
Obviously, Pro Wrestling Noah's first show of the year is your show of the year.
Yeah, 100%.
Is it actually?
I was just looking at it then. Yeah. The New Year's show is by far the best show of the year, and it's not even really close. Honestly, from what I've seen, the Impact show might be number 2.
Hell yeah!
Because, like, you know, I'm not putting any of the Wrestle Kingdom notes up there. The other Noah stuff wasn't great, besides, like, some highlights. I wouldn't put Dynamite up there. I've only seen the Big Japan main event. Yeah, I mean, that might be it.
You heard it here. Everybody's run shows already this year, Liam, and Impact is number 2.
Yeah, from what I've seen.
Alright, that's enough about 2022 wrestling, Liam. How about we jump all the way back to July 2003?
My favorite month and year.
The most wonderful time of the year, July 2003. Weird month, because they kind of just rebooted the company.
Yeah, they did, like, a complete, like, shift. It was so weird. Like, this is different. This is a different company now. Old canon is, like, barely acknowledged or just straight up ignored. Teams are split up in favor of singles pushes now. It's very interesting.
Because, like, it's not a total reboot. Like, AJ's still your world champion. He's still the same character. AMW is still your tag champs.
Half of these shows you wouldn't be able to tell.
And, like, a bunch of stuff carries over. You know, you still have Raven and Shane Douglas feuding. That's still happening. So, like, it's not like they threw everything out the window and started again. Like, AJ and D'Lo is still the main program. A lot of stuff that happened before this has carried over. But there's just a sense between the people they're using, the people they're no longer using, and just the feel of the television show that we mentioned at the end of last month that there's like no swearing, back to traditional wrestling. And you see it. That's kind of what this month is.
Perhaps there was some sort of power shift that would indicate this change.
We'll get into that in a moment. But I do find it interesting that, like, even like, I think the biggest sign of it is Vince Russo as a character. Where he's not doing the work shoot anymore, he's not playing himself anymore, he's not playing Vince Russo the person, he is just playing Vince Russo as a character, which is distinctly different from how he's played himself on television over the last 7 months since he debuted in, what was it, end of October he debuted, so it's longer than 7 months, or is it end of November? I don't know months anymore. But he's been on television for a long time now, and he's been doing the work shoots, he's been playing himself. And he's not anymore. He's playing a character, which is this weird New York
He's a
snob.
goofball.
I don't like it.
He's a giant goof.
I don't like it at all. I don't think it works at all.
There's bits and pieces of it that I don't like. I will never like a Vince Russo type character being the smartest in the room, because I don't think it plays. But I don't mind him being like a goofball who gets beat up and like the babyface is overcome, you know. But I don't buy him as a guy who's overcoming anyone else.
Yeah, and he does that pretty much for the entirety of this month. It's mostly D'Lo. They're overcoming, but still.
This D'Lo AJ stuff, I'm not a gigantic fan of.
Because I think they've had better matches, both as a team and against each other, before this month. And now that we're into the full world title main event D'Lo AJ feud, there's just too much nonsense and shenanigans and interference and bullshit.
Well, interference, bullshit, and bad finishes could be like the summary of this month.
Oh god, there are shows that go by where I don't think there's a single clean finish on them. It's just like every match is a
There was one
run-in.
that was really noticeable, and it ruined like a bunch of matches that were like going pretty good.
Because like there was the night that had 3 AJ Styles and D'Lo Brown matches, and every single one of them had interference.
Yeah.
It's like the same Trinity and Sonny Siaki and Vince Russo trio just interfering in this match over and over again.
There was so many matches where it's like, oh, that was pretty good, but what a terrible finish. Or that was really good, but what a weird way to book that end, the finish to it. And I was like, that was the story of it this whole time.
So yeah, it's a strange and interesting month. It's actually, frankly, it's not a great month. It's like there is very little in this month that we're going to like go off on. That's like, this is the worst thing you've ever seen in your life. It's like the Glen Gilberti push or anything like that. I don't think there's anything like that this month. Like most of the wrestling is pretty good, or at least like passable. Except maybe, oh god, the Legend and Jarrett stuff I might go off on. Good god, that stuff is just mind-numbing. But other than that, I don't think there's a ton this month that's like horrible, but there's also not a particular amount that's like, whoa, that's really good. It just all hovers in a zone of existence, just sitting there existing.
These shows left me with the same feeling I feel when a Dynamite isn't great. Where I'm like, it wasn't bad, but wasn't much to get excited about either.
And it's interesting, this is the period of TNA that I have like the least reflexive memory of, because I'm pretty sure I've watched it all only once, and I've never watched like the stretch from pretty much July 2003 until they started on pay-per-view in October 2004 is the period in which like the things that are happening week to week on the show are the things that I'm like, oh, I forgot about that, or oh yeah, this is a thing that happens, as opposed to the stuff before this and after this. I have a very good working memory of, because as I said, I've only seen this stuff once. I've never gone back and revisited this stuff at any stage, not in any like consistent fashion, and a lot of it isn't great, so it doesn't make like compilation sets or anything like that. And there's like notable things coming up in the next few months, but other than that, it's just a lot of stuff like the Don Callis and Eric Watts as on-air authority figures era is an era my brain isn't all that familiar with, so it's gonna be fun.
You'll be in my shoes a little bit.
So let's get into the notes for the month. I've been meaning to plug this for the last few episodes, but show notes, we should probably mention patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com. If you would like to go through this show beat by beat with us, you can look at our show notes and see like the detailed notes that we have on the Patreon. Only for $1 whole can you get 9 pages of notes about these shows. Basically like a mini book chapter about July 2003 that you can follow along in the show, and there's one of them for every single episode. So if you ever wanted me to write a TNA book, which I probably won't, because that's what this podcast is for.
I'm sorry, guys. I've torn this away from you.
The closest equivalent is the show notes on Patreon, where again 9 pages of notes about July 2003, including everything that happened, all the backstage news, every match, every angle, and every little backstage tidbit that you need to know about July 2003. So I think it might be fun to follow along. Again, I've even put it in the notes to like plug the notes, because the notes, they're pretty good. Patreon.com/kiddingme. Also, our watch along has been up for about a week now because we put it up early because we had to delay the show. So we're like, let's give them the watch along. It's a nice little early treat because we had to delay the show. Which, sorry for having to delay the show, but that's there. We watched the first show of this month, which is NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 52, July 2nd. There wasn't a standout show, it's just a show. But Liam watched Glee for most of it.
Yeah, you can pull up the Gleet show as well if you want to watch along. It's a double watch along.
You can do a Glee watch along and a TNA watch along. What more do you want in life?
Our 2 brands combining.
So on a follow-up from a note from last month, Jeff Jarrett told wrestlers at the June 25th pay-per-view event that they are not allowed to swear or abuse women as part of storylines. Although Jarrett didn't get into details, sources indicate officials from pay-per-view distributor In Demand stepped in and told TNA officials to cut back on the swearing and violence against women. Some in the company have pointed the finger of blame at Vince Russo for those issues becoming a problem, as he is known for pushing storyline elements in creative meetings. As a result, the word going around was also that Russo has lost a lot of booking power, which I think you can kind of see, which observers say would make sense given his backstage demeanor. There's a note that Jeremy Borash does contradict this, but there are still, like, even after that, like Jeremy Borash says in his column that no, that didn't happen. It's not In Demand's real fault that we're pivoting in direction. But sources suggest after that no, it is.
Well, he's trying to save face for the people that are actually, distributing the product.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit that they are trying to make it look like this is their own creative choice as opposed to a thing that is foisted upon them.
Sorry, I was going to say that's interesting because I also think this decision is something that is reflected on the show itself with Don Callis' character.
Yeah, it's very WCW where they had standards and practices as characters on the television show because they were so mad at Turner's standard and practices stepping in and stopping them from doing their bullshit. So they introduced Don Callis as the management consultant who was like, oh, we don't want the violence and swearing and attacking women, and we don't want the hardcore stories and hardcore matches. That's not what our key demo wants here in NWA-TNA.
The demo god, Don Callis.
Yeah, he had this character before anybody else. He was analyzing demos. He's basically Brandon Thurston turned into a wrestling character.
That's what they should do. Bring Brandon into AEW and have him be a guy. It's like, the demo will not like this.
Ooh, I've looked at the charts, guys, and this is just not a thing that the fans are into. The minute-by-minute ratings do not suggest that this is a thing that is getting over.
Yeah, you can bring up the minute-by-minutes and be like, actually, yeah, sorry, we have to put Jade in here because she draws killer in the minute-by-minutes.
Just walks in on somebody's segment doing badly. It's like, sorry, pal, you've been corporately downsized.
Yeah.
So, as mentioned, you can see it on the show. Like, even aside from the Don Callis character, like, the show is different. Like top to bottom, it feels different.
It's not a show that makes me cringe as much anymore.
Which is a plus, though, 3LK segments, so...
I don't know. 3LK segments kind of got me this month.
Oh, God, you've done the thing again, where you hate
I know!
thing, and you baby-faced
and then there was a point where I got literally mad that BG James made me laugh at a joke, and I was like, no!
Bull Buchanan received a tryout match a couple of weeks ago on Explosion. TNA officials went as far as to say is a new outfit made for Bull Buchanan, so it won't be surprising if he debuts in a new gimmick soon. He never does. There's been like a Bull Buchanan is hanging around backstage note every week for like 4 months, and I never brought it up, but I figured I'd finally bring it up because I think maybe this is the end of it. But yeah, Bull Buchanan hanging around never happened.
I wonder what that new costume was.
The big Bull Buchanan masked dude. I wonder, we're actually not far off from PCO showing up as like the masked X.
Ah, that makes sense.
Maybe he was meant to be X. Because like Bull Buchanan and PCO aren't like entirely dissimilar wrestlers.
I don't think Bull Buchanan would ever put his body through the amount of destruction that a PCO does.
No, PCO is still doing aprons for sentons in Impact in the year of our Lord 2022. But like they were both big guys who did some flying. PCO did more flying than Bull did.
I just want to give PCO a little more credit, considering he will do a suicide dive onto no one.
Straight onto concrete. His favorite thing is bumping on concrete, frankly.
I love you, PCO. I'm glad that you made it to the Impact.
Well, he made it here in 2003, which we'll get to. But still.
I mean, again.
And TNA will not be holding live pay-per-view events for 2 weeks in September, as the fairgrounds will be unavailable due to the state fair taking place.
Sorry, I got very excited.
Because this is a 5-show month, folks. Liam's favorite thing, a 5 pay-per-view month.
The idea of a 2 pay-per-view month is just, quite frankly, I don't know what I will do with all the extra time.
There was some talk of pre-taping 2 weeks worth of shows or even moving to a different location. Then a follow-up note, TNA officials are working with In Demand in hopes of promoting a bargain-priced pre-taped show that will recap the company's history. The current plan is to air the special during one of the weeks in September, which the company will not be airing a live show due to the National Fairgrounds. There has been talk of offering the show at a price of ever between 1 penny and $1.99. So basically, they will be taking a week off in September. There will be a taped show in September, Liam. So there will be a 3 pay-per-view month, not a 2 pay-per-view month.
No.
But the tape show is the first Super X Cup, so at least there's that.
Oh, that's good, though.
And then the other one will be the TNA 1 cent pay-per-view, which was this preview show where they put together the best of TNA highlights and offered them on the pay-per-view services for 1 whole penny, and you can watch the best
They're
of
really
TNA.
trying to get this penny concept off the floor. It's been around since the very beginnings.
Yeah,
I feel.
because we were talking about the Genesis special that they did air a couple of months ago, which that was the first time they floated the idea of doing something that cost 1 penny, and that was a different best of I think it cost the regular $9.99 pay-per-view price. Whereas now they finally committed to the idea of the 1 cent pay-per-view where you can watch NWA-TNA, the best of the first year and a bit, for a whole cent. So they don't want to get people's 2 cents on it, Liam. They want to get people's 1 cent on it.
Well, we'll see if Jeff Jarrett can break all those guitars and draw a penny.
Scott D'Amore, who was brought in as a locker room agent several weeks ago, has quickly gained backstage influence.
Yes. Scott D'Amore's my guy. I love Scott, man.
It took him 2 months to wield unenviable power.
He must just be a wheeler and dealer.
Straight in there, Jeff Jarrett's guy. D'Amore is said to be responsible for the promotion booking Don Callis, Simon Diamond, Johnny Swinger, Joey Legend, Chris Sabin, and Tracy Brooks.
I mean, they can't all be winners, can they?
You get you get the best wrestler in the history of the company, so you can't give out.
Tracy Brooks?
I know, she rules, doesn't she?
To be fair, she was for the 1 week she was here.
Yeah, this is a very light Tracy Brooks month where she disappears, so maybe Scott's losing power already.
Oh no! Damn it! The power struggle between Scott D'Amore and Vince Russo will be the subtext of this entire thing.
One wrestler even went so far as to suggest that there has been a changing of the guard, as he said the Atlantic clique that consisted at one time of Vince Russo, Raven, Glen Gilberti, Mike Sanders, Perry Saturn, and Eric Watts appear to have fallen behind D'Amore in terms of office power, even though on air, Eric Watts is now the man with the power.
There should be a draft between the two factions where Joey Legend goes to Vince Russo's side and Eric Watts goes to Scott D'Amore's.
Yeah, and then I think everybody's much better off.
Yeah, I'll be much happier.
Because Saturn showed up for the last time in June, Sanders shows up for the last time this month, so even the members of the Russo clique are just gone, never mind not having power.
The clique is actually physically leaving and dispersing.
And there's nobody who has downcycled more, I think, than Glen Gilberti, so...
Yeah, what a fall from grace, huh?
Going from a whole month being built around him to him being the manager of Diamond and Swinger.
The manager of D'Amore's guys.
That must be the ultimate insult. It's you shall be the manager of my boys.
To be fair, not a bad gig because they're a good little act down there. You know, just a quick interlude here before I won't do it because we'll get into it further when we talk about the shows. But that's the reason I do these turnarounds so quick on these guys that I don't like, is because I don't like them as main event giant factors of the show. I like them as goofball mid-card acts. That's where they should be. That's why I do these turns. Because when they're not being pushed as the main thing, I'm like, oh, I get why they're here.
When BG is on the show for 2 minutes a week doing a skit, you're on board?
Yes, 100%. Hey, because like he's not wrestling, and he's not like being treated seriously. He's just being a goofball dork with Killings and Conan, and it's funny and it's fine. That's just the difference. Like I don't need you to be these top guys.
So what I'm hearing here is Road Dogg is your new favorite wrestler.
Well, now that Gilberti's been downsized.
Terry Funk turned down a TNA booking last week. TNA officials contacted Funk in hopes of signing him for a match against Sandman, but Funk passed on the offer, which is said to be in the same range he is paid for working independent shows. Although the rate was comparable to Funk's pay on the indie scene, he felt he wouldn't be able to make as much money as he normally does selling merch.
Fair enough.
We will get a Terry Funk appearance or two in 2004, but you will have to wait for your Funk in TNA.
I had no clue about this.
The NWA-TNA promotion in Nashville had its own run-ins between the fans and the bookers 2 weeks ago at their July 2nd show, according to sources.
I love this story so much.
TNA talent coordinator Bob Ryder came out to visit with the vocal group of fans that comprise the heel section.
Boo.
Who are usually situated to the right of the hard camera shot at most of the company's weekly pay-per-view events. If you're a regular viewer of NWA-TNA, you've seen that these guys on numerous occasions spoil SmackDown, which is a good bit, to be fair.
Which is that, I was going to say, that's the one good bit that they have.
The heel section is composed of rabid fans who cheer for the heel wrestlers and heel manager Vince Russo. They also loudly heckle ring announcer Jeremy Rourke and the top babyface wrestlers, especially Jeff Jarrett and the tag team champions Chris Harris and James Storm. If you remember on the last month's episode, we gave out very vociferously about them doing the Kill the Cowboy chants during the best match in TNA history.
Yeah, and they also had a Chris Harris one that was like basically just calling him a pussy, I think.
Yeah, so while these two guys were in this amazing cage match where they were bleeding buckets and freaking destroying their tailbone, doing death sentences off of cages, these absolute goof marks in the front row were like, oh, we're gonna do our chants.
To be fair, if I do love Kill the Cowboy as a chant. Like, that should be a thing if he ever does turn heel. Kill the Cowboy does rule. Just don't do it during that match. You're really exposing yourself then.
Yeah, the worst part is when AMW do turn heel in 2005, which is they're not in Nashville anymore at that stage, but they don't do the chant. So,
what's the point? We should bring it back.
Ryder reportedly relayed a request from the office to the regulars asking him to please tone down their derogatory signs and pro-heel rhetoric. He explained that NWA-TNA has shifted its focus toward running more traditional wrestling storylines, that they didn't want fans at home confused about the heels and babyfaces were. Most of the heel section
the casual fan.
The casual NWA-TNA fan here paying $9.99 is confused by these people in the crowd.
To be fair, I'm often confused about the heels and the baby faces, but it has nothing to do with the crowd.
It is to do with the television show. To be fair, though, this month, it's very clear. There are heels and baby faces this month.
Yeah, because they stay to it for more than 2 shows at a time.
Actually, I'm trying to think, is there a single character who's ambiguous? And I don't think there is.
There isn't. But on one of the shows, they tease AJ turning face, and because we live in a world where that happens on a drop of a dime every 3 seconds, I was like, oh, okay, they're turning AJ face.
I did like, at least in that segment, it was the week Vince Russo wasn't there. So they did the thing where it's like, when Vince Russo's not in his ear, he's like, potentially able to be gotten to, but like obviously once Vince Russo returns he'll be back to evil, horrible guy. So I do think that's like planting a nice little story seed for like, AJ's only like this because of Russo, not because of AJ.
Yeah, because he hangs out with bad friends, bad influences. Oh my god. Every time we say bad influence, put in the bad influence theme.
Most of the heel section denizens took offense to this request and decided not to attend last week's TNA show. One of them posted,
good!
Yeah, that'll show them. I won't show up.
Don't come to the show where you took tickets off a fucking petrol station for free.
It'll really prove the point to Bob Ryder that they didn't show up, so they didn't do their chance, and he got exactly what he wanted.
Win-win. We don't get the chance, and also you're not there.
One of them posted his account of the events on his on his official heel section website, explaining to fans why he wasn't going to attend the shows.
He tried to get on Twitter and cancel TNA.
He really did. He's like, I'm going on my blog to explain why I shouldn't be allowed to attend, and I'm not going to do it out of protest because I don't get to do my crappy chants with my crappy signs.
I'm being silenced. Freedom of speech.
Cancel culture running wild here in the NWA-TNA.
SMDH. Where's my cancel culture t-shirt?
Yeah. Horrible behavior. This is these fans are just gone forever, and everyone's
Corporate entities running wild.
Don Callis has downsized the heel section.
Yeah, he should have said that.
He actually should have. He should have taken credit for it. He should have been like, "Oh, you know, these
we got
fans
those hooligans out of that section of the crowd.
got rid of the hardcore wrestling, the horrible fans, the women,
The women.
just the women."
Yeah. And there was still a lot of the women on this show.
They are doing things. Well, actually, they're doing the same thing every week, but we'll get into that. The company settled its lawsuit with Jay Hassman and Len Sabal out of court almost 1 year after J Sports Entertainment filed the lawsuits against Hassman and Sabal and accused them of nearly running the company out of business by supplying them with false pay-per-view buy rate information. A settlement was reached in which neither party will collect payment from each other. They filed a countersuit at the time. Basically, they're done with each other. They're just all moving on.
Yeah, fair enough.
The fact that it seemed like such a slam dunk case that Jay Hassman did in fact commit some degree of fraud and they couldn't nail him on it probably suggests that there was a degree of incompetence on the other side as well.
I am shocked.
Sabal and Hassman released a statement. Today's joint announcement by the plaintiff and defendant states that the parties have agreed to settle and compromise the litigation through a mutual walkaway.
I can't believe they didn't get to drag him across the coals.
With no settlement payments by any party and to dismiss with any prejudice all claims and counterclaims in the litigation. So they're all just washing their hands of it and moving the other way.
Insanity.
As mentioned, Jay Hassman would serve time in prison for a separate fraud case in like 2007.
Yeah, just mutual walkaway. Definitely had nothing to do with anything.
None of these people did their jobs and it's fine. They're all incompetent.
Yeah.
Just mass incompetence here in the NWA-TNA.
You know, if we would ever take our own quotes to put in the intro.
Just mass incompetence here in the NWA-TNA.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's the end of that story. If you go back and listen, and if the full letter is in what the show notes from that episode, it's like August or September or July. It's one of those months where we went into the full depths of the Jay Hassman saga. It's good fun. The clip is on YouTube as well. If you go to the
I was gonna say, there you go. We got a nice bookend for the YouTube clip update.
Yeah, so if you go to the You've Got to Be Kidding Me YouTube, the clip of the Jay Hassman stuff is up there too. And clips of everything we've ever done basically is up there. If you ever want to try and find an individual segment of the show, it's there.
We should start pimping that out.
Yeah, I put enough goddamn time into it. I spent like 30 hours making all of those clips. So.
It's truly astonishing.
The NWA World Champion AJ Styles said during a radio interview that he prefers working for the Ring of Honor promotion.
Well, isn't that interesting? Because I prefer watching the Ring of Honor promotion.
How dare you suggest that on this here TNA podcast? Upsetting me. Have you done your thing where you watch Ring of Honor from July 2003?
No, I had too much 2022 to watch.
And too much friggin' 2003 TNA to watch.
Yeah.
Styles said that there is a time for wrestling and a time for entertainment, and while he loves working for both promotions, he prefers the competition that comes from working on the Ring of Honor shows.
Yep.
Styles added that he essentially does the entertainment part of the equation while working for TNA, but he prefers performing in front of the ROH fans. Styles said he wasn't sure whether TNA officials have been keeping an eye on the Ring of Honor performers, but said they are idiots if they are not, because he feels the promotion features some of the best talent in the world. Styles was also critical of Jarrett for trying to do too many jobs in TNA, jobs as in like literal jobs, not as in losing.
I was going to say, Styles is getting real meta on this radio interview.
When I read this the first time, I was like, oh god, that's a weird criticism that he's thinking Jarrett. Oh no, he just means literally doing too much stuff. Styles said it's difficult for Jarrett to work as a wrestler, booker, and owner, and wishes he would give up one of those jobs. Specifically, Styles says he doesn't want a booking anymore.
I was going to say, well, he will give up all of them eventually.
Meanwhile, Styles labeled Russo as a great guy. Styles also praised Russo for listening to the ideas of the wrestlers.
Why that made me go. Sorry, that was an involuntary reaction to that statement.
Just the idea that Vince Russo is a great guy makes you just gag.
I just went, I don't know why that happened. I literally didn't put any effort into that. That was my body making that reaction. I'm sure he's a good guy.
You have to reject the concept of Vince Russo being a great guy at any given moment.
I don't know how that happened.
Styles also praised Russo for listening to the ideas that wrestlers come up with and said he is a pleasure to work with.
For some people, I'm sure he is.
Listen, when you get pushed to be NWA champion, I'm sure you're very happy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're in the good side, you probably love him.
When the dude is making you be featured on every show because you have to stand next to him.
And very occasionally you get to speak.
Jeff Hardy told wrestlers at the Ring of Honor show that he is not interested in working for NWA-TNA or anybody else right now. Hardy said he is focusing on his music career right now and only worked the ROHO as a favour to Joey Matthews.
Well, damn, Jeff, would have been nice to have seen you.
So this, if you were watching July 2003 Ring of Honor, you would have seen Jeff Hardy.
I know of this, though.
Now infamous Ring of Honor appearance.
The Willow.
The debut of the Willow, who we will be talking about on this podcast in a very long time.
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, just one of the more famous early ROH stories.
I would imagine through the years goes into it in much more considerable depth than we ever could.
They did, because I listened to it.
Yeah, the utter rejection of Jeff Hardy by the fans of Ring of Honor.
And, like, the background politic playing word around that Gabe would say one thing on one side, one thing on the other side of his mouth about it. It's a very interesting topic. I do recommend you go track down that Through the Years episode on it.
The through spelt with an ROH, ROH, the years.
I highly recommend it. It's also how I get a lot of tidbits about NWA-TNA stuff that we may miss.
Yeah, and it's basically this podcast, but for Ring of Honor. Actually, technically, we're this podcast. Anyway, yeah.
We're that podcast, but for TNA.
Yes.
But yeah, it is interesting because, like, I'll listen to it, and it was on one of the shows after, might have been last month even, where they were talking about Raven showing up to Ring of Honor with a twisted ankle, and and I was like, I know where that is, and they were like, oh yeah, they must have heard it on some show, and I was like, I know what show it was!
It happened in a horrible main event.
Yeah. It's funny because, like, despite them not being directly affiliated in any way, TNA and Ring of Honor have always had this kind of connection, huh?
Yeah, all the way up, again, to 2022, where there's a mild Ring of Honor invasion, and the Ring of Honor title is being defended, and Roxy, the Ring of Honor Women's Champion, is sitting front row.
Yeah, like, which is why I when I was talking, not about it with you, but with other people, I was like, it seems like this was always kind of a destined crossover to happen, and it's funny, it could have happened many a time over the years, but we finally got there in 2022, the year of just insanity.
And it's interesting how many times it came close to happening in various different ways. Like, 05 is when the companies were closest and, like, almost, like, actively working together. But then, for reasons, they stopped.
I mean, you can say it's the Feinstein stuff.
Yeah, it's the Feinstein stuff. And TNA kind of washed their hands of Ring of Honor at that stage. And, like, we want nothing to do with that. And then, like, 2017 is the other time that they came very close to working together, when there was meant to be a Hardys and Young Bucks program that spanned both Ring of Honor and TNA, but then the Hardys left and went back to WWE and had a very public falling out with TNA. So,
of course, you also had the Destination America era, where they were literally on the same show, on the same network, rather.
Not even on the same network, they were on the same night. Ring of Honor was the lead-in for Impact.
Honestly, I loved that era. That was the time where I got back into Impact just because I was watching Ring of Honor, and I was like, yeah, I'll watch both.
Yeah, because it wasn't like an agreement. It wasn't them working together. It
just worked out that way.
Impact did not have an exclusivity clause in their contract with Destination America, and then they were like, hey, let's just get Ring of Honor too, make it a wrestling night.
It felt like a pretty big deal at the time. Because I believe, was it the same night as NXT as well? So you had, like, the 3 shows all on the same night.
And Lucha Underground. You had 4.
Yeah. It was the wrestling night for a long time.
Yeah, you had 4 of the big WWE shows all just piled in there on a Wednesday.
I honestly, I was always really excited when that happened.
TNA officials instituted a new policy that requires wrestlers to arrive at the building no later than 2 p.m. on Wednesdays. The company is even ordering wrestlers to sign in once they arrive, and has threatened to fine wrestlers who arrive late.
Wow. This is me in a TW when I click that option.
You're like, this tardiness problem is just out of control. We need people to show up to the building on time.
$50 though. That's a pretty steep fine there. That's like, 30% of some of their paydays.
That is legitimately like 30% of some of their paydays, and like some of the enhancement talent, like some of them aren't even getting paid. So,
they have to pay them like 50 and don't get anything out of it.
Like, there are rumblings that's why Bull Buchanan may have just left, because he was working dark and enhancement matches and explosion matches, where a lot of these people not only aren't paid, but have to pay for their own transport. And he was like, what the hell, why aren't I being paid?
Yeah. And now if I'm late, I go in like fully into the negatives for this month.
I owe this company money?
Yeah.
Vince Russo discussed the TNA and WWE writing processes during an interview with No Holds Barred Radio. Russo said that while some viewers blame him for every booking problem in TNA, Jeff Jarrett actually has the final say on all booking matters.
This dude!
He can't help himself. He really can't.
Just had every opportunity. Blah, blah, blah. That was the sound of a knife stabbing someone in the back.
Okay.
It's insanity.
He's just a man who cannot go like a day without being like, bro, it's not my fault, bro. It's someone else's fault, bro. If only I had full unfettered power in this company, bro, my creative vision would be able to be fulfilled and we'd be able to take TNA to the next level, bro.
Someone should just, at this point, give him full control and so we can just see. And we can be like, alright, it's all on you now.
Well, I think you kind of have to wait until 2006 to get that. And it becomes...
No, I didn't mean anything I'd have to watch.
Russo added that Glen Gilberti and Scott D'Amore are also involved in the writing process and feels that the current writing crew has worked out very well.
It's been fine. To be fair, it's been fine recently.
It just hasn't been particularly good.
Yeah, it's been fine.
Russo also took a couple of shots at the WWE's writing process. He said that after meeting with the writing team for 6 or 7 hours last year, he told Vince McMahon that he didn't have enough confidence in the team's vision to believe that they can turn the company around. Russo said the chances of him ever returning to WWE to work for WWE are very slim, for probably a couple of reasons. Russo explained that he and Vince McMahon had a lot of success together during their years together, but because they were able to communicate openly. However, Russo believes the current structure would make open communication impossible because there are too many layers of people to go through before you could get Vince's ear.
Damn, Vince should just bring Russo in again.
Listen, look at NXT 2.0.
I mean, listen. Is Vince Russo shadow booking NXT 2.0? I can't say for a definite no.
At the very least, it's a pupil of Vince Russo, I would imagine. Looking at the nature of that product and who is goddamn left in NXT, I would have my suspicions about what former TNA person may perhaps be booking NXT 2.0 these days. We watched World Wrestling All-Stars. You've seen the DNA.
The DNA of TNA? Sorry, this is a little off topic, but it's very funny, so I feel like I should bring it up. Have you heard about the new rumors of the new title belts?
No, I haven't. Is it a Dup Cup?
Allegedly, no. Allegedly, they're going to remake all the title belts, and they're all going to be, like, colourful, and they're going to have, like, paint splatters on them. And the image used as a comparison point was the Jake Paul boxing title.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, every part of... JB, I mean, someone, I love you. I'm just excited about it. I'm just very excited.
What they should do is they should go to Lego and be like, we'd like to do a co-promotional opportunity where we make our championship belts out of Lego. And then you can sell them. You can sell the Lego version.
Imagine the belt
titles.
shot.
Yeah, and the belt would explode, and then someone would have to literally sweep the Lego pieces back and put...
No, then they do moves onto the Legos like it's IWS.
And every week there's slightly fewer parts on the belt because they've lost a few pieces of the Lego.
But they get to remake it for every champion, so it looks a little different.
Because I was making the Lego NES on Christmas Day. Me and my brother sat down on the floor to make this thing because I was like, how complicated can it be to make this Lego NES? The answer, Liam, was very complicated.
Apparently, from the struggles I saw.
I was in physical pain for 2 days because I sat on the floor too long trying to make this damn Lego NES. And it's only like half done.
You sit on like a cushion.
Listen, I didn't think that through. I didn't think it would take that long. I was like, let's just sit down and make this thing. It's not going to be that bad.
Why didn't you do it at a table?
Because it was Christmas Day. The table was being used for Christmas paraphernalia and being set for people to eat. And I was sitting there for like 5 hours. And by the time we got to dinner, it was only half done. And my back was absolutely devastated. I took like 16 hours just to stand up. And I was like, God damn Lego.
Wow. That should be how you win the championship. You have to build... It should be a Lego Masters competition instead.
No wrestling. They just sit there and they have to make it. The general consensus in the locker room is that TNA officials have not totally soured on Goldilocks, but are instead hoping to put her ego in check by reducing her on-air role for a few weeks.
Oh, damn.
Because there's a lot of notes about Goldilocks this month. They're like, oh, you know, because Eric Watts is a character, they're not using her this week, or they're not using her this week because they want to sell that Trinity attacked her last week. But no, she just disappears for most of the month because Scott Hudson is backstage interviewer this month.
He's really good, too.
He's so much better than Goldilocks is. He's like an utter pro. He's like the proest of pros.
I don't want to turn on Goldilocks, Garrett. I don't want to.
Don't worry, Goldilocks will be back as a character, not an interviewer.
I guess that's better.
I will say Scott Hudson did mispronounce Frankie Kazarian at one stage this month. He called him Frankie Kazarian.
Did he? Because then everyone else called him Kazarian.
Oh, it's Kazarian here.
Yeah. Like, and then because Eric Watts is in the same segment and he calls him Kazarian. I'm like, wait, was he Kazarian for a bit?
Maybe Watts was like, oh god, I don't know his name either. And Scott Hudson said Kazarian, so I'll just go with Kazarian.
Yeah, Eric Watts is like, I thought it was Kazarian, but Scott said Kazarian and he wouldn't fuck it up.
Deep voice Scott Hudson. Kazarian.
Yeah, Scott's great.
He's just an absolute pro. It's a shame, like, he has a run in TNA. He's eventually replaced as backstage interview by the franchise, Shane Douglas.
That's fair. Like, if you're going to get one-upped by someone, the franchise ain't bad.
And he never really works in wrestling in a meaningful capacity again after that, which is a shame, because he was very good.
He should get a Schiavone-esque reunion with the Biz.
And I nearly said WCW. AEW don't really have like a consistent backstage interviewer. They have like Alex Marvez sometimes.
Schiavone half the time.
Yeah, Schiavone has to run backstage off commentary to do backstage interviews. Get Scott Hudson.
Yeah.
Oh no, get Goldilocks. Goldilocks on Dynamite every week doing backstage interviews, making her faces.
Alternatively,
Goldilocks.
Eric Watts.
Yeah, that would work too. All three of them. Just Hudson, Watts, and Goldie just standing there all with microphones shoving them in people's faces.
Finally, the Eric Watts thruple.
Listen, Hudson was there when he was trying to do the thruple the first time, but when Abyss showed up, he was the guy doing the interview.
Yeah. Hudson's a pro.
Borash noted in his Monday website column that this week that a major video game manufacturer was in attendance last week, and he was unimpressed with the program.
Why does he put that in?
I don't know. He added, nearly every week we seem to be entertaining potential business partners at our events, which is a clear indicator of how good the future of our company looks. Not if you fucking bury them on the internet, Jeremy.
Why would you say unimpressed?
Why would you be like, look how great we're doing. Look at all the people we have backstage. Look at all these companies showing up. Oh, TNA's doing great, but also the company...
And they all think we're terrible.
And the company that showed up was shit.
When he said unimpressed by the program, I thought he meant the video game company was unimpressed with the program.
Oh yeah, that there is ambiguity there. So is he unimpressed with the video game program? Because Jerry Moore seems like a guy who'd be like, oh yeah, do the Doom program, you know?
No, see, I thought it was that the video game manufacturer showed up and was unimpressed with TNA. And that's why I was like, why would you bring that up?
Either way, he's either burying the potential partner or the potential partner has buried him. Neither of which is ideal.
I wonder what the video game manufacturer was.
It was probably just like some never heard of indie game.
Oh, there's more crowd discussion. Let's go.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because I think, again, you see it play out in the attendances and the energy in the building over the month. There has been some discussion regarding the crowd. Panda made the call to limit freebies as a way to increase paid attendance. The crowds have been down around 800. The crowds have been down to around 800 the past few weeks. I have to copy edit Dave Meltzer on the fly, by the way, here. Roughly 50% paid. So while paid attendance is up a little, others believe the lack of a full house has hurt the atmosphere on television, which they're not wrong about that. There's like particularly a Frankie Kazarian against Chris Sabin match where the crowd just doesn't care.
Frankie comes out, quite literally, not a single person reacts.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even exaggerating. Like, there was silence. No boos, no cheers, no jeers, nothing. Silence. And I was like, I thought you got pretty over in that last match. They were doing the Frankie thing. Like,
yeah, heat has been way down generally and was way down on the July 16th show, although they weren't given much to cheer about, is what Dave says. Which
All right, Dave.
he's also not wrong that some of these shows don't have a lot to cheer about. But you see, like, attendances of the first show of the month, about 700, 900, 800 for the third, and then they go up to 1,100 and 1,000 for the last two shows of the month, where they're like, oh god, nobody's reacting, let's give away tickets again.
Yeah, I was going to say those last couple of shows felt bigger.
Yeah, and there's atmosphere there, particularly like the New Church against Gathering matches, I think have really good heat, and that's because they got people in the building again, and they kind of care, so that's a plus.
That's one thing I will say is, like, I feel like all of the acts the crowd, like, got into towards the end of the month. Like, people were like, oh, okay, we get it. Like, well, we know these people now, we're invested. Like, even Matt Bentley earned his stripes in his first match, and they were, like, into it.
Yeah, and it's the classic reboot month where it's like they didn't do a hard reboot. They're not like, this is everything is different now, we're changed. It's just like we're going to introduce new characters. We're going to have the likes of Joey Legend. We're going to have the likes of Don Callis, who would become like consistent characters on the show. And like most of the people on the show are still more or less the same. They're as you said, they introduced Michael Shane as well at the end of the month, who has a match against Sabin. And they're very slowly being like, we are something different and new, and it takes time for something and different and new to get over. It's not just shock and awe Vince Russo segment followed by this random surprise followed by a hardcore match, which has been basically the formula of the company for like the first 6 months of the year. And now they're like, we have a more consistent roster. There are some surprises this month. We'll get into it when we talk about the shows. But for the most part, it's something new and different. Some people kind of have nothing to do at the moment, like Jerry Lynn, I think, is one of those people who's like, after he finishes the Just Incredible stuff, they're like, we don't really have something for you right now, so just here's random matches. But for the most part, it's just taking time to do something new, and the crowd do eventually get into it, especially when they get more people in the building.
They show a remarkable amount of patience and restraint for the NWA-TNA.
Especially for like the legend stuff. That stuff would have been dropped like just immediately in 2002 TNA.
Well, here's a good example of it. It's basically 5 weeks of Daniel's vignettes.
Yeah.
Like, that shows some serious restraint for them not to be like 1 week and then he's back. You know what I mean?
There are plans of doing a World X Cup division tournament. It's been the hazy stages, but there is talk of breaking it up into an international division and a US division. Teddy Hart and Harry Smith have been mentioned as people in the international division, probably with the idea it could lead to a Bret Hart appearance. At this point, none of this is close to finalized. We will see that not in August, but in September, we'll see the first Super X Cup.
As I kill this mosquito. Garrett, Australia does not have a great World Cup history.
No, unless you're talking about the Rugby World Cup, which I believe you've won.
Congratulations to us. But, but, we have a chance here. Alright? So, Impact is pandering to the Australians, right?
Right.
We have the pay-per-view. Oh, there's a kangaroo mascot. Ooh, there's that guy, Ashley something.
Hudson.
He was there for a while. Hudson, there you go. This is how we do it, alright? Australia, finally winning the World Cup. Australia, it's coming home.
Liam, there's no Australians in the Super X Cup. Foiled again!
Constantly persecuted.
In international competition.
This is why Daniels is right. Tradition is flawed.
We need sports entertainment. Save us, Christopher Daniels.
Please. Maybe Vince was right. Vince would have had Ashley Hudson in the World Cup.
Vince would have had, like, Eric Watts win the World X Cup.
Okay, another great choice. I don't get what your point there is, but...
Yes, we will be talking about the Super X Cup probably more next month, but the actual thing happens in September.
And more importantly, we'll be talking about Eric Watts very soon.
This is a very busy... Well, it's the vaguely busy Eric Watts month.
But it's a great one.
Alright, broad topics for the month. Let's start with AJ Styles and D'Lo Brown. AJ defends the belt basically every week this month.
Yeah, I didn't even put that together, but he does.
I think there's 1 week where he doesn't. It's the week where there's the D'Lo Russo match. AJ has the week off. But yeah, he's just defending the belt mostly against D'Lo and multiple times against D'Lo on individual shows.
Was that a 3 separate matches, each one for the title, or was that was at best 2 out of 3, right?
Yeah, that was your 3 stages of hell style match where with each different stipulation.
But 3 distinct matches.
Yes, just like last time. You admit it. Thank you.
Nope. No, like I said, it's 3 separate matches if there's space in between the matches.
Ugh, there was space in
if
between
it's
the matches.
one right after
very
the other,
short.
that is the same match.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Rehashing old podcast problems.
Well, stop being wrong.
How dare you.
And I won't have to bring it up again.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 52, July 2nd, 2003. Jeff Jarrett does not have a title shot because he was beaten up a couple times, so he's not there. So AJ Styles is like, Jarrett's not here, so I'm going to give a title shot to you, Frankie Kazarian.
And Frankie's like, sure. Thanks.
Kazarian, who had just beaten Sabin the week prior, so he was in line for an X Division title shot, then instead is given a World Championship match against the phenomenal AJ Styles.
Yeah, and I was excited for this too.
So yeah, that was the main event of that show, Styles against Frankie. This is the show we did the watch along for as well, so if you'd like to hear our thoughts about that and GLEAT, you can go to tnachad.com. Yeah, good little match, nothing special. The most notable thing was that Frankie became the first person in TNA history to take the Styles Clash the wrong way.
How many people do you think it ends up happening to in TNA specifically?
It's not that many. Who's, like... I think there's one that they do it on purpose. I think it was Stevie Richards. They did. Stevie Richards takes it the wrong way too, but I think that might have been like a deliberate do it as an angle thing.
Ah, the Roderick Strong.
So yeah, it's the classic. When you take the Styles Clash, you either put your head back or keep it perfectly still and you'll be fine. The only thing you don't want to do is put your head forward, which I know is instinctively wrong for pro wrestlers who do want to tuck their head.
Counterintuitive to almost everything in pro wrestling.
Where you always want to tuck your head when you take a bump. But the Styles Clash is the one. You do not tuck your head to take that bump or you'll break your goddamn neck. So Frankie tucked his neck, dropped the Styles Clash right in his head. Turns out he was fine. He had a sore neck after taking the Styles Clash finisher on the top of his head, but did not require medical attention, and he was wrestling the next week. So it did not end in disaster, but it is notable that it took 13 months for somebody to take the Styles Clash the wrong way. I would have thought Styles and Frankie would have known each other well enough for Frankie to know how to take a Styles Clash.
Well, where would they have been interacting with at this point?
I don't know. I would have thought like AJ would have worked like West Coast Indies at this stage.
Yeah, 2004, would we have the early PWG stuff at this point?
And like Frankie would have been a name enough to work East Coast Indies at this stage, I would have said. He did Ring of Honor at this stage, right?
He just debuted in Ring of Honor the month previous.
Because like Frankie is a guy who goes like Frankie's been wrestling since I think 2000, 2001. Maybe earlier. So like he's not a new name on the scene.
Yeah, I think you said he was 99, didn't you? Because you're like surprised that he was like a 90s guy.
Yeah, he goes all the way back. So like he's not a new name on the scene. He's been like one of the consistent, this is one of the cool indie guys. He's been working the WWA shows as well. So like he's definitely seen a Styles Clash.
I was going to say he's also been breaking out during, 2003, 2004, in the time where AJ Styles is one of the biggest names on the indies.
And is literally everywhere and doing the Styles Clash everywhere.
Yeah.
But listen, when you're in the ring, heated moment to just tuck your head, wrestler instinct kicks in, you get dropped in your head. It's very unfortunate.
Listen, I don't want to say much about this match was heated.
That's true. This match was perfectly fine. They had a good, fine little match that was pretty unremarkable for the most part.
They went out there and wrestled.
Yeah, D'Lo came out afterwards as Brawl set up more AJ Styles, D'Lo Brown stuff, which takes us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 53, in which the show is built around AJ facing D'Lo for the title in the main event, and D'Lo has a big equalizer for Russo Liam. We'll talk about the Jarrett Legend and Russo promo when we get the Jarrett and Legend in a minute. Oh.
Yeah, there was a really cool chicken coop.
Yeah, so there was the like chicken coop cage, the weasel cage, as Mike Tenay called it, calling back to Bobby Heenan.
One thing I appreciate about it is that later on, Styles bursts out of it, which makes Russo look like a giant wimp.
Yeah, it's really, if you look at it, it is not the most like structurally sound cage. It does feel like a cage that could be shattered at any given moment.
And was.
Yeah, again, a good match. I would have thought, was it the best match of theirs this month? And it's probably the latter match of the three. Or four.
Yeah, I liked the ladder match more, and I liked the submission match more. Honestly, you probably even liked that opener more.
They did beat the hell out of D'Lo after the match. My favorite part of which is that they locked him inside the chicken coop and then started hitting it with a baseball bat. And I'm like, you guys didn't think this attack through, did you?
Maybe it was just to intimidate.
So they were just hitting the wood. They were just bashing the wood.
So that's pretty scary, though.
Yeah, but they protected him from the baseball bat shots.
Yeah, but he's like, oh no, this is scary. It's loud noises.
AJ Styles does the Fosbury flop in this match, and I'm not sure is it the first time he's done it, but it is the moment that Mike Tenay and Don West give the move its name.
Yeah, which is like funny because the Pele was that exact scenario last month.
Yeah, so he does the Fosbury flop, and then Mike Tenay, it's like Fosbury at the Olympics, and Don's like, oh yeah, 1974 or whatever it was. Don remembered the year of the Olympics, and yeah, I love when like wrestler move names come from like just organic ideas on commentary instead of like, this is the name of the move.
Yeah, because also a lot of the times the names suck.
So yeah, this is the Fosbury flop.
Yeah, and it's one of AJ's coolest things that he does.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 53. The story of this show is that D'Lo wants to get 5 minutes in the ring with Vince Russo, so he has to defeat Sonny Siaki, which he does quite handily. He does a sick Undertaker dive in that freaking Siaki match, though.
D'Lo's crazy.
Yeah, like, he does the dive, and his head goes back and his legs go... He, like, ragdolls in the air as he's doing the Undertaker dive. It's incredible.
And half the time he does it and barely makes stuff. And you're just like, D'Lo. And then he's like, D'Lo. To
be fair, barely making it is like half of what makes it good.
Yeah, fair enough. It's like Kaito did a Tobacon Hilo over the top rope. He did like Ricochet's corner version and he just like barely got over it.
Yeah.
It's very scary.
It's ideal. So, defeating Siaki, he got 5 minutes with Russo at the end of the show, and it just turned out D'Lo got his ass kicked.
I was pissed by this.
Yeah, like...
How dare you promise me Vince Russo getting beaten up and then not deliver?
Yeah, at least you could, like, give a little bit of D'Lo whooping his ass before a beatdown, but, like, immediately AJ, Legends, Siaki, and Trinity were out, and they just beat the shit out of D'Lo 5-on-1.
I did like him fighting off everyone. I thought he looked pretty good then, but then once they overpowered him, they got him. He did a really awesome switch with the handcuffs. Like, that was smooth.
D'Lo, very adept with the handcuffing people to things.
Yeah, like, because Siaki's going up and he's trying to handcuff D'Lo to the top rope, and D'Lo, like, does some fucking Ocean's 11 shit and, like, twists the damn handcuffs around and puts it on Siaki. I was like, that shit was so smooth.
D'Lo is clearly a magician.
I was saying that because I was literally watching Ocean's 11 while this was happening.
What, you were watching something else while watching TNA?
Yeah, I had to leave halfway through because I'm like, oh man, Ocean's 11 is too good. It's distracting me.
Literally halfway through the segment, it's like, oh.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, this movie's good.
So yeah, D'Lo does get none of his 5 minutes with Russo. He just gets his ass kicked. Poor guy.
Yeah, I'm devastated by it.
And that brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 54, in which there's the big AJ Styles, D'Lo 2 out of 3 falls World Championship match. So there's a singles match, a submission match in the middle of the show, and a ladder match at the end of the show for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship.
So you loved this first match, and I need you to tell me why.
Did I love it?
3 1/4.
That's like a good little match.
But by TNA standards, that's like the best match of the month.
It is among the better matches of the month. I thought it was just a good little match because they opened the show, so they had a bunch of heat. It's nothing like special. D'Lo did a frickin' moonsault fall away slam.
Yeah, that did rule.
Which I don't think I thought, like, I know Josh Alexander does that, and who else someone else does that, don't they?
Bandito
does it.
And Paige, Hangman.
Yeah, but no, he doesn't. Does he do the flip with it?
He flips with it.
And yeah, Moose has done it before as well. Like, I know it's a modern indie move, but I didn't think somebody was doing this all the way back in 2003.
And like, think of the guys who were saying also do that, like Hangman, Moose, Bandito, like really crazy athletic dudes.
Yeah.
So D'Lo, fucking up there.
So basically entirely for that moonsault fall away slam. But I thought it was a hot opener. I thought, like, as I said, like, opening with AJ and D'Lo, the crowd were very hot. It's like, as I said, 3 1/4. It's not the best match you'll ever see in your life, but it's a good little match.
I don't know, 3s are very meaningful for me in the NWA-TNA. I like a 3 is a sign that I should get excited for this match.
They had a submission match in the middle of the show. Siaki interfered, by the way, so AJ went 1-0 up. So they had a submission match in the middle of the show where they were, like, Styles and Russo were freaking out backstage because they didn't want it to go to the ladder match. But so they attacked D'Lo before the match. Siaki distracted them, and then Styles hit a... Like, the best part of this match was before the match even happened. That chop lock on the ramp looked great.
I thought this match was really cool. I liked the back and forth. I liked D'Lo stretching him at the end.
So they had a basic-ass submission match.
Yeah.
This was the match where there was a split screen of D'Lo Brown's butt.
Yes.
He hit what I think it was a sky high. I can't remember what the exact move was. And they're like, "Oh, let's go to a replay." And they cut to
And they're like, nope.
the replay is just the live shot split in two, but it just happens to be while D'Lo Brown is like getting up and bending over, so it's just a split screen shot where D'Lo's butt is split between both of the screens. It's very good stuff.
I like that Tanae and Don were clearly like taken aback by this.
Yes, it's like, oh, let's go to replay. They go to the replay. It's like, technical difficulties. I'm sorry.
And then we go to the main event, the ladder match, which I thought was pretty fucking nuts.
Yeah, like they do a bunch of wild shit. The most notable part where D'Lo sets AJ up on a table outside of the ring, gets to the top of a ladder inside of the ring, and dives from the ladder inside of the ring all the way to the floor through a table.
And a real rickety-ass ladder too, by the way.
Yeah, that ladder was like shaking, and it's like, oh god, D'Lo, you're going to die. And that spot knocked AJ Styles out.
Wait, really?
He was knocked out for a half minute after he took that to the table. It was wild.
Wow.
It was a great moment where like the ladder rebounded, where like they did a spot and D'Lo fell, and then the ladder rebounded and fell on D'Lo, but D'Lo saw it coming, so he could actually sell it properly, and it wasn't like super dangerous. It was really cool.
Yeah, like I was thinking about it, like half of the offense in this match was ladders falling on D'Lo.
The poor guy.
It happened a lot, and every time I was like, again?
You just could not stop ladders falling on him.
It was either sometimes they were just falling on him, and then sometimes it was AJ pushing them into him, and then sometimes it was AJ throwing them into him. But ladders colliding with D'Lo was most of this match.
Yeah, so the finish was they both climbed the ladder, they both got the title, they both fell to the mat. Rudy Charles came out, they had a moment of deliberation, but because the ladder match was a draw, they determined that AJ would remain the champion.
So I want to give this match some credit here. I bit on D'Lo winning. I was like, did D'Lo win the NWA fucking championship?
Because, yeah, when he hit that frog splash off the ladder through the table, AJ was literally dead. He was literally unconscious. So...
Yeah, but it was a very long walk.
Siaki interfered, didn't he, so that he wouldn't win.
Yeah. But I bit it for a second. I was like, holy shit, D'Lo's winning this.
I also enjoyed that Vince Russo was banned from ringside from for this match.
The camera cuts.
They cut to a shot of him like looking through a small hole in the stage so that he could
like a fucking pervert.
He was spying on the match because he was banned from ringside and he wanted to watch it.
We should splice that and then put it into other wrestling moments.
Where it's just like Rock Hogan and Russo's like, huh?
Yeah. It's NXT 2.0, and he's like,
So they went to a 1-1 draw, I guess, or 2-2 draw, depending on how.
1-1-1.
Yeah, it was 1-1-1. That makes more sense. So that Styles retained the belt, but there is nothing solved here between Styles and D'Lo Brown. And then last show of the month, there is some dissension within the ranks, Liam, of Vince Russo's new stable.
I hate this company, man. I'm so sick of tag teams and stables not getting along.
So AJ Styles is out with Sonny Siaki. Siaki's doing his promo. There's a sign in the background, by the way, if you're looking at it, that's blurred, that the sign says, Siaki aced your mama's hole, which, you know what, maybe shouldn't have been blurred.
Well, I guess with the new direction, perhaps they thought that was too much.
No, I think that's not blurred in the original. That's a modern blur for Impact Plus.
Oh, yeah, that's stupid. Like with the other shit that's gone through.
There's, if you notice, earlier in the month, there's a double whammy sign that's blurred. That's a homophobic slur against Jeremy Borash, so that one is very understandably blurred.
I didn't even get that one.
I think it was one of the shows. I couldn't see exactly what it said, but he could make out more or less the subtext of what it said. Because it was a little blurry on the original version I had, but it was very clearly homophobic. Directed at JB. But yeah, so Siaki's in the ring. Siaki's talking about how his magic stick pleases all the women, and then Mike Tenay and Don West are like, magic stick?
I thought Magic Stick was going to get over. I thought that if the heel section was still around, Magic Stick would have been a big thing over the next month.
So Styles and Siaki are out together. They're arguing with each other. Styles tells Siaki to know his role, and then the crowd chant, know your role at Siaki.
Because he's the Rock.
Yeah, when they tend to know your role, and we're like, because the idea here is Russo wasn't here tonight. He does have an interview with Mike Tenay, but he's not actually
But also,
in the building.
AJ's right. Shut the fuck up, Siaki.
You have been nothing. I suppose he's been ex-champ, but other than that, you've been nothing but a mid-card nerd for your entire TNA run so far. Please do know your role.
And also, AJ kills him with one line. He's like, yeah, when you're the top champion, you can do that stuff. And he's like, you wouldn't know anything about that.
Ooh. D'Lo comes out then, and already in July 2003, we're having characters talk about how they want to see the old AJ Styles.
Need the old Hangman. Need the old Austin.
Like, this company is 13 months old, and we're already like, we want the AJ we knew and loved, not this AJ. And like, by the way, AJ turned heel in like September 2002. Like, he was not a wholesome babyface for more than like 2 weeks before he had the weird on and off again heel turns with Jerry Lynn, and then actually turned heel in like September, October, because October he was doing the red matches where he was firmly a heel.
He's been more of a heel than he has a face in TNA. Even like when he was doing the D'Lo tag stuff, he was the dickhead and D'Lo was like the cool guy.
Yeah, so like the entirety of TNA, like the old AJ Styles is this, frankly.
Yeah, like AJ's just always been like this.
He has never been a babyface for long. Like, he was a babyface at the very start, and he was a babyface for like July. And as mentioned, like the Jerry Lynn stuff just had those two constantly going back and forth and who he went to root for. And then he was an actual heel for the entirety of like being managed by Warner Plumtree. So, like, he's been a heel this whole time, D'Lo. There's never been an old AJ Styles.
He means like Ring of Honor first year AJ.
He means WCW AJ Styles. He wants to see him team with Air Paris again.
He wants Air Styles. Let's go.
So, Siaki and Styles attacked D'Lo. Eric Watts made the save and then booked a big cage match for next week for the world title.
Biggest babyface in the biz.
Why is Eric Watts booking cage matches? We'll get into that in a moment.
I'm so excited.
So yeah, you would have thought a month built around Styles and D'Lo feuding and wrestling a bunch would have been a little better than it was. But like, as mentioned, of the 4 matches they had this month, I thought one of them was, I didn't like the submission match much. I thought it was fine. The opener of the 2 out of 3 falls, a lot of fun. The ladder match, they just did bonkers shit. And then the other match was pretty good, nothing special.
Yeah, nothing great from them.
I thought the match where AJ became number 1 contender was their best match. When
yes,
D'Lo
I'd agree with that as well.
Did wild shit again.
And also, I'm kind of like, it's the AJ Jerry Lynn thing where it's like, I'm kind of sick of this fucking matchup now. Especially 3 matches in one night. It kind of kills it.
Yeah, and 4 matches in 1 month.
Yeah. After just having like 2 more the month before.
But you have, again, like all the AJ Styles Jerry Lynn matches, you have 1 more to look forward to.
Great. And then like it'll be like, this is the Wrestling Observer feud of the year. And I'll be like, well, fuck me.
Alex Marvez will be like, oh, there's never been better wrestling than AJ Styles versus D'Lo Brown.
He loved that submission match.
He's like, that ladder spot was the most spectacular thing I've ever seen in my life.
Until I saw Hangman Page, MJF, and Kip Sabian.
How dare you? No, never mind. It's not until September. Damn it.
What?
There's an AJ Jerry Lynn world title match coming up. I was hoping it would be in August.
Fool.
It's not until September, so you will have a D'Lo match next month, and then a Jerry Lynn match again in September.
How dare you spoil for me that he doesn't lose the title to D'Lo next month?
Oh, I'm so sorry. So that's all of your AJ D'Lo stuff. Let's go to Jarrett and Joey Legend, Liam.
I mean, honestly, I don't care about any of this. I don't have anything funny to say. I don't have any quips. I don't have any critiques. I just don't care about any of it.
So,
I might just sit it out. Garrett, just go ahead. Just run this whole storyline down.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 52, July 2nd. Joey Legend makes his debut where he joins Vince Russo and AJ Styles. Russo's out in a lawn chair. He's doing his gloating character. I have no time for Russo as a performer anymore, by the way. Like, I don't like him. And, like, I used to not like him for different reasons, but I used to respect that his, like, delivery used to be good. Russo, I'm just over Russo. Like, as a television character, I think he's extremely boring.
Sorry, I legitimately sat back then. No, I don't mind Russo still. Like, I think he is smarmy. I wish, again, it's like my problem with all these people is like, I wish he showed ass a little more. I wish he was a little more of a goof who was getting his comeuppance and wasn't always winning. But as a character, I don't mind him. As a performer, I don't mind him.
All right, then. Legend comes out.
You upset about that revelation?
Yeah, I want you to validate my hatred of Vince Russo at all times, Lee. When you weren't there for me. This was a betrayal.
I'm sure I'll get there. Give it another month.
So, Legend comes out with AJ. They beat the living hell out of Jarrett. They make him bleed. He has internal bleeding. He's like so concerned that Jerry... Is this one where Jerry comes out? Yeah, this is... No, the next week is where Jerry comes out. There's so many times they beat the shit out of Jarrett this month, it's hard to keep track of which is which. Yeah, but they lay him out and he's spitting blood.
They do the same thing.
They do.
No, I mean, sorry, I'm sitting out. Don't worry about it.
So, yes, NWA-TNA Baby number 53 the following week. Joey Legend comes out dressed in a New York Yankees shirt, Liam.
Hey, bro!
Jeff Jarrett is here against doctor's orders, and then Legend comes out doing what is meant to be a New York accent, and I do not believe was in any way a New York accent.
He stirs the coffee.
He's the straw that stirs the coffee, is he?
There's the coffee.
I'm from New York, and I'm speaking like this.
Hey,
this is my New
where's
York
the
accent.
freaking gabagoo?
Do you think he mixed up New York and York, the town in England? So he did a York accent instead of a New York accent.
I don't think he did any accent. I think he... You know what I think he did? I think he just came from playing D&D, and this was the voice he gave whatever mystical character he was playing.
Oh, you're of yonder. I am here to be the Vince Russo.
It's just it's like, oh, hello, sir. How are you? Would you like to purchase this item? And he's like, hey, oh, I would like. Where's the coffee?
I am walking here.
Thou is walking here. Where is thou, Gabagool? You motherfucker, you. And also, I was extra offended. How dare these two come out here and steal the bits of doing terrible accents? That's our thing.
Yeah, not only does Joey Legend do a horrific New York accent,
that's my thing specifically.
Vince Russo comes out and does a Jeff Jarrett impression.
Oh, well. J-E-double-F-J-A-double-R-E-double-T. What does that spell?
You have committed more
Aha!
to an impression of Jeff Jarrett in that one sentence than Vince Russo did in the entirety of this promo.
To be fair, he committed mostly into those pants.
He did. He was wearing the suspenders 90s Jeff Jarrett look, which I was wondering, how do you put that on? Because it has the suspenders and then it has like a circular neck thing. So do you have to like step into it?
I'm guessing it probably just has... Yeah, probably. And then you put it over your head.
Does it open at the neck?
Probably get him from the side.
I was looking at it while Russo was wearing it. It's like, how do you put this on?
Listen, we were all looking at it while Russo was wearing it. Because boy, was he wearing it.
He was commenting on how it was very tight.
Yeah, I just shit myself.
So he was doing it.
Sorry, I got a little Dixie then. A little Dixie card.
You can't help it. It's natural. Ain't I great?
Ain't I great? Ha ha!
Slap nuts.
Slap nuts.
So yeah, they do a modest impression of Jeff Jarrett before Jarrett comes out, tries to...
Best part of this was Vince Russo saying a line, then going to the second rope and throwing up the Jeff Jarrett peace sign like single, and then slipping as he goes up. Good bit.
They should have done a thing where Legend tried to pin Jarrett, and then Russo shoved both hands up in the air.
Got all the stroke around here.
So eventually Jarrett comes out, they brawl, they cut him off, and they beat the living hell out of him again. So much so that Jerry has to come out and check on him.
What a dork.
By the way, Legend's cutter, his like spinning cutter thing he does as a finish, it's called the Stone Cutter.
What does that mean?
Which is that a reference to the Simpsons Secret Society, Liam?
Isn't that like a real secret society?
Well, I don't think it's really called the Stone Cutters, but it's like the...
Oh wait, no, Diamond Cutter, you see?
Yeah, so it's the famous Simpsons episode, Liam, the Stone Cutters. Do you remember the Stone Cutters?
But also, I remember the Stone.
Do you remember the Stone? They had a song.
Who held back the electric car? Who made Gene Gutenberg a star?
Who controls the TNA crown? Who keeps the X Division down? We do. We do. Who keeps Atlanta off the maps?
Who told the heel section to fuck off?
We do. We do.
Who told Goldilocks we've had enough? We do.
So yeah, they lay him out. Then multiple times later in the show, like Jarrett's being checked on by doctors and Legend attacks him again. Jarrett's being loaded into a stretcher and Legend attacks him again.
Yeah, it just constant assault.
There is three straight shows this month, which is just Legend attacking Jeff Jarrett.
But to be fair, that's every Jarrett feud, is either him attacking someone constantly or someone attacking Jarrett constantly. So one thing I really resent is that for 1 week he was just Legend. And you wrote in the spreadsheet that you can also see from going to tnachat.com that you wrote Jeff Jarrett versus Legend, and I was like, oh, that's very considerate of Garrett. Jeff Jarrett's wrestling some sort of legend, and he's writing Legend so I don't get spoiled, as I put in my other star ratings. And then when Legend came out, I was like, ah.
He is in fact just wrestling Legend.
Which, like, again, big ask for this guy, huh?
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 54, July 16th, 2003. Jarrett and Legend brawl a lot.
Sure do.
So they open the show, they brawl. Later in the show, they brawl. Later in the show, they're meant to have a match. And then Legend attacks Jarrett backstage, and they brawl. And Legend beats Jarrett in like 2 minutes because they brawled so much.
Cool.
This was the point where it's like, I am so over this feud. I'm so over these two human beings.
I was watching this, and I had to agree with AJ. Jarrett is doing too many jobs.
He is. He's getting his ass kicked far too much by people on these shows.
Yeah, I was legitimately shocked that fucking Legend beat Jarrett.
Yeah, I guess like they set it up by having Jarrett get his ass kicked 2 weeks in a row. He had internal bleeding. He was
don't care.
They brawled so much.
Jarrett should have refused to put this guy over.
Listen, he's trying to make a new guy. Maybe Legend, because Legend's not a bad wrestler. Like, Legend isn't a guy who's like, oh, geez, he's the worst thing. He's probably like better than Disco.
He's got some charisma to him.
And like, I don't know, he's a guy who's been working in Europe since like 2004. He's just doing random like low-level indies in Europe for like the last 20 years. He's just a guy who's working in Poland and Germany and not in like WXW and like the other companies in Germany.
And like, have you seen his accent work?
Yeah, they should have him do accents all over Europe.
So one thing weird about this feud is that, ow, as my mic hits me in the head. One thing weird about this feud is that halfway through it just turns into some weird like Canada versus USA thing.
Yeah.
Which felt out of nowhere.
Because they have no idea what this feud's actually about, other than just like, I guess like Legend is the heavy to keep Jarrett away from Styles. I think that's the idea here.
But that's never addressed.
No, and it's just not interesting in any way whatsoever.
Also, there's that weird Russo interview, and Russo's like, oh, I don't care about Jarrett.
Well, he does. He's lying.
I hate him. But like, your story this month has nothing to do with Jarrett.
Well, this whole thing is to do with Jarrett, and this is like Russo's part of the Legend thing.
Yeah, but he barely shows up. It's just Legend beating him up.
He does a whole impression of Jeff Jarrett this month. He dresses as Jeff Jarrett.
Well, you know what? He is the straw that stirs the coffee.
Definitely. NWA-TNA baby number 55, July 23rd, 2003. Legend has a squash match against Alter Boy Luke and Matt Sydal. And if there was ever a point at which I was to get on board with Legend, it is he as a big man destroying a couple of small men. And even then, he was boring.
He did some shitty F5 looking thing, and I was like, that might be the worst move I've ever seen.
Like, there is no greater format in wrestling than big man squash little man. Like, Eric Watts, when he came out to destroy Kid Cash, and he did his 2 power moves, looked like the best wrestler in the history of TNA.
Sorry, everyone, just clip that one. Eric Watts, best wrestler in the history of TNA, Garrett Kidney, 2022.
When Legend went out to squash Matt Sydal and Alter Boy Luke, like, Alter Boy Luke is Luke Hawx, by the way. Yeah, it just wasn't any good.
Yeah, I got nothing. Like I said, I don't care about any of this.
And then, shock of all shocks, Liam, Legend and Jarrett brawled again.
I was shocked. I was more interested in seeing Alter Boy Luke.
Yeah, they were separated by security. The red shirt security came out, and then Jarrett got into a little brawl with Kevin Northcutt as well over the red shirt security.
Yeah, they're starting to pay that off now.
They're starting to delineate between the two branches of the security.
Oh yeah, one always stops the heels, and one always stops the faces.
And then, last show of the month, NWA-TNA baby number 56, July 30th, the main event, Jarrett versus Legend in a guitar and bat on a pole match. Is this our first pole match?
No, I'm sure there was one. No, there was another one, wasn't there? Wasn't there one with Flair and Perfect?
Oh, yeah, there was an Axel on a pole match, so this is our second pole match, I believe, in TNA history.
Yeah.
Yeah, that accidental on a pole match was the last match of Kurt Hennig's career.
And this was the last match of Legends.
Jarrett beat him. The match had decent heat, I'll give him that.
This match stunk.
I was so bored. I had no interest in it. I was just like, I'm tuned out of these two men interacting with each other.
I'm going to tell you right now, I originally had this down as a dud. And then I gave it 1.25 stars for the post-match angle.
Yeah, so a thing that happened this month, we'll talk about Elix Skipper separately in the exhibition section. But to go into the theme of this is a bit of a reboot month, Triple X have gone their separate ways. They didn't have a breakup, they didn't have any angle, they're just singles wrestlers now.
I thought this was really smart because it made the two of them, I guess, because Key's out. But it made both Skipper and Daniels coming in as singles wrestlers feel like big deals, like ready-made guys.
And like to their credit, they gave them both a bunch of vignettes. Daniels had vignettes airing on every single one of these shows up until the angle here where he comes out and he attacks Jeff Jarrett. So like they gave both of them like attention and tried to get them over.
And most importantly, they had Daniels do like the scared squirrel face at the end of every promo, and it made me laugh every time.
The what?
You know, like that old YouTube meme?
No?
Where it's like, I gotta find it now. And this is what all of Daniel's promos ended with. And he even did it in the final beatdown on the ramp, and it made me cackle.
Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, I've seen that before.
Yeah, that's what he does at the end of all of his vignettes.
Here, I will throw the link to Dramatic Squirrel in the show notes after the main event segment here, if you would like to know what Liam thinks this looks like. There you go.
I'm gonna gif Daniel's doing it so that I can compare the two.
He does do that at the end of every single promo where he dramatically looks back at the camera, and like he's still doing like the sports entertainment thing. He's just like, professional wrestling has failed you, and I need to show you the way. I need to guide you through the ways of sports entertainment.
It's interesting that they kept that aspect for this character.
And abandoned it for Skipper. And frankly, everybody else, like Russo's not doing this anymore, Disco's not doing this anymore, it's only Daniels.
They gave an explanation for why Russo isn't.
Which is
nice of them. That he can't institute sports entertainment extreme or get his values across while that damn Jeff Jarrett's running around.
Oh yeah, because we should mention he did do an interview on the show with Mike Tenay, which I thought was extremely boring.
I thought it was a little decent one. Didn't care one way or the other.
There you go. So yes, after this match, after Jarrett defeats Legend, Christopher Daniels returns to TNA. And what actually I thought was a nice little touch, where the last vignette of Daniels aired on the show where they said that he's returning next week. So it was like a big swerve. It was a big surprise when he actually showed up in the main event to take out Jarrett.
And he looked fucking great. But I don't like... They debut him at such a high level. I'm like, but he doesn't, like, win anything. Like, I have no faith in them to push this.
And we did just get an entire month of Legend against Jarrett, so desensitized to anything Jarrett is doing.
Yeah, like, it's not going to make Daniels look great. Even if he does win, he beat the guy that Legend beat?
So that is all of the Jarrett and Legend stuff. A stellar month of content.
Forever.
Let us move over to Shane Douglas feuding with Raven.
So, Shane Douglas rules.
Yeah, I liked a lot of the stuff they did this month. I thought this Shane Douglas Raven feud is like a really nice little mid-card feud. Or upper mid-card, really.
Yeah, I also think that Shane Douglas fucking knocked everything he did out of the park. Every, like, little angle, every little promo, like, this dude, like... And he also comes across as genuinely unhinged.
It's actually funny, there's a note in PW Torch this month that they've given up on the idea of Shane Douglas being the main event guy because they didn't think he was good enough. And, like, what show are you watching? That, like, Legend is a guy you're pushing the hell out of, and Franchise, who's having good matches with everybody every week, is the guy you're like, nah, he can't do it.
And because I guess at a certain base level, the idea of Shane Douglas and James Mitchell is kind of like a weird image. But like when you see them together and Douglas cutting these fucking deranged promos, you're like, oh yeah, this guy's insane.
He's good and a good foil for Raven as a babyface.
And just a little off-topic thing for a second. Isn't it weird having James Mitchell and Abyss on the same show but them not interacting?
Yeah.
Like it feels weird, huh?
And it's another 18 months until they're together, Liam. So it's gonna feel weird for a while.
It's so odd to see them like both around but them not connected.
Though Mitchell does go off TV for a while after the New Church stuff is done, before they come up with the aha moment to put up with Abyss. So, NWA-TNA Baby number 52 opens with Shane Douglas demanding that Raven face him in a Clockwork Orange House of Fun match, but Raven's not there, so CM Punk comes in and faces him instead.
Yeah, it was cool. It was a cool little match.
I feel like it's a cool little match is like the description of all of Shane Douglas's matches this month.
Yeah, but to be fair, cool little match is like top 10% of NWA-TNA matches.
Especially in this month of July. It's like, oh yeah, cool little match is a lot better than another segment where Jarrett and Legend just brawl with each other.
Yeah. Well, the fact that like an AMW Simon Diamond Johnny Swinger feud is like the best in-ring feud of the month.
So yeah, Douglas defeats CM Punk, and then James Mitchell comes out and throws a fireball in Punk's face. That's a recurring theme this month.
Yeah, I like I'll wait for it. It's a little later on with the interview that Mitchell does about it. But Mitchell I thought was really great this month.
Yeah, he was like really, really, really good. I thought he was top notch. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 53, we get a Douglas against Julio De Niro match this month. Again, fun little match.
Yeah, Julio has been a joy on these shows, I feel.
Yeah, he's like just a good mid-card wrestler in a show that, again, maybe not always has good mid-card wrestlers.
Or good wrestlers.
On this show, the fireball that James Mitchell threw at Mickie James
Yeah.
looked amazing.
Yeah. And God, Mickie James, man. Just the best.
Because Douglas defeats Julio, and then James Mitchell throws a fireball at Mickie James. And Mickie James whips her hair back to sell the fireball, but the fireball kind of gets caught in her hair and whips back with her hair in a way that looked absolutely terrifying and probably was horrifying for her in the moment, but looked amazing on television.
Yeah. She's so good. This whole feud's been pretty great, but I feel like her in this month was fantastic as well. Like in that final match, and in that even little touch I liked was later on when Punk flakes out. She just comes in and goes, "I'll be the third," and it's like, yes, you will, even though that's against the rules that are newly established. But that's fucking dope, and she was so good in this.
And it's not like she has to be lured into it. She's like, I'm going into a Clockwork Orange House of Fun match against Shane Douglas, Slash, and Brian Lee, and I'm going to go kick ass.
The best thing too is like, it's not like Raven or Julio are like, whoa, you know? They're just like, yeah, let's go fucking do this shit. It's great. They're a great little, I thought the Gathering really came into their own this month as an act.
On that July 9th show, you did have the Mike Tenay sit-down interview with James Mitchell.
Yeah, so this is the one where he talks about the one exploding in his hand and Raven not knowing real loss. And I thought, God, I thought that was so good because he's like, he brings up like the WCW rich guy stuff.
Because that's always been the Raven character. Go back to the WWF, he was Johnny Polo, he was the rich guy. Then his WCW character he was still the rich guy. He still had like the rich family, but he was like the entitled emo who thought the world was against him, even though he's like, as James Mitchell mentions in this promo, he's the son of a wealthy publisher. It's like, the world gave you everything you ever wanted, dude. And you were like, oh, woe is me, what about me, what about Raven? Whereas like Mitchell here is like, I know loss. I nearly burned myself to death with a fireball that backfired and like burned my torso in half. I had to scratch and claw for everything I've ever gotten.
My family left me because of it.
Yeah, my favorite part of it was when he was like, I see you sitting there with your shitty ass pentagrams. You don't know cult shit.
He's pissed off that he stole Demon Valor.
He's appropriating freaking demonic culture. And Mitchell is like, I will not tolerate this.
Yeah, I also like that in a weird way, he both buries it and then he goes, you don't know what dark forces you're messing with. So he's like, oh, it was shit, but you got fucking close.
You could have summoned some kind of demon.
Yeah, the demon Abyss?
Or the demon, the kiss demon.
Wow, what? Wait. Okay, yeah. What if the lore here is that Raven fucking around with a shitty pentagram is what brought Abyss out?
This is a canon, officially. I'm making it official TNA canon. That of doing his shitty ass pentagrams with the Gathering, sitting in the freaking on the floor of a bathroom in the asylum, is what accidentally summoned Abyss to TNA, and then Kid Cash just found him.
That actually makes like a stupid amount of sense.
The timeline does match up, Liam.
And because like Cash didn't like bring him in purposefully, Abyss did that attack out of nowhere, and then Kid Cash is like, I have an opportunity to take this guy.
It's also the reason Abyss just lives in the asylum, because he was like formed here, he was birthed here.
This makes so much sense.
So this is the deep lore of TNA.
I'm reeling at this. This is why the video game guys shouldn't have been such shits. They could have made the Abyss game.
So, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 54, we have a segment where AMW and Gilberti and Swinger are doing things. We'll talk about that when we get to the tag division. But Raven makes the save, and then he is attacked by Douglas and Mitchell before he's laid out by the returning Slash and Brian Lee. So the full New Church is back at its full power. So despite Raven returning, he still gets his ass kicked.
This segment was the one where I literally said out loud to myself, thank God they turned Raven face.
I know, he's like the best babyface on the show, even better than D'Lo.
Yeah, 100%. This segment really put it over too. Again, like I just feel like this is the month the Gathering all clicked. Even in ring, I thought they were so smooth together, especially like in these last couple big matches. I got the impression from this last month that like when Raven is like your guy, you just vibe with him so quickly and so easily, and when he's not, you probably don't. But like, yeah, because like just watching him with Julio, watching him with Mickey, like I just really thought they clicked, and obviously him and Punk have all the history too, so they was good together as well. But it's like, yeah, I really thought the Gathering started kicking ass this month.
And yeah, I love the last line of this segment as Mitchell, Douglas, and the New Church lay out Raven, and Mitchell stands over Raven, and he's like, I won't go to hell, I brought hell to you. And it's like, it's good stuff.
It's one of those lines where you see it coming a mile away, but you don't care, do you?
I will say, Raven threw a super kick in the segment, and Brian Lee completely missed.
Yeah. But who cares?
Total fresh air. But other than that, yeah, this segment rocked. And I love the way they sold the fireball. Like, Raven was a fireball was thrown in Raven's face on the last show of June, and he didn't return until July 16th. Like, Julio and Alexis both missed about 2 or 3 weeks each for fireballs. Punk missed about 3 weeks for fireballs. It's like they made the fireball feel meaningful as well. So it wasn't just like we're throwing fireballs here and then everyone's back the next week.
Yeah. Like, this storyline might be the best of the month, except maybe one other, with a certain Eric.
Bischoff?
From WCW.
So, July 23rd, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 55, we have a 6-man tag team match in which Shane Douglas, Slash, and Brian Lee faced the Gathering team of CM Punk, Julio De Niro, and Raven, in a match that I thought kind of rocked.
Yeah, this match rocked.
Like, I gave it 3 1/4, and I was thinking of like, should it be like 3.5 or maybe 3.75? Because like this match was where like the crowd were going nuts, the crowd were super heated. There was a ton of energy. Like CM Punk just like being a baby face, just doing like head and arm suplexes on Slash like he's freaking Hook.
Yeah, Hook like.
CM Punk is the Hook of NWA-TNA.
I mean, yeah, both giant stars, huh?
Yeah, they just kick ass. The match just kicks ass.
Yeah, I mean, it helps, I guess, that it's 6 people who are all just going out there and going full blast. But yeah, it rules. And so does the other one that they do the next week.
Yeah, so the finish of this match, Raven brawls with, I think it's Slash, toward the sex locker room before there's a curtain behind that area.
I like that locker room now is just the mysterious shit happens over here now.
So yeah, Raven's brawling over there, and suddenly a hand emerges from a curtain and grabs Raven by the hair and pulls him behind the curtain, and he disappears for a few minutes, and then he emerges bloodied and battered, and eventually he's beaten because of it. And it's just like a large hand. Nothing, well, you kind of see the body behind it because the curtain opens too far, but you just see a large hand emerge, grab Raven by the hair, and just pull him away.
Yeah, it's kind of sick. Is this the same show where then Raven cuts the promo at the end of the night?
Yeah, he goes to interrupt Mike Tenay and to Don West running down the card to announce that they're going to do a 6-man tag Clockwork Orange match next week.
Yeah, and he has the blood all over his face. Mm-hmm. Just, yeah, a good angle after good angle after good angle for this thing.
Yeah, it's a good feud. If you were wondering, it was one of the Harris Bros that played the Mystery Man, even though it will not be revealed as a Harris Bro eventually.
I have no clue who this is going to be.
I forgot until I racked my brain and I remembered who it was, and yeah, it's pretty cool.
Okay, I'm excited. You know who my thought was?
Go on.
Judas Macias.
No, it's not, but I wish it was. And then final show of the month, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 56. Raven and the Gathering of Julio De Niro and, as mentioned, Alexis Laree, because they do a pre-tape earlier in the show. Actually, no, they're all live these days, so it's just a backstage segment. A backstage segment earlier in the show where they're like, Punk flaked on us, but then, as mentioned, Alexis steps up, Mickey James steps up to face Shane Douglas and the New Church in a 6-man tag team, or 6-person tag team, a Clockwork Orange House of Fun match.
Was this a storyline, or was this Punk missing a date and then they turned it into a storyline, or was this just him missing a date?
I have no idea. There was no note about it. I didn't see any mention of why Punk wasn't here. There was mention about Brian Lee potentially missing the match. A note about Brian Lee from this one. Brian Lee's days with TNA appear to be numbered. Lee's past struggles with substance abuse are well known within the industry, yet TNA officials started booking him last year after hearing reports from his friends that he was no longer using and had become religious. After having a successful run with Slash as the New Church tag team, Lee abruptly disappeared from TNA for several weeks before undisclosed reasons. Lee was brought back 2 weeks ago to reform his tag team with Slash as part of the Raven vs. James Mitchell storyline. He was said to be good business on the night of his return. However, he showed up at the building for this match for his appearance, and his co-workers immediately noticed that he dropped an extreme amount of weight since the week before. Lee collected his check for the previous weeks and left the building, which is the thing he regularly does because he likes to deposit it at the bank. Very efficient. After several hours had passed and Lee hadn't returned to the building, TNA officials became concerned that he was not going to come back. Lee resurfaced at the building after the show had started and was deemed fit to wrestle. He was allowed to work a scheduled match, which, like, watching the match, you wouldn't notice there was anything wrong with Brian Lee. But that was a cause for concern, and I don't think he's used again ever after this. He won't be here in August. They replace him in the New Church.
Shame that this is the end of his kind of run. Him and Slash were legitimately a highlight of some of the earlier shows.
Yeah, they're a great team. They're just a great team.
Yeah, I think a really good tag team, really underrated tag team. Because, like, you know, how many people are really going like, oh yeah, New Church, what a team that was. But legitimately, like, those two kind of rock together.
And even here, when they emerged to do these 2 6-person tags, pop, both of them rock. Both of them are really good.
Yeah. I was happy to see him again.
So yeah, the finish of this New Church and Douglas against Gathering match is Raven is dragged under the ring by unseen forces, and then he emerges again, bloody, beaten and battered before he's pinned, setting up that there is another person on the side of Douglas in the New Church here. Who could it possibly be?
I have literally zero clue.
Yeah, again, on a month where a lot of what happened on these shows was pretty flat, it was nice to have this one story run through the month where pretty much everything that happened on it was really good.
Don't know what you mean by one story.
Yeah, so this Raven and Shane Douglas angle, it's going well.
Yeah, but like, as you said, obviously this was the highlight, I think, of the month. Everything here kind of rocked. Those 2 great 6-man tags at the end of the month. Yeah, just all in all, really enjoyable stuff. And it's, you know, when you're getting stuff that's like at that 3-star mark, you're like, wowzers. Really delivering hard here. Overachieving.
Let's move over to the Hard 10 final, in which Sandman defeated New Jack to win the Hard 10 in a...
I forgot that this was the first thing in this feud.
There's so much stuff that happens. Like, this is our, like pivot off in, like, 4 different directions story of the month. So, like, we will go from Sandman New Jack to New Jack against the Harris Bros with Shark Boy, to Shark Boy teaming with Norman Smiley, to Sandman feuding with Don Callis. So these are the directions we're going to splinter in now.
We're just going to try and hit as much of it in a row as we can.
Yeah, so Sandman defeated New Jack to win the Hard 10 in a pretty good match where the finish was absolutely wild.
New Jack, as he is one to do, was thrown off a balcony, but did like this weird side rotation and landed directly on his face.
Yep.
And looked insane. This is the one thing I had seen from the Hard 10. This is the one thing I knew going in. Was like, I knew this bump, because I think everyone's probably seen this bump at some point. It's one of the craziest things you'll ever see.
He takes a face-first bump off a balcony through 2 tables. It is absolutely monstrous. The man could have died.
He looks like he did die.
Yeah, there's a note. New Jack caught his jaw on the side of the table while taking the balcony bump during his match with Sandman. Once New Jack returned backstage, he fell to the ground and was said to basically be out of it for the next 15 minutes. TNA officials called an ambulance to the building, but Jack refused to go to hospital for treatment. The paramedic tried to repeatedly get New Jack to go to the hospital, but he was up and around within half an hour of taking the bump and didn't go to hospital. Fair enough.
Awesome.
That is a very New Jack thing to do.
The coolest guy of all time.
So before we go on to the Sandman stuff, let's pivot back to earlier in the show where Shark Boy faced Mike Sanders in Sanders' final match in TNA.
This is the end of an era.
This is continuing the storyline where, for some reason, people just repeatedly want to get Shark Boy's mask, even though sex are done and gone.
Shark Boy is the center of 2 stories that are just people want something from Shark Boy. And it's like, people just randomly want Shark Boy's mask. And then later on, everyone just wants to be Shark Boy's friend.
Wouldn't you want to be Shark Boy's friend, though?
Like, the most likable guy in pro wrestling, apparently.
So Shark Boy beats Sanders. Harris Bros attack Shark Boy after the mask. They try to hit him with an H-bomb. Shark Boy escapes.
And obviously doesn't have New Jack to help him out on this one because New Jack's busy.
Yeah, he's in the Hard 10 final and busy falling off balconies.
Yeah.
So that brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 53, in which Don Harris fakes...
Well, should we do the goodbye to Mike Sanders here?
Oh, I suppose we should. We should mention that this is the end of Mike Sanders. Mike Sanders has been told that he won't be booked on TNA shows for the foreseeable future. Sanders has been never a favourite of Jeff Jarrett, but the word is that Vince Russo has been trying to talk Jarrett into using Sanders again. Mike doesn't do himself any favours, said one wrestler who noted locker room heat Sanders had developed was because of his often brash personality.
I mean... What is there to say about Mike Sanders that has not been said before?
Yeah, we've done it. He was good for a while, had that like shockingly good match against AJ Styles, and then for some reason they then turned him into a cartoon goof.
Singlet era Mike Sanders, underrated.
The weird shirt and basketball shorts era of Mike Sanders, less so.
He truly was above average.
Mike Sanders was interviewed by No Holds Barred Radio, and he said he has not heard from the TNA office in over 3 weeks, meaning he is not expected back anytime soon, and it turns out, ever again.
Thank you, No Holds Barred Radio, for giving us all the scoops.
Getting all these interviews, baby.
We should start doing interviews of 2003 NWA-TNA guys.
Just Eric Watts every week.
Oh, don't say something you don't want me to deliver on.
Don Harris defeated Shark Boy on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 53, where they...
We might have a connect to Eric Watts, by the way.
What's our connect to Eric Watts?
I was listening to a certain flagship podcast the other day, right? Mm-hmm. And a certain Rich Grace had a connect to the old, what was their team name? Team 2000, Team 3000, whatever the fuck it was?
I don't know.
Eric Watts' WWF team?
I don't know. Do you think I've watched Eric Watts' WWF run?
Well, whatever his, like, tag team was, his tag partner has a connection to Rich. Through a connection. So, we have like a 5th degree connection to Eric Watts. We could get him.
For the 3rd time, Don Harris and Shark Boy.
And then Eric Watts, right? Okay, so we bring...
Don won, tried to unmask Shark Boy, but Shark Boy, clever as he is, had a second Shark Boy mask on underneath, so he escaped without being unmasked once again.
I actually disagree. Mm-hmm. I don't think he had a second mask. I think that was Shark Boy's face.
Oh, that makes sense. Why is he wearing a mask, though?
Yep. So, I think we did see Shark Boy's unmasked face today.
But why is he wearing a mask on top of his face that looks exactly like his face?
To hide his identity.
But it looks exactly like his face.
And?
That's not very good at hiding your identity.
Why does Sting wear a mask over his face paint?
Because it's stupid.
The element of surprise, Garrett.
He's suggesting that Sting and Shark Boy are on the same level?
Yes.
Good.
Both mascots of TNA. Both aces of TNA.
So, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 54, the Harris Bros face Shark Boy and New Jack. We go backstage where Shark Boy wants New Jack to wear a Shark Boy mask. New Jack reluctantly agrees. It's very wholesome.
And then he keeps looking through the holes and lifting it up because he can't see the giant gaping holes in the mask.
It's very funny that like the Shark Boy mask is too small for New Jack's head, so it's stretched across his head.
Yeah, it's good shit.
So then the Harris Bros face Shark Boy and New Jack. They win. They grab Shark Boy, they pull his mask off. It's disgusting behavior. They finally got the mask.
And he had another one under.
And honestly, the most like wholesome moment, New Jack takes the Shark Boy mask off, gives it to Shark Boy. Shark Boy reemerges with his Hulk hands and then beats the shit out of the Harris Bros.
I can't believe New Jack was pissy about this angle. It's so great.
Yeah, apparently New Jack didn't want to do it. He's like he felt above doing stuff with Shark Boy. So,
come on, man. I take it back. You're no longer the coolest guy ever.
And this is the end of New Jack until Hardcore Justice 2010. So this is the last of New Jack here in TNA for 7 years.
Well, now I'm sad again.
So, unfortunately... But listen, the angle to go out on, where Shark Boy's unmasked and New Jack gives him his mask, is actually very heartwarming. It's like, oh...
Oh, New Jack should have returned when they were doing that, like, that superhero stable.
The Prince Justice Brotherhood?
Yeah, New Jack should have been in it.
Just playing himself?
But with a Shark Boy mask. He'd be Shark Boy 2.
The Shark Boys?
Shark Boy 2 Jack.
Yeah, the moment was legitimately sweet.
Yes, New Jack. Shall we talk about his run?
He fell off lots of balconies.
I think he ruled. I mean, I have nothing but positive things to say about New Jack's TNA run.
Because he was either doing goofy skits with Shark Boy or falling off balconies. And what more do you want from a professional wrestler?
cutting very funny promos.
Occasionally, like, legitimately great promos.
Yeah.
Like that one before the Mike Sanders match where he's just like, I don't know holds, I don't know wrestling moves, I just know whooping your ass. It's like, oh, fuck yeah. Yeah!
Yeah. A great run. Man, it really does feel like a reboot with all these guys that have been such staples over the last couple months going.
Yeah, this is the end of Sanders, it's the end of New Jack. A lot of the regulars, they're just gone.
Goldie isn't on the show much this month.
It's quite unfortunate. The reason they're gone, Liam, in storyline reasons, to pivot back to the Sandman, is...
The man with the best hair in the game right now.
So, Sandman comes out on the July 9th show. Mike Tenay is presenting him with the Hard 10 trophy. Sandman pours beer into the trophy. He's walking around ringside. He's
like 4 beers, by the way.
Yeah, he just walks around ringside just pouring beer out of the trophy down the throat of fans in the crowd.
Do you think we'll ever get to this way again in a post-COVID society?
Lord, no.
You don't think we'll ever get used to it again?
It is a little bit of like, I'm watching this and I'm like, that's not very hygienic on multiple levels.
Yeah, hygiene's overrated.
So Sandman walking around ringside, he's about to walk up the ramp when he's jumped by a random large man in a suit.
Listen, the quickest way in this world to get me behind a guy is just put a big boy in a suit.
So, and then we hear the voice, Liam, of the debuting Don Callis.
The joy I felt in my heart when I heard this. The invisible hand.
Cyrus himself, Cyrus the Virus, has arrived here in the NWA-TNA as a new management consultant and manager of the man who jumped Sandman, Edward Chastain, who was Iceberg from NWA Wildside.
I knew this was Iceberg. You know how I knew this was Iceberg?
How did you know?
Because he just did his Ring of Honor stint, where he got, like, terrible reviews, and, like, it was called the worst match in Ring of Honor history. And it wasn't, by the way. Like, it was a perfectly fine squash match, and I don't get why he got so much hate.
It's basically what happened here, where he had 2 matches and was like, nah, he's shit, we can't bring him back.
I liked him, man. I like him. I like Iceberg, okay? And I like Don Callis, and he's doing his ECW network shtick, and I love it.
So yes, Don Callis is TNA's management consultant, so he is commenting on all the things that is wrong with TNA. As mentioned, he's like the voice of the changes to TNA. He's like, oh, the debauchery in hardcore wrestling and the naked women brawling with each other. This cannot be what TNA is about. I have to change it. I have to fix it.
One thing I didn't get about this character is, does he have legitimate stroke, or is he just the dude pretending?
No, he does have legitimate power in TNA, like as a character in storyline, and that becomes a point of conflict with the other person who is introduced as having legitimate power in TNA, which we'll talk about in a moment.
Oh god, my 2 favorites. So one thing I love about this is, like, he comes in here and he's like, oh, no hardcore wrestling, blah, 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 blah. There's like 3 Clockwork Orange House of Fun matches this month. Why aren't you intervening in that?
Well, to be fair, he does suspend Jerry Lynn at one stage. He does fire Just Incredible. He is trying to stamp down on it.
Garrett, the last match was a Clockwork Orange House of Fun with 3 people that included a woman.
Yeah, but would you want to mess with the demons?
No, that's the thing. Maybe at least give me a segment where James Mitchell is paying him off or something. Come on.
You know what happened? He saw the segment where they threw the fireball at Mickie James. Saw how her hair caught fire, and he's like, I don't want my hair to catch fire. It's too luscious. So I'll stay away from them.
Yeah. I mean, Don Callis without hair, I just couldn't imagine it.
So, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 54, Edward Chastain has a squash match against Norman Smiley, before which Don Callis cuts his promo about talking about his management consultant approach. He has an MBA, you see, Liam. It's Don Callis MBA.
He's so good. He's like, because he's like such a scumbag, and he plays it so well.
Very
and
well.
Especially, I think maybe my favorite segment of the whole month was his sit down with Mike Tenay.
Yeah, last show of the month he has a sit down with Mike Tenay where he's talking all about his like management approach. And like my favorite thing, it's such a small touch, but he refers to fans as customers, and like just the little touch of a wrestling authority figure heel being like, oh, the customers, yes, yeah. It's like, oh, that's such good heat.
And his ethos of like, listen, like, I've crunched the numbers. I know what actually, like, these fans, they think they want one thing, but I see how it's represented in the numbers. And that's different, which is, like, a legitimate thing that happens. Like, sometimes the things that get over in the building are not the things that are over in the ratings. So it's like, it's an interesting point to bring up.
I always think that's a disconnect between booking and crowds, though, as opposed to a disconnect between crowds and crowds. You know, it's not like the people in the buildings are different from the people on TV. I just think the people booking the show have not necessarily correctly capitalized on what the people in the buildings are seeing.
But I also think some acts are inherently more well suited to a live audience. Because like some acts are more showy and like for the people in the crowd, you know, and then some are like translate well to television audiences who aren't there feeling it in the moment. Like the Adam Rose stuff. That was something that was like firmly over for crowds, because crowds got to be, like, especially that small crowd that in NXT, like they was like, that was all a part of, like, you got to be there and experience and be a part of it, as opposed to watch this guy on TV come out with a bunny.
Not the good bunny either.
They should have had Don Callis do the downsizing for that character.
So Chastain defeated Norman Smiley in a squash match. So yeah, the TNA interview took place on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 55, where he sat down with Don, talked about how the customers don't know what they want. He was basically doing Nick Khan before he saw Nick Khan. I did
love his line about, like, sorry, we were about to say the same thing, I think.
About the knowing business but not wrestling.
Yeah. He does the Tony Khan line then. He's like, I know business and wrestling.
Yeah, when Tony Khan was being mean to Ted Turner and Eric Bischoff got very mad. He's like, Ted Turner knew business but not wrestling, whereas I know both. And that's exactly what Don Callis was on about here. He's like, there has been two kinds of executives in the history of wrestling. People who know wrestling but not business, and people who know business but not wrestling. And Don is like, I am the person who knows both.
Yeah. Good shit.
So clearly Tony Khan had watched this 2003 NWA-TNA angle with Don Callis.
He was probably fucking at the show.
And then last show of the month, Sandman faces Edward Chastain. Sandman wins. The only notable thing about this match was Chastain did a cannonball off the apron to the floor, and the thud it made when he hit the floor was like, good lord.
I wouldn't give it up on this guy. I don't know, man. I would have done something. I liked Chastain. He had 2 2-star matches, but sure, I liked him.
We learn on commentary, because Don is on commentary for this match, we learned that Jerry Lynn has been suspended, New Jack has been fired, and Goldie. He just mentions offhand.
Well, because like they already mentioned that, though, at this point, on screen. But like they never mentioned it before that, so it was confusing.
Yeah, and a fun, like, backstage, like, art imitating life moment is, like, Sandman drove from his home in Philadelphia to Baltimore, where he flies out of for TNA shows. After making the long drive, Sandman found out that TNA had not booked an airline ticket for him because he was not booked on the show. No word as to whether there was miscommunication between Sandman and the office, or if he just assumed he was going to be booked for the show. So I liked, like, during the thing in which there's an angle where management consultant Don Callis is trying to fire Sandman and get rid of hardcore wrestling and eliminate all of this debauchery, there is a legitimate moment of miscommunication where Sandman is actually not booked on a show.
They should have played that up. They should have had JB cover that in his fucking rag sheet.
The column on the website where he reveals all the scoops.
Yeah, they should have been like, hey, just so you know, Sandman was trying to get here but didn't get a ticket.
And Don was on commentary, which I quite enjoyed, because he was like, you know, Don West, 2 Dons here, that's a little brand confusion, please change your name.
Don's like, I've had it longer.
I'm older than you change your name.
And yeah, it's fun to be like in this 2022 world now, where it's like Don Callis been a major part of wrestling, but also like a commentator in a bunch of giant matches.
Yeah, and a commentator for Impact, and an actual behind-the-scenes executive for Impact. So it's fun that the character he's playing here is basically the person he would become in the company like 15 years later.
Yeah.
Again, art imitating life, or life imitating art in this instance. Yeah, good stuff with Don Callis. Enjoyable character on the show.
100%.
And then to pivot back to Shark Boy for a moment, Shark Boy is very depressed that his pal New Jack has been fired.
Sure is.
But he's got Norman Smiley as his new friend.
And Athena.
Athena's there too. Yeah, Norman walks up to him and he's like, hey, you sad, buddy? We can play a board game. And he shows him all the board games and he's still not happy. Then he's like, Hulk hands? And the Shark Boy doesn't even perk up for the Hulk hands, which you know something's wrong when Shark Boy's not excited for the Hulk hands. Mm-hmm. And then he's like, the big wiggle? And then Sharky's like, oh.
Shark Boy's like, wait a minute, you didn't mention a big wiggle.
And then Norman does the big wiggle and Shark Boy's all like perked up and happy again, and Shark Boy's back.
My favorite nod in this is that at some point Athena like tries to grind up on Norman Smiley, and Norman Smiley's like, what the no. I'm trying to do the big wiggle here.
And I have established I have a wife in this company.
Yeah, I'm a wife guy, Athena.
She was once choked on television.
There was a moment where she was literally grinding that ass up on Norman Smiley, and he looked like shoot pissed about it.
No, my wife is going to be mad at me.
She's gonna think I pitched this.
All right, Liam.
Eric Watts?
It's Watts time.
Yo, let's go. So we're gonna start with the Abyss match.
Yes, NWA-TNA Baby number 52, July 2nd. Eric Watts faced the Monster Abyss, who is officially named Abyss now. Backstage, Kid Cash is talking to him. He's like, I'm going to call you Abyss.
It's like, yeah, sure.
So then Eric Watts shows up, brawls with Abyss, which leads to Abyss defeating Eric Watts.
In a pretty okay match.
Yeah, it was a cool-ass power move match where like they were doing like top rope power bombs and shit.
Yeah, and Watts can take that damn Black Hole Slam like nobody else.
Well, maybe not nobody else, but he takes it quite well.
Like nobody else.
Nobody in the history of professional wrestling has ever taken a Black Hole Slam better than Eric Watts.
I said that no one takes it like Eric Watts.
That's true. That might suggest he takes it badly.
I suggest he takes it in an Eric Watts-like manner.
Please describe this Eric Watts-like manner.
Chaotically. Half landing on like his hip, flicking around all willy-nilly. Just, it's a crazy way that he takes the move.
Yeah, they have a nice little match here. I thought it was fine.
Yeah, it was a good match. It might be Eric Watts' best in-ring match.
It's better than the Kid Cash match, so yes.
Obviously, we talked about this on the watch-along. Abyss. This is a tremendous look, a tremendous character. Very excited to watch him in TNA. I'm so much looking forward to this.
So NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 53. It was meant to be Jerry Lynn and Eric Watts against Kid Cash and Abyss, but Eric Watts had a staph infection in his leg and had to miss the show, so it ended up just being Cash against Lynn.
Which is fine.
Cash won after Just Incredible ran out, hit Jerry Lynn with a kendo stick to set up their last. We'll talk about that in a minute. But yes, Cash defeated Lynn. We move on. The match was fine. It was a match.
I didn't really like it.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 54. Backstage, Eric Watts teases Eric from WCW again.
Eric from WCW is going to be here, Garrett.
Which is a tease that has been going on now for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks.
So this is also where we get the Goldie line about her being fired.
Oh yeah, and she's gone forever.
She's on the screen and she's like, hey, if you got all this sway, can you like get me my job back? And he's like, oh, yeah, shut up. Like, we'll talk about that later. And he's like, don't get your panties in a twist. And then Goldie just is gross. And she's like, you know, I don't wear any. And I'm like, when did this part of Goldie's character come up? And then he's like, haha, I know I don't. And then he Max on her. And yeah.
So like, she's been fired. She's like, Watts, you're like in charge now. Give me my job back. And he's like, no.
No, because at this point, he's not in charge. He just is still teasing that Eric from WCW is coming in. She's just like, you have all this pull with the new management because he says that he knows who the new management is. She's like, can you get me my job back? And he's like,
just distracts.
Maybe.
Also on the show, there's an interview with Kid Cash and Abyss. Mike Tenay sits down with both of them. And my favorite part of this is Abyss is just wandering behind them. Mike Tenay is just trying to do a regular interview with Kid Cash. And Abyss is it's
fucking with shit.
He's just like messing with the stage and like sniffing things and just bashing on the stage.
Yeah, it's because he's not used to this new environment. He was only summoned here like 2 months ago.
Because yeah, Mike Tenay does all of his interviews like sitting at the top of the ramp in an empty arena setting, and yeah, it's great. Just Abyss just wandering around and like he just bashes the metal stage, and Mike Tenay's like, keep your man under control.
We'll talk about it here too because this is the Cash stuff. Once again, Garrett, we have a month where something I hated has turned into something I loved. Because I love this new Kid Cash character.
Yeah, once he's just like a disrespectful jerk that doesn't beat women, it's actually a good character.
Yeah, even though he does a little women beating in this month. Just a tiny bit, just a little bit. But yeah, he's such a great shit heel.
Like, he's tremendous. He's just such an asshole. Like, he's so great at just being a disrespectful, smug prick. And you want to see him, like, get the shit kicked out of him. And now that he's not, like, as mentioned, he has a tiny bit of women beating with Sarah Lee. We'll get into that in a second. But once he's not, like, just gross on a visceral, like, off-putting level, he's a great heel.
Yeah, 100%.
It's good stuff. And Abyss sniffing things and bashing things. I'm very much a fan of.
And then trying to murder Mike Tenay.
Yeah, and Mike Tenay making a real good Mike Tenay face after it happens.
Yeah, it's one of the best Mike Tenay. If that man can hit his high spot,
he can make the Mike Tenay face. It's so good.
That's the lollipop ass shake of Mike Tenay. Is that snarl?
So, we get more Mike Tenay content. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 55. Mike Tenay is standing in the ring with a number of legends. He has Ricky Morton of the Rock and Roll Express, Sarah Lee, Harley Race, Larry Zbyszko making his return, and Corsica Jones. Mike Tenay, by the way, introducing all of these men, is in his element. And women. Sarah Lee's there too. He's just like full gusto. He's like one half of the Rock and Roll Express. He's like, this is the best moment of my life, introducing all these cool wrestlers.
Yeah. What a segment this was.
So when Mike Tenay just finishes introducing everybody, Kid Cash's music hits. He comes out. He's doing his utterly disrespectful routine. He's being very mean to all the legends and says they're all lame and bad.
Okay. My favorite part of this segment is he's burying everyone, right? Mm-hmm. Gets to Corsica Jones, okay? Says some horrific stuff about like him having Alzheimer's, but is kind of immediately proven right when he's pointing at the guy to prove his point and he goes to shake his hand.
He's just not listening.
And you're like, come on. And it was right as he's saying, like, you don't even understand what I'm saying. And he's like going to shake his hand. I'm like, you need to put over the gimmick right now.
Yeah, because I believe Corsica Jones is 82 here, so...
Yeah.
Not a young man.
Corsica Jones just looks like my pop.
He looks like everybody's pop. He's like the most granddad-looking man you'll ever see in your life.
This segment, what a sec. And then, of course, the biggest baby face in the goddamn company.
Mike Tenay, yeah, he's already in the ring. We talked about it.
No, come on. Eric Watts comes out dressed to the nines, you gotta say.
He's not wearing a tie.
Yeah, because he's a cash boss. Come on. He's biz cash, as he is one to do. Drops Kid Cash with his big moves.
Hits him with a giant chokeslam.
And reveals he is Eric from WCW.
What? I like the way they don't even mention the Eric from WCW thing either. They're just like, I'm Director of Authority. He's not like, the Eric from WCW person I was talking about for like 2 months is me. He's just like, no, I'm Director of Authority now.
Okay, so I have lots of things to say about Eric Watts as Director of Authority, but first I want to say, do you think they thought they were going to get Bischoff?
No, as mentioned, I think they were trying to get Bill Watts.
Ah, Eric.
I have no idea what the Eric thing was meant to play into there, but the person they wanted was Bill Watts, and they couldn't get him, so they're like, just Eric.
And they got a better Watts.
Eric is in charge now, sure, why not?
So, I love this, because they put the most chaotic energy in the world in charge.
Yeah. Like, if you look at what Eric Watts has done in his, 4 months in TNA so far, he has been deranged and crazy and stupid and sleeping with the backstage interviewer and trying to attack Jeff Jarrett and then trying to be friends with Jeff Jarrett and then trying to attack Dusty Rhodes and then trying to be friends with Dusty Rhodes and trying to steal the NWA title and then just give the NWA title back.
He's completely off kilter. This guy is insane. This guy is a pure chaos, alright? And they put him in charge and they were immediately regretting this decision because all of the things he has done have been completely chaotic nutball bullshit. Making Frankie the special ref. Making a ladder match in the most rambly, incoherent promo I have heard for a long time. This man is off the wall. He is pure chaos, and I love it. I am so happy he's in this position of power.
And then you get the two sides of it, Liam. You get Don Callis, management consultant, who is smooth, suave, well-spoken, well-dressed. And then you get Eric Watts, who is unhinged at all times.
Making steel cage matches when trying to get rid of hardcore.
Yeah. I forgot my favorite line from this promo, where Cash was talking to Harley Race. And he was like, you may have won the NWA Championship 8 times, but that means you've lost it 9 times.
My favorite line from this was actually him talking to Ricky, and he's like, yeah, you needed a tag team partner to help win all your things, and it's like, as he's hiding behind a Abyss.
So he can't do maths, and he is hiding behind his gigantic monster.
Yeah, what a character now. This is truly an evolution.
And then, as mentioned, last show of the month, Eric Watts comes out and he makes the most strange madman steel cage match you've ever heard in your life. He's like, you'll be banned from ringside, and Vince Russo, you'll be handcuffed to me, and also there'll be a cage.
So yeah, this is great because he's like, you banned everyone from ringside. Now you're just like, what? This is bullshit. And then he goes, but Vince Russo is allowed. And they're just like, oh, well, finally, you've done something right. And then he goes, but he'll be handcuffed to me. And then they're just like, oh, goddamn it. Don't know why my AJ Styles is Jim Cornette. And then and the whole time he's cutting this promo, he's just going, and one more thing, and one more thing, and one more thing. He's the best.
And then Kid Cash faces Ricky Morton to round out that story for the month.
Yeah, Ricky cuts a good wahoo, yahoo, hee, babyface promo before he goes out there. They have their match. It's a fun little match. I think Ricky does a good job in this. He does a suicide dive. Very cool. But Abyss comes in, hits him with the shock treatment. Looks fucking great.
Underrated all-time move, the shock treatment.
I love it. I love the shock treatment.
And I get why nobody does it, because dropping in your ass a lot is a bad idea. But
it's also like, as Abyss's like big move, it makes a lot of sense, you know?
Ricky Morton nearly died trying to do a Frankensteiner in this match.
That's why I love this match. Because Ricky's crazy.
He is a madman, and like there was the fun sub story of like Ricky Morton's the person who trained Kid Cash, so it's like
which they acknowledge.
Yeah, the whole I taught you everything you know, but not everything I know story they tried to do here. But Cash ended up winning through, as you mentioned, interference from Abyss.
Another great storyline, actually.
So yeah, that is the end of your Kid Cash, Eric Watts stuff in general. I think they're moving separate directions now as Eric Watts is running the television show.
Like, it doesn't get better, does it? This is like if in the height of like his manic stage, they were like, hey, Brian Lawler, you're in charge.
Yeah. Let's move on to tag teams, in which America's Most Wanted started the month facing David Young and Sonny Siaki. The only David Young match of this month, actually. David Young kind of disappears for a while again.
Yeah, I kind of didn't even notice that he disappeared.
Story of David Young's life.
Is he like gone?
No, he's not. He comes back. He does plenty of stuff. He does stuff for another 3 years.
Yeah. I couldn't handle another farewell.
So we don't have to say goodbye to David Young quite yet. This is just the match where it's just like AMW is really good, and the point of the match is that AMW is really good.
Yeah, they're a good tag team.
So then July 9th, we go to basically the tag team feud for the month, where the show opens with AMW facing Diamond and Swinger. And what I thought
is fire.
This match absolutely rocked. This match just kicked ass. Red hot crowd. AMW at their best. Diamond and Swinger, real underrated tag team. They just kicked ass.
Yeah, this is awesome. Every time I see Swinger, I'm like, I can't believe that this is the guy who becomes what he becomes. Because he's so stoic and serious.
And now he couldn't be further from that in 2022 Impact.
And it's just like, imagine if like it was like if Swinger just had that charisma here, you know? Sometimes it just clicks for different people at different times, you know?
And never in the same way. It's like never they put it all together at the same time. It's like you have the wrestling here, but the charisma later, but you don't have the wrestling when you have the charisma. It's cruel, the world.
Or if you do get both, you get it for like 3 years because then you like burn out.
Very notable, Glen Gilberti is now managing Diamond and Swinger. He's on commentary for this match.
I think he's really good in this role.
He's making jokes, and I can't remember the exact joke. It's a joke about a gynecologist. I should have written down the actual joke. I just wrote down the word gynecologist. But
all right,
Don West laughs at the joke, and Mike Tenay gets really mad at him.
Yeah. It's like, don't laugh at that. Oh, it was something to do with Jeff Jarrett can't wrestle tonight because his doctor was against it.
Yeah, and he was visiting his gynecologist. Yeah, that was the joke. And Don gave it a little chuckle, and Mike is like, don't you sell that.
I know, because I also chuckled at that, and I felt like Mike was yelling at me.
Oh, it was very good. He was aghast that someone would laugh at this joke.
Don gets himself in trouble with those bits sometimes, where he sells the heels doing the thing.
I kind of like it, though. He's just so wholesome.
He's like, he's the first guy to be like, sometimes the heels have a point.
But without being, like, annoying about it. He just laughs at the dude's joke. Sometimes bad people make good
Except
jokes.
for the times where he's like, she kind of deserves it when the guys beat up the girls. Or when he gets mad at Don Callis because he wants to see the cat fights because he might see skin.
Oh, like, my favorite part of this entire month is the last cat fight. It might not be the last, but there's 16 cat fights this month.
And they're all the same.
But during one of them, it's like, it's not a cat fight, it's just an intense beatdown. And Don is so disappointed.
Yeah, he's like, I thought this was going to be fun. This is like cruel.
It's like, this is actually making me feel bad, not horny. What?
He's like, I'm confused.
Oh, Don is great. God, I love Don.
How can you not love this team?
They bring everything you could possibly want to wrestling announcing. It's the best. AMW, kick ass. Crowd, red hot. Do a real cool tag match. AMW win. Was this a title match? I don't even remember. Might have been non-title, but it just rocked.
The other one was.
They did have a title match later in the month, yeah. This match just kicked ass. It's just two good tag teams going out and having a real good tag team match. It was so much fun.
Yeah, 100%.
So that starts our feud for the month, which is AMW against Simon Diamond and Johnny Swinger. We have a number of different AMW Diamond and Swinger segments as I try to work out where the hell they are.
Okay, while you do that, I want to talk about James Storm's fucking hat.
You have sent me multiple messages about his hat, and I did not even remember his hat.
Okay, so imagine a bucket hat,
Right.
style hat, right? But if it was made of a garbage bag,
Okay.
and the band that held it in the middle was a rubber band that made it so tight that the top of it was like perfectly rounded, and it kind of just looks like a condom on his head. And he wore it in the sit-down interview,
Yeah, they did an interrogator segment.
and then he wore it out there. And I was like, I understand the kill the cowboy chants.
Bring back the heel section.
And Chris Harris has his like DX hat on. And I'm like, man, maybe these guys do suck with their shit ass headwear.
Their shitty cowboy gimmicks. I didn't notice the hat. I did not even register that the man was wearing a hat. So
Please go back and watch the sit down interview just to see this stupid fucking hat. I hate it so much.
yeah, they do an interrogator segment. Gilberti, Diamond, and Swinger are very mad at Jerry Borash because JB wrote a column. I love that there's so many feuds built around the fact that people call AMW great and people get really mad at it. I kind of love it.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, they're overrated.
See, JB wrote a column for the websites being like, oh, AMW are the best tag team in the world. They're really good. They actually signed new deals this month too, so they'll be with TNA for the long haul. And then the Gilberti, Diamond, and Swinger come out. They're very mad about JB, and then AMW run out to make the save. But this is where Raven comes out again to run off Diamond, Swinger, Gilberti, and cut a promo, and leads to more Raven Douglas stuff. Which brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 55, in which Glen Gilberti comes out and he wants JB to dress up as a cowgirl.
JB should have done it. Like, what would have Gilberti done if JB just confidently took it off of him and started wearing it?
Yeah, JB would have rocked it.
I thought he was going to give him a horse out.
Sure.
Because he's going to be a horse coming out with AMW.
I'm pretty sure usually horse outfits need two people.
No, but it's just JB in it, though.
Oh, no, Gilberti could have been the horse's ass.
Yeah.
Hey. AMW face Diamond and Swinger. The match is fine, but the point was the angle afterwards where Disco ran back out and they laid him out with cowbells and whips and whipped the hell out of them.
We also had the Diamond and Swinger Shark Boy Norman Smiley match at some point. Was that the next week or this week?
That was the last match.
That's the last week.
show of the month.
Ah, sorry, Jesus. I thought it was in between.
Yeah, this is because AMW were missing selling the beatdown. They took at the hands of Diamond and Swinger, and then Diamond Swinger beat Shark Boy and Norman Smiley just to give them a win en route to doing next week a Rawhide strap match.
Yeah, there's one thing I wanted to put over real quick. They were teasing whipping JB with Swinger and Diamond like picking up his legs and his arms and like holding him up. And I was like, I kind of want to see him get the shit whipped out of him right now. Because I was like, that would suck so bad to be held up and that way he couldn't defend himself at all.
And you wanted him to see it?
Yeah, I guess I am the heel section. I was like, yeah, whip JB.
You're like, I hate the Cowboys and I want Jeremy Borash to get his ass kicked.
It's the hat. The hat is heel section peeled me. I've been hat peeled.
So next week, which we will talk about in the August episode, AMW face Diamond and Swinger in a strap match.
I'm looking forward to that. Maybe I shouldn't.
Actually, that match also rules, so you can look forward to that too.
Yeah.
Which brings us over to the X Division, in which we mentioned Daniels and Skipper have broken up. Daniels has gone heavyweight, I guess, because he's feuding with Jarrett. But Elix Skipper is now a singles wrestler in the X Division.
There's no weight limits, Garrett.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's the credo of the X Division. So Elix Skipper is now singles in the X Division. He has a number of singles matches this month.
I love his new entrance theme. It's just him talking shit over a beat.
It's like, ha ha, prime time, baby. This is the house I built. I'm the best wrestler in the world, pound for pound, better than ever. It's like that for like 30 seconds. He just goes on and on.
You know how sometimes when they do entrances, they'll play the entrance video? Mm-hmm. I had like, because I was watching this at like 3 a.m., I was having like a mental like breakdown because like none of it was syncing to the video, and I was like, they're playing the promo again, like the vignette a second time, and it's not synced at all, and there's music now. I was like, I couldn't comprehend what was going on until he walked out.
So yeah, they air a couple of vignettes, and then he has a few matches, the first of which is against Amazing Red on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 54.
Not great.
Well, to be fair, Amazing Red had no knees.
That's what I was setting you up for.
This is the last we will see of Amazing Red until I think it's
Ever.
March 2004.
Oh god, that's really far away.
He came back from the All Japan tour. They actually mention it. It's like, oh, it's amazing to see how good Red is despite the shape his knees are in. So he came back from All Japan tour. His knees were in very bad shape. He got an MRI done in the weeks after this match, as it turns out. But yeah, this is the last we'll see of Red until March 2004 because his knees were absolutely banjaxed.
Banjaxed?
Do you not know the word banjaxed? Is that an Irish word?
I've never heard banjaxed.
Basically broken.
Ah, so we would say rooted.
Ah, there you go. Cultural exchange.
There you go, get some slang from two sides of the world. How fun.
So yeah, poor Red. Broken, battered, bruised.
Wait, I want to know where banjaxed comes from.
There was a part of me, fair enough, Red is injured and never seen again, but there was part of me that saw Red while you looked this up.
I don't get an explanation.
I don't know the etymology of banjaxed, I'm sorry. But if you thought, I thought you were going to look it up, which is the reason I started filling time. But
oh no, I thought you were going to tell me, and then you just moved on. I was like, oh, I'll Google it though. Get talking about Amazing Red.
But there was a moment, fair enough, he's injured, he won't be around for another, I don't know, like 8 months. But there was part of me that was just very sad when he just came out for his surprise return. This is the first time we saw Red since that angle with Raven, where he put Raven through the table. And he just comes out and he just loses the skipper. And I'm like, oh, okay. Red is just, this is Red. Though his knees are absolutely wrecked, so he's never seen again until 2004.
He had a cool music video. A cool Titantron, though.
They actually put some time into his Titantron and his music, and then he just disappears.
So, banjaxed. First of all, completely Irish.
Ah, good.
Just Ireland. Banjaxed, a peculiar word.
It is.
Meaning broken beyond repair. That originated around the 1930s, but its etymology is unknown.
Oh, there you go. No one knows where the word banjaxed came from then. I'm not stupid.
The Scottish might be able to shed some light on it, given that banjoed means to be hit as hard as possible, and subsequently, banjoed also means wrecked.
Is it because you hit people with a banjo?
I guess. Hit people with 1,000 banjos, never drew a dime.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 55. Elix Skipper issues an open challenge, which is answered by the debuting Mad Mikey, better known as Crash Holly.
You also had a Jerry Lynn match at some point.
That was the last show of the month. Would you keep things in your brain in the right order?
Sorry, I thought you said that this was the last match, and that's why I was like, did we skip over the other one?
You just can't keep things in the right order, can you?
No, I had it in the right order in my head, and then I misheard you, and then I was like, I guess I didn't have it right.
So, Elix Skipper while cutting this promo with a very good line that I loved because of Don West's reaction. He's like, cameraman, focus in on these abs, and Don replied, they look like mine. Just completely deadpan.
Good abs.
So yeah, Crash Holly here in the NWA-TNA.
I also love that this was the time that Elix Skipper brought out the scale, and of course, Crash Holly. The scale in WWF.
So it does come together.
I didn't like that they had to use it as a weapon.
to beat Crash Holly of all people.
Yeah, for what I otherwise thought was a pretty good match.
Yeah, a nice little debut for Holly. He hit the hop splash, which I quite enjoy, where Skipper's on the other side of the ring. Crash goes to the far corner. He's like, oh, what am I going to do? He's really far away. So he jumps halfway through the ring, stops, and then just does a little splash. It's a good bit.
Yeah, him and Kota Ibushi, two legends.
I also especially enjoyed on commentary Mike Tenay running down all of Crash Holly's accomplishments.
Yeah, I like that Don West calls him like one of the most decorated wrestlers in WWF history.
Yeah, because Mike is like, he beat The Rock and Mick Foley for the tag titles. He's a European champion. He's like a 70-time hardcore champion. And Don is like, oh, you know, he really is one of the most decorated stars in the history of the WWE. It's like, you know what? In sheer number of titles won, that's not untrue.
Watching this match made me think of what a great bit it would be for someone who was like coming in from another company or something and was like a 13-time IC champ or whatever, and just to have 13 different intercontinental titles on them as they came out.
Crash should have had like 20 hardcore titles.
Yeah. That's what I thought of it. I was like, Crash comes out with 20 hardcore championships around him.
So yeah, Skipper defeats Mad Mikey, hits him with the scales. As you mentioned, nice little match. Crash, good wrestler.
Yeah.
And we'll pivot to Crash first, because he has a vignette on the last show of the month as well.
This was great.
Where he's like making this art house film about how he's angry.
Someone replied to the post of it saying it was Always Sunny in Philadelphia-esque, and I'm like, wow, it really does look like an early season bit from Always Sunny.
Yeah, so like the whole thing is just like he's in his in with his roommates and they're eating cereal, and he just gets mad at them.
His roommates sell that so well. That's what they did. When that guy took the fucking the bump on the table, that was really good. I went back and watched it like 3 times. My man took that perfectly.
I don't know who that was, but I know that was shot in the TNA offices. You can recognize the glass behind them.
I could tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought that was really great. I also love the idea that as roommates, they all take a bite of the cereal each and then pass it down. And him jumping into the fast food restaurant's window got an audible laugh from the crowd that went through.
Yeah, Crash, funny guy. And then opening that last show of the month also, Jerry Lynn defeated Elite Skipper in like 3 seconds, immediately pinned him. Skip.
Oh, you sure that wasn't earlier in the month?
And then Skipper demanded a rematch in which Lynn beat him again. They had a real match. It was about 5 minutes. It was fine.
I liked it. I thought it was really good, actually.
I'm quite annoyed that they like paid off the scale thing already. Like already Jerry Lynn hit him with the scale as like turnabout as fair play to beat him.
Yeah. I don't know. I also think that the scale is fucking stupid. So maybe paying it off and getting rid of it is fine.
To explain, he has the scale because he is pound for pound the best wrestler in the world. That's the gimmick.
What does that mean? He is the best at this weight, or in comparison to other people who are bigger and better than him, he is equal because he is smaller but better?
Yes. So people who are bigger than him may beat him, but for his weight, he has more skill than anybody per pound of weight that he has.
That's stupid.
It's a thing that doesn't really make much sense in wrestling where there is not defined weight classes. Especially in TNA where there is not defined weight classes.
It's a whole selling point.
Yeah, it's like a boxing thing. So you have this guy who's like, he'd lose to a heavyweight, but like technically in skill wise, he's way better than any other.
So you used to hear it a lot with like Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah. And then to pivot to the other X Division story of the month, which is Sabin and Kazarian.
This was a fun one. And speaking of like that Always Sunny style stuff, I think, I said this to you, Chris Sabin has like big mid to late 2000s sitcom energy. Like this dude would have fit perfectly on any of those kind of shows.
You pluck Chris Sabin in The Office, he would have worked.
Yeah, he has that like, I don't know what kind of energy it is about it, but he really is that, he's the epitome of that kind of generational humor. You know what I mean?
And you see it more, especially when the Guns come together. You see a lot more of...
Yeah, that's the thing. I always knew it was around when the Guns happened because I had seen it, right? I was kind of blown away to see that already he has it. Like, even in the segment where he's being interviewed by Scott, and he's like, what's the line that he kept repeating?
I don't know. I did quite like that segment because I thought it was a tremendous bit. That last show of last month, Kaz beat Sabin, so it's like, oh, he's going to get a title match. But then Kaz lost the Styles in the world title match on the first show of this month, and then Sabin's like, he's on a losing streak. He can't get a title shot.
Yeah.
He was beaten by the world champion, and he's just like, no, this guy's he's on a losing streak. I can't defend the belt against somebody on a losing streak.
Yeah. I really wish I could remember the line because it's really funny.
This is reason
Like,
you should take notes.
Maybe I should. But like he says something along the lines of like, earn it or something, and he keeps walking away and just keeps going, earn it, earn it, earn it, Scott, earn it, earn it, as Scott's trying to throw to the next segment. And I was like, he already has that kind of like weirdo dorky charisma, and I love it. I didn't expect to see it so early. I expected him to just be kind of wrestle guy, because whenever I had seen him previously, it was just kind of wrestle guy.
So after Sabin has declined giving Kaz a shot because he lost the Styles, Kaz earns the shot by defeating Kid Romeo, Matt Sydal, Alter Boy Luke Delirious, and Matt Striker in a 6-man match.
I was ecstatic to hear the name Alter Boy Luke again. It has been so long since I've heard that. Like, maybe 10 years since I've heard the name Alter Boy Luke.
Especially because, like, Luke Hawx is still wrestling in the NWA with his son. Like, he's teaming with his son now in the NWA.
It looks so different.
So you see him here walking out with the blonde hair and wearing like the shawl. Does that have a name? You went to Catholic school.
I didn't go to Catholic school.
You went to like an equivalent of Catholic school.
I went to a knockoff, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We didn't do that shit.
It has a name.
Shoal, yeah. You watched Midnight Mass.
I'm like, you tell me as if I'm not like a communed, confirmed, and baptized Catholic myself. It's like,
hey, I'm baptized too. I did it for the free stuff.
So, yeah, Frankie wins this match. You get Matt Sydal. This is Matt Sydal's debut.
Yeah, I was excited to see this. But I knew Matt Sydal was showing up.
And Mike Tenay pronounces it as Sydal instead of Sydal.
Kazarian and Matt Sydal.
Sydal looks so young here. Like, so young. He looks like a child.
Thank God he's like back. Like, I was so depressed when he wasn't on a major stage for a while.
Yeah, and he had a really good X Division title run, and now he's on AEW TV. He's had a good little few years for himself.
Even, like, I don't know, like, I'm not saying, like, I expect him to retire tomorrow, but I'm glad he got to bookend his careers in big spots.
He is also arguably, and it might be forgotten to time, I hope it isn't, he's the guy that made Will Ospreay.
Yeah, 100%. And they redid it with Dante Martin.
He is to Will Ospreay as Christopher Daniels was to AJ Styles. Like, he is that important to the development of that wrestler. That feud in Rev Pro between Will Ospreay and Matt Sydal is what took Will Ospreay to another level. And that should not be forgotten.
You saw him turn from, like, guy who was exemplifying all the criticisms of just being a spot monkey who did cool shit, and then turned him into a guy who structured matches and told a story and put it all together.
Yeah.
And that was Matt Sydal, and that was that Rev Pro feud.
And that should not be forgotten in Matt Sydal's legacy.
No, 100%.
But yeah, Kaz wins the match, and then Sabin immediately gives Kaz the title match and beats him pretty quick.
Yeah, it's a good bit.
So Kaz, despite being screwed here, he is given an actual X Division Championship match the following week. He defeats Sabin, but then the referee reverses the decision.
Yeah, for whatever reason. And then Sabin does the cheap win.
Yeah, because there's the ref bump, and he hits him with a belt, and then Rudy Charles comes out and asserts his authority, and is like, no, that can't happen.
Which is like, why does it apply now?
That's always my problem with all of these things. It's like, you do this once where you reverse the decision. It's like, shouldn't that happen every time? And it never works that way because, well, that's just wrestling, isn't it?
Because sometimes you need it to go the other way.
And to be fair, Don West on commentary is absolutely aghast at the idea that they would reverse the decision.
Especially in this company with so many fuck finishes.
Yeah, and he's like, even though Chris Sabin introduced the belt and Kaz used it, Kaz is disqualified for using the belt? That's absolutely disgusting.
He's not wrong.
Kaz and Sabin, do they just not have chemistry together?
Do they get there, don't they?
I can't think of a good Frankie Kazarian against Chris Sabin match.
They should wrestle now.
Like, there's some notable matches that I won't mention coming up in August. Spoilers. But you might be able to work out what it is. But
no. I can't think of anyone who debuted that would maybe influence this.
yeah, not at all. It's just weird. Every time they wrestle, it's just kind of flat, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know, man. But I'm also not the highest Frankie guy in the world. So, like, I always think that I always feel like I'm the low man on Frankie. I'm never a dude who's, like, excited to see Frankie. Like, Frankie, for me, like, peaked with bad influence.
Do I have to put the theme in twice?
Yes. Oh my gosh!
Last show of the month, we get Sabin defending the title against the debuting Michael Shane with special referee Frankie Kazarian.
Garrett, this was my match of the month.
This bit kind of rocked, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought this was really good. I loved all of it. I loved this. I loved the pace that they pushed here. I loved that Frankie, like the only thing I didn't like about it was the finish. But I liked, for the most part, Frankie just was a ref. Like, I honestly forgot that he was reffing for a bit.
Legitimately, so did I. I was watching the match and I was into it. It's like, oh, Sabin and Shane just kind of tearing it up. Really good introduction for Shane. I'm like, oh yeah, this referee is Frankie Kazarian.
Yeah, I thought Shane killed it here. Killed it in this position. And he's a dude that I've been watching on these early Ring of Honor shows. I always felt like he was there, but he was never on the level with the guys he was paired with, because he did, like, the London stuff, and London always felt like he was above him there. So when I saw him here, and he's been off those shows for a while now, he came back and he did this, and I thought he killed it here. I thought this match was one of the better X Division matches we've seen in a while. Probably since, like, the London match was the last one I had this high, because I really loved this match. I thought Shane, he just delivered here, and he came across like, this is a guy that should be around moving forward, which is why I guess they did do that. Also, the whole time I was watching it, I was just, like, thinking about Shane and Frankie, because that's the first time I ever saw Frankie was that team.
Liam, I'm not sure that you know this. You might not have heard. Did you know that Michael Shane is Shawn Michaels' cousin?
Michael Shane? Okay, let me just... Michael Shane... Okay.
Shawn Michaels.
Shawn Michaels.
Yeah. Heartbreak Kid. Eat your heart out.
Michael Shane... Shawn Michaels.
It's a thing. You would have thought they would have mentioned a few more times on commentary.
It's a pretty... Well, you think that... I don't even remember it. Like, you think that'd be a big point.
You know,
like, that's a pretty... You know, they would get him over. You know, you bring that in, you bring it up. He did do a super kick. So that could have been some sort of inkling.
I think they only mentioned it, I think, like 7 or 8 times on commentary. It's a thing. They should have really driven it
I have
home.
another thing for you. Yeah. Did you know that Britt Baker is a dentist?
No, I've never heard them say that.
Garrett.
What?
Relic is killer backwards.
Shut the front door.
Yeah. I see, there's some things about, like, some things in wrestling are just a little too subtle, and the casual fans, they just don't get it if you don't drill it in.
Understand.
So I understand why these things would have gone over people's heads.
They need to say Shawn Michaels is the cousin of Michael Shane at least 17 or 18 more times per show, I think. Then people will get it.
Yeah, he should definitely, like, you know, wear more Shawn Michaels-esque gear.
His gear actually did kind of rock here. He wore great gear.
It rocked, obviously. But he had, like, the straight-up, like, gauntlet hand things that Shawn used to wear. But, I mean, I don't blame this dude for, like, you know, Matt Bentley. Like, I don't blame you for trying to, like, drop this shit eventually, because how's this ever going to get someone over? He's not going to be Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, but he's pretty good.
Yeah, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, what is are you trying to confuse someone into thinking it is Shawn Michaels? Is that what's the deal here?
Well, I guess the thing is, Shawn Michaels is a great wrestler. So maybe his cousin will be a great wrestler. So they'll buy the pay-per-view to see his cousin wrestle.
Wait. He's Shawn Michaels' cousin?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, shit.
I know. Finish of this match, Frankie hit the Wave of the Future on Chris Sabin after he finally snapped. Michael Shane was going to win the belt until senior official Rudy Charles came out, pulled rank.
I love this. I love this impending feud between Rudy Charles and Frankie Kazarian.
I did kind of love that, like, instead of the special referee doing this dumb special referee stuff, the senior official came out and was like, no, you can't do that.
Yeah, you've ruined your position of power.
Of course, while dressing down, Frankie Kazarian, Sabin hit Michael Shane with the belt to retain the title. And as mentioned, a very good match. A match worth watching.
Yeah, this is I recommend it. And because it's just cool that this is Michael Shane's debut and he had such a knock it out of the park performance.
And shock of all shocks, the YouTube title for this section when it's posted will be, did you know Michael Shane is Shawn Michaels' cousin?
Open parentheses, Bentley bounce, close parentheses.
Hey, Tracy and Michael Shane aren't a team yet. You have to wait for that.
No, I'm excited for that.
Alright, best of the rest. Bitch slap, Liam. What would you like to say about bitch slap? We're not going to go through each bitch slap segment, frankly.
Because they're all the same. We'll describe one and then we'll end it. Bitch slap, aka bitch slap girls?
Yeah, the bitch slap girls, Liam. The bitch slap girls.
Because bitch slap was Trinity and Nurse Veronica?
Tracy and Nurse Veronica.
Yeah, that was... Sorry, Tracy and Nurse Veronica. That was bitch slap. Bitch slap girls is the new girl in Trinity.
Yes. It's Veronica, Trinity, and the Valentina, I think, Lizzie Valentine of WSX fame, if you remember her. I think her name is Valentina. Those are the bitch slap girls. And then you have the TNA girls, which is Lollipop and April Pennington.
But then you also have bitch slap.
Yeah, bitch slap is Trinity, Nurse Veronica, and Valentina. Tracy just disappears. I don't know where she's gone.
Valentina wasn't there with Trinity. Trinity was gone by the time Valentina was introduced, because Valentina was introduced on the show that Trinity left.
No, there was a 3-on-2 assault.
No, sorry, not Trinity. Tracy. Tracy is separate. Tracy and Nurse Veronica are bitch slap. It's a duo. It is a tag team. Then the bitch slap girls is the trio.
The original bitch slap is Tracy and Veronica. And then you get the bitch slap girls, which is Veronica, Valentina, and Trinity.
Okay, but who is Shawn Michaels' cousin?
That is Relic.
Okay.
Yeah, you get the feud where there's a bunch of cat fights and brawls.
And Nurse Veronica is a dentist?
Yes. I assume? Yeah, Nurse Veronica, DMT. So there's a bunch of segments this month. There's like 4 of them where they're all the exact same, where either bitch slap or Lollipop and April Pennington,
The bitch slap girls.
come out and cut a promo about how they want to fight. Then the other group come out and they fight. This has been happening every single week. Rinse and repeat, the exact same thing. They occasionally flip it where the other team calls out the other team, but it's the same thing.
So, Lollipop, my girl,
Yep.
you know, nothing but love and respect for this
She's
woman.
a hideous promo.
One of the worst promos I've ever heard in my life. And, like, I get it. She's not, like, this isn't her business. But, goddamn. Never again,
She
please.
is a character on this show. We do unfortunately have to, like, acknowledge bad things.
Yeah, obviously, I'm a big Lollipop supporter. I have been day one. I've been down since day one-ish. Is she, like, training? Is someone, like, getting in the ring and trying to, like, work with Lollipop?
Maybe they if they ever do the match, which I don't remember if they ever actually do a match, I don't think there is going to be a great deal of holds and counter holds in that contest.
Fair enough.
So yes, that is the feud between the bitch slap girls and the TNA girls.
I don't want to go to 3OK yet.
Okay, we'll do Lynn Incredible first then.
Yeah, I want to do 3OK and Sting as the last two, because I want to end with 3OK and Jesus.
Okay, so we start with Justin Credible, Jerry Lynn, they had 2 matches this month. The first was a Russian chain match. Which again, short enough. The Credible one dropped Jerry Lynn with a tombstone on the chain before Lollipop ran out and checked on Lynn. Lollipop involved in many angles on these shows.
He's a star now.
I like the way they were like, should we do a thing with Jerry Lynn and Lollipop? And then they're like, after 2 weeks of doing things with it, they just drop it.
Yeah.
A fun note, Billy Corgan was backstage at the show where this match took place, July 2nd.
Wow.
He was visiting his pal Justin Credible.
Yeah, they pals.
Well, Billy Corgan was always hanging around ECW, wasn't he?
I guess. Him and Tony Khan. The formations of the NWA-AEW working agreement.
So July 9th, we mentioned that Credible ran in to cost Lynn his match against Cash, which set up a last man standing, or Texas, well, it was wrestled under Texas Deathmatch rules, even though it was called a last man standing match on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 54, which is the best match they've had by far.
It sure was.
You gave it 3 stars.
I gave it 2 3/4.
You gave it 3 at one stage, I checked.
Yeah, I gave it 3 when I thought the fall was a fall, and I thought the match was over.
No, it's a Texas death match because the TNA, like, have always varied on this because they.
I was half paying attention, and when it went 1, 2, 3, I was like, oh, you know what? That was pretty good. I guess Garrett was right. That was a pretty good feud ender, and I chucked in my 3, and I was ready to move on, and I was like, oh, the match is still going.
Yes, we literally just had a Texas death match last weekend on an Impact pay-per-view, Liam.
You know why I was confused?
Why?
Because it was called a last man standing match, and then there was a pinfall.
Yeah.
So I was like, I guess it was a pinfall match.
Because TNA has always varied on this. They're like, there's multiple last man standing matches that are wrestled under these rules. Then they go to calling it a Texas death, because this is Texas deathmatch rules, is the 3 count and then the 10 count. Which I think actually kind of solves problems with last man standing matches. It gets rid of meaningless counts, but still,
I think it's way better.
It's a much better stipulation. It fixes an inherent problem with last man standing matches if it's worked well. And there is some Texas death matches that they wrestle under last man standing rules as well. It's very inconsistent in TNA history.
So I don't want to go past this because I do want to give Justin Credible his flowers here. I have been mean to young Justin.
Yeah.
I have not been impressed with much of his stuff before this, but I thought he fucking worked his ass off here. I thought he was really good in this.
Yeah, because they're freaking just hitting each other with tombstones onto things. I did think the finish was a little flat. There was like a period where he did a tombstone on a board that should have just been the finish, and they got up and they did like a tease where they were both going to be counted out, but then got up, and that was kind of lame. And they did like a double pinfall. It didn't really make much sense. They should have just finished on the tombstone, or the cradle tombstone onto the board should have been the finish. But other than that, I thought they beat the hell out of each other. They worked a very hard pace, and it was a good match.
I agree.
Well done. This is the last we'll see of Justin Credible, I think, for quite a while. I know he shows up in 2006, but maybe he does some more stuff. I'm not sure if he does more stuff here. I'm pretty sure this is the last we see of him. I haven't checked.
Further chances to impress me incoming. But I legitimately though, I do want to put over Credible. I thought it was good here after me being pretty down on him. So yeah, good stuff.
Would you like to do Sting or 3LK?
I want to end with 3LK.
So let's do Sting in the most boring interview you've ever seen in your life.
Did they do the name association in this month?
Yeah, they were all this month. So there was 4 Sting segments broken up over 4 different shows. The Mike Tenay interview was broken up into 4 parts.
Because I liked some of them.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 54, July 2nd, Sting interview with Mike Tenay. He talked about breaking in. He talked about like how Jerry Jarrett gave him his first opportunity in the business. He talked about how like he wanted to give back to the person who gave him his break in wrestling. Which, nice little interview. Nothing special, nothing groundbreaking. But it's nice to be like, I sent all these press kits out to hundreds and hundreds of promoters, and Jerry Jarrett was the only person who got in touch when I was finally trying to break into the business with Jim Hellwig, the Ultimate Warrior. And it was cool to be like, and now I'm paying back that favor. Which is pretty cool. I thought the first one was the best of them. The rest were like, he said nothing.
Okay, I disagree because I think the second one's the best.
So yeah, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 53, Sting sat down with Mike Tenay again, and he was doing word association. So he was talking about his favourite opponent, which he said was Ric Flair, his favourite match, which he said was the Great American Bash 1990 match against Flair, and then he did word association, where...
Just before we get into the word association, the reason I like this is because he takes like a minute on each name, because he's like, how do I not call them a piece of shit?
Yep, he is very nice, too nice, frankly, for this interview to be interesting. But
the funny thing about it is, you can tell him like going, I'm trying to think of something nice to say, which makes it funny and why I like the interview, because he clearly doesn't like any of these people.
But like my absolute favorite part is he clearly took a lot longer to answer than was actually aired, because if you watch the one where Mike Tenay says Bret Hart and Sting responds great finishing hold, when Mike Tenay says Bret Hart, his mouth doesn't move. So like it's either a bad edit or there was like so long between the gap when Mike Tenay said it and Sting like actually responded that like they just couldn't make it work. It's like, God. It was like your standard 2-camera shoot where there was a camera on Tenay and Sting and the camera on Sting, so they cut between the shots. But they had the camera on Tenay and Sting when you heard the words Bret Hart, and watch very closely. Mike Tenay's mouth doesn't move. In fact, Mike Tenay barely moves at all. I had to check to make sure it wasn't a still image or he wasn't edited in.
It'd be funnier if it wasn't even Bret Hart that they said. It was just like, he was like, Jushin Liger.
Yeah, Petey Williams. It's like, oh, great finishing hold.
Yeah, the Warrior one is very funny. I like the Vince to Hogan one. But that was pretty good.
Yeah, because he said Piper, where he said talented character. He said Warrior, which he said very bizarre.
After a big pause.
Very, very, very long pause before he said anything about Warrior. Yeah, Vince, he said best chess player of all time. Hogan, he said best chess player of all time, and then chuckled.
That was the only time that there wasn't a cut. Because like it was like one after the other. Vince, Hogan.
And then Mike Tenay asks him, which I thought was quite interesting because this is a talking point that still exists in wrestling today. But he was asking him about like the effect the internet has had on wrestling. And Sting responded, "It's good and bad, it really is. I really stopped paying attention to the internet. Even when most everyone was saying really good things about me, there are always going to be people saying bad things about you. The people who do that, some of them all they know is how..." God damn it, Sting, your speech patterns are so infuriating. Some of them, all they know how to do is rip it apart. Why do you watch? You watch because you love it. So start writing good things about it.
Okay, so I want to address something with this. I think he is right. Mm-hmm. I think there is a lot of good and a lot of bad. And I think if he is referring to the people that we would see on Twitter nowadays who go into people's things and they just rip them into and talk shit and like say shit just to get the hot take or to tear someone down that they don't like or be a part of some damn fucking culture war between companies as we see what's happening right now. Like if it's that, I get it. And like that's who I think he's talking about, because if he's talking about like Meltzer or something, giving a bad match review, that's stupid. Get over it. That's how wrestling works. There's always going to be pundits who want to talk about it, because if people don't want to talk about it, then guess what? It kind of fucking dies. You need this sort of back and forth involvement with it, because otherwise, what is the point of it? It's not going to be anything. There'll be no community. There'll be no fan base. There's no room for growth.
And before you continue your rant, I must say, and I always say it, good art gets better the more you examine it. If something is really, really good, we talked about the Raven and Shane Douglas stuff. If something is good and interesting, the more you talk about it, the more you should be able to discover it, the more interesting it should become. This idea that like, oh, you're picking holes in it. If there are the holes to pick, we'll pick them. If something's really good, we won't.
And also, don't take offense to it. Like, I get it, it's your thing. You literally went out there and put your... Like, I guess, because wrestling's a different thing where it's like, other art forms, whatever, you pick holes in it, it's all subjective. And it's subjective with wrestling, but I get there's a personal attachment to it because you're literally putting your life on the line when you go out there and do your art. So, I get it. You're going to be protective over it. I think the whole thing, too, is when it's legitimate and when it's authentic, there's no problem with it. And you have to be able to separate that from people who are just vindictive and have bad faith arguments and who are just trying to get a rise out of you. And I get it must suck, especially in this day and age with everyone on Twitter and everyone rips into everyone, which is why I think most of the time you should just fucking log out and just post your links to your t-shirts, post your links to your upcoming matches, and log out. Honestly, once you've reached that point.
In Sting's era, like, fans didn't have access to Sting. Like, if the only way Sting would be able to find out what fans were saying about him online is if he actively went and checked. Whereas in this era, where like we have social media, and like wrestlers are human beings who should be allowed to use social media without having to...
And it's a direct contact to these people too. It's not just I'm going to write a review on something and then they might see my review. It's... I can at them and it will go directly to their phone.
Yes, if I have enough followers, they'll get a goddamn notification for it. If I really want to abuse these poor human beings. But like, it is that difference that like, it's no longer the case that you have to seek out criticism for yourself. People will direct it toward you personally and, as you said, vindictively, in a way that is just like anybody who tags anybody in criticism. Honestly, anybody who tags anybody in praise, I think, is even still kind of lame. It's just like, I don't know, leave it there for people to find if they want to find it. It's the reason I honestly have no problem with people who vanity search. Like, people are all like, oh, they're a vanity searcher. It's like, I have no problem with people searching out what people thought about it. It's when they get mad about it that's a different issue. When people get like, I searched out this piece of criticism about me and I got gotten to about it, then you look like a spineless nerd. But you should be able like to Google your name and see what people are saying about you. That's healthy, honestly, if you want to grow as a performer.
Well, and to roll it back too with like just fan interaction, it sucks that we are in this like vindictive, mean internet space now, because these things should be good. Having this connection with these people should be great, because how cool is it that you can just interact with your favorites now and you can go back and forth. But like, it's been ruined and it's been fucking perverse and it's been turned into this thing now that it's just so gross. And every day I think there's less and less of a reason for it now. Like, we peaked with what it was good for, and now we're just in this weird, gross space where everything feels like it's vindictive and pushing an angle and just not genuine. Nothing feels genuine anymore. So I'm really at the point now where it's like, if I didn't have a thing that I wanted to, get out there and be a part of and get involved, I wouldn't even have it anymore, because like, what's the fucking point of it? It's just so gross and taxing, and I couldn't imagine being in the position of these athletes on national television, and just because you see some of the shit they get, and everything you do is so micro-analyzed now. It's like you make any sort of comment and like someone will take something to mean something, because that's just how it is with people. You're all gonna have different interpretations of what people meant, but like, the problem is everyone thinks their interpretation of something is the right interpretation. Like, there's no world in which someone could have meant something else, or there was broader context to something. And it's really unfortunate that's the stage we're in now.
You know what the worst part of it is? The people you just talked about are the minority. And, like, significantly so. They're a tiny minority of people. But we have built platforms that allow them to be loudest. And that is partially our fault. Like, Twitter could be, like, 50 times better in the morning if they just got rid of the quote tweet feature. Like, one change they could make would change Twitter irrevocably for the better, but it drives too much engagement and they'll never do it. But, like, it's like, it shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be the case that a minority of people should make a place worse for a majority. Why do we allow that to happen? Why have we built these platforms to allow that to happen? Why do we as human beings feel the need to constantly signal boost shit takes? Like, we can't help. I do it all the time. I'm not like, oh, I'm sitting on my pedestal being like, oh, I am above all of the Twitter people. I'm amazing. I have seen through this. It's like, no, I quote tweet shit takes too. And like, at least like twice a week I'll go to do it and like, no, this person has like 40 followers. What am I doing? Why am I giving them, like, I have a considerably larger platform than them, not that I'm like a big shot Twitter man, but like,
this guy,
like, why am I giving oxygen to idiots? And we all do it, and we do it constantly, and we give considerably more oxygen to stupid people than we give to everybody else. We as human beings have just allowed these platforms to run amok with negativity and nonsense, even though it is the vast minority of people. Like, it's just a very, very loud, very, very annoying minority of people.
And, like, I don't want to, like, make this come across like I don't think there's a space for legitimate criticism of people online, because I think there is. People should be held to a certain standard. The problem is when it's not legitimate. The problem is when it's malicious and it's done to specifically hurt or make fun of someone. That's when I have a problem.
And I don't think it can ever be done on Twitter. Even in good faith, even in, like, the right mind, all Twitter becomes is like signaling to people around you that, oh, look, I'm above this person. Even if you mean it in a good way, it's like, oh no, I'm signaling to the world. Like, write a frickin' news article about why this person did something wrong and add like detailed context. There's no way, like,
100%.
a quote tweet where you're like, in this 240 characters, I'm going to tell you why you're bad so other people can slap like.
And the thing is too is like, I don't know. This is two people who have either studied communication or have worked in PR. Or
Wrestling Twitter is literally my job.
but it's like I feel with everything you say has to have a level of snark to it too. Like for it to bang, for it to go off, it has to be a little snarky. No, like genuine praise of something never gets big. It's if you ever want like a point or a take to get off, it has to be a hot take. It has to have spice to it. It has to be a little mean. It has to be a little snarky because that's the only way it goes anywhere. You know what I mean? Like I've written things before on Twitter, and like I'm a victim of it too. Trust me. Where I've written it down on Twitter, and I've written a tweet, and I'm like, oh, this is a pretty good tweet. Won't get anything though. Because I know how it's phrased, and I know that it's not done in a way that's like targeting someone in this way, and it's not gonna, and people aren't gonna go, oh, I need to retweet that. That's spicy, you know what I mean?
But like it values extremes because it's not just like it's spicy. Like, overwhelming positivity does do well too, where it's like that's the best match I've ever seen, and then all the people who like that validates their worldview will be like, yeah, that's the best match I've ever seen.
Yeah, but it's also the other people who are like, no, this is the worst. You're fucking wrong. How could you say this is the best match you ever seen? This is objectively not the best match.
Which is the reason it encourages people to go to extremes. So this is the best thing ever or the worst thing ever. You can never be like, Michael Shane against Chris Sabin was a damn good little X Division title match. You can never just say that.
How dare you?
We're 3 hours deep in this podcast. We can say whatever we want at this stage.
Someone's gonna be like, respond to it, be like, actually, that was the worst Chris Sabin match I have ever seen. It's like, well then, fuck. Yeah. I'm sorry.
So yeah, that's Sting talking about the internet.
It's us talking about the internet. Well, you thought that rant was crazy. Wait till you get to the Jesus one.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 54. Sting continued his conversation with Mike Tenay. He talked about beating Flair, how Flair kind of made his career. Then he talked about Nitro and said absolutely nothing. Because Tenay was like, can you talk about your time in WCW? And then he was just like, oh, it's a roller coaster ride. It's like, dude, say something.
Yeah, well, he didn't want to say, I did a bunch of coke and then I got religious,
I showed up to Starrcade 97 in very little condition to perform, and it was a bit of a train wreck, but it was the biggest match in the history of WCW.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about that. And I don't blame him. He doesn't want to air his shit out for fucking TNA.
Yeah, and to be fair to him, he has been a lot more open with that in recent years.
Yeah, 100%. Like, it's still probably a pretty raw wound for him. It's only been like fucking nearly 4, 5, 6, 7 years. It's like, as far as a lifespan goes, that's still like, pain.
So, and then the final one of the month is the one about Jesus.
I mean, if you've ever been to a youth pastor, you've heard this.
You're not interested in Sting's conversations about Jesus?
Listen, I went to my religious school. I've heard this story.
He talks about how Sting is one of a number of wrestlers who's found God, about how his life was falling off the rails in 1998.
You know what? I won't get into my thoughts on Jesus, but I will say this. It seems like this was obviously a very good thing for him, and that it obviously set his life in the right direction. So fair play to him for finding something that managed to help him put it all back together.
And this will not be the first time we'll be talking about someone talking about finding Jesus on TNA television.
Oh, I'm excited for Vince Russo's promo.
Oh, yes. That one we may be a little more... than Sting's, I think, earnest embrace of faith.
I didn't know this was a thing. I just took a guess.
Oh yeah, Vince Russo does an I Found God promo in TNA. We'll talk about it.
Of course he does.
So yeah, that's the Mike Tenay interview with Sting. I thought it was pretty boring.
Let's talk about how 3LK solved racism.
Yes, so every single week in the month of July, we had a skit involving the 3 Live crew.
Yeah, I thought these were funny. I honestly, I thought these were pretty good. They definitely had some moments that weren't, but,
Pay-per-view number 52, they just did like a spoof Mock the Roster. They showed up like profiles of people, they said things about them. I don't remember what they said. We did this for the watch along. If you'd like our reactions to whatever they said, you can go watch it, the watch along at tnachat.com.
I don't care about the first two. It's the other ones that I thought were pretty good.
So NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 53 is the one they did the Weekend Update spoof of. So they sat at the desk doing the spoof of the Weekend Update segment from Saturday Night Live, where they made jokes about disco and homophobic jokes about Hoovy, and then mocked the fact.
I like that throughout all of these ones, Conan will just take a shot at like a random luchador.
I quite enjoy how I meant to write, they took a shot at Steph against Sable, which was happening on the WWE pay-per-view that weekend, I accidentally wrote Steph versus Sabin.
Oh my god, what a dream
That would be a
match.
tremendous match.
One that could still happen.
It should. Steph should jump.
Oh, that would rule.
Forbidden Door. Stephanie McMahon.
You know, to improve a WNHOF case.
Yeah, they did the Weekend Update spoof. It wasn't very funny. It was as funny as you would expect a BG James-led Weekend Update spoof to be.
The Vengeance bit was pretty good.
Oh, WWE fans at the time, it's like, TNA should stick to their own stuff. They shouldn't be taking shots at WWE.
To be fair, TNA did get to that eventually. We got the interviews with random people outside of the asylum. This was it's alright. This is not the best of the ones, but I enjoyed this one. I enjoyed this Ernest Betty White something. Her last name was? I forgot what the last name was.
Who's like, my favorite thing is wrestling.
And they were like, there's a moment they were like, they wanted to make fun of her, but then they were like, oh.
Hell yeah, wrestling does rule.
Yeah. My favorite one about this one was Ron Killing's going out there and he's like, found like these 3 young dudes and he's like, hey man, where are all the ladies out of Nashville? And he's like, you're all pimps, right? You're all pimps. And they were like, yeah, we're pimps.
It's not the first time they were talking about pimps.
Yeah, well, not the last time either. BG comes in and he's like, hey guys, it's me, BG James.
Everyone just awkwardly looks at their shoes.
I love that BG and Conan and Ron acknowledge that he's not cool.
Yeah.
Like, this gimmick would be so much worse if they just thought he was also a cool guy. But the fact that they're like, this guy's a dork-ass dork. But he's our dork-ass dork.
Pay-per-view number 55 is the one where they went to the hood.
Yeah, this was... I like the start of... Like, BG's just terrified to be in the hood.
It's absolutely deeply uncomfortable.
It's just being racist. It's great. He's just walking around. He's pretending that he's hearing gunshots. And people around him are just like, what are you doing? Are you okay? He goes up to this dude with his kids and he's like, hey man, did you just buy a 40 in there? And the guy's like, what the fuck? And then the guy hits him with the suck it.
Bill Banks debuted with the company and his first duty was to produce this vignette, by the way.
Very good. Great job. And then he went out, he got his makeover, he came out as a pimp, and I gotta give it, the people out there, they loved it. They were popping big for it. What was he? It was the Pimp Juice?
Pimp Juice was his name, yes.
Oh, we know where Yujiro got it. And then, because we're doing like a little cultural exchange segment here, so they start off in the hood, then they went to a Mexican bar, because like, you know, we get the hood, and then like we get to go to a trailer park later on for BG, but like we just get a Mexican bar for Conan. It's like, yeah, just come to this restaurant, that's mine.
That's the best they can come up with, and BG James does not have a good reaction to spicy food.
No, I like that they worked him, they're like, oh, here's the hot sauce, they're like, oh, you meant to shot it, and he's like, oh, yeah, I shot it, and then just spends the rest of the night taking shits.
I did quite enjoy, I will say, that when he was taking dumps in the toilet, they did play the Push Bruce music.
Yes.
So when he was starting to do his poos, they were like, push, do-do-do-do-do-do.
So then we got a segment where Ron Killings is asking for orange juice, just as the athlete he is, and he gets given tequila. He shots the tequila and goes, oh, this orange is off. This orange went off. And I was like, oh, Ron, I love you. We cut back to Ron at the bar later, and he's just shirtless, wearing a sombrero.
Fully embracing the culture of Conan.
Because his shirt is gone, and then we find out later it's because PG James has been sweating profusely and using it as a rack.
And perhaps vomiting into it.
PG James is like, yo, we need to... this has been too much for me. I'm this little white guy. I've been going through all of this place. This is too much for me. We're going to the trailer park. We're going to my home arena.
I always wonder, like, are these guys being flown into Nashville every week to just go out and produce these little skits?
I assume they came in once and filmed them all.
I would not be shocked if TNA just like flew them all in and filmed one a week.
Maybe, but my guess would be that they did them all. But yeah, I thought these were fun little skits. They're not like anything to go run and search for, but they're pretty fun.
Just like Eric Watts has had his redemption arc, 3LK have now had their redemption arc.
Yeah, until the minute they get back in like the arena.
To be fair, all they ever do is work like 3-minute tag matches and do catchphrases after this, so it's not bad.
You know what? Maybe so. We've gone through the worst of VG James.
Like, honestly...
I mean, the Alamo still has to happen.
Yeah, as mentioned earlier, this is the era of TNA that I have the least, like, working memory of, so maybe they're garbage, but for the most part, I remember 3LK being, like, harmless.
Alright, well, I'm looking forward to seeing where they go from here.
Also, some banger theme songs coming from for 3LK.
Oh, I'm so excited. Like, maybe the most banger themes from a single group. Like, just heat after heat after heat. I just want to really put over, like... Yeah, BG was pretty good in these, but like For me, the star of all this is Ron Killings.
Who is always the star of pretty much everything he does.
I love that his bit is just that he keeps being shirtless. And can you blame the man?
Look at him. Look at those abs.
Anyway, yeah. I thought these were fun. And good work to 3OK. This mother is a bad jam.
Beware coming for you. It's the remix. We're going to go show by show.
Remix? I don't think we have anything left.
I always have things left. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 52. I don't have anything left from this show because it's the one we did for the watch. Oh no, there is a note. So Mike Tenay said Shocker and Negro Casas would show up next week. They were meant to face AMW, I believe, which is the reason Diamond and we were brought in instead. They had to back out. There was a bunch of confusion here where Shocker thought he wasn't allowed to do it because he got bookings with Mike Frigario. I don't know who that is, but apparently that person was like, no, I didn't have any objection to working TNA, and maybe he just politically didn't want to do it because they would have been losing, I assume, to AMW, so they pulled it. I don't know. There was something that caused Shocker and Negro Casas to pull out, and Mike Tenay the following week is like, oh, sorry, we advertised them, they didn't come.
How pissed do you think Conan was about this?
Well, the fact that he apparently was the guy who pushed to get them in there, and then finally got them in there, and like for reasons they bailed, probably quite pissed.
And Conan doesn't strike me as a guy who's willing to just like take it.
Or he will make sure he is heard when he is very, very unhappy, I'd imagine. He does, Shocker, of course, show up in 2005, so you can look forward to your Shocker down the line.
I've seen Shocker in TNA before.
Shocker.
My favorite MC... Yeah, he's an MC Rogue villain.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 53, July 9th. Saturn's music, if you'd noticed, has been downgraded to music used for the opening video.
I did not notice.
Also, this show, that opening video was titled Good Friends, Bitter Enemies, about D'Lo Brown and AJ Styles.
Heavy shot at Homicide and Steve Carino being good friends. No, bad... They're not good friends. Oh, no, that's the other one. Good friends, stiffer enemies, which is, you know, a little... Ooh.
Abyss took a top rope Rana from Jerry Lynn. Abyss is just wild. He's a wild human being.
I've said 1,000 times, but I am so excited to watch Abyss stuff.
It's like he's like a shoot 6'8", and he's just out here taking top rope Ranas in a match he's not even in. Like it's a kid catch against Jerry Lynn, and Abyss is just taking top rope Ranas.
Yeah, I'm excited because he gets bigger too. I'm excited. I want to see this big dude throwing dudes around. I want to see that AJ Cage match again.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 54. Do I have any notes? Do you have any notes from this show, Liam?
Oh, the interrogator segment with AMW was good. In that fucking hat.
This is you in your that hat. Bruce's music was used twice this month. It was also either Bitch Slap or the TNA Girls came out to it. I don't remember who. Oh, during the interrogator segment, I can't remember what the prompt was. Storm's response was roping rats. And the look Chris Harris gave him.
Yeah, well, it happened like 3 times in a row. Every time he'd answer something like a cowboy, Chris Harris was like, shut up, stop being a cowboy.
We literally just did the thing where you're back together. Why are you mad at each other again?
No, they're friends, but he doesn't like the cowboy shtick.
Rolling his eyes.
Yeah, because he did it like 3 questions in a row.
I will say, we didn't mention it while we were talking about it, but like, Sex is gone. Glenn is managing Diamond and Swinger. Russo has moved on to a new group. Why are the Harris Bros still going after Shark Boy's mask?
Just, it's their own vendetta now.
Do you think it's the only thing we have left? All their friends have moved on.
Yeah, because they're getting ready. They're like, they know the end of the run is coming up.
Everyone's out, being kicked out. Don West's reoccurring theme on these shows was his cough. Like for 2 weeks straight, it was this show and the week before, you'd hear like off camera, you just hear a cough, and it was Don. He clearly...
There was one real big one, and I was like, come on, man.
It's like, dude, you have a cough button, surely. It did make me sad that Red got a big reaction and now he's dead. But listen, we'll talk about Red again in March.
Dead Red's Redemption.
There you go. This is the show where there is a homophobic sign directed at Jeremy Borash. Oh, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 55.
Let's talk about someone having a gun on them.
Oh yeah, so there was a story from the or was it Wrestling Observer? I think it was Wrestling Observer. I can't find it in the notes. Where is it? Oh, 3LK. Oh, there we go. Oh, you have it highlighted. It was from PW Torch. The story that someone showed he had heat on them and made a threat, thinking it was some sort of news show doing an expose with all the cameras. It's a true one. As you can imagine, most everyone was uneasy and glad to get out of there.
Maybe BG James' character at the start was just real.
Someone tried to shoot him, as opposed to shoot on him. I wrote the words "go in the pit with Jeff Jarrett" in my notes, and I do not remember the context.
For this episode?
Yeah. It was 55.
Go in the pit with Jeff Jarrett.
It was before the New Church match.
Like at a metal gig?
I don't know. Let me try and work out where it is on the show. It was somewhere between the 3LK segment and the New Church match. I wrote the words "Go in the pit with Jeff Jarrett," and I don't remember why.
Go in the pit with Jeff. Like you're telling someone to get in the pit, like you don't like them, and they're with Jeff Jarrett.
I don't know.
You know what, Garrett? Go in the pit with Jeff Jarrett. Maybe the pit is Jeff Jarrett's new wrestling promotion that he's definitely not opening up.
It's Roddy Piper and Jeff Jarrett in the pit.
Well,
Piper's pit, you get it?
yeah, I got it.
There was when D'Lo was pushed off a ladder and fell on a table. That table, goddamn, did not break.
No.
He went thud.
Looked like pain.
And then NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 56. I don't think I have anything left from this one either.
I got one. So, Michael Shane. I don't know if you're aware of this.
Oh, what?
He is Shawn Michaels' cousin.
Whoa! Whoa!
Yeah. I just had that one written down, that one jotted down in my
Oh my
notebook.
god. Oh, actually, you know, I do have a note here. It says, did you know Michael Shane is Shawn Michaels' cousin?
What? Well, Garrett, Shawn Michaels and Michael Shane are really cousins.
What?
Originally, Shane was promoted as a nephew because of the age difference between them, but he is actually a cousin, as said by TNA on the pay-per-view. I must have missed when they mentioned that on the pay-per-view.
I think this is PW Torch, so I think they're saying that before TNA, they like he promoted as a nephew because of the big age difference, but in TNA, as mentioned, he is his cousin.
No, I'm saying I never noticed on the pay-per-view that they mentioned they were even related.
Oh, yeah, of course, that there is no connection between Michael Shane and Shawn Michaels whatsoever.
I mean, that's what I thought until I bloody just read it just then.
Okay, that is NWA-TNA for the month of July 2003. This episode has been every episode I'm like, oh, you know, this is a pretty uneventful month in TNA. I think this is going to be... No.
It was 5 shows, Garrett.
But still, I'm like, oh, you know, what are we going to say about freaking Legend and Jarrett? They just beat each other up.
You have to always assume that the rundown at the start is going to be at least an hour. That first hour is the backstage stuff.
It's usually like 30 minutes, but yeah, it was about an hour before editing, before we got to it, the end of this episode, so it is actually longer than usual.
This is almost an old Wrestle Kingdom length.
Listen, we made you wait 3 weeks for this, but we gave you an extra long episode.
I think it's fine that we do the long episodes because we have the 2 weeks in between, so you don't have to listen to it all at once.
You have plenty of time to digest our takes.
And get to the whole thing, including our rant about social media at the end. We just did a sting rant.
So, if you would like to look at the show notes, or our star ratings, or the watch-along of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 52, those are all available for you right now on Patreon at patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com. You can enjoy all of that and support the show if you enjoy the show, if you enjoy us talking for... Listen, as of right now, it's 3 hours 40 minutes for this record. You'll now know how much I cut out in editing. But if you enjoy the show, you want to support the show, if you've listened this goddamn long to us, thank you. But follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. Follow Liam on Twitter at the Gleet Muda. We'll be back next weekend with the Patreon special.
Go subscribe to the YouTube.
Oh yeah, go. If you listen to all these episodes, it's already content you've already heard. But if you'd like to go listen to highlights you liked in the past, pretty much every segment we've ever done will be on YouTube by the end of the show.
Who knows? Maybe other stuff will eventually be on there. I'm not promising it. I'm just saying.
Well, we will promise next weekend the latest episode of Ring Cat Kings will be on Patreon. We're talking about doing some other Patreon content, maybe surrounding 10-year anniversaries of notable New Japan stuff. We'll get into that more.
I want to cover the Jeff Jarrett promotion that definitely is not happening.
Progress.
Oh yeah, let's go. Oh yeah, we're gonna. Garrett has said it. He will cover every Progress episode on the Patreon.
If Jeff Jarrett is directly involved.
If Jeff Jarrett is on every show.
Yes. So yeah, Ring Cat Kings next weekend. Week after that will be the August 2003 episode of You've Got to Be Kidding Me. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
This mother is a bad jam.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold your horses there, Mr. Nerd, is it?
That's it.
Oh, yeah, you could be king of these nuts. You know
I am the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. Cousin.
That's about some unadulterated bullshit.
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 15, where we go through TNA history, 1 month at a time. This month, we're talking about August 2003. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined as always by my lovely scrappy co-host, Liam Jones. Liam, hello.
Scrappy? Don't call me Scrappy. We don't know what it means.
You're like Scrappy-Doo up in here. Everyone's favorite Scooby-Doo character.
Wow. Is that everyone's favorite Scooby-Doo character?
No, I'm pretty sure Scrappy-Doo is widely reviled.
Is that why he did the heel turn in the live-action movie?
Did he do a heel turn? I saw the live-action movie. I don't remember it.
He was revealed as the villain.
That seems a very un-Scrappy-Doo-like behavior.
I believe that was the reason that everyone hated him.
Because, like, Scrappy-Doo is the classic, the show has been running too long, let's introduce a new character, and then the new character that is introduced is one everybody ends up hating.
Well, I feel bad for him now. What an understandable and relatable villain.
Is that because I just called you Scrappy and now you relate to Scrappy-Doo?
Yes.
And again, Scrappy-Doo is not a villain in the actual Scooby-Doo canon.
And the actual Scooby-Doo canon is the live-action films.
God, wasn't there like 3 of them? There was at least 2.
I can remember 2, but would not be surprised by 3.
Because I remember I went to see one of them as part of summer camp in like 5th class, so I'd have been like 12. Maybe earlier. Maybe I was like 11. But yeah, that was the film we went to see. We went to see the live-action Scooby-Doo movie as part of our summer camp.
And an awakening was had for everyone, as that movie is incredibly horny.
Is it?
Yeah.
So everyone is attracted to dogs because of it?
No. Don't know why that was the bit you assumed.
It's Scooby-Doo, Liam. It's a Scooby-Doo movie. There are dogs everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, there's like one dog everywhere.
We just discussed there's 2. There's Scrappy as well.
Yeah, but he wasn't there until like the last 10 minutes of the movie as the big reveal.
Is that movie super horny? I don't remember it.
Yeah, there is. Velma and Daphne, it's like, they swap bodies at some point, and she's like, whoa, I got boobs now. Everyone's in bikinis and such.
Because who doesn't want to sex up the Scooby-Doo reboot? So you're just like, what do the kids want? The kids want boobs.
It was the sexy, edgy remix before Riverdale.
Okay.
You know, like, everyone's like, oh yeah, Riverdale, it's like sexy Archie. And now it's like sexy Scooby-Doo, of which all other sexy programming came from.
But, like, at least Riverdale is aimed at teens. That Scooby-Doo movie was aimed at kids.
I don't know. Early teens, perhaps?
I guess I was... No, if I was either 11 or 12, so I wasn't yet in my teens when I saw it.
You're pre-teens.
So that's Scooby-Doo. This is what I get for calling you Scrappy.
Yeah, you get 3 minutes on Scooby-Doo.
Other than Scrappy-Doo, how are you doing today?
I have been not doing a lot, actually.
Mostly because you just woke up.
Yeah, I meant like in general.
Even rewatching Marvel films?
Yes. My roommate had never seen them.
You consider Eternals one of the best Marvel movies?
Top 15?
You gave it 4 stars, which is, I'm pretty sure, when you sent me your spreadsheet, better than a lot of much better Marvel movies.
I give most Marvel movies 4 stars. Unless they're, like, terrible.
Which Eternals... Well, Eternals isn't terrible. It's mostly bland.
I just liked it a lot. I really did like it. I really had a great time in watching it. And I'm looking forward to, like, any more Eternal stuff that they get to eventually.
What are they going to call the next one? Just Eternal?
They're going to call it The Remaining Eternals.
Ah. Spoilers, by the way.
I'm not... Oh, yes. Yeah, movies have consequences.
To be fair, if there's any series of movies that actually don't have consequences, it's the Marvel ones.
No, like 3 people died.
Like, one of the people who died, the very next movie they released was a movie about them.
Yeah, but that was a prequel. It doesn't count.
Ugh. And, like, half of the entire civilization died, but they undid that.
But, like, I don't know. You knew that was going to happen, so...
No, they should have committed to it. They should have left everyone half dead.
That'd be very funny.
It would have been very funny. It's just like, Spider-Man's never coming back.
He's like, I'm off to Sony.
Or I can be in the Venom movies.
Like, please, Mr. Stark, I don't want to go. Let me be in good movies, please, Mr. Stark.
Hey, the Venom movies are probably better on average than the Spider-Man movies, so...
It's not true.
They're actually fun, enjoyable superhero movies instead of horrible, quippy Marvel movies.
Oh, we get it. You don't like Marvel movies. You're so interesting and cool. What a unique take that the Marvel movies aren't good.
That's actually not my take, I'll have you know. I think the vast majority of them were good, but now they're extremely boring because they don't know what to do with them anymore.
I just think you've lost old joy in your life because you no longer like any wrestling and you no longer like any of the Marvel movies.
Listen, I liked this month of NWA-TNA, so that's all that really counts, right?
It's the most positive reflection on wrestling I've heard you say in maybe like 3 years.
That's because most wrestling these days is bad, which is the reason we're back watching NWA-TNA from 2003, which is, of course, the only good wrestling.
I thought we were doing it for, you know, the money and fame.
Ah, yes, all the money and fame that comes with podcasting about wrestling.
Yeah.
The sheer infamy you get from this genre of entertainment.
It's unmatched.
So, yeah, we're talking about August 2003. I actually really liked this month on the whole.
I thought it was fine.
I thought, like, there is absolutely nothing that I'm going to say is bad this month. I think literally nothing. There is nothing I'm going to be like, oh god, we have to talk about this.
I'll think of something.
Yeah, well, yeah, you hate everything, don't you? You just want, I want to watch Ring of Honor.
Yeah, good promotion.
We're very combative at the start of this episode.
Yeah. What's new?
What's new? Eric What's new.
Wow. That could be his new slogan. What's world, what's new. That works. That's pretty good, actually. Write that down.
His new marketing slogan as the director of authority in TNA.
Yeah.
Because everything is new, given it's Eric Watt's world now.
Which I found it funny is like, just jump around a little bit, not to get too into it, but like on the last show, they started with like it's Eric Watt's world now. He's gonna change things and book things, and it's like, it wasn't in his world like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, and isn't the whole point here that it's only kind of his world? Because you also have Don Callis sniffing about?
Well, that's the power struggle, isn't it? Well, to be fair, Don Callis is using all of his power to exclusively fuck with Jerry Lynn, so...
Which I actually admire, being like, I am using my power struggle and I'm throwing my weight around just to mess with one person who, for ill-defined reasons, I don't like.
He also, like, he has actual work to do, and it's being put on the back burner just to fuck with Jerry Lynn.
Also, if you look at the contributions to TNA history in this month as on-air characters, Don Callis invents Ultimate X. What does Eric Watts do?
He invents war games.
Excuse me, he invents Wednesday Bloody Wednesday.
He invents war games.
He does invent war games, you're right.
So, you know, dead even heat here. If it was Lethal Lockdown, oh, what a month that would have been.
Well, basically, it is Lethal Lockdown, but still, there's no roof, I guess it's not Lethal Lockdown.
Should we acknowledge this as the first Lethal Lockdown?
Well, no, it has a different name. It's called Wednesday Bloody Wednesday.
That doesn't mean anything. Lots of things have different names. A Street Fighter no DQ match. What the fuck? It doesn't matter.
And I get, well, the first Lethal Lockdown doesn't have the ceiling, but Lethal Lockdown does traditionally have the ceiling.
This is... I am making this declaration as the foremost TNA historian that this is, in fact, the first Lethal Lockdown match in company history.
We're not even going to talk about the match. The match doesn't even happen till September.
I don't know. I'm just saying. We're going to brand that episode as First Lethal Lockdown.
So yeah, we're building all the way to the first War Games in TNA history, the first Lethal Lockdown in TNA history. That's built to this month. As mentioned, this is the month where Ultimate X was invented, which is pretty neat. We'll get into all of that.
A lot of the brand, like, match types and names of things is coming out in this month and the next month. We got Ultimate X, we got the Super X Cup, we got Lethal Lockdown. Like, all of TNA's stuff is like, they're finding themselves here.
And again, more so than last month, again, where like it's very settled now. Like there's no debuts this month, I don't think. At least nobody notable. I guess Bobby Eaton, does that count? I suppose Bobby Eaton kind of counts.
The disrespect to Terry Taylor.
Yeah, Terry Taylor's there too as a backstage interviewer. But like, it's not the big surprises era anymore. It's not the swerves era anymore. They have just settled in to like, this is their roster, and they're going to tell stories with this roster, and nobody is turning face or heel. The only character who's like weirdly ambiguous is Loki, and we'll get into that. But for the most part, it is like, these are who these people are, and we're actually being consistent for once, and it might be a big reason why I actually really enjoyed this month.
Well, I definitely thought that this month had a certain vibe to it, where it felt a little more well-defined, all in all. Like, there was a clear... I don't want to say motif, but there was a clear idea about this month. It just kind of felt like a real wrestling show.
Unlike what it used to be, which is like, who even knows?
Yeah, like, half the time it was a skit show, so...
But we will get into all of that. We did the watch along, if you'd like to listen to it, for NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 59, August 20th, which is the show with the debut of Ultimate X. So that is at patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com now on our King of the Mountain tier if you'd like to hear our full 2-hour live reactions to that entire show and to the first Ultimate X match. But of course, we'll talk about it in depth here too. And show notes. If you head to tnachat.com, you can see our show notes, which is this month 7 pages worth of notes about what happened this month and all the backstage news and notes and all the happenings that happened on each of the shows, including some tidbits and whatnot.
It's very funny that 7 pages of notes is like a light week.
I was thinking the same thing. It's like even broad topics, because like the whole idea of this month is that you have intersecting stories that are building to a war games. So there's not even that many like huge broad topics, but because a lot of them come together as one. But the fact that it is such a cohesive month means that like maybe this will be a shorter episode, but I thought our last episode would be one of our shorter episodes and it ended up going over 3 hours. So who knows?
It'll be a short episode, but it'll be like 2 hours flat.
Yeah. So yeah, head to tnachat.com if you would like these 7 pages of show notes. Again, basically a mini book chapter on August 2003 of TNA. And that's on the $1 tier. So it's $1 for a chapter of a book. And by the time we'll be done, it'll basically be a book.
And us talking about it is basically an audio.
Yeah, you get the context. It's like the director's commentary of the show notes. That's what the podcast basically is.
Yeah, read along the show notes as we talk about them.
So, August 2003, notable because they're building toward their 1 cent pay-per-view and the Super X Cup, because like last year, the fairgrounds are booked over the first weekend of September, so they can't run a show then. And again, the anniversary of 9/11, so they don't really want to run a show then either. So TNA announced officially this week that September 10 will offer a best of TNA show at a cost of just 1 penny. As reported first last week, TNA and the cable companies believe it will help lure new customers if they expose them to their product. Because of TNA's limited syndication clearances and lack of any national cable clearance, they rely on publicity on the internet, cable satellite bill inserts, commercials, and word of mouth to sell their weekly pay-per-views. That hasn't really worked, as they're still only selling about 8,000 to 16,000 a week on average.
It's not too bad. I don't know what I would have expected, but that seems about right.
Well, when you think 8 to 16 is 80 grand to 160 grand, of which they get half of, which is 40 grand to 80 grand. Based on the initial estimates, it was about 200 grand per show they needed. I'd imagine they've worked that down dramatically these days. But I can't really imagine why anybody would buy these shows on average anyway, so...
I was going to say, like, to the 8,000 people that buy it every week, what are you doing?
Well, I don't know. It's not that expensive. It's $40 a month for 8 hours of entertainment. I guess that's not the worst.
I don't know. I don't know if I would pay a $40 a month streaming service that showed 4 shows.
Well, it was a different time. You have to compare it to.
Here we go. The classic Garrett defense of anything wrong. It was a different time.
But no, you do have to compare it to what the market was at the time, which was not a $9.99 streaming service for a bundle of content. Instead, it was the same $40 price tag for a single 3-hour WWE pay-per-view. So that's like the price comparison. So you're getting 8 hours of TNA for the same price you're getting 3 hours of WWE.
Okay, but the point you're not considering is that most of the time it's terrible.
And like again, we've talked about this plenty of times. The biggest issue with these shows is they are booked like television instead of booked like pay-per-view. So you get stuff that just builds to stuff, and they're perfectly fine doing DQ finishes, and they're perfectly fine with weeks that just don't have like big hooks or big interesting matches. Though that's not really the case this month, to be fair. There's a bunch of stuff on these shows. Like there's AJ title matches on 3 of them. There's the first Ultimate X. There's the big Gauntlet match. So there's not many shows this month, at least, that have absolutely nothing going for them, like there were in some previous months, where it's just like, you guys charged people $9.99 for this absolute heap of garbage that's not even like trying to deliver on that value. But there are weeks where that is the case, and you are like, oh, the poor souls who actually paid money for this.
And then came back the next week and bought it again.
And kept coming back. This loyal 8 to 16,000 people who come back every week, unless there's like this big title match where they actually do a decent number. Their loyal following every week watching these Asylum shows. Stockholm Syndrome, being abused by NWA-TNA.
The beginnings of the same relationships we see nowadays with WWE fans.
Well, yeah, now we just root for brands like we root for sports teams, and who cares if it's bad? It's just my personality to like it.
I want to be the guy going on forums and being like, NWA-TNA is actually really good.
You know, I was actually thinking, like, trying to put myself in the shoes of fans in this period, and trying to think about, like, would TNA fans be reacting to, like, Dusty Rhodes in TNA the same way AEW fans are reacting to, I'm not going to use CM Punk, that's too big an example.
Bryan Danielson.
like remember DDP did a little run and everyone was very excited? Or, like, Nick Gage? Is it, like, that equivalent to TNA fans at the time? It's like, oh, Dusty, hell yeah.
No, because like it's more sustained. He's like an actual part of the show. It'd be like Jake Roberts.
Yeah. Or Arn Anderson, or Tully.
Yeah, something more like that.
Because, spoiler again, Dusty's back, and he's once again, like, the best thing on these shows.
I was gonna say, honestly, you know what it might be? Dustin Rhodes. Where it's like, you were just kind of happy for him.
He's just out there having a good time, having good matches, being the best part of most of the shows he's on.
Having that bloody war with Cody on that first show.
I was actually thinking about that while watching some of these shows. It's like, well, because like I wouldn't have watched these shows at the time. As we mentioned on our very first episode, I didn't start watching TNA consistently until the end of 2006. So I was trying to be like put myself in the shoes of fans at this time, thinking like, well, what would they think about this? What would like Dusty Rhodes or Larry Zbyszko or Terry Taylor showing up? What would Mad Mikey jumping? You know, Bobby Eaton showing up be like, especially because he has the Midnight Express knockoff theme again. So. What would that be like to the fans at the time? Would it be like that cool thing, like you know, the AEW surprises or stuff like that these days? And I don't know. It's hard to put it. It's a completely different scale, as mentioned. Like there's 8,000 to 16,000 people buying these shows every week, and about 1,000 people in the building every week, most of which is papered. And that compare that to AEW, which does I think on average 5,500 and about 800,000 to 1 million on TV every week. Completely different scales, so it's hard to like match them, but. Yeah, that was the thing I was thinking about.
I think for the most part, people are probably really into it. It's hard to get angry at a legend doing an appearance. Because you kind of just like, it's the easiest to turn your brain off and just enjoy this segment's thing that you can do.
Especially when it's not like in an overbearing, like Great Muta shoving Kaito Kiyomiya down a flight of stairs way.
That's not a legend doing an appearance. That's a sustained main event push.
That is a dude just keeping other people down. So when it is just like Dusty popping up to do cool 6-man tags and undercard feuds with Glen Gilberti, and we'll see some main events of Dusty stuff coming in the next few months. But for the most part, he's there to elevate the people around him. He's not there to hold the people around him down.
How nice of him.
TNA officials are said to be relying heavily on the money that their overseas television deals bring in to make up some of the losses that the North American pay-per-views are still posting. The word going around is that TNA is banking heavily on the 1 cent pay-per-view concept scheduled for September to lead to improved pay-per-view sales.
I don't know if they should be.
Well, like, the idea is they can't get television clearance. They can't, like, market. Again, we talked about this in previous episodes, but, like, the internet is a much smaller, much more contained space these days. So, like, the idea of going viral is reaching 1,000 people, not, like, 10 million. So, it's a completely different world of promotion. So, their idea here is, well, maybe if we offer the best of our best from our first 12, 13 months, put it on pay-per-view for $0.01, being like, listen, this is our proof of concept. This is who we are. And maybe they can trick people into thinking that's actually who they are instead of like the Dupps and Vince Russo.
Listen, I don't think it's going to have a giant bump. It'll probably have a little bump. I just think you're probably going to end up losing money on this because you're going to have like 20,000 people paying 1 penny instead of 16,000 people paying full price.
But they don't have to produce a show, so there's no like overheads for it.
I just meant in general if they were to try and continue this concept.
Oh, well, yeah, that's they just give it away for free, you know?
But I think that's like a logistics thing, as we noted a couple weeks ago, is that like it's actually just hard to do free at this point.
And like not all the pay-per-view providers are actually taking the 1 cent pay-per-view. It's In Demand that are and Dish or Direct. One of them isn't anyway. One of them is getting a different special for full price. So even just selling this, like the idea of the 1 cent pay-per-view to the pay-per-view providers is a hard sell. A correction from last week that we have to issue on behalf of PW Torch now. There was a misquote about the unimpressedness of the video game companies about the TNA product. He meant to say impressed. So PW Torch was wrong, therefore we were wrong. Sorry about that.
No wonder we had like a 5-minute debate about it and about the structuring of the quote.
We were also, last week, we said Corsica Joe's name was Corsica Jones, which was technically my fault because I put it in the notes as Jones, then read it as Jones, then you repeated it as Jones. And while I was listening, I was like, correct yourself, Garrett. It's Corsica Joe. And then I didn't. We just ran with Corsica Jones. His name is Corsica Joe. Nobody spotted that. Nobody pointed it out. I'm actually very upset that our listeners aren't big enough pedants to go, actually, it's Corsica Joe, but it's Corsica Joe.
I know you said that name so many times.
You're not a big fan of Corsica Joe?
It was just a lot, okay? It was just a lot to take in.
So yeah, feel free to be pedants if we're ever wrong about something. Point it out, like drag us over the coals. That's what the internet is for, right?
I mean, did you not hear us cry about it for 15 minutes?
Yeah, we did spend like so much of last week's episode on the internet, so that's true. Scott Hudson is scheduled to work upcoming TNA shows, so it appears that Goldilocks isn't coming back anytime soon. The word going around is that The Office became frustrated with her repeated requests to be written into scripts rather than simply serve as the backstage interview host.
How dare she want to be a part of the show?
Well, she will come back as a character eventually, but for now, it's Scott Hudson and Terry Taylor for a week's job.
Thank God Scott Hudson's available.
He is very good. I tweeted this yesterday, but TNA's history of like backstage interviewers is really, really good.
They know how to pick them.
Even like this era, you have Goldilocks, who like she's weird in a very weird way, making her faces, but she's entertaining.
But also, like, I think Goldie got like toned down in that she got bored eventually. And when she got bored, you could see it.
When she wasn't paying attention to the interviews, she was just like, ooh, her brain just goes away.
I mean, like, not even that. I just mean, like, the second year in, you could tell that she wanted to do more than just hold a fucking microphone.
So Scott Hudson is our backstage interviewer for the time being, and as mentioned, Terry Taylor for one episode.
At least it's one episode.
Valentina was backstage at the August 20th show, but not used. TNA officials are set to be reassessing the role of the bitch slap girls. One source reports that the women will be used again, but there is some talk of repackaging them and dropping their feud with the TNA girls. So after a whole month, Liam, of these people doing pull-aparts, they just disappear for the month of August.
Feud is a generous terminology.
They did do the same angle over and over again. It's like an episode of AEW Dynamite. But yeah, the bitch slap girls gone from August television. I find that fascinating, and I find it fascinating that it works in months like that, because like we cover the show arbitrarily month by month, but like TNA obviously don't have to book month by month. But somehow it's like, oh, the bitch slap girls just didn't appear in August after being on every show in July.
It feels like it works like this a lot.
It does. It's very weird how even TNA are like, well, start of the month, let's clear house from some angles and stories that aren't working. Amazing Red did more damage to his injured leg during an All Japan match last week. Friends of Red have been telling him to take time off and let the injury heal for weeks, so now there's a lot of I told you so whispers since the latest injury, which is expected to require surgery and months of time off.
Man, why I gotta be mean about it?
Yeah, so he got that MRI, for some reason continued working on it, and hurt it even more. As mentioned, we won't be talking about Red much until March 2004. That's the next time he shows up in TNA because of this injury. It's wild to me that he just went on another All Japan tour, knowing his knee was bad, but listen.
Hey man, gotta make that money.
It's the life of an independent wrestler, I guess. And it's a completely different era. Like, James Storm got a concussion in the last show of this month and went on to work the War Games match, which was taped that night, even though he got a concussion, which is just like... That doesn't happen now for very, very, very good reason. But again, different times.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have scrolled down. Now where am I?
TNA officials are trying to strike a talent exchange deal with Puerto Rico's IWA in hopes of using more Hispanic cruiserweights in the X Division.
There you go. We have seen one IWA star in the past. Do you remember who it was, Liam?
I believe you are referring to Apollo?
Indeed, who was a pushed entity in the first couple of months of TNA, where they clearly, like... We think there's something here, but we're not sure what's here, so we're going to kind of push him, but then not push him, and then he's not very good, so we're going to stop pushing him.
I enjoyed the brief Apollo heavyweight run.
He does throw a good super kick. So we may be seeing more IWA stars from Puerto Rico in the coming weeks and months. Probably the biggest note this month, and I think there is a very clear catalyst for why it happened, but NWA-TNA handed out 1-year merchandise contracts to his wrestlers prior to Wednesday night's show. I believe this was the August 20th show. While the top wrestlers took the contracts in stride and some of the younger wrestlers were thrilled to receive their first contracts, some of the mid-card talent who had worked for major companies in the past were concerned over the terms of the deal. Although the wrestlers were told that the deals are strictly for merchandise purposes, some of the veteran wrestlers are of the opinion that the contracts would prevent them from working for WWE. The general concern amongst these wrestlers is that if they sign the contracts, they will not only give up any chance they have of working for WWE, but also lose negotiating leverage with TNA. The wrestlers have been told that they can attempt to renegotiate their deals before the end of these contracts, but the wrestlers wouldn't have any leverage in that scenario because TNA would already have them signed throughout the year. The wrestlers are also contracted because the standard mid-card contracts are worded in a manner that suggests that TNA officials do not have to guarantee the wrestlers a particular number of dates throughout the year. So TNA have decided to actually start locking people down, and there's a very good reason for this, because Alexis Lurie signs a WWE deal this month.
I like how the write-off was like, we're gonna cut some hairs.
We're going to trim her hair a little and she'll never be seen again. And this is not the first person. We had Paul London being poached in the last few months as well. So I do think they've reached the stage where it's like, these are the young promising stars that we're hoping to be the next AJ Styles or the next America's Most Wanted. So we need to start locking them down because WWE are going to start taking them instead.
Because also Alexis Lurie would have been their women's star for the foreseeable future because she was the only one actually being pushed as a wrestler.
Yeah, it would have felt like her and Trinity would have been the foundation of that division. And there was Desire before she broke her back, of course.
Yes. But even Desire was more of a personality.
Yeah, whereas Trinity and Alexis are getting in the nitty-gritty, doing moonsaults, doing DDTs, getting their hair cut, having fireballs thrown at them. The general stuff that comes with pro wrestling and TNA.
Yeah, I was going to say, the TNA experience through and through.
So, yeah, they lost Alexis Lurie, they lost Paul London, and now they finally reach a stage where they're like, alright, it's time to start locking them down. There are some wrestlers who think the concerned mid-carders are making too big of a fuss over the situation. Where else are they going to go, one wrestler asked. If Vince wanted them, he already would have called. Which is kind of harsh, but also very true.
Damn, what the fuck?
But listen, if you're TNA and these guys are we don't want to sign contracts, we want to potentially go back to Vince, it is a little it's a little filtering system, isn't it? Of well, these people don't really care about being here.
I don't know, but can you blame them? There's one money place in the business at this point.
That's true, but if TNA keep having their stars poached, there will never be a second.
That's fair enough as well. But that requires faith, and would you put your faith in this company, in a company that's constantly disappointing you and working you?
No, I probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
To be fair, August 2003 TNA is only kind of like that. We'll talk about that later in the episode.
Yeah, but I don't know if, the other 9 months of me being here would convince me otherwise.
Many of the TNA headliners, including AJ Styles, Raven, and America's Most Wanted, have already signed one-year deals. The word going around the locker room is that TNA officials are trying to sign most of the wrestlers who are working under one-year deals to one-year extensions. So they are trying to become a real wrestling company now. After, signing people to short-term deals, signing people to half-year deals, they're we need to start getting this roster locked down. And to be fair, you kind of see that on the show as well, as we mentioned, that they do have a much more consistent roster.
I like contract talk. I'm looking forward to that being a thing moving forward, even more so. I just find it interesting.
Just the thought process that goes into if you're a D'Lo Brown, I don't know, is he the person, one of these people in the mid-card who are wary, but I'm just picking an example. If you're a D'Lo Brown sitting and looking at how you've been used in TNA so far, would you be a guy that's I want to tie myself down to this company? Probably not.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? And how sure are you that you were going to go back or go there for the first time?
Yeah, whereas the contrast with someone like Raven, who has been heavily pushed, heavily featured, and has maybe already burned his bridge with WWE, he's probably yeah, sure, I'll take a contract.
And he's I'm allowed to work other places still.
It's just, TNA has right of first refusal on both my dates and my hair. Again, we'll talk about that in a minute.
I was going to say, we're getting into the point that we talked about a couple of weeks ago, where TNA has started requesting and asking other companies to kind of filter everything through them.
Which to a degree I get, because listen, you're the national cable company and you don't want some other small indie company using your contracted stars in a way that you either disagree with or which harms your company. But also, you're still TNA, come on.
Yeah, well, because I think there's a level to it. Hey, we don't want our world champion to lose to Paul London. That's probably fine, right? But I remember the one line was that they were gonna ask companies to continue their storylines if they booked their guys.
Oh, so use them like TNA are using them?
Yeah, so if you wanted Raven and you had CM Punk on your show, you had to continue the Raven Punk stuff. Or if you wanted AJ on your show, you had to continue, like, sort of that character. Which was an interesting choice. And I remember, this is coming from the Through the Years podcast, obviously. Ring of Honor was like, no.
Especially because, like, the AJ Styles that is on TNA is very different to the AJ Styles that's on Ring of Honor as a performer. He even talked about, we mentioned the quote about it on the last episode, where he's like, I'm doing sports entertainment in TNA and I'm doing wrestling in Ring of Honor.
I believe the big sort of impetus for all this was the Raven and working, obviously, really big roles in both Ring of Honor and TNA at the same time. That's kind of what brought it around. But we also did see it with AJ a couple months ago with the Paul London stuff.
An interesting part of the contracts given out is that they include medical insurance. No idea to what extent, and obviously I don't believe that lasted very long, but listen, I guess it's something.
I think this is my bold take, Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
I think wrestlers should be given medical insurance by the companies they work for because it is a business in which they hurt their body literally every day.
That is a bold take.
Don't I know it?
James Mitchell was contacted by someone in WWE about coming in to manage Mortis, or at least he was telling people that, but he is also given the impression he might not take the offer. He was thinking he could earn more money at his regular job in Orlando than going on the road for 500 payoffs and having to pay road expenses out of that, since the downside guarantee for someone like him would be very little. The night a week thing allows him to get his wrestling fix while he also still works his shoot job. So it's kind of wild that he's like, the pay's not worth it for me to go to WWE.
Well, I remember for a few people that's just how it was. It was like, you know, having to pay for your travel stuff is legitimately, like, pretty insane. It just reminds me of the Bailey interview every time someone brings that up.
Oh god, that popped into my head yesterday as well. I can't even remember why, but yeah, her sitting there awkwardly with the person being like, oh, is that not covered in your collective bargaining agreement? And Bailey's like, no!
It's like, we do it for the universe.
We're very well looked after. It's like, you have to drive yourself from show to show and then put yourself up in a hotel? And she's like, yeah. And then the interviewer's like, that's insane.
Yeah. It's always fun when the real world gets a glimpse into the wrestling business.
Let's just see the bizarre ways in which this industry operates.
Like, I forget who did the big piece on the union stuff and on, like, the Saudi Arabia stuff.
Oh, was it Last Week Tonight?
Sure.
John Oliver's show?
Yes. I didn't actually know what his show was called. But, like, that's so funny because, like, so many people sent me that.
You're the wrestling guy. Have you heard of this?
Yeah, like, did you know? And I'm like, yeah, we all know.
We are aware of the state of which the industry operates in. Trust
me, we're desperate for them to do something about it, but no one does.
That's what we call a monopoly in the industry, my friends.
I think we're allowed to have those, Garrett. Where's the fair trade?
This is the free market, Liam. It's operating as intended.
Wow, looks like we're all paying for the free market.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah, I'm teaching a college course. Please come listen to it.
Liam's masterclass on social politics.
Welcome to my TED Talk.
Your TNA talk. Yeah, that's something.
My Ted Turner talk.
I wish Ted Turner got back in the wrestling business. Created a new company.
Oh, you want him to be the third company?
Yeah, Ted Turner, just do it again.
I saw, like, some people, and I'm sure it was a joke, but I found it very funny, who got, like, faux mad at Mark Cuban for trying to make affordable medicine instead of starting a pro wrestling company.
Wait, he has two choices. It's like affordable medicine or wrestling company. Obviously, you choose the wrestling company, right?
I mean, for us, right?
It seems like the natural choice.
Yeah, especially since we would have booked it, obviously.
So those are your main news notes for the month. The big one being that TNA are starting to offer contracts, and they are building to the 1 cent pay-per-view in September.
All right, Garrett, I'll propose a little fun game for you.
Okay.
You are the NWA-TNA in 2006, August, right?
2003, but sure.
2000. Why? Well, I read August 6th on my screen, and that's why I got mixed up. I'm going to give you 5 contracts for contract for current workers that are working on the show. I want you to offer them out right now, not including America's Most Wanted, AJ Styles or Raven, because they are already signed.
So everybody else, who do I offer a deal to?
End of August, so Alexis 3 gone.
It's a weird roster. I'm not sure. Chris Sabin.
Sabin.
No. There you go.
You love to see it, don't you?
Sabin is the obvious one.
Daniels.
Yeah, Daniels is a good one. I'd probably go D'Lo.
D'Lo.
Because I think there's a lot in D'Lo, even if they're not getting a lot out of D'Lo.
The question is, like, Corso, who are you scared that is going to get picked up as well?
Because, like, WWE are probably never going to come for Michael Shane. Actually, that's a big one. They actually talk about that because Michael Shane wins the X title this month. We'll talk about it. But he's X-champion and he doesn't have a contract. So they're like, oh, he is an in with the WWE. Did you know he's Shawn Michaels' cousin? So they might pick him up.
I have some things to say about that angle, but we still have 3 more contracts to offer. I would say Jerry Lynn, but I'm not worried that they would take him.
Abyss.
Yeah, see, I was thinking Abyss too.
Because Abyss feels like a guy
Ron Killings.
They would come for. And Ron is teased going back. Remember, he's talking about going back to work with Cena? Yeah, Sabin, D'Lo, Abyss, Ron Killings, and Daniels. Those are my 5.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's about right too.
Interesting, one of them that we didn't pick is CM Punk.
Well, it's because he's not a TNA guy. Despite being on the show, he's never felt like a TNA guy. He feels like this weird copy-paste that shows up on the show, and you're like, why are you shouldn't be. There's some weird, like, multiverse shit where you've just, like, appeared here somehow, but you shouldn't be here.
I would say, I enjoy him in The Gathering.
Yeah, but he just doesn't, he never feels right.
But, like, to be fair, like, none of the segments are meant to be about him. He's just, like, a third wheel in every match he's in.
But, like, I can never associate him with TNA, though.
Well, he's going to be on the show for another, like, year, so...
Working tags.
Yeah, him and Julio.
I would sign Julio.
Oh, who are you going to drop, Daniels?
Abyss, probably.
Oh, yeah, that's a good choice. Drop Abyss for Julio De Niro.
Hey, just because TNA couldn't get him over doesn't mean he's not a star.
All right, that brings us to broad topics for the month. Let's start, given that it's a very historical month, with the X Division.
Oh, what happened in the X Division this month?
It's not about weight limits, Liam. It's about no limits.
Wow. It's about cool match types.
Yes, so this is the month that Ultimate X came about. We had the first Ultimate X match. The build to it began on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 57, August 6th, 2003, in which, once again, we had another Chris Sabin against Frankie Kazarian X Division title match.
The first one was fine. I don't think these two have great chemistry together.
And, like, good God, do the crowd just not give a shit about these two when they wrestle each other.
Which is funny, because I think they care about them when they're not wrestling each other.
Like, yeah, they care about Kaz when he wrestles Michael Shane, and they care about Sabin when he wrestles Michael Shane. Yeah, so it's very weird that, like, just when these two go in the ring with each other, it suddenly becomes like a black hole of charisma and the crowd fall asleep.
It's weird.
And it's like, it's not for lack of trying, because they try really, really hard.
Yeah.
Like, they come flying out of the gate in this match. They're really trying.
Clearly the thing here is that Michael Shane is just the glue that holds it all together.
He's the big star. He's Shawn Michaels' cousin.
I kind of love Michael Shane.
Yeah, we'll talk about him in a sec, because this match, Sabin wins with a belt shot, then Andrew Thomas restarts the match. Mike Posey's the referee, Andrew Thomas comes out, restarts the match. Mike Posey's like, no, Sabin won. Then Kazarian hits the Wave of the Future to win the belt, but then Mike Posey's like, no, and then Andrew Thomas is like, no, so Rudy Charles runs out, takes the belt away, and says, Eric Watts is going to solve this problem. Eric
Watts is the champion. Yeah, this is classic TNA overbooking a simple situation. It's something that we don't talk about anymore because, you know, we're kind of used to it, but it is still kind of insane that these finishes we're getting on pay-per-view.
The idea here is because Shane on this show beats Shark Boy Joey Matthews and Danny Doring. I nearly said Joe Doring. Danny Doring.
Oh, what a match that would be. Michael Shane, Joe Doring.
Yeah, but he beats Shark Boy, Joey Matthews, and Danny Doring in a 4-way match to become number one contender, kind of. I don't think they expressly state that. But they then still need to give Kazarian a claim to number one contendership so that next week they can do the ladder match between Shane and Kazarian to determine the actual number one contender. So they've like created this little web for themselves where they have to do a shitty finish. And like there is the usual thing, it's like they booked this shit. They didn't have to back themselves into that corner where they had to do like a cheap finish here and then a cheap finish the following week. But they did.
Yeah, 100%.
Before that match, the Shane, Shark Boy, Joey Matthews, and Danny Doring, god damn it.
Joe Doring.
Before that match, I wrote Doring in the notes. That's my mistake. I didn't expressly state Danny Doring, so Joe comes to mind. No, don't you write Joe Doring in the notes. That'll make it worse for me. But before that match, there was little pre-match interviews with all four guys, in which the first words out of Michael Shane's mouth on TNA were, "Yeah, I'm Shawn Michaels' cousin."
See, okay, at this point, like, they're still doing, like, the original, like, hey, it's just kind of being used to play him over. But by the end of the month, it's gone full parody of itself, and I love it.
Yeah, you see, the point of this one is kind of like, I may be Shawn Michaels' cousin, but I'm my own man, blah, blah, blah.
He's trying to downplay it.
And by the end of the month, he has fully embraced the fact that he is Shawn Michaels' cousin.
Oh, I can't wait to talk about the promo on the last show.
Yeah, there was also a tremendous Shark Boy Norman Smiley promo where like Norman was like trying to get him to focus on the match, and all Shark Boy wanted to do was the big wiggle.
Can't blame him.
So yeah, Shane won that 4-way. Then we had the horrible finish in the Sabin and Kaz match to set up the following week, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 58, a ladder match between Frankie Kazarian and Michael Shane to determine number one contender.
Which was pretty good, and it's no fault of their own. I just can't stand ladder matches anymore.
Yeah, there's a lot of ladder matches. I thought they absolutely worked their ass off. They took some like just hideous bombs, sunset flip power bombs off that ladder. Frankie could hit the Jeff Hardy like leg drop over the ladder, which must be just hideous for your spine.
I'm sure most of what they're doing is hideous for their spine. Thank God they got those medical deals.
Yeah, well done. You'll be fine. You have the medical deal.
That's why they were taking the bumps. They're like, well.
Mike Tenay mentioned the Ring of Honor match between Michael Shane and Paul London.
Yes, that match was wacky and dangerous. They used a real flimsy ladder. I believe big Ring of Honor lore here that was the beginnings of the Paul London Please Don't Die chants.
Well, he probably earned them.
He did. That ladder was scary.
Yeah, Mike Tenay was pointing out their ladder match history and pointed out that while Michael Shane has never been in a ladder match, that was a no DQ match that turned into a ladder match.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they have the match. By the way, Eric Watts just gave the belt back to Chris Sabin after the contentious finish of the previous week's match. That was Eric Watts' big decision, that he will give the belt back to Sabin and do this ladder match to determine the number one contender.
He's like, I got a big thing with Loki and AJ. Shut up. Let me just give it back.
And the funny part was, like, we never even saw Watts deliberate or make that decision. It's like, we have a backstage interview with Scott Hudson and Chris Sabin, where Sabin's like, yeah, Watts gave me the belt back. It was the only decision he could make.
Which is like, yeah, fair enough.
Watts is just very busy doing other things, which is the reason, obviously, because this match ends in a no contest. When Chris Sabin runs out, he takes out both guys off the ladder, then grabs the contract himself, so I'm pretty sure he has to wrestle himself for the X Division Championship now.
I wonder who would win.
Oh, Chris Sabin.
I think I have to go with Chris Sabin.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
He's scrappy.
Don't you get us back down that rabbit hole. But because Eric Watts did such a hideous job solving this problem, Don Callis comes out and confiscates the X Division title, and he will come up with a solution.
The actual person running this show.
Yeah, we'll talk about the differences between Callis and Watts when we get to other stories of the month, but they try to explain that, and I think they make it worse. So later in the show, Don Callis, he has a little whiteboard, and he has drawn himself a structure. He's called it the Ultimate X Match, where they will hang 4 poles from either side of the ring, have cables crisscrossing the ring, where the belt will be hung in the middle. It will be a ladder match without the ladders. You climb the cables to grab the belt. You've seen an Ultimate X match at this stage. You don't need me to describe the Ultimate X concept. You can look at our cool poster. The poster for this month is an Ultimate X poster. It looks real rad.
Ultimate X is a cool match type. It's one of those matches that you immediately associate with TNA. It's one of those things that really made TNA stand out, especially when I was first getting into it, because especially at the age that I was starting to watch TNA, like, the thing that I was into was the X Division. Like, this is the reason I was watching it, and Ultimate X was one of those, like, mind-boggling things that you'd see. And, like Elevation X too, you're like, this is just so absurdly dangerous looking. Why is this a thing? But you gotta admit, like, these unique and new match types are so sorely missed nowadays. Why can't we get more weird structures in wrestling? I want wrestling to be basically... Have you ever seen... I don't want to say professional, because I don't know if it's professional, but, like, official league tag?
No.
Where they do tag on, like, these parkour-like structures, and they're, like, flipping all around them and doing crazy shit trying to win these games of tag. It's like gymnastics meets tag. And I am desperate for someone to be like, we need to put this in and around a wrestling ring.
Where you just put all the X Division guys with a bunch of things they can do cool shit off?
Yeah, like, they have these, like, there's, like, monkey bars, and there's, like, these metal stairs, and there's all these things that you can run across and jump across, and like Ultimate Ninja Warrior meets tag, but I think like imagine if you did a wrestling match with that, it would be nutto. Especially today, like Chuck Nick Jackson in that and Phoenix, some crazy shit's gonna happen.
Feels like an idea you could pitch in the NXT 2.0 writing room and actually get done.
Yeah.
But yeah, Don Callis announces the Ultimate Drama, Ultimate Danger, Ultimate X. As mentioned, he has a little drawing of it, which it's like, oh, that's cute. He drew his Ultimate X.
I wonder if JB drew that.
I do wonder who did draw the Ultimate X drawing. I hope it was Don. He just sat down and was like, listen, I really do have this idea. It's really cool.
Do we actually know who is like officially credited with the Ultimate X idea?
There is a note this month that the co-brain trust of Jarrett Gilberti, D'Amore, and Russo take credit for it as like a collective.
Well, congratulations to Moore.
There's actually a fun note about the construction of the Ultimate X, which we'll talk about in a minute, and the fact that the belt fell, but that's a different issue altogether. But yeah, Don Callis' solution is that Chris Sabin will remain X Division champion, but he will defend the belt against Shane and Kazarian in this new fancy invention, the Ultimate X match.
Very exciting.
Which brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 59, August 20th, 2003, the debut of Ultimate X. They had fancy Ultimate X graphics beforehand. Fancy is probably a very generous term here.
They had graphics.
They did have very 2003 graphics about the Ultimate X.
Yeah, JB opened up his, not Premiere Pro, what's the one where you make graphics? Some Adobe program from 2000 and was like, I'm going to make some cool graphics for this show.
It's like After Effects or Photoshop.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I was looking for.
So yeah, making his Ultimate X graphics, and they do look, to be fair, Don Callis' drawing is probably better than the graphics, but here we are.
They should have just plastered the Don Callis graphics.
They should have animated it. That would have been fine.
It comes off of the whiteboard and turns into a real logo.
So, Michael Shane defeated Chris Sabin and Frankie Kazarian to become X Division champion and win the first ever Ultimate X match in a match that was a disaster due to no fault of the wrestlers.
Yeah, this was insane.
So the biggest problem with this match, it's not the Ultimate X that you know. The Ultimate X that you know is the two cables crisscrossing, and they're connected in the middle, and they're red covered cables. Whereas here in this match, it was two cables that were not connected in the middle. So you had a cable crossing from one corner to the other, and a cable crossing from the other corner to the other. And while they did meet in the middle, they weren't held in the middle like the Ultimate X is, I think every single Ultimate X after this is. So when they hung the belt up there, and every time somebody tried to climb the cable, the two cables would stretch and would end up releasing the title belt and causing it to fall to the mat, not once in this match, but twice.
Let's talk about the referee here.
Oh, poor Andrew Thomas. Poor Andrew Thomas picking up the belt and being like, oh god, what do I do?
Yeah, like a solid 30 seconds of silent reflection about what to do in this circumstance.
Because he moves into like the back corner of the ring, he's in like the top left corner of the ring, and he's just hovering. I assume he has somebody in his earpiece while everybody's like collectively panicking. But there's like, he wants to disappear in this moment. He's just like, oh no, what do I do?
Like a disappointed father leaning over his kitchen bench.
So eventually one of the security guards comes out and like goes to like traverse the cables to put it back up.
And then nopes the fuck out of that.
He's like, nope. And they bring a ladder out to hang it back up. And they wrestle again some more. And it falls again. And they bring the ladder back out and hang it back up. And they wrestle some more. And then they finally finish the match. Michael Shane becomes X Division champion. I find like the critical response to this match at the time was that it was like mind-blowing and amazing. Which I kind of get, because like we've seen like 60 Ultimate X matches since then. We know like the lengths to which people can go in this match type. But I guess like taking out the two stupid belt falling things, I guess it was like the work in this match was pretty darn good.
Yeah, I mean, it was cool. It's unique. And it probably just blew people away a lot on concept alone.
And because like they didn't go absolutely nuts. You had a power bomb off the cables, which looked rad. You had Kazarian hitting Sabin with a spear off the cables, which also looked really good. So you had a couple of like those really cool off the cables moves that kind of sell you on the concept. And again, while the belt did fall twice, which is very unfortunate. And Michael Shane, like, huge gusher, giant blade job for this one. Like, I think the work of the wrestlers did sell the concept enough that people were like, oh yeah, this is really cool and new and different.
Yeah, I really wanted to give Michael Shane some credit because I loved the finish of this match.
Yeah.
where he just hauled ass all the way down across it.
Because, yeah, Sabin and Kazarian are climbing from separate sides, and then Kazarian knocks off Sabin, but then Shane just comes out of nowhere like a million miles an hour, grabs the belt, pulls it down. He's X Division champion. He has made history as the first ever winner of Ultimate X.
And as he hits the ground, like, immediately there's a pool of blood where he lands.
Because, yeah, giant blade job for this dude.
And he sold it really well too, because like he looked like he was exhausted after he hit it. But yeah, really good stuff.
So Ultimate X, one of the, still to this day, like the signature match of both the X Division and Impact. We just had the first Knockouts Ultimate X there earlier this month at Hard to Kill. It's still a match that people look forward to. It's still a match that when it's announced, it's like, oh hell yeah. And it's still a match that's pretty well protected, because before the Ultimate X last year at Slammiversary, we'd actually went the longest period ever without an Ultimate X. So it was like over 2 years between Ultimate X matches. So it's not a match that they just throw out willy-nilly, even if we've had we've had two in the last 6 months now.
There's only a couple year period where the Ultimate X lost its luster a little bit for me. But now it's back, and it's like, if I see there's an Ultimate X, I want to check out an Ultimate X match.
Yeah. So there's a fun note from Frankie Kazarian. This was in a feature originally published on ImpactWrestling.com. It's not available on the website anymore, because I think it got nuked in like a redesign of the website. But it was a bunch of people. It was him, DJZ, Sanjay Dutt, P.D. Williams, and some others reflecting. Christopher Daniels was another one, reflecting on their experiences in Ultimate X. There was a very fun note from Frankie Kazarian about the very first one. So, quote from Kazarian: "It was explained to me a couple of weeks beforehand by people in creative at TNA at the time. They'd created this new concept for a match. They said it was basically going to be poles surrounding the four sides of the ring and chains going across with the title in the middle. And they described it as a ladder match with no ladder. And being a fan of ladder matches and cool concepts in wrestling, I thought it was great. We were all flown in the night before to try out this structure and see what it was all about. By the time we got to the building, it hadn't even been constructed. The idea was basically steel poles inside the ring posts and stringing cables across from that. So like 4 poles either side of the ring. Like Don Callis does actually describe it as that the week before as well. He's like, it'll be 4 poles. So basically Ultimate X is an elaborate title on a pole match. Back to Kazarian, they tried to do that. And when I went up there as a test, and this is the night before the actual pay-per-view, and the minute I got on the cable and started navigating my way across, all the poles just bent and collapsed into the ring. I was standing in the middle of the ring. So the ring crew workers are kind of shaking their heads, and they were working on stuff all night, and it started to get heated. People are giving advice, and there were carpenters there who said they knew what they were doing, but obviously didn't. So long story short, we really had no idea how it was going to come together, and if it even was going to be a thing. So like literally the night before, the structure doesn't work.
It's very interesting that the original idea was the poles, but yeah, the weight distribution there just wouldn't work.
And the fact that it like collapsed in on itself with 1 person, never mind 3.
Yeah. I'm surprised they never like revisited the pole idea though.
I guess they came up with the idea of doing steel lighting trusses instead, which was more sturdy, and it worked. So back to Kazarian. We got to the building the next day, and they decided to build the apparatus out of lighting trusses, having trusses outside the ring and splitting the cables across that. By the time they got it erected and everything, it was basically showtime, so we had no way to get up there and see if it was going to work or see how high it was. So we went into that first Ultimate X completely blind, just with some ideas of what we thought could be done. So I'm very proud of that match and proud of the guys who were in it with me. To be part of the first of anything in pro wrestling is very special, and to be involved in the history of that match, which has become so special, is very cool, and I wear it as a badge of honor. I think I might have been the first person who ever jumped up there and tried to get the belt. I remember jumping up there, and the only training I had was the monkey bars at school, so it was like, well, let's see how it works. And as I started going across, I saw the structure was in fact secure and not going to collapse on me.
Imagine if it did. Just everything collapsed.
Live on pay-per-view, Frankie Kazarian jumps up and the entire Ultimate X structure that just caves in, and everyone's like, well, shit.
Yeah, they tried.
Which I guess that makes sense why they didn't really have time to like test whether or not the belt would fall, because they barely had time to build the damn thing, never mind actually see would the belt hold in the middle.
I found it interesting that at least they did try to have the foresight to bring them out the night before.
Oh, yeah, because imagine if they didn't. It's like live on pay-per-view again, the 4 poles just like,
Yeah.
So that is the first Ultimate X match. We will be talking about many, many more in the future of this podcast. And then, finishing out the X Division, last show of the month, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 60, August 27th. Michael Shane had his first defense of the championship, defending against Jerry Lynn. And the moment Liam has been waiting for, Michael Shane's promo before this match.
So, you know, we go backstage. Terry Taylor is interviewing Michael Shane. Michael Shane, first of all, questions his credentials, asks him what he's ever done. Because, Michael Shane, right? He is the showstopper.
Oh,
The main event.
my God.
The Heartbreak Kid. Shawn Michaels' cousin. And, from the beginning of this promo, you know exactly what he's doing. He has the glasses on. He has the swagger of a Shawn Michaels. He's chewing the gum so obnoxiously. Everything that you would expect from a Shawn Michaels promo is here. They've completely embraced it now. It's complete parody at this point, and to be fair, that rules.
Yeah, if you're gonna make it a bit, just make it a bit. Don't do the Britt Baker is a dentist thing without leaning into it. And eventually they do lean into it, and it's like, yeah, it's fine. You made it a bit. Good job.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun. And of course, and the thing is, I wish he had have kept the glasses on during his entrance.
And done the full Shawn Michaels dance.
Yeah, should have gone on his knees and done the God thing.
And they should have set off some pathetic pyro.
Yeah.
Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise.
100%.
So yeah, he defends the belt against Jerry Lynn in a fine match. A little disappointing, honestly, for the people in the ring.
Yeah, and Jerry Lynn's doing story stuff at the moment, so.
Shane retains after the red shirt security distract Jerry Lynn. We'll talk more about Jerry Lynn and Don Callis in a moment. But that's your X Division stuff of the month. The debut of Ultimate X. Oh, actually, no, I suppose we'll talk about the Super X Cup as well, because they announced on this show that the following episode will be the Super X Cup tournament, which will be a single elimination tournament featuring stars internationally and stars from the NWA-TNA. The brackets are Hoovy versus Nasawa, Johnny Storm versus Teddy Hart, Jerry Lynn versus Chris Sabin, and Michael Shane versus Frankie Kazarian.
Nasawa, wrong guy.
Yeah.
Noah's influence.
Be seen here very early in TNA. These matches were actually taped this month. The first round matches were taped on the 20th, and the semifinals and final were taped on the 27th. But we won't talk about results. That would be spoilers.
For me, not even for the people listening.
Yeah, Liam doesn't want the Super X Cup spoiling him. So that is the first show of September. They taped the Super X Cup plus the War Games match to air on that show. So that's the first broadcast. And then you have the 1 cent pay-per-view. So it's only a 3-show month in September, Liam. You'll be very pleased.
I am.
You've Got to Be Kidding Me is brought to you this week by HelloFresh. With HelloFresh, you get farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. The new year is a great time to focus on what's most important to you. Whether it's saving money by ordering less takeout, learning to cook, or prioritizing your wellness, HelloFresh is here to help with endless options to make cooking at home simple and enjoyable. HelloFresh cuts back on time spent in the kitchen, so you can spend it on your other resolutions with meals ready in around 30 minutes or less. Plus, quick and easy meals, including 20-minute recipes and low prep and easy cleanup options, provide an even faster route to putting food on the table. I know as I hit the new year, I'm one of those who makes many resolutions, many of which are hard to stick to, but HelloFresh makes eating healthy easy, affordable, and fast. Go to hellofresh.com/VOW16 and use the code VOW16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 free gifts. That's hellofresh.com using the code VOW16. So that is the X Division for the month of August 2003. Where do you want to go next? Tag teams?
I think we should do Jerry Lynn.
Oh, okay, so Jerry Lynn feuds with Don Callis for most of the month.
Yeah, I like this feud a lot.
So, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 57, Jerry Lynn arrives to the building and he is confronted by Don Callis, who's like, Jerry, you're just too extreme. We do not want the violent ways here in NWA-TNA. We don't want the excessive violence. He's basically doing the WWE quote from the Toronto Star to Jerry Lynn. That's his character. It's like, the excessive violence. No one wants it. So you're suspended.
Yeah, that's a good bit. And the heat here, of course, is that there's more violent things on these shows that are happening every week by other people.
Yeah, and Jerry Lynn constantly points that out. It's like, well, there's a cage match in the main event between AJ and D'Lo, and Michael Shane is bleeding tons, and Raven has had fireballs thrown at him for a month.
There's a Clockwork Orange match every 2 weeks.
And yeah, but Jerry Lynn is the person that Don is like, oh, it's just excessive. And the other joke is that Jerry isn't really all that violent whatsoever in most of his matches.
Yeah, he had a somewhat violent Falls Count Anywhere match.
Yeah, even because we go to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 58 in which Jerry Lynn defeats Elix Skipper. Even the moment after this match where he hits Skipper with the scale again and starts attacking him, he's not even that violent there. On the scale of TNA, where somebody gets kidnapped. Jeff Jarrett is abducted on these shows, but Jerry Lynn's not even that violent.
He does the hit with the thing, and it's like, Okay, that's cool and all. There was a cage match the night before, you know that, right?
Yeah, it was weird to see Edith Skipper just, like, pinned unceremoniously in that match, wasn't it?
Oh, he's a dork this month.
He's just doing absolutely nothing. Because we didn't even mention, he did run out for the 4-way. He laid out Shark Boy, Joy Matthews, and I nearly said Joe Doring again because he changed the notes to Joe Doring. Danny Doring, he laid them all out, which let Shane win the match, and Shark Boy had a little comeback, and then Shane beat him.
I like that run-in by Skipper.
Where it's like, oh, he's not in the X Division match, so he's going to kill everybody. That's a nice little character touch. Yeah, but here, he's just losing to Jerry Lynn. Unceremoniously, too. Like, Jerry Lynn hits, admittedly, a sick-looking draping DDT.
Yeah.
Like, it puts Randy Orton's draping DDT to shame, but then he just pins him.
Yeah. Good finish.
Yeah, so Jerry Lynn snaps, he starts grabbing Mike Posey, the referee, and Don Callis is, like, standing at the top of the ramp with a clipboard, taking notes, looking bemused.
That describes a lot of the Don Callis character.
Next week, we have basically a repeat of the first segment of the month where Callis is fining Jerry Lynn for attacking an official, and then the Red Shirt security kick him out. The notable difference here is Jerry Lynn's facial hair.
Yeah.
Jerry Lynn has decided, Liam, for reasons beyond comprehension, to dye his goatee.
And now he kind of looks like a cartoon?
He looks evil. He looks evil.
He doesn't look like evil.
It's like Darkest Timeline Jerry Lynn. He's like something out of Community.
Yeah, this is Flashpoint Jerry Lynn.
He's not a nice man. But yeah, he's been ejected from the building again here.
He should have done that when he was heel against AJ so we could actually tell.
He is like Abbott from Community. He just slaps the facial hair on every time it's evil, Jerry Lynn.
I feel like we should, as we're talking about Jerry Lynn too, give our, like, congratulations to him as he, was inducted into the Independent Wrestling Hall of Fame.
He is an Independent Wrestling Hall of Famer. I tweeted this last night, but you really can't overstate. We talked about this, I think, on our 2002 award show where I gave Jerry Lynn Wrestler of the Year. Whereas, like, I will insist, like, those first 6 months, most important wrestler in the company is Jerry Lynn. Because you have the likes of Loki and AJ who don't have national TV experience. And then you have everyone else in the company who is just, like, either a meme, a goof, a cartoon character, or a waster from a company that nobody wants.
Or awful.
Or awful. There is the very bad category too, yes. And Jerry is like the glue that holds all of that together for the first, like, 6 months of TNA. And without him, like, we talk about Daniels is probably, like, the biggest influence on making Styles the guy he is, but the second biggest influence is probably Jerry Lynn.
100%.
So yeah, it's nice to see him get his flowers.
That's what I'm enjoying about this era in general. It feels like a lot of people who missed Boom's finally getting recognition for their work.
Like, Jerry Lynn is influential in so many ways. Like, the Shawn Waltman matches invented modern US cruiserweight wrestling, basically. And then the Rob Van Dam matches reinvented it. And then probably the AJ matches reinvented it again. So, like, you have 3 years of Jerry Lynn, like, taking what is considered cruiserweight wrestling in the United States and putting a different spin on it.
Yeah. 100%.
Later in that show, there's a segment where the Red Shirts come out to try and break up a brawl, but Lynn runs out and runs them off. We'll talk about what the brawl is when we get to a different segment. And then last show of the month, as we mentioned, Jerry Lynn gets his X Division Championship match against Michael Shane. I did quite enjoy that Don Callis was very upset at this development.
Yeah, he's like, what has he done?
And, like, Mike Tenay rightly points out, he's like, he beat, like, Justin Incredible, like, 4 times. He beat Edith Skipper 3 times in a row. He deserves a title match. And Don is like, well, shut up.
Yeah, but he's violent.
He's a mean, angry man. Mike Tenay does actually use the line Pioneer of the X Division, which I think is for the first time they say that about Jerry Lynn, which goes on to become his, like, nickname. He's the Pioneer of the X Division, Jerry Lynn.
Yeah, very exciting.
And this match also did have the debut of the classic Michael Shane music, which would go on to become the Bentley Bounce music, Liam, so there's foreshadowing.
Yes, excited to do the Bentley Bounce.
Yeah. So, yeah, Jerry Lynn has the match against Michael Shane. Don Callis is on commentary talking about how terrible and horrible and violent Jerry Lynn is. Red Shirts come out, distract him, Shane retains.
Yeah, so Callis ends up leaving because he's so disgusted at what's happening. And he calls out the Red Shirt security and it ends up costing Jerry Lynn.
And then maniacal laugh. So that feud will continue into September.
Exciting.
Let's move over to tag teams, in which there is only one tag team feud for the entire month, and that is the feud between America's Most Wanted and Johnny Swinger and Simon Diamond.
A sentence we have said many a time. There's only one tag team feud this month, and it involves America's Most Wanted.
Yeah, so they have a match on basically, not even basically, they do have a match on every single one of these shows. They have a rawhide strap match, they have a 6-man tag, they have a Texas bull rope match, and then they have a regular tag team title match. So literally every single one of these shows features...
That's how shows escalate, you know?
Well, yeah, you go from singles match, which they had last month, to strap match, to 6-man tag, to bull rope match, to singles match.
Yeah, you just go back down to a regular tag at the end.
So, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 57, the rawhide strap match between AMW and Diamond Swinger, their best match of this month. This match absolutely rocked.
Yeah, these four have like random stupid chemistry together.
And like the crowd are super into AMW at this stage, except for the one guy in the crowd that had like America's Most Worthless sign. The big piece of shit. It's not even wordplay. You just used a different W word.
I believe that is what passes as wordplay.
No, it doesn't. It's disgusting behavior. Try harder.
So this is the match of the month, right?
I would say it's AJ and Raven, but it's close. I gave both of them the same rating, but I think I would narrowly edge AJ Raven.
You would narrowly be wrong.
But yeah, this match absolutely rocked. Asylum was going nuts. There was actually a note in the Observer that basically they shouldn't have started with this match because nobody could follow them.
Well, to be fair, I don't think they expected it, you know? But yeah, this rocked. I really loved these guys together, and we're not gonna break this down because it's the same thing you saw last month, it's the same thing you saw every other show in this month, but it was just good.
Yeah, I love the formula these guys do, which is they do the cheap finish. They do like the belt shot referee distraction. And every time it's like, oh, it's the lazy cheap finish. But then Chris Harris kicks out. And then it's like, they come back again and they do like another Glen Gilberti interference spot. And it's like, oh, it's the cheap finisher. It's like, oh no, this time James Storr kicks out. And it keeps going and it's so good.
Yeah. I like it a lot. And isn't it like exact, perfect America's Most Wanted psychology though? That's what they do all the time. They know how to like subvert expectations. And I think it works especially in a company like NWA-TNA, which is like rampant with these shitty finishes, that they literally take these finishes and they turn them on their head and they do something that you don't expect.
They turn them into great false finishes.
Yeah. And then they pay them off in the end when it actually works.
Must be noted this is a non-title match in which JP once again said reigning and defending.
This guy.
Also, more importantly, this match featured the debut, Liam, of the America's Most Wanted theme.
It sure is a thing.
It is the iconic AMW theme with the "We find the defendants guilty." They're no longer coming out to the theme song, which I think you kind of hated.
I mean, I don't love this one either, but it's fine.
Why don't you love the AMW theme?
It's alright. I don't think I've ever thought about it for more than 2 seconds.
That's very upsetting.
Chris, I do like the "we find the defendants guilty" bit. That's a cool stinger.
Where do you think Chris Harris's spear ranks in the like pantheon of spears?
See, the problem with it is it varies. Because like very occasionally he'll hit it and it will be the Edge hugging the fall down feel. But then other times he'll hit like full on Roman speed with it.
Where you just like cut somebody in half.
Yeah, when he gets it good, it's like up there with the best. But he does have a tendency to sometimes just fall with it.
So after this match, AMW won the non-title match with Diamond and Swinger, jumped them after the bell, and stole the belts.
Ah, your favorite.
They also had a brawl later in the show where AMW brawled with Diamond and Swinger, but got whipped 3-on-2 after Gilberti ran out with some straps. And we also had maybe my favorite segment of the month on this show.
Ooh.
Where there's a new thing they do while Mike Tenay and Don West are running down the card for the next week's show. They routinely now have someone else come out and make a challenge for another match on the next week's show. So AMW come out and they're like, we're going to challenge you to a 6-man tag and our partner is going to be on the phone right now. And they cut to Dusty on the phone. And Dusty does like a full 2-minute promo where they like you could tell they expected. I don't know, was like Dusty actually live or was there like miscommunication about this voice recording or something? Maybe he was actually live, but it sounded like they expected him to be like, "Oh, it's me, Daddy. I'll see you next week." But Dusty goes on for like 2 minutes, and Mike Tenay and Don West are just like nodding and like, "Hell yeah, Dusty!" And he keeps on going and he keeps on going. And they're like, "Yeah, Dusty, good job."
I like to imagine Dusty was just like in his kitchen, just on the phone. Talking his shit.
He's like, oh, AMW, I told them the best tag team of this generation. They're like kids to me. So of course I'd show up and help them, Daddy.
Yeah.
So Dusty Rhodes aligning himself with AMW for NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 58, in which we have a 6-man tag team match, which is Diamond Swinger and Glen Gilberti against America's Most Wanted and the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, in a match that I absolutely adored.
Yeah, this is fun. Dusty was great in this.
Because, shocker, Liam, this Dusty Rhodes character is a real big star.
What?
So every time he gets in the ring, he does absolutely nothing. Like, there's a moment in this match where he gets in the ring, he teases an elbow to Gilberti, who moves, he hits Swinger with an elbow, and then teases one on Diamond, who moves. And, like, the Asylum just goes apeshit. They lose their minds at Dusty doing one move.
And you see a lot of that transfer over to the net match on the next week's show as well, where literally nothing happens, but I adored it.
It's just Dusty kicking ass, doing cool shit.
Yeah.
Dusty and AMW win. After the match, Daniels attacks Dusty. Jarrett say we'll get into all that later. But the crux is that we have 2 matches set up for the following week. A Texas Bull Rope match between AMW and Diamond and Swinger. And it's a Texas Bull Rope match for the following week. And then we have another Texas Bull Rope match for the last show of the month. We'll get into that. I lost my sequence of events, Liam.
So did I, because I said the one match I was referring to was in the last show of the month.
Because there's Diamond Swinger matches on every single show. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 59. There is another Diamond and Swinger match against AMW, and this one is the Texas Bull Rope match.
This is my least favorite of the bunch. Or at least memorable, perhaps.
Well, that's the problem with the first one being the best. Like, all of these matches are good. Like, all of them are very enjoyable tag team matches, but the best one is, like, so far and away, even though you gave this 3.5 stars, by the way, and you gave the last one 3 stars, so there you go.
Well, no, I gave it 3.75.
No, this one, the Texas Bull Rope, you gave 3.5.
Yeah, but I'm saying I gave the first one 3.75.
But you said this is the least memorable of the month, but the next one you only gave 3 stars to.
Yeah, but there was a title change. More memorable.
But yeah, good match. Same
Don't
old...
fucking question me. Half the people in this thing don't even read the star ratings. They would not have known.
If you would like to look at Liam's star ratings to hold him accountable for such decisions, you can go to tnachat.com. It's on the $1 tier on Patreon.
And I stand by my statement. There's a title change. More memorable.
But yeah, it's another very good Diamond and Swinger match. It's another very good AMW match. It's good stuff. It's enjoyable. It's the one we did for the watch along as well. So there's that for you. Diamond and Swinger won, but then still jumped AMW after the match. But Diamond and Swinger here winning is what earned them a tag title match on the last show of the month.
Neat.
So last show of the month, AMW, Diamond and Swinger. For the 4th time, if you include the 6-man tag. This one, tag title change. Diamond and Swinger are your new tag team champions after Glen Gilberti interfered.
I was happy with this. I like this team a lot, and I'm glad that they won the tag belts. I don't think they'll have like this gigantic run with them, but it's a good little title change.
And later in the show, Johnny Swinger does a little promo backstage, and I find it so strange to hear him, like, he still sounds like the current day Johnny Swinger. So he's like, aha, Swingman Daddy, we won the tag titles. It's like, there's like a cognitive dissonance between what I'm seeing on the screen and hearing in his voice. It's like, he's not the character, but he still sounds like the character, but he's not the character, and my brain can't handle it.
If he was the character, he would be the biggest star in the company.
So yeah, Diamond and Swinger are your tag champs. There was a Tower of Doom spot, a giant like stacked suplex where James Storm got a concussion. So when you see that spot in this match, that's where he got the concussion.
So when he was getting helped out, that was legitimate.
And yeah, he doesn't appear for the angle at the end of the show that sets up the War Games either. So
got rocked.
Even though he still wrestles in the War Games. Don't do that, guys, folks. Don't wrestle with concussions. Don't.
Especially since it was filmed at like the same show.
Yeah. After the match, Dusty is pissed. He comes out and he says one of my favorite lines in TNA history. That's about some unadulterated bullshit. Which I think may be episode opening worthy.
Oh, definitely for this episode, for sure.
May even include the Michael Shane Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels cousin quote.
We might as well just chuck that in when we're talking about it. Give the people what they want.
Yeah, it's like a falcon arrow.
You got to give them. That's the hug.
That's the do the deal, yeah. I'm mixing up Excalibur catchphrases.
Ciao, bacon, hello.
So that led us straight into a bull rope match between Dusty Rhodes and Glen Gilberti, which was, as mentioned, it's carried entirely by the charisma of the American Dream.
Yeah, but I loved it.
Yeah, it's just Dusty. It's just Dusty. Dusty is so badly missed on these shows, and I'm so happy he's back.
Yeah, I hope he wins the world title.
So, yeah, Dusty lost after Daniels interfered again to cost Dusty the match.
We just pushed him in the back, and Dusty died.
Listen, if you were attacked from behind and do not see it coming, it can be very devastating.
Obviously, it was.
Diamond and Swinger ran out, AMW ran out, Jarrett made the ultimate save. We'll talk about all that when we get to different stories, but Gilberti picks up a victory over Dusty Rhodes.
That's when you put in the resume.
Let's bounce over to the only other tag team stuff that's really here this month. It's only tag team adjacent too. That's 3 Live Crew, Liam.
It's the remix.
They don't have that theme song yet. Please refrain.
I know. I'm devastated that they don't have that theme.
NWA-TNA Baby number 57. We see 3LK visit the trailer park, Liam.
This was the worst of the vignettes.
Honestly, I thought it was on par with all the other ones in that it wasn't very good.
I thought this one wasn't good, and I liked the others, so...
So yeah, they go there, everyone's a creep, everyone's kind of weird. BG was hand fishing, he was trying to catch fish with his hand.
I did enjoy him just in the crick.
I also noticed, like, BG James is not regularly shirtless, but he does have a dog tattooed on his chest.
Yes.
Like, in the region of his belly button, he just has D-O-G-G tattooed, which I'm pretty sure WWE might have tried to illegally remove.
From his body?
Yeah, it's like, that's our trademark. Get it off your body on television.
No.
Get BG tattooed on, or single G dog.
Get James Gang tattooed over it.
Like the WWA, he has to get the dog with a single G tattooed, so he has to get a G removed.
No, he has to get... it's a bigger tattoo, but it's just the word dog. No, he should have had to get 3 Live Crew.
I did quite enjoy, there was a total knockoff of Sweet Home Alabama playing over this segment.
Yes. Very silly.
It wasn't even a parody at one stage. It's like, no, that's just still just Sweet Home Alabama. That's not even a copy of it.
So, forgive me here, but there's a point where Conan walks away and then goes, wow, Ron, you need to see this, right? Mm-hmm. And then they go over there and they don't show us what it is?
We'll never know. It was too extreme. The trailer park is just too extreme for us to find out.
Okay, so I'm not crazy. They just didn't reveal that.
It's just the general trailer park.
Okay. But yeah, nothing happened in this one. That's what made this one the worst.
There wasn't even jokes. It was just like, this guy is creepy.
Yeah. And then, yeah, Ron Killings murdered a pervert. That's about it.
The pervert deserved it.
Yeah, he was like jerking off. Can't be doing that in public.
No. And then we had 2 3LK matches, Liam. The first of which is like the most bizarre collection of human beings known to man. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 58. That show opened with Ron Killings, BG James and Conan against Sin, the Vampire Warrior, better known as Gangrel, and Devon Storm, better known as Crowbar.
All of these members should have joined the new church.
Well, we'll talk about the new church. We did have one of these people joining the new church this month.
Which is something that I think Don West mentioned on commentary. That these 3 guys kind of look like the new church.
Conan did his intro stick where he's like, where my dog's at, or they Viva Rasa, all that stuff. And it's very funny to see like some of the whitest people in the world repeating Conan's catchphrases.
Yeah, me.
Just like that asylum crowd is incredibly white. So it's very amusing to see them repeating Conan's catchphrases back to him.
Just, yeah, so cool. Conan's the coolest.
It's interesting, they eventually do the thing where they do all of like their catchphrases, where it's like Conan does his trademark catchphrases and BG does his trademark catchphrases, but not yet.
And Ron does his trademark.
Yeah, he just shouts "What's up" at the end.
What's up?
I do find it fascinating. Like, Conan has done the exact same promo every week on multiple different shows for multiple different companies, and he's nearly always like the top 5 most popular guy on the show.
So does BG James, just not to the same popularity extent.
Like, they're not good wrestlers. They don't have good matches. They just do the same promo and people absolutely love them.
People just want to hear the promo, man.
People just want to hit the lines. People just want to shout in unison. And the fact that most wrestlers don't have catchphrases these days tells you that they don't get the business. Because, like, Mark Henry, Liam, has gotten over, it's time for the main event.
It's time for the main event.
And if he can get that over, you can get anything over.
Garrett, there's been enough talk about this match.
So yes, that will take us to the last 3LK match of the month, which is NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 60, which was 3LK against the New Church. We went to a no contest for an angle we will talk about more when we're talking about Raven against Shane Douglas. I liked both of these 3LK matches. They're nothing special, but they're like good high energy openers that aren't like, they don't overstay their welcome. They're both about 5-6 minutes. They're just guys doing their moves. No like prolonged heat segment. Nobody trying to actually wrestle. It's just guys hitting their high spots and getting in and out.
Yeah, this has been an enjoyable month for BG James. Congratulations, BG. You did it.
The big babyface turn nobody expected. Liam and BG James.
Just never work a singles match ever and we'll be fine.
And last show of the month, 3LK are doing a promo backstage that is interrupted by Disco Diamond and Swinger. Jared hits Disco with the guitar, but I believe that's to suggest that our next tag team program is in fact Diamond and Swinger against the Tree Live Crew.
Yeah, and they called them gay.
Ah, yes. Isn't that funny, Liam? Let's go to Raven and Douglas, because I think that's better than most of the other stuff this month.
Yeah, it's the best angle the entire show.
For the second month in a row, it's the best angle in the entire show. This is a good angle.
Yeah, they're kind of killing it. And like, this is some, like, you know, this is some pro wrestling as pro wrestling here. Have a real good feud that leads into a Raven title match, and then the Raven title match is super fucking over.
Yeah, so first show of the month, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 57. Shane Douglas is bragging about pinning Raven in the 6-man tag Clockwork Orange match that ended last month. Raven shows up with a body bag. He wants to put Douglas in the body bag, but James Mitchell has trapped. Put him in a body bag! There you go. He has trapped Julio De Niro and Alexis Lurie in some kind of truck backstage with the New Church. They have a flaming stick.
It looks dangerous. I was very worried for, like, both of these people have long hair, and I was worried that it was going to catch. Everyone in that room had long hair except for Slash.
Yeah, Slash is smart. He's like, I'm not going to have hair here. I'm not catching fire with this flaming kendo stick.
But it was close, and it was scary.
Yeah, that backstage vignette was filmed in some kind of truck, probably due to the fire marshal restrictions that they can't actually have fire in the building.
Cowards.
So the whole thing here is that James Mitchell is like, do you care about these people enough, or do you want to just get revenge on Shane Douglas? So he has to choose in this moment, Liam. Is he going to go after the Gathering and save them, or is he going to continue attacking Shane Douglas?
Because he was saying that the old Raven would have just taken the opportunity to beat the shit out of Shane Douglas.
Whereas the new Raven, Liam, he chooses the Gathering.
Chooses his friends.
He goes to help his pals and leaves his vengeance on Shane Douglas for another day. So it's character growth.
It's almost like he's getting positioned to be the biggest babyface in the company.
Later in the show, Raven gets to the room where they were kidnapped. They're gone. They turn out to be in the ring. Mitchell and the New Church are there. Raven takes out Slash. He takes out Brian Lee, but dropped by Douglas and then put in the body bag.
They should have written off Alexis Lurie early here and just had like a pile of ash on her seat.
She's literally burned.
Yeah, she was just turned into ash. There's no viscous, there's no gore, it's just ash.
So, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 58, we have the big Raven and Shane Douglas match, which I thought, good match.
Yeah.
Not, like, good from a wrestling perspective, because there's some moments that were really bad from a wrestling perspective.
But they're both over.
Yeah, because there was a period during Raven's comeback where he hit a series of clotheslines. He hit, like, 3, and then he was going for a 4th, and Shane Douglas was painfully slow to get up. Then they basically missed the clothesline, and then he fell over, and the crowd booed. And it's like, oh...
And there's also some points where it's like, there was some big setup moves and they were like, you know, it was slow to get into it, but, you know, who cares? It's Raven and Shane Douglas.
Yeah, I thought it was a good angle. Shane Douglas is a very good heel. He knows how to work like a small building. He's like that kind of heel who knows how to like really amp his facial expressions up and his mannerisms. We'll talk about that more, I think, in the Gauntlet match, in which I thought he was tremendous. But... yeah, this match, they try to do the same thing again, where it's like they bring Alexis Lurie trapped inside a body bag, and James Mitchell's like, she's about to run out of oxygen. She has maybe 10 seconds worth of oxygen, to which I quite enjoyed the crowd.
10, 9, hey, Raven's like, I can't get it open.
The crowd started chanting and counting down to like Alexis Lurie's imminent demise.
And also like the idea exactly at 1 she'd die.
Yeah, so Raven again has to decide, but this time he's smart. He actually rolls up Shane Douglas, he snatches a win, and then goes to save Alexis Lurie.
Raven should have opened it up and then there was ash in the body bag.
And she's dead.
Yes.
As it turns out, it was not Alexis Lurie inside the body bag, but the mysterious man. So the white arm comes out, grabs him, chokes him, and just as Shane Douglas is about to start cutting Raven's hair, security intervenes.
Damn, security.
A note, Raven is open to the idea of having his head shaved as part of his upcoming hair versus hair match storyline. This is where, obviously, the scissors are introduced here to start building to that hair versus hair match. He pitched the idea to TNA officials several weeks ago, but the company did not agree to pay him the money he wanted to perform the angle. Raven took the idea to Ring of Honor, which quickly issued a press release to announce a Raven versus CM Punk hair versus hair match. By week's end, ROH called off that match and used the excuse that the match could not take place due to Raven's contractual obligations to TNA.
So, my favourite backstage thing about this was apparently Jarrett calling Raven and being like, if you get your hair shaved in Ring of Honor, you will not be on this show until your hair grows out to the same length again.
I quite enjoyed it as like a sly political move from Raven. It's like, if you're not going to pay me, I'm going to go to Ring of Honor and do it, which then makes them go, no, we'll do it.
But apparently, gigantic pay cut to do it in Impact.
Yeah, that's what you get, Raven. You've signed the contract. This is your problem. Raven is regretting signing that TNA deal now.
Yeah, that merchandising deal.
So yeah, this is the build to a hair versus hair match. August 20th, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 59 opens with the Gathering and the New Church brawling. Lights go out. The mystery man has hung Raven from the ropes.
Yeah, really, like, violent.
Yeah, like that noose was tied tight. That man was being legitimately choked.
Yeah.
So yeah, Raven was being hung and dangled there, but the Gathering made the save just as Shane Douglas was again trying to cut some of Raven's hair.
Punk's back.
Yeah, Punk is back with the Gathering. That's an important point to note. It's also, we didn't even mention it the week before, it's no longer Brian Lee.
Yes, we have a new member.
We have Sin is the new member of the Disciples of the New Church, and that is because Brian Lee no-showed at the previous week's event. So Brian Lee he's gone and he's never coming back.
Of course, we talked about what was going on there on the last show.
Brian Lee no-showed Wednesday's NWA-TNA pay-per-view. He was scheduled to team with Slash in a match against Julio De Niro and CM Punk. Sin ended up being put in that match instead. The general feeling backstage that he was replacing the Disciples in the New Church tag team. Lee was replaced in the match by Sin, who debuted in the August 20th show in the opening 6-man tag match. Sin is the latest TNA wrestler who was recommended by backstage agent Scott D'Amore, who promotes Border City Wrestling. Sin and his girlfriend Tracy Brooks, Kazarian stole Tracy Brooks from Sin clearly, who works for TNA as a woman in a schoolgirl outfit, recently moved from Canada to Nashville in hopes of finding regular work from TNA.
I think she's more than just a woman in a schoolgirl outfit.
To be fair, in TNA programming, that is basically the description of who she is.
No, she had like a whole, women against the men story. She had multiple stories.
She had layers, PW Torch. You give her layers.
Yeah. Shut up, PW Torch. Jesus.
At this point, the speculation is that Sin will be the permanent replacement for Lee, who appears to be on his way out of TNA. Even though he has numerous friends in the office, they may bring him back if he cleans up his act, but he never came back. Mm-hmm. This is the end of Brian Lee's run in TNA. A very good run, and it's a shame it ends like this.
Yeah, like we said, I think we kind of did the whole talk about his run last time, but Disciples of the New Church are a great underrated tag team.
So the story of the show is that Raven has been taken out because of that hanging. He's been taken to hospital. He's not fit to perform in the main event Gauntlet match. And the Disciples of the New Church face Punk and Julio later in the show, who Raven's not there, which allows Alexis to have her hair cut by Shane Douglas. Mm-hmm. In the most polite way he possibly could.
Yeah, what a nice guy. Only doing the dead ends. Basically just got her a free haircut.
Yeah, and especially because I'm not sure when she signed the OVW deal, but I'd imagine she knew doing this angle she was on the way out. She's like, you can take the smallest amount off of my hair, but not that much.
Yeah, I will not be changing my look drastically before I go to developmental.
So yeah, Shane Douglas very politely cut just enough of her hair so that it was impactful, but not so much to change her appearance in any way whatsoever.
100%.
Then the main event of that show is a Gauntlet match, where the whole idea is that Raven's not meant to be there because he was beaten up by the New Church at the start of the show. Jarrett's not going to be there for reasons we'll talk about in a moment. He was kidnapped. So it's a Gauntlet to determine the number one contender. It has Kid Cash, Ron Killings, Christopher Daniels, BG James, Sonny Siaki. Jeff Jarrett's music plays, but he's not there. Again, abducted. D'Lo Brown, Mad Mikey, who came out but wasn't in the match, but was very mad he wasn't in the match.
But he tried.
And his name's Mad Mikey, and he's mad. Abyss, Sandman Legend, Conan, the franchise, and eventually Raven. We'll get to that in a moment. Unlike the last Gauntlet match, I thought this one rocked. We were talking a lot about how the recent Gauntlet matches they did had no stories and no ideas and no reoccurring things running through them. Whereas this one did. It obviously had the hook that were Jarrett or Raven going to show up because Raven was injured, Jarrett was kidnapped. There was the reoccurring theme that Abyss was the dominant badass killing everybody, throwing everybody over the top rope.
Yeah, the Kid Cash story there too.
Yeah, because Abyss then eliminated Kid Cash, who is his tag team partner and master.
I was going to say master. Who is his dom?
He is his dom. Conan was the biggest star in the match, got an insane pop.
As always.
And then last person to come out, Raven, bloodied, battered, bruised, comes out, not letting this opportunity get away from him. He eliminates a bunch of people. It comes down to Raven and franchise. Shane Douglas does the best cowering heel routine. He's so good.
I was going to say, I think I like this mini match at the end of this Gauntlet more than the actual match.
Yeah, because they get straight to it. Shane Douglas is making all the faces in the world that's oh no, Raven's here. No, we took him out. No, but he's here. And then he does the thing where he psychs himself up. He's like, no, I'm Shane Douglas. I'm going to go get him. And then he immediately gets his ass kicked by Raven. He gets quickly DDT'd. And Raven is your number one contender for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship.
Woo!
I like this Gauntlet match a lot. I thought they told him some good stories and the closing angle was real good.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
And then, last show of the month, we open with 3LK against the New Church, which ends when James Mitchell tries to interfere to attack Ron Killings before the Gathering, even the odds.
Yeah.
And then our main event, Raven. Actually, no, there's a Raven promo in the middle of the show, which I thought was really good, where he's sitting down with Mike Tenay, and he's talking about how, there was the Tommy Rich and Buzz Sawyer feud that he watched. Both guys, they were on the path to greatness, but they got sidetracked with blood feuds. And he talks about his own ECW history, where he's like, I was on the path to greatness, I was world champion, but then I got sidetracked by Dreamer and our hate feud and blood feud, and then Sandman and our personal vendetta against each other, and I never got back to the world championship. And he's like, here in TNA, I promised that wouldn't happen. I promised this is the time where I'd get back to the world championship, but then Shane Douglas comes around and he's trying to drag me back into one of these blood feuds, and I'm not going to let it happen.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Raven with good material, Liam. Who would have known? Who would have thunk it? He's a good promo.
It's just like Raven with direction. One of the best. And
that brings us to our main event for the world championship. Raven versus AJ Styles. Tremendous match. I like this match a ton.
The match itself, was whatever. Like, I had some really cool spots. It was well structured. But to me, like, the thing that really put this over the edge was just the atmosphere. For a company that you don't consider to be like a big match company, this, especially at this point, their big NWA title matches feel like such gigantic matches. The atmosphere, like people living and dying by everything that happens on these shows. It's just, you really felt it. You felt it during Raven and Jarrett. You felt it during Killings and Jarrett. You felt it during Styles and Jarrett. I was going to say, wait a minute, there's a lot of Jarrett stuff. But yeah, you felt it here too. Like, this felt like a gigantic deal.
And this crowd wanted Raven to win so badly.
Yeah.
Because, like, there's an interference spot here where Slash comes out with a bunch of powder. Raven kicks the powder into his face. Slash doesn't know who he's hitting, so he hits the Whirlybird, the Eye of the Storm, on Styles instead of Raven. Raven pins Styles. Crowd are like, 1, 2, Styles kicks out. And, like, every set of hands in the asylum, like, flies in the air. Like, oh! Like, in unison, you see the limbs go flying.
Some people thought like he did win. Some people were devastated that he didn't.
It's legitimate. It might be like a top 10 near fall in TNA history.
Yeah.
But yeah, the crowd's so into this. They wanted Raven to win. You had a bunch of interference. You had the New Church coming out, the Gathering cut them off. And eventually, Shane Douglas comes out, hits a low blow, allowing Styles to hit the Styles Clash and retain the NWA World Championship. And as I said, this is probably my match of the month. I thought this match rocked, mostly because the crowd were just going absolutely apeshit for it.
Crowds, huh? Wrestling should have them.
It's fun when you can get people in your audience that care about the stories you're telling.
More people should try that.
And it is such a contrast to, like, Jarrett never felt like this as a babyface, whereas Raven does. No. Raven feels like a legitimate top babyface.
People can relate to Raven a lot more.
Let's go to... There's a bunch of intersecting feuds that build toward War Games, so let's start with AJ's world title defenses, I guess.
This is the War Games portion.
Indeed. As we build to Wednesday Bloody Wednesday. First show of the month, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 57, August 6th. AJ defended the World Championship against D'Lo Brown in a steel cage match.
Yeah.
Deeply disappointing for me, honestly.
Yeah, there's just too much going on here.
Yeah, it was all about Watts and Russo at ringside. The finish was D'Lo got up to the top of the cage, which I think is the third time D'Lo has climbed to the top of the cage.
He's a crazy person.
And he hasn't been able to hit a single move off the top, though. They keep cutting him off. Poor D'Lo can't do his frog splash off the cage.
To be fair, would you want to take that?
Well, yeah. So the finish is Watts picks Russo up while Russo's trying to interfere. He rams Russo into the cage, but while D'Lo's on top of the cage, D'Lo falls off because the cage moves, and AJ retains.
That's a crazy finish.
Yeah, and it makes sense, and it protects D'Lo, but it's just... The match wasn't good enough for me to put up with a bad finish, you know?
And also, like, 5 minutes of it was... Let's put the cameras on Watts beating up Russo on the outside.
And yeah, the AJ D'Lo feud as a world title program, I think, falls broadly into the disappointing category. I think the best match they had was the match where AJ became number one contender, which was before they even started feuding. They were still tag team partners at that stage.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, their best matches were their tag matches too.
So yeah, it's quite unfortunate that, like, and I don't think it's really their fault. I think it's just like everything around them is about that instead of about their world title program. It's all about Russo and Siaki and Watts. It's not about AJ and D'Lo.
Yep.
There was like an age of stalling before this match. Like the second last match on this show was, what was it? Was it AMW against Diamond Swinger or Sabin against Kaz. Either way.
Kaz Sabin.
And like the gap between Sabin and Kaz and the start of AJ and D'Lo, they had like a Daniels segment, they had like the AMW segment with announcing Dusty as their partner. They had a video package for Styles and D'Lo. They had an interview with Styles and Russo. They had an interview with D'Lo. It was like 30 minutes without wrestling. It's like up next, it's the world title match. Now let us stall for a significant portion of time.
They should have just let them go for 30.
Yeah, so there was a sit-down interview with Styles and Russo where Styles was like, "Oh, you know, I'm with Russo just cause," and he tried to explain it, but he didn't actually have a reason. He just said, "Why not?"
Yeah. I mean, he has the power.
AJ wearing like baggy jeans and a t-shirt.
Twas the look of the time.
I did quite enjoy that, like, Russo's like, "AJ, get out of here," and then Russo tries to get in Mike Tenay's face. It's like, "Say it to my face, Mike," and like Mike Tenay's like, "Yes, I will. I have been. You suck. Go away. Leave me alone."
Don't threaten me.
Yeah, he's like, Russo tries to be all like threatening and intimidating, and Mike Tenay, and he like puts his hand on his throat, and Mike Tenay just knocks his hand off his throat and is like, "Shut the fuck up, you stupid idiot."
Also, that was so real. Like, Mike was like, "Don't fucking touch me."
Yeah, Mike Tenay is the biggest badass on these shows.
He's not scared.
So NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 58, Eric Watts comes to the ring.
Hell yeah.
Your favorite wrestler.
He's up there.
So he's talking about how he's going to lay down the authority and he's going to make a title match for tonight, but then Styles and Russo come out and it's like, "We're going on vacation, buddy."
And they do.
AJ Styles' fashion choices here were like even worse. He looked like a 21 Jump Street style person trying to infiltrate a college frat as a police officer.
Yeah.
He looked like a 25-year-old who keeps failing Sunday school.
Do 25-year-olds go to Sunday school?
But like the point is he kept on failing, so he's just still there.
Do they hold people back at Sunday school?
You haven't learned God well enough, Liam. You have to stay in Sunday school.
I've only been to Sunday school like twice.
Clearly, they didn't get you to stay there. You were like, "Oh, I'll have to be years here."
They said you've completed Jesus.
Russo and Styles were trying to back away. I quite enjoyed Russo when he got in like Eric Watts' face and was like, "Look at me when I'm talking to you." But as he said that, he like stepped in behind Styles, which I thought was a nice little character touch.
He's good at that kind of Weasley shit.
Eric Watts replied, "You can take your little chicken." Stopped because he didn't want to curse. Looked at the crowd. The crowd chanted, "Shit!" And then Watts was like, "Thank you."
He's like, "Thank you, I couldn't say it." Chicken stuff.
So the crux of this segment is that Russo and Styles start to walk away, but then Watts goads AJ into accepting a World Championship match against the returning Low Key.
Yeah. Who we're not acknowledging the sex stuff with.
Not at all. Last we saw of Low Key, Liam, he was a member of Vince Russo's Sports Entertainment Extreme, and now he is just a babyface.
Yep.
Sure.
And he cuts the same, like, Loki warrior promo as he was doing when he first showed up.
Yeah, so he's just back to being OG babyface Loki. "I am a warrior, man. I am going to fight you," in my deep Loki voice.
It's pretty good.
Thank you. Main event of the show, AJ Styles against Loki in their final singles match in TNA.
Wow. It's fine.
I thought it was a very good world title match, but not great. I preferred the Raven match, and it's wild that AJ and Raven had a better match than AJ and Loki did.
You gave it the same rating.
I didn't. I was like 3.5, didn't I?
3.75.
Well, I'm wrong, aren't I? How dare you hold my ratings accountable?
Nice to be held accountable for your ratings, huh?
Monster. How dare you do this to me again? But yeah, I thought it was a very good match. I thought they worked well together. I quite enjoyed toward the end of the match when Loki got Russo on like the announce table and started beating the shit out of him. Mike Tenay was never so happy.
And he, like, pounced him, too.
Yeah, Mike Tenay very much cheering on Loki's beating up Russo. There was, like, an exchange of strikes that Styles did, where he did, like, a bunch of punches, chops, and kicks that reminded me a lot of, like, a less polished version of the same thing he'd do in, like, 2013, 2014, where he'd do, like, the leg kick, the punch, the leg kick, and then, like, the spinning back fist.
Yeah, the slap, leg kick, back fist.
Yeah, which would be like a signature Styles exchange, but it felt like a much less polished, like, desperate flurry here, but it did remind me of that thing. So he's like, "Oh, look at him."
Sorry, to clarify, slap, leg kick, back kick, and Zaguri. Because that's the finisher of that sequence.
So yeah, Russo interferes, AJ hits Loki with a baseball bat, retains the title. Very good match. I thought that, like, other than the D'Lo match, I liked both AJ title defenses this month. I thought he had a good match against Loki and a good match against Raven.
Problem with AJ is that you're always just going to have such high expectations for him, especially in these title matches, that maybe that's just unfair.
Yeah, and like, The problem is, again, it's not an AJ and Low-Key match. It's an AJ with Vince Russo and Low-Key match. And I think that's fine for the Raven stuff because they do incorporate the Gathering and the Neuter stuff into like the overall match structure. So you're not really expecting them to go out there and have like a pure wrestling contest. But when it's AJ and Low-Key, you do want them to go out there and have a pure wrestling contest. It's AJ and Low-Key.
You want them to have a Ring of Honor main event.
So yeah, AJ beats Low-Key to retain. I find it interesting. They never wrestle in TNA again. And like they do have multiple times where they're on the same show again. It's not like they're never in the same company anymore, but they never go back to the AJ Low-Key singles well.
I guess by the time like Loki comes back and stuff, AJ's kind of moved on.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 59, August 20th. AJ and Russo are on vacation.
Yeah, it's a great segment.
So we cut to poolside at night where Vince Russo, for some reason, is sunbathing.
Because it's funny.
So AJ's talking about how he's on vacation. He's happy to be away from work for a while. Then he's like, look, I invented a new...
Dad, look at me. I'm going to do a cool flip.
It's like, I've invented a new flip. And Russo's like, you go do it, son. And AJ does like a little spiral tap looking thing into the pool. And Vince Russo's like, yeah, well done. Good job, son.
He did Naito's move.
Yeah, Naito was watching this in 2003. And he's like, oh, I'll start doing this in Japan.
Press. This is the dorky AJ that you expect, huh?
And that you would see more of in like the Christian Coalition era.
I was imagining like the angles with him and Karen Angle.
Because like AJ, anytime he tries to do like a serious promo, which he tried to do a little of it with the sit down interview with Mike Tenay, he's absolutely horrible. Like you cannot speak to how bad AJ Styles is as a promo these days. He's hideous. He's absolutely terrible. Gets lost in his words. Never says anything meaningful.
Gets frustrated.
He has no idea what he's doing on any promo. So when he's just doing the goofball stuff, he actually feels like he understands what his role is.
Yeah, very genuine.
Later in that show, there's a segment after a Jeff Jarrett and Eric Watts against Daniels and Legend match, which we'll talk about when we get to the Jarrett and Daniels stuff. But for the most of the show, you see in the crowd, Liam, there's two people wearing a Freddy and Jason costumes.
We got worked.
They're just hanging out in the crowd behind Mike Tenay and Don West. Just having a good time here in the asylum.
It was FMW's Freddy and Jason the Terrible.
As it turns out, Liam, Vince Russo and AJ Styles weren't on vacation.
What? But we saw them.
They were hiding all night in the asylum, dressed as Freddy and Jason.
I hope they were there the whole time.
Well, every time they cut to Mike Tenay and Don West on camera, they were there, so...
Yeah, but they could have just walked out every time, you know?
There is a note. The one in the Jason mask, who turned out to be Styles, was poking Tenay when he was announcing, just as a tease to try and take him out of his game, but Tenay just thought it was an annoying fan and he ignored it. Very few, if anyone, was let in that they were doing that gimmick, although it was known they would do the run-in after the match.
The rules.
Once again, working the boys.
Yeah, but like it's funny, so this one isn't like a big deal, so I don't mind that.
Just pestering Mike Tenay a little.
Yeah.
I don't get the reason they were disguised, but it's not like they were banned from the building.
No, because they were supposed to be on vacation. It was trying to be a surprise attack.
But they could have just run out and done a surprise attack.
Well, that's less impactful. This was a master plan, Garrett.
Their master plan to do something they could have done anyway without the disguise. They thought this one through. But yeah, they lay a bunch of people out. We'll talk about that when we get to the Jarrett and Daniels stuff. And then last show of the month, there really is just the Jarrett and Raven match, which is really good. NWA-TNA baby number 57. This is the Jeff Jarrett and Christopher Daniels feud, which is this is one of the few things of the month I'll be like is kind of bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Jeff Jarrett feud in NWA-TNA. He runs out, he beats someone up, and then someone else runs out and beats him up, and then he gets taken away or like banned or something like that. It's every feud that he's ever had in this company.
So Daniels is doing a promo in the crowd, and poor Christopher Daniels died an absolute death in this promo.
I think it's because like hardly anyone could hear him.
And like the material is just horrible. For some reason, he's like the only dude fighting the sex battle anymore, where he's still like, traditional wrestling, it's horrible. We need metamorphosis. I'm going to say the word metamorphosis multiple times because it's the crux of my promo. Metamorphosis. And I'm still rebelling against traditional wrestling, and we need sports entertainment and metamorphosis. Did I say metamorphosis? It's just, I can't imagine anybody on Earth caring about this character.
Just have him beat Fallen Angel, man.
He does at least try to pander to you and go full Brian Lawler.
Well, if he was knocking out fans, then yeah.
He did. A fan attacked him.
No, I mean, legitimately.
Oh, you want him to shoot punch the fan?
Yes, of course.
So yeah, a fan threw a drink at him, Daniels fought him, but then Jarrett made the save for the fan.
To be fair, like, it was a good beatdown on the fan.
It's just, we've set the Brian Lawler standards of break their nose.
Yeah.
And if you don't reach the level of break their nose, it's not a good fan attack angle.
I mean, because at this point, we've done so many, you know? So you gotta do it.
So NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 58, after the Dusty and AMW against Diamond, Swinger, and Gilberti match, Daniels attacks Dusty, Jarrett makes the save, Legend attacks Jarrett, Watts makes the save, and then Watts announces that he and Jarrett will face Legend and Daniels the following week.
Wow.
There's a lot of those, like, cascading series of run-ins. There's a lot of it in the Diamond and Swinger stuff. It's like, oh, Diamond and Swinger would run in, AMW would run in, and then Daniels would run in, and then Dusty would run in, and then Gilberti would run in. It's like, okay.
Everything that you need.
So, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 59, we had a sit-down interview with Mike Tenay and Eric Watts, where Eric Watts tried to explain how he was made Director of Authority.
Ooh, yeah, exactly, right?
So he was telling us that there is the NWA, and there is TNA, thus NWA-TNA.
Yes, alright, slow down a bit for me, please.
So TNA owns 51%, which implies NWA owns 49%.
Okay, sure.
So Eric Watts is the representative of the NWA.
Yeah.
And because TNA know promotion and the NWA know wrestling, that NWA are in charge of wrestling operations. So they placed Eric Watts in charge for reasons. But the reason that Don Callis is here is because the people at TNA want to push in on the wrestling side of things. They're getting like too big for their boots, so they want to make sure that the wrestling stuff is happening the way they want it to. So they have assigned Don Callis as executive consultant or whatever it is, management consultant.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Sure, why not?
I mean, listen, I like the idea that now the NWA is like, we have to step in. Everything else was fine, but now we have to step in.
There's also, he talks about how it's like, oh, you know, me and Jeff are pals now. He's gotten where he wanted to all along, Liam. He's teaming with Jeff Jarrett.
What a payoff, huh?
So then we get the tag match, which is Jarrett and Watts against Daniels and Legend. Surprisingly enjoyable, honestly.
Yeah, it's a fun little match.
The highlight of which is Eric Watts is facing the corner at one stage. And you're like, well, what in the world is Eric Watts about to do?
What in Watts' world?
So he does a springboard reverse drop kick, a springboard mule kick. And it's ridiculous, and I kind of love it.
And he doesn't, like, Vader it very much. He just kind of jumps and does it.
So yeah, because it is a little like the Vader bomb, except into a drop kick, but to the top rope, and also he just does, as you mentioned, he just kind of does it.
Yeah, it's very cool.
It's an absolutely wild move. This was also the match that was like, we mentioned last week that Eric Watts would be a really good tag team wrestler, and I think this match was like the proof of concept.
This was the most of Eric Watts' chaotic energy influencing his actual in-ring work. For sure. Like, I think you felt it in this.
I will say he abused his power because they did the hot tag, referee didn't see it, Watts returned to the corner. They did it again where referee didn't see it, but this time Watts, who is Director of Authority, he just moved referee Mike Posey out of the way and did his hot tag comeback. Flagrant abuse of power here from Eric Watts.
I mean, Eric Watts, man. Just Eric Watts.
So we had the post-match angle where the red shirts ran out, Jerry Lynn cut him off, Freddie and Jason emerged from the crowd to reveal themselves as Styles and Russo. They handcuffed Watts to the rail, and then they beat the hell out of Jeff Jarrett, and then they brought him to the hearse backstage, which was there for a D'Lo Brown and Sonny Siaki segment that we'll talk about in a second. There's a lot of these stories intersect in different periods. It's very annoying to cover in a broad way, but nonetheless. But yeah, they abduct Jeff Jarrett so he couldn't appear in the Gauntlet match later that night.
Like we said on the watch along, them playing his music was a good little touch though, because that is his spot.
He still had his spot in the match, and it set up the Raven one, where it's like it made sense that they then played Raven's music, but then Raven actually came out.
Yeah,
I did quite enjoy Mike Tenay shouting at the top of his lungs, "Jeff Jarrett's been abducted!"
Like something like just a real thing that someone would say, you know?
Yeah, it's just for some reason it's the use of the word abducted, that he was abducted. In
a pro wrestling context as well.
So, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 60, Jeff Jarrett has returned to get revenge. He emerges from the hearse, which I believe he was in the hearse all week, I guess.
He's taken a nap.
He took all week to get out of the hearse, but once the hearse returns to the building, he attacks Sonny Siaki with a guitar, he attacks Disco with a guitar, he attacks a bunch of people with guitars.
We're firmly in like the guitar era now, after being so sparing with it up until now.
I think he hits Daniels with a guitar at one stage of the show as well, so it's like, yeah,
yes.
there is multiple guitar shots on this show.
I'm guessing that was the point. It was meant to be like, he's got the guitar now, he's just swinging around like a maniac. But I kind of didn't notice it. I was just like, oh yeah, There it is.
So yeah, the post-match to Styles and Raven, AMW come out and they're like, we're not going to let this go down, but then it does go down.
One AMW.
Well, yes, Chris Harris. Chris Harris is like, this isn't going to go down like this. First we lost the tag titles and now Raven lost like this. It's not going to happen like this. But it does.
I like that they let Chris Harris cut this promo, though, because it could have just easily been Jarrett.
So everyone runs out, everyone makes the save. So you have everyone out there where Eric Watts jumps on the microphone and he's like, next week, it's going to be Jarrett, AMW, Raven, and D'Lo against Styles, Daniels, Shane Douglas, Diamond, and Swinger in Wednesday, Bloody Wednesday, which is TNA's first War Games match.
Lethal Lockdown.
And in a very nice touch, the inventor of War Games, Dusty Rhodes, was out there, and he was the man who will keep the key for the Wednesday, Bloody Wednesday match next week.
I like that he said it's like, sounds like a little War Games, and it's like, no, Dusty.
I did quite enjoy that they made sure you knew that it's War Games they're doing. It's like, just in case, we explained the rules so that you knew it's War Games, but we're also going to say the words War Games multiple times so that you know it's War Games.
Gotta get a little blood and guts.
I will say, I thought they built this match quite nicely. We talked about like the fact that the intersecting stories was a little annoying to cover from a broad topics perspective, but the way they intersected these stories makes sense that they're going to bring them all together into this War Games match.
Yeah, I think they did a good job of wrapping it all together.
So we will talk about that in the September episode, because the first show of the month is the Super X Cup and the Wednesday, Bloody Wednesday War Games match. All right, some more stuff to cover. D'Lo and Siaki.
This one's important, I think, because it's the first instance of the TNA eulogy.
Yes, so after Siaki cost D'Lo the matches against AJ last month, they continue their feud this month, where Siaki decides that he's going to host a funeral for D'Lo Brown's career.
And Garrett, have we, or would we see this again in TNA's future?
TNA become very fond of funerals.
Like, that's a quintessential TNA angle. Like, not many other people do that. Or do it as well if they do it.
And, like, specifically the way TNA eventually does it, because, like, the way this segment plays out, which is NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 59, August 20th, Siaki comes to the show with a hearse, and he's going to bury the career of D'Lo Brown. So Siaki comes to the ring, he has Trinity with him, Siaki's wearing his sweet leather jacket, Trinity is dressed both appropriately and inappropriately for a funeral.
It is black, but also horny.
So they do the eulogy. They're like, oh, D'Lo, here your career rests. You're a horrible failure. And in typical pro wrestling fashion, D'Lo Brown bursts out of the casket, beats the hell out of Siaki and Trinity, and then throws Siaki and Trinity into the casket themselves.
And then he died.
He's dead forever.
So, Garrett, how many eulogy angles have there been in TNA?
So we have the Aces and Eights funeral. We have the Team 3D funeral.
That's my favorite.
We have the Funeral of Fire, where Sue Young sets Rosemary on fire. There's, I think, an LAX and OG's funeral as well.
Yes.
Am I missing one?
Was there like a one in the build-up to the Sting Abyss stuff?
There was a Last Rites match, which is comically bad. I'm looking forward to covering it on the show, but I don't remember if there was a funeral. If you remember any other TNA funerals, hit us up at TNA History Pod on Twitter or in the Discord, the Voices Wrestling Discord, in our little channel there, if you'd want to remind us of more TNA funerals.
And tell us what your favorite TNA funeral was.
Because like this was more your standard like casket segment where the dude bursts out of the casket, which is another very satisfying pro wrestling trope in its own right. I like people bursting out of caskets. It's very enjoyable. But yeah, the TNA funeral as we know it, I think, would first come into play in the Team 3D funeral, which is still the best one.
I'm very much looking forward to that era of TNA angle. Because, like, the TNA hit a point at some point where they were like, we're just going to do, like, It's Always Sunny skits. Like, and I don't know why, but, like, those are always the things that, really stuck with me. Perhaps because I was, like, a 15-year-old boy. And I was watching them and like, this rules. So
last show of the month, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 60, Siaki defeated D'Lo after Trinity hit a DDT. Nice little match, nothing special, but I thought it was a good little 2.5-star match. Okay, Kid Cash, what's he up to this month, Liam?
He's beating up legends again, and then he's getting betrayed.
So last month, if you remember, Kid Cash faced Ricky Morton on the last show of the month. So he continues his feud with legends on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 57, where he faces the returning Larry Zbyszko.
I thought this was kind of good.
I thought both of the, particularly because the following show he faces Ricky Morton in a match that I was actually really disappointed about how short it was, because it's like, oh, I'm enjoying this, and then they just go, oh, sorry, Bobby Eaton, not Ricky Morton. He faced Ricky Morton last week. So yeah, he's wrestling Bobby Eaton. They're having like a really nice little match, and then it just kind of ends anticlimactically. I'm like, oh, I wish they got more time.
Yeah, Eaton was good in that, and I loved that he's pacing around the ring at the start of the match. Like, he knew, like, this kid was younger and had more in the tank and was more athletic, so he's, like, raring to go to get the advantage. I thought that was really cool.
I quite appreciated that Larry Z did a little curtsy for the lollipop as he made his entrance.
Yes, he's a wonderful man.
Very respectful. Cash beat Larry Z after a black hole slam from Abyss, where Abyss planted Larry with that black hole slam.
This is a good month for black hole slams.
Really stuck him. Because I think Larry didn't, like, Larry is both old and heavy, so he didn't do, like, the kind of seamless, graceful rotation, so Abyss just, like, dropped him, and it ruled. So yeah, next show, it's Bobby Eaton making his TNA debut, his only TNA appearance, where he wrestles Kid Cash. Again, Abyss interferes, Cash wins. But yeah, I really wish they got more out of this, because I thought they were having a nice little match before it just kind of anticlimactically ended.
Yeah.
Again, they did do the Midnight Express knockout theme, so there you go.
I'm a big fan of the Legend Killer Kid Cash.
Was Randy doing that story at this stage? He would have been, right?
I mean, maybe it was the very formations of it.
Stole the angle from Kid Cash. I quite...
Had Randy Orton beat up Mark Cuban yet? That happened, right? I'm not just imagining that. He did do that?
I don't remember, but it's WWE story, so I just don't remember.
Yeah, Randy Orton, Arceus, Mark Cuban, Survivor Series 2003.
There you go.
I know because I watched Survivor Series 2003.
It was at that moment that Mark Cuban was like, I'm going to start a pharmaceutical company instead of starting a wrestling company.
Yeah.
I quite enjoyed Don West on commentary. He's just like, you know, Mike, I usually like enjoy most people, but this Kid Cash guy's a real son of a bitch.
Yeah. 2 months ago, he was talking about how he like gets sexual gratification for beating up women. He's not a good person.
In fact, quite a bad person.
Is Kid Cash ever a babyface in this company ever again?
Not really. If he is, it's for a short period.
Good.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 59, August 20th. Kid Cash and Abyss are both in the Gauntlet match. As mentioned, Abyss eliminates Kid Cash. And then we're like, oh, what does this mean for their relationship? Abyss is a man on his own.
Kind of.
Yes, we learn maybe he's not. So there was Abyss against Sandman on the last show of the month where Kid Cash interfered, tried to hit a Rana on Abyss through a table. Table didn't break.
I kind of like the Sandman match because, and it really hit me here, Abyss sells and moves around a lot like young Mick Foley. Like, just the way he moves, he has, like, this kind of wide gait as he goes. He's all crazy. He has his arms all, like, flat out. I think, I got real big Foley vibes in this.
And it's interesting that you can track the two forms of Foley, where it's, like, the kind of wrestler Foley, hardcore Foley, in the same way you can track Abyss, where it's, like, the wrestler Abyss and the hardcore Abyss, and they're very similar. Obviously, Mick Foley is Abyss's hero, I believe, so it makes a lot of sense, but...
Well, there you go. Well, then, fair play to Abyss, because he does manage to capture the same ethos and the same kind of aura as Foley does.
And it would be a knock against Abyss for years that people saw him as like a cheap Mankind knockoff.
Well, that's silly. Just because he wears a mask and wrestles like Mick Foley.
And eventually both wrestles and teams with Mick Foley in TNA.
I think he's a Hulk Hogan knockoff.
That makes more sense. So yeah, Cash tries to interfere. He hits a Rana through a table, but again, table didn't break. But Abyss just gets back in the ring and wins.
It looks gnarly though.
It did.
And the fact that he gets up and just wins kind of makes him look like a badass too.
Also, Sandman hit a Swanton bomb in this match. And it was like a total finesse-less Swanton bomb.
Every time he does it, it's like he falls off onto it.
He just lands with the thuddiest of thuds. And it's perfect for the Sandman. It's how the man should hit a Swanton bomb. But it looks like it's absolute shit to take.
Yeah, it looks like he crushes you.
So after the match, we go backstage where Terry Taylor is getting in the face of Kid Cash. They're getting stuck into each other. Kid Cash slaps Terry Taylor, but before Terry Taylor can retaliate, Abyss steps between them. So apparently the mind control is kicked back in.
The mind control.
That's even by tonight. Don West is like, it's like mind control.
Yeah.
So Abyss and Cash are on the same page? Question mark?
For now.
And then the last real thing this month is Mad Mikey.
Mad Mikey did a couple of things. Yeah, so he did the skit one more time?
Yeah, so he did a vignette on the first show of the month where he was mad at people playing basketball. It's like, God damn it, these people are tall.
It's fair.
He was mad about people who won't take his call, and then he was mad about his roommate drinking his milk, so he locked his roommate in the fridge.
Which, to be fair, I would be all for.
Then there was a montage of him being mad, included like women pushing him into a pool.
Yeah, he's just getting bullied.
My favourite one this month was the following show, pay-per-view number 58, where they went to play his latest Mad Mikey is very mad at things skit. And then there was like technical difficulties, and they cut to the truck where he's just beating the shit out of the people in the truck because they screwed up his pre-tape.
And then he just like whines.
Upset and whining and upset.
This is great foreshadowing for when James Mitchell can't get his headset to work.
Yes. We didn't mention that it was the Tree Life Crew segment, I believe.
Yeah.
Tree Life Crew against the New Church, where they were meant to have Mitchell on commentary. And Mike Tenay is like, can we turn on James Mitchell's headset? James Mitchell's headset not working.
He says it like 6 times.
He's literally there. He's like, can we get a new headset for James Mitchell? He's just like, will you fix this, you stupid idiots?
And then they just end up giving him a microphone.
And then he speaks like 4 words and leaves.
Yeah, he's probably pissed off.
But Mad Mikey tries to enter the Gauntlet match, but he's not in it. And he's just really pissing off Mike Tenay on commentary.
And he just runs in.
And then gets eliminated. Because, sure. Even though he's not in the match, so I guess he can't be eliminated. I did enjoy just how agitated Mike Tenay was getting, because Mikey was over by the announce table shouting at them, and Mike Tenay was like, I cannot focus on this match with this man shouting at me.
Such a bad day too, because it was the next week he was getting poked in the back too. So Jesus, no, that was the same show. He was just getting. It was a bad day for Mike Tenay. He's getting poked by people in the crowd. Mad Mikey's yelling at him.
Just being agitated from all angles. And speaking of being agitated, last show of the month, Mike Tenay sat down with Mad Mikey to try to get to the bottom of his anger issues.
Yeah, it was kind of a nice little therapy session.
He's like, I'm one of the most decorated stars in wrestling history, and I'm going to prove it by winning a title here in the NWA-TNA.
He also said, he's like, I'm one of the most decorated stars in wrestling history, but I'm also one of the biggest losers.
Yeah, then he steals Mike Tenay's shoes and has a freak out.
Some good Mike Tenay faces here too.
Oh, the one that closes on where he's just like aghast at this man in front of him, like doing the full Christian temper tantrum while holding one of Mike Tenay's shoes in his hand. Great stuff. Great Mike Tenay right there.
Mike Tenay.
Alright, that's all we have for broad topics. Very quickly, let's go through show by show. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 57. You have anything from this one?
Not really. Just that, I like pre-match promos from Danny Dory and Joey Matthews, because they were both just like, we are here in the TNA.
Yeah, it's like, hello, you have barely seen us. We are going to win.
Danny Dory kind of like buried TNA a little bit, which is always a fun thing. I liked Larry Zbyszko and Kid Cash too. Zbyszko's been really enjoyable every time he's wrestled.
There was a Watts line while he was doing a promo on the show where he is like, I don't want Russo involved sexually. It's like, all right, Eric.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, first of all, why would you assume?
Yeah.
You think quite highly of yourself, Eric Watts.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 58, weirdly opened with no opening video. Very strange.
But good.
Oh, I forgot to mention, the first show of the month, they actually ran out of time on the cage match angle.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, because mid-Russo promo, they cut him off.
Yeah, so they ran out of time. They pulled the plug on Vinny Rue, and they did show it the following week, where basically Russo did a promo, Daniels came out, joined Team Russo, or Team Styles, and then Jarrett made the save. That was the angle. But yeah, they ran out of time.
And then we have the note on the next show that there was some heat in the audience because nobody had ever heard of the confiscating signs, but they took out who booked this crap sign before the show.
Which, to be fair, I can't blame them.
Yeah, but also, who did book this crap?
Well, we know it's some combination of Jeff Jarrett, Vince Russo, Scott D'Amore, and Glen Gilberti, so...
There you go.
Choose who you would like to blame.
I know who I'm blaming. And also giving credit to.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 59, the one we did for a watch-along. That's on TNAchat.com right now in the King of the Mountain tier if you'd like to hear our full reactions to it while Liam also played Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
How are you finding the Yu-Gi-Oh?
It's really good and you don't have to spend any real money.
That is always a plus.
Yeah, which was everyone's big concern because Konami is a greedy, greedy company.
In so many ways.
All in all, it's very good. Some things that need to be updated, but that'll come with time. It's a free-to-play game, so, it'll be updated as we go.
So there's your Yu-Gi-Oh! Update for NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 59.
Yeah. Who would be the best duelist? It's Chris Sabin, for sure.
Oh yeah, he's a duel master. He's hard of the cards.
Yeah, 100%.
And then NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 60, last show of the month. I did quite enjoy, there was a moment in, I believe it was the Diamond and Swinger against AMW match, where Rudy Charles missed 2 low blows just by happening to look in a different direction.
Yeah. There's a reason the crowd have turned on him.
Because he is a divisive figure here, Rudy.
I wouldn't say divisive, I'd just say people don't like him.
He's making unpopular decisions. He's stealing belts. And, watch it. There's a moment where he does a low blow where he just happens to look outside. I guess it's good refereeing in a way, where he's trying to maintain the integrity of his position as an official, where he just happens to, look out to the floor during the low blow. It's like, why didn't you just incorporate it into the match anymore? It doesn't matter.
But I think also the point is meant to be that he's, the shifty ref.
Even though he's the senior official.
Because they kind of play into it with the last show of the month during that big segment where Harris is cutting his promo about how he has to restart the match or get thrown out or reverse the decision.
Raven clearly wasn't listening to that James Mitchell promo because he had his candles again on this show. It's clearly summoning some more demons.
Judas Messias will come out next.
Oh yeah, probably worth mentioning, Roddy Piper.
Oh, yeah. Listen, who knows what that's going to be.
So yeah, there's on 59, there's a Piper teaser, and then there's a more express, it's Roddy Piper coming on 60, and he's pissed off, Liam. He's like Mad Mikey.
I mean, also, Don West says it's Roddy Piper.
Yeah, that's also a bit of a tell.
It's a little weird.
Chris Harris rocks. I just want to say Chris Harris rocks.
Sure.
Everything he does rules. His left arm clothesline, I think I've said this before, but like the way he leaves the ropes the second he hits them and like flies 3/4 of the way across the ring to hit his left arm lariat, so good.
Yeah.
And Raven had like the big dramatic entrance music. They do that for like the big match, title matches where Styles and Jarrett have had it, but now Raven got his. That's it. I'm out of notes. You got anything else?
The only thing we have is that, like, apparently no one else wanted to do the Gauntlet match.
Oh yeah, the other members of the writing team were not in favour of holding the Gauntlet match last week, but Jeff Jarrett stood his ground and insisted that it be part of the show. And he was right. Very good part of the show. Good job, Jeff.
See, that's why you need to have someone who can actually make the call and be like, no, fuck you, I'm in charge.
And also, for when Diamond and Swinger won the tag belts, JB, who can't get his rating defending right, accidentally nearly announced new World Tag Team Champions, America's Most Wanted, and I was like, oh,
Jesus Christ.
Diamond and Swinger!
Jesus.
They should honestly, I don't know if they do it, but next week they should be like, oh, a typical JB, he loves AMW so much, even when they lost, he tried to announce them as winners.
This guy.
Because that's the story. It would be fun if they incorporated it into the story.
They won't.
They won't at all. That is August 2003 in the NWA-TNA.
Pardon? Sorry? Sorry, I got distracted. Someone was making noise outside my window.
Is it threatening noises or just people outside?
Just people outside.
Oh, okay.
Someone on the phone, and I was like, who's on the phone?
But yes, we're done. That's the month. We'll be back in 2 weeks where we will be talking about September, which, as mentioned, includes the first Super X Cup, which includes the first War Games,
Lethal Lockdown.
which we saw all the build to this month. So come back in 2 weeks for that. Next week, we'll be back with our next episode of Ring Cat Kings. That'll be on Patreon, patreon.com/kiddingme or tnhad.com, where you can get the watch along of NWA-TNA 59. You can get the show notes for the show, our star ratings from this month as well. Head to Patreon, patreon.com/kiddingme, tnhad.com. Follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. Follow Liam on Twitter at The Cleat Muda. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Let's hope that this will be the last month that we have to see another D-Lo AJ Styles match.